Chapter 941. It was Hui Yao who put the phone to set the alarm. After bandaging her wound, she took the phone out of her pocket to attract zombies later. After all, there were only 2 walkie-talkies, one for Qinyu and one for Yangyu, so the others couldn't communicate. Although there was still one walkie-talkie left in the resort, it was for Nana and the others to monitor Qinyu and the others from behind. If Wei Huanhuan's team had more than 20 people, and they didn't realize they were surrounded, it might lead to an accident. Secondly, although there is no network now, and the time on mobile phones is not very accurate, some basic functions of it can still be used. For example, you can set an alarm for a few minutes, and zombies happen to be more sensitive to sound. Time passed slowly. Qinyu was guarding the entrance of the tunnel, and when he did not hear any gunshots from inside, he asked Yangyu again. After getting the answer, he asked someone to bring a lit torch, and then called Zhang Yin and 3 other people to walk into the tunnel together. This move is also to avoid rashly stepping into those low oxygen areas. Because the ventilation has been going on for a while, the oxygen inside has gradually been replenished, so it is possible to enter at this time. As long as the oxygen concentration is lower than a certain value, people will easily experience mild hypoxia, and the state of the torch will gradually shrink until it is completely extinguished when the oxygen content is lower. Using this method is equivalent to an early warning device. At the same time, Hui Yao was hiding in the safe passage and was very entangled. She just opened the door crack, covered her mouth and nose and looked out twice, and found Wei Huanhuan lying on the ground, his life or death unknown, completely motionless. The zombie on the left was only a few dozen meters away. The garbage in the tunnel was still burning, and a lot of smoke had already appeared. If they waited any longer, these people would definitely die. Whether it was the carbon monoxide in the air or the smoke, it would kill them. After hesitating for 3 seconds, Hui Yao took off his t-shirt and put it on the ground, picked up the remaining water, drank a sip, and then poured it directly on his clothes. Since this water can be used for disinfection, it must have been boiled, so it would be fine even if he drank it directly. At this time, she was only about 30 meters away from Wei Huanhuan. It should only take about 5 seconds to run over at full speed. Hui Yao took a deep breath. At the last moment, she still couldn't watch Wei Huanhuan die, even if she had contributed to the current situation. Covering her mouth and nose with wet clothes, Hui Yao bent over and opened the door, then rushed out. At present, a lot of thick smoke had gathered above the tunnel, but soon it gradually drifted outside. Hui Yao understood that this should be because Qinyu and his men had opened the 2 sides. Hui Yao quickly ran to Wei Huanhuan's side, without stopping, and directly stretched out a hand to hook her armpits on both sides, and then dragged her into the passage with all her strength. When retreating, Hui Yao accidentally tripped and fell, and her head hit the stone heavily, and blood immediately flowed from the side. She didn't rest, she simply threw away her clothes and held her breath, and then used both hands to drag the unconscious Wei Huanhuan. Bang! Hui Yao kicked the door open and dragged Wei Huanhuan in, then she knelt on the ground and turned Wei Huanhuan over with her hands, so that the front was facing up. Then Hui Yao took the candle and brought it close to her face. He found that her face was a little red, and her lips were not in the right color. Her skin was too red. Thinking of this, Hui Yao gritted his teeth and quickly took off Wei Huanhuan's outer clothes, and then took off her pants. The reason for doing this was to prevent carbon monoxide from being contaminated on the clothes, and from continuing to come into contact with the skin. Then Hui Yao grabbed Wei Huanhuan's arm and carried her on his shoulders, and quickly ran into the passage. Such a big movement caused Hui Yao's abdominal wound to worsen again, and the blood on her head could not be stopped at all. She could only try her best to avoid Wei Huanhuan's hand to prevent touching her wound. At this moment, Hui Yao looked like a bloody man. Hui Yao didn't know why she went to save Wei Huanhuan, who had clearly wanted to kill her before. But Hui Yao knew one thing more clearly, that is, there were not many people she knew now. She didn't want to believe that the good friend, who used to be kind-hearted, would become a demon who killed people without blinking an eye. If Wei Huanhuan's environment can be changed, maybe her character can be improved. Hui Yao soon ran to the exit of the safe passage, which is another tunnel. The zombies here have been cleared in advance, and there is no danger. Hui Yao carried Wei Huanhuan on her back, and as soon as she stepped through the door, she collapsed directly to the ground. Hui Yao did not rest and knelt on the gravel, not caring even if her knees were rubbed and bleeding. She bent down and began to give Wei Huanhuan artificial respiration. At the same time, 1 minute after Hui Yao rescued her bestie, Qinyu also rushed to the tunnel with his men. As expected, when everyone carried those people out, they were almost all dead. Everyone's skin was cherry red, but Wei Huanhuan's condition was not so serious at the time. Qinyu stood outside the tunnel, counted the number of people, frowned and said, including the body inside, there are only 19 people here. How come one is missing? Hearing this, someone replied, no, I saw 2 bodies inside, which just matches. Hearing this, John said, the other body is a zombie, not a dead human. Chinyu turned and ran into the tunnel, and at the same time he turned his head and said, Zhang and Alei, you two go to the other side of the tunnel to meet, and see if Huiyao has gone out. Okay. The two nodded without any hesitation. Soon Chinyu returned to the tunnel, and ran into Yang Yu, who came in to check. He didn't say anything, but pointed to the safe passage with a torch and signaled to move closer. Although the coal was basically extinguished and the carbon monoxide content in the air was decreasing, the garbage and debris were not extinguished, and the smoke did not dissipate that quickly. Fortunately, the wind started to blow in the second half of the night, and the air in the tunnel was better than before. Unfortunately, the tunnel was still not very safe at this time. It can be said that Chinyu and Yang Yu were taking risks by entering it. The two entered the passage and found only a candle that was about to burn out, and a mess on the ground. Chinyu quickly picked up a piece of clothing with a lot of zombie rotten meat on it. Seeing this, he felt uneasy in his heart, and at the same time picked up a match and shouted, "Let's go!" Yang Yu nodded, and picked up the water bottle on the ground, which still had a little bit left in it. When the two ran to the other side of the tunnel, they found that there was no one at all. Then the two ran to the left exit, and saw Zhang and others. Chapter 942. At this time, Huiyao leaned against the fence, and the whole person did not move. Zhang was doing CPR on someone on the ground. Seeing the scene, Chinyu was a little confused, frowning and ran over. The person lying on the ground was Wei Huan, but at this time, she was only wearing a black underwear. Before Chinyu could speak, Alei explained, Huiyao was in the tunnel just now, begging us to help save this woman. I didn't want to care, but Huiyao fainted directly. Then we thought about it, and thought maybe she wanted to get something out of this woman, so we rescued her. At this moment, Wei Huan coughed a few times, but did not wake up. Zhang bent down, put his ear close to her nose, then raised his head and said, fortunately, her breathing has recovered. At the same time, Yang Yu walked to Huiyao and squatted down, checked her injuries, then turned his head and said seriously, the wound on her stomach has not been treated yet, and I don't know how she fell on her head, so the situation is a bit serious now. After listening, Chinyu pondered for a few seconds, then said, carry them over there first. Alei nodded, walked over to help with Zhang, and Chinyu followed Yang Yu to carry Huiyao. When the others saw that Huiyao was also injured, they all gathered around to see. But Chinyu did not stop, but carried them to the road. Then he put them directly behind a pickup truck. Because they were chasing Huiyao before, the keys in the car were not removed. Chinyu went to the driver's seat and looked at the dashboard, and found that the fuel should be enough to support them back to the manor camp. There are no professional doctors outside now, and Huiyao has a head injury, so ordinary people can't treat it at all. So after thinking quickly, Chinyu decided to let Long Jia take her back to the manor camp to find Lin Yi and Aling, and as for the other woman, just take her with you reluctantly. He could only ask what happened after Huiyao wakes up. After talking to Long Jia, the latter nodded and got in the car. At this time, Chinyu suddenly turned around and said, Alei, you go back with Long Jia. Alei frowned slightly and said, let me stay here to help you. Long Jia's foot injury hasn't fully healed yet, I'm worried about him traveling alone. After saying this, Long Jia couldn't help but say, Dong Jun can go on the road with Yi, so it's nothing for me. But then he saw Chinyu's eyes, and suddenly remembered that the instructor seemed to miss the senior brother a little, so he turned his head and shouted, yes, senior brother, my foot is starting to hurt again, you won't ignore me, right? Then Chinyu pushed Alei to the co-pilot, and opened the door. Seeing this, Alei said seriously, Zhang, I will leave Xiaoyu to you. Zhang nodded and said, don't worry. Hearing this, Chinyu was a little speechless, I am much better now than before, you guys go quickly, don't delay Huiyao's injury. Long Jia changed the gear, and drove the pickup truck away, with a single step on the accelerator. Looking at the back of their car, Chinyu looked at his watch and said to himself, I hope I can save her life. Whose? Zhang asked. Of course it's Huiyao. Originally, Chinyu didn't want to intervene, after all, Huiyao was the one who benefited more from this matter. But if you look at the long term, Chinyu was actually affected quite a lot. So without much hesitation, Chinyu still let Long Jia take her to the camp. We should be able to get there before dawn. Chinyu looked up at the night sky and muttered to himself. Then he called on others to start taking off the armor on the bodies. When Xin Yu followed Hui Yao to take down Wei Huanhuan's team, the area hundreds of kilometers away also saw a turn for the better. More than a month has passed since He Qian's death in Panyawan high-end area. Jiang Chen and his men had already taken control of the situation inside. A large number of fully armed personnel advanced on the ground and won with almost no effort. Even if Lin Hao resisted, the difference in numbers and weapons was completely beyond his ability to contend with. Just when Lin Hao and Li Yao were about to be chopped off by Jiang Chen's men, Fang Xian took the opportunity to snatch the pistol from Jiang Chen's waist and threatened them to let them go. But Jiang Chen deliberately exposed his flaws, and then let Fang Xian expose herself. Originally, he still doubted whether this girl had any real ability. After all, the last rabies did not save all the people. But when the two raised their machetes, Fang Xian suddenly pointed out Jiang Chen's symptoms and illness. Then, Fang Xian aimed his gun at one of his men, snatched the knife from his waist, pressed it against his neck artery, and then threw away the gun without bullets. Fang Xian has always been very smart. She guessed that Jiang Chen's gun might not have bullets, but the other men certainly didn't know. Seeing this, Jiang Chen thought for a moment, then asked his men to put away their knives and lock them up in the dungeon. At first, Jiang Chen also waited for the girl to come to his camp on her own initiative, but he completely underestimated Fang Xian's nature and refused to listen to his advice. So Jiang Chen had no choice but to execute Lin Hao and Li Yao in front of Fang Xian. He knew very well that with Lin Hao's character, he must have taken care of these two people on weekdays. So Jiang Chen used another method to make Fang Xian willingly start to treat him. Since then, Fang Xian used the skills she had learned since childhood to save the lives of Lin Hao, Li Yao and others. If she had not been born in a family of traditional Chinese medicine and had seen this rare and difficult disease, Jiang Chen would have killed them all before he died. In this way, Fang Xian began to examine Jiang Chen's condition and even use silver needles. 3 days later, next to a villa. At this time, dozens of people stood in every corner of the villa with guns, and even 6 people in the yard were on guard with guns. But the strange thing is that, apart from them, there was only one girl squatting in the middle of the yard busy. She was wearing a white long skirt, her hair tied behind her head, and her pretty face was covered with sweat. Fang Xian squatted in front of the simple stove with a fan in her hand, waving her right hand towards the stove in annoyance. The weather was hot, and she had to squat by the fire, which was simply torture. After more than 10 seconds, Fang Xian lifted her hair that was stuck to her forehead, and reached out to wipe the sweat on the tip of her nose. She suddenly turned her head and shouted, "Hey, fat guy over there, come here." A sturdy man pointed at his chest, his face full of doubt, and his brows slightly frowned. Seeing this, Fang Xian stood up, put her left hand on her waist and said seriously, "Yes, it's you, come and help me boil the medicine, I'm going to pick up the herbs." As soon as he said this, the man handed the rifle on his body to the person next to him, and then walked towards her. There was no way, Brother Chen had already given the order, and now everyone in the Pawnee Bay camp had to listen to this girl. Chapter 943. Fang Xian handed him the fan, then pointed to the clay pot on the stove and said, "Remember, make sure the fire doesn't get smaller, keep boiling the medicine with high heat, then turn to low heat, and simmer slowly. Do you understand?" The strong man nodded and squatted directly in front of the stove. Seeing this, Fang Xian curled her lips, took the straw hat beside her and put it on her head to block the sun, then put on her rain boots, and prepared to walk to the back mountain of Pawnee Bay. However, as soon as she left, 4 people with guns followed her immediately, always keeping a distance of 5 meters away and within 10 meters. If there is any danger, those people can help immediately. Fang Xian has no way to deal with this. Although she is much freer now, she is still very tired. She often has to leave Pawnee Bay and go out to find various medicinal materials. But fortunately, the man's power is very large. Fang Xian only needs to write down the characteristics of some medicinal materials, and his men can find some. At this time, Fang Xian is very clear that if Jiang Chen recovers from his illness, then except for her, others may still die. Now she regretted what she said to He Qian. If He Qian was still alive, at least Jiang Chen would not have launched a general attack so quickly. Unfortunately, there is no regret medicine in the world. At present, Fang Xian can only pin her hopes on Li Yao, because according to her, she once had teammates. Although Fang Xian did not take it to heart after hearing it at that time, in her opinion, if such a living person disappeared, why didn't Xiao Yao's teammates come to look for her? Isn't it possible that they wished she disappeared? Li Yao said at that time that it was absolutely not the case. She trusted her friends very much. There must be many reasons why they didn't come to find her. At the very least, even Lin Hao couldn't go back to the previous place again, so how could others come so easily? In this way, Fang Xian squatted on the ground to check the herbs in her hand, and prayed that Sister Xuya's teammates would come quickly. She could only delay the treatment as much as possible, but Jiang Chen was very smart. If he found a problem, he would probably kill one person on the spot to force Fang Xian. After Qin Yu got the armor, he began to prepare to return. Not only to the manor camp, but also to his home. At 9 o'clock in the morning, in the abandoned resort, 20 sets of armor now cleaned, neatly placed on the open ground. According to what he had planned before, Qin Yu planned to leave 10 sets for Nana and the others. But after saying this, Nana waved her hands and stepped back. Sister Yao said, "We don't want the armor, just leave it all to you." When did she say that? Qin Yu was a little curious and said, "This thing can not only be used to prevent zombies, but also put some psychological pressure on others, making the enemy mistakenly think that you are well equipped." Hearing this, Nana squatted on the ground, picked up 2 sets of armor and walked towards Qin Yu, then said, "Just before you were about to start your plan, Sister Yao said that your camp was attacked, and she must be eager to go back after the success. But the team of the Savior Gate is at least 20 people. If you only wear 10 sets, it will not confuse them." After listening, Chun Yi looked back at Zhang Yin, wanting to ask for his opinion. Seeing this, Zhang Yin said softly, "I think what she said makes sense." Then Qin Yu thought for a moment, reached out to take the 2 sets of armor from Nana's hand, and then said, "In this case, then we will accept it, but as a reward, we will not participate in the subsequent sharing of supplies in that camp." After saying this, Nana bit her lip and said nothing. Sister Yao did express that she was very interested in the camp, and even had been planning for a long time. Qin Yu patted Nana on the shoulder and said, "When Hui Yao recovers, I will give her a car and let her go back to find you." After that, Qin Yu prepared to load the armor into the car. Although Hui Yao's people didn't want the clothes, Qin Yu still gave them some of their weapons and ammunition. However, Nana's attitude was still very firm, saying that she only wanted 5 rifles at most. Qin Yu also sighed for this. He thought Hui Yao would like to rob other people's camps, but now he knows that she will only let those survivors who have done many evil things to help build the camp. Even if they did something wrong, Hui Yao would rarely kill the captives, at most killing them to scare the monkeys. Finally, everyone had lunch together at noon and prepared to go their separate ways. Fortunately, there were still 3 cars left in Wei Huanhuan's team. Qin Yu and Zhang Yin were loading supplies and tying the armor on the roof of the car. When they got in the car, Qin Yu started the car and was about to leave, but suddenly thought of something. Seeing this, he turned his head to the right and found that Zhang Yin was looking forward calmly without any movement. At the same time, Qin Yu turned his head and looked to the left. He found a man carrying a sniper rifle at the corner of an abandoned house in the distance, looking at them with a lonely expression. Although there was a little distance between them, Qin Yu could see the unwillingness and reluctance in Yang Yu's eyes. Perhaps in his opinion, after parting with the former squad leader this time, the next time they meet is likely to be a living person and a zombie. Qin Yu held the steering wheel with both hands and thought of everyone who had died since the outbreak of the Doomsday. He naturally knew that some people were destined to be separated, but some did not. Then Qin Yu turned his head to the right and whispered, "Zhang Yin, if I make this decision, can you control Yang Yu in the future?" Zhang Yin looked puzzled, a little puzzled. "What do you mean?" At this time, he did not think of taking Yang Yu away. After all, they were former comrades in arms. He knew Yang Yu's ability very well. As long as there was no accident, there would be no problem for him to survive. Qin Yu put his right thumb on the steering wheel and said slowly, "Although life is always full of regrets, there is not only one way to go in many cases." After saying that, Qin Yu stretched out his left hand and waved to the distance. Then, a figure ran towards this side quickly, and even accidentally stepped on a plastic bag and fell down. Zhang Yin looked through Qin Yu's car window and found that it was Yang Yu. Soon Yang Yu came to Qin Yu's car, breathing steadily without any waves, but he seemed a little nervous. Qin Yu looked at him and said, "Do you want to follow us?" Yang Yu scratched his head and said, "I'm just afraid that it will be embarrassing if I meet the 2 girls last time." Hearing this, Qin Yu said calmly, "One of them is dead, and if the other one sees us taking you back, he will definitely understand." After listening, Yang Yu nodded seriously, "Take me with you, at least I have experienced war, and I can help you in fighting with the Savior sect." Chapter 944. But there are 3 rules. Qin Yu was very serious, and then he pointed to the side and said, "I will be responsible for your every move after entering the camp, and it even represents Zhang Yin's attitude." After all, If you and Zhang Yin didn't have this kind of relationship, although the previous incident would not have caused me to lead people to hunt you down, I would never accept you in. Hearing this, Yang Yu assured, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Get in the car. Qin Yu pointed his thumb back, and then pressed the door to unlock it. Yang Yu wanted to open the car door, but Qin Yu said softly, the left one is broken, get in from the right. Okay. Yang Yu laughed and walked to the other side. At this moment, Zhang Yin suddenly whispered, thank you, Xiao Yu. Qin Yu patted Zhang Yin's arm and said, we are all brothers, it's strange to say these things. After Yang Yu got in the car, Qin Yu drove the car away from the resort, and waved his left hand out of the window twice when he left. Nana and others stood behind him, waving their right hands. As for Xiao Yang, Qin Yu had already given the antidote to Nana. He needed to escort the girls back to the camp safely, and his hands and feet would be tied up at the same time, in order to get the antidote. Of course, it was not a highly toxic substance at all, but melatonin that Qin Yu found in a lounge in the resort, and it was still a few months away from expiration. Qin Yu poured out a tablet and found half a bottle of red ink, so he soaked it a little. In the end, the tablet turned red. Combined with the effect of Ar's poison, Xiao Yang could scare himself. After Qin Yu and others left, Nana and the other girls also began to prepare to go home. After all, it will take some time for that camp to be exhausted, and it will be the same if we come back then. Qin Yu had no opinion on this, because when Long Jia went to attract those people, he did not choose to shoot directly. He did not even think of hurting anyone. As a result, when the survivors saw Long Jia alone and a young man, they immediately rushed out and wanted to capture him alive. After being forced into a corner, Long Jia fought back, but one of them accidentally fell down, and then hit the back of his head on the curb and died on the spot. Those people were so angry that they turned around and blamed Long Jia for their deaths, which made him shoot back and kill dozens of people. After all, Long Jia was not someone to be trifled with. The car was speeding on the road. Yang Yu heard the noise of the armor above his head due to the bumps and asked curiously, I see there is still some space in the trunk. Why don't you put it in there? Hearing this, Qin Yu stepped on the accelerator with his right foot, increased the speed and replied, there are other things to put in there. It was about 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Qin Yu followed his memory, and came to the place where the bones were placed before. With the car, it is indeed much faster than the carriage. Returning to the old place, he was surprised to find that there were several more mounds of earth there. The three of them got off the car and walked over, and found that there was a wooden sign hanging next to it, and there seemed to be some very distorted words engraved on it. Qin Yu carefully identified it for a few seconds before recognizing what was written. It's just a small favor, no thanks. Seeing this, Yang Yu blinked and said, no, why would someone leave such information? Could it be that he has some kind of fetish? Because Yang Yu didn't know what it was, he thought it was a joke. Hearing this, Qin Yu explained, this was left by Shen Ming. It seems that they accidentally bumped into something I put here. What is it? Zhang Yin asked. The companions who died in the community before were buried in the backyards of some houses. Because there were many zombies walking back and forth on them, I didn't want them to be disturbed after they died, so I planned to wait for an opportunity to bring the bodies back to the camp for burial. But when I went there a while ago, I saw that Shen Ming and her men had led the zombies away and settled there. By the way, Shen Ming is someone I met by chance when I was out before, and now she is also the leader of a force. After saying this, Qin Yu looked at the two of them again and said, I have something to do and have to leave. How about you stay with her for half a day? I have to confirm the final gathering time with those camps. The original plan was to send people from a few camps this time, and then Qin Yu and Shang Wenjing would lead people to the Savior sect, but something unexpected happened at home. Qin Yu has never been the kind of leader who kills people without hesitation, but he will never let it go if something happens at home. So Qin Yu must take revenge first, and he must let those people know what blood debts must be paid with blood. Since they have been buried again, there is no need to disturb them anymore. Let's just leave it like that. At least the environment here is not bad, and there are not many zombies. Then Qin Yu said a few simple words and drove away. The two of them followed the direction Qin Yu said, and walked straight to a camp. Zhang Yin was holding an axe in his hand, which was the one that separated the army's wrists before. Unlike regular axes, this one has two cuts on the blade, so Shen Ming can recognize it as soon as she sees it. After all, it wasn't long since they came. In this way, Qin Yu didn't return to Shen Ming's community until it was almost dark, just in time for them to prepare dinner. Now Shen Ming is also planting here, and even has vegetables such as tomatoes. But what makes Qin Yu more depressed is that the car is out of gas. In response, Shen Ning said that she could help provide some, so that Chen Yu doesn't have to worry. After staying overnight, the next morning, Chen Yu took Zhang Yin and Yang Yu and said goodbye to Shen Ming. This time, everyone will gather in 7 days, in the nearest abandoned city. Chen Yu roughly calculated the number of people, and there were about 400 people in more than 10 camps. Of course, this was not all the manpower in all the camps. After all, they had to leave people to defend their homes. But Chen Yu was surprised to be able to gather so many people. At this moment, he was more determined that human beings would be stronger when they united. When Chen Yu and the other two returned to the manor camp, it was almost afternoon. The reason why they were a little slow was that the car behind them stalled halfway, but there were still a few kilometers left. There was no other way. Chen Yu stayed by the car to be on guard, and Zhang Yin took the oil extractor given by Shen Ming and took Yang Yu to find gasoline. But half an hour later, there were many abandoned cars, but they were basically empty. Moreover, more than a year had passed, and those cars parked on the roadside had experienced wind and rain, as well as collisions with some zombies, causing them to be even more unrecognizable. Finally, they found some dirty clothes and tied them together. The three of them made a stretcher and tied the supplies together. In addition to 20 sets of armor, there were also some guns. In the end, everyone was hung with supplies, which made them exhausted. Chapter 945. In this way, every time two people carried something, the other person would clear the way with a knife in front to prevent the zombies from approaching one by one. Fortunately, the three of them were not weak at all now, and it was not difficult to deal with some zombies in the wild. After returning to the camp, Chen Yu asked them to put down the stretcher, and then called some people to carry the things in. Then Zhang Yin and Yang Yu just lay on the ground. Their bodies were wet with sweat, and their clothes were tightly stuck to their bodies. Chen Yu asked someone to help bring some water again, and he went to find Sheng Wenjing. Even after returning here, Chen Yu did not rest immediately. He needed to hand over all matters to Sheng Wenjing, and then return to the villa area. According to a lay, those people merged together 4 months ago, and then attacked their villa area about 2 months later. In other words, it has been at least more than a month since the incident happened. And Zhang Rui has never woken up. Just thinking about this, Chen Yu wanted to peel off the skin of those people, not to mention the death of Lao Cheng and Fu Qian and others. Chen Yu must settle this account before he goes to deal with the Jiashiman. He was very fast along the way, and he did not stop even though he was sweating. When he arrived at the manor, and was about to walk towards the gate, he suddenly found Lin Yi sitting under a tree in the distance. She had her back to this side, so she did not see Chen Yu. At this time, Lin Yi hugged her knees with her hands, buried her head in her legs, and sat there motionless. After more than a month, Lin Yi seemed to have lost some weight, and her back made people feel pity. Seeing this, Chen Yu walked straight towards her without any hesitation. If we ask who is the most important person to Chen Yu now in the Doomsday, there is no doubt that Lin Yi is the first. Especially after Lin Yi handed over her most precious thing to Chen Yu, he secretly vowed to protect her and try his best to let Lin Yi live a good life. At least, she would not be displaced, and would not have to worry about food and drink. But the strange thing is that, until Chen Yu sat behind her, Lin Yi did not turn around to look at him. The next second, Chen Yu whispered, "What's wrong with you?" When these words came out, Lin Yi was obviously startled, and the whole person took half a step forward and stood up directly. When Chen Yu saw her haggard appearance, his heart seemed to be pinched by an unknown hand, and then he was touched. Now Lin Yi's eyes were slightly swollen. Obviously she had just cried. Then when she turned around and saw who it was, her beautiful and somewhat excessive eyes suddenly misted up again, and then she threw herself into Chen Yu's arms and hugged his waist tightly. Chen Yu reached out and gently patted Lin Yi's back, saying softly, "I haven't taken a shower for a long time, and I smell." He didn't ask Lin Yi why she was crying, because Chen Yu knew that Lin Yi would definitely tell him. Secondly, Shang Wenjing and others were in charge of the manor camp, and with a Ling by her side, no one would bully Lin Yi. As soon as Chen Yu finished speaking, Lin Yi sat back and looked at him, trembling and saying, "Chen Yu, I seem to have found my big brother." Then she wiped her tears, pursed her lips and said, "Just now, I heard news about my big brother. Although I'm not sure, I have a hunch that he must be alive." Hearing this, Chen Yu was surprised, but soon he frowned and said, "You haven't left the camp during this period. How did you suddenly get the news?" After saying this, Lin Yi stood up and took Chen Yu's hand and ran directly to the manor. Seeing this, Chen Yu did not refuse, even though he still had a lot of things to do. But no matter how important the matter is, he can still take out these few minutes at this moment. Entering the luxurious manor, Lin Yi took him directly to the right room on the first floor. Seeing this, Chin Yu was slightly startled. It seemed to be the infirmary over there. A few seconds later, Lin Yi pushed the door open and went in, then pointed at the person lying on the bed. She told me. Hearing this, Chin Yu looked at the bed by the window. Hui Yao was leaning against the wall at this time, with a bandage wrapped around her head and a cucumber in her hand. Seeing the person coming, she was slightly startled, then took half of the cucumber in her hand and said, "Thank you for asking someone to bring me here. I owe you another life." Hearing this, Chin Yu waved his hand and walked towards the bed with steady steps, while Lin Yi followed behind him. Small question, let's not talk about this for now. What I want to know most at this moment is, how did you know that Lin Yi has a brother? Because they look so much alike. Hui Yao looked at Lin Yi, unable to hide his surprise, and then sighed. You two brothers and sisters, count it, each of you saved me once, it's really fate. When? Xin Yu asked. It's been a long time, I can't remember it clearly. Hui Yao shook her head and said truthfully. At this moment, Hui Yao suddenly remembered a detail, and she said to Lin Yi, that man, there was a pendant on the zipper of his clothes. I think it was something strange, why can't I remember it no matter what? The next second, Lin Yi turned around and ran upstairs. Half a minute later, she returned to the infirmary again. At this moment, Lin Yi's face was red and her breathing was very rapid because of the rapid running. She spread out her left hand in front of Hui Yao, and inside was a little rabbit pendant. Hui Yao patted the bed sheet and said, yes, this is it, but the color seems wrong. Before she finished speaking, Lin Yi spread out her right hand, and inside was another blue little rabbit. At this moment, Hui Yao looked at Lin Yi in astonishment and said, strange, if you already have this thing, how come you haven't heard that he is still alive? Hearing this, Chin Yu on the side explained, I picked up this pendant by chance before. It was in a shoulder bag on a zombie. Then he simply described the previous events again. After listening to it, Hui Yao smacked his lips and said, the man at that time also said that he had a sister. In this way, I feel that it is almost certain. Didn't he say his name? Lin Yi put the two little rabbits back in his pocket and patted his chest with his right hand. No, he said that in the end of the world, he and I are just passers-by, and asked me to try to help other poor people in the future. When saying this, Hui Yao's cheeks were obviously a little hot. What she did later couldn't be considered helping the poor. But fortunately, Lin Yi didn't know about it, and Chen Yu naturally wouldn't say anything. My brother and I look very similar. If it was half a year before the doomsday, it might really be him. Lin Yi said seriously. Chen Yu gently held her little hand, then continued to look at Hui Yao and asked, have you heard any news about him since then? Chapter 946. Hearing this, Hui Yao thought for a moment and said, to be honest, I haven't heard of Mu Chen at all. I haven't even heard of that Mu Chen. At this moment, Chen Yu suddenly grasped the point, his face changed slightly and asked, what Chen? Hui Yao looked at him with a puzzled look. Seeing this, Chen Yu said in a deep voice, is that man called Jiang Chen? No. Hui Yao was very confident about this, and she said firmly, because he gave me a strong sense of oppression at the time, so I have a deep memory of him. That's why I always remember Dr. Lin's brother. What's wrong? Is there something important? Lin Yi felt Chen Yu's palm sweating and suddenly became nervous. Hearing this, Chen Yu gave her a reassuring look, then walked to the table, opened a drawer and started searching. What are you looking for? Just tell me. Seeing this, Lin Yi also trotted over. Pen and paper, preferably blank ones. After the voice fell, Lin Yi fumbled on the cabinet and handed Chen Yu what he needed. Chen Yu nodded lightly, took the pen and notebook and walked to the bed, then put them in Hui Yao's arms and said, draw the face of that person. Hui Yao took the pen and tried, but only drew a rough line. Then she sighed and said, it's okay for you to ask me to describe, but it's difficult for me to draw a portrait. Seeing this, Chen Yu said seriously, this matter is very important. Shang Wenjing and I have been worried about something. If the Salvation Sect has something to do with Jiang Chen. At this point, Chen Yu stopped directly. He didn't dare to think about it further. After a dozen seconds of silence, Chen Yu looked into Lin Yi's eyes and spoke word by word, because Shang Wenjing once said that the blood wolf he founded was only the second in the world. And above the blood wolf is the death god. Lin Yi nodded and said, I know this, a Ling told me about it. But do you know who founded the death god? Chen Yu said slowly. When this was said, Lin Yi was puzzled at first, then he widened his eyes and said in disbelief, could it be that Jiang Chen? Hearing this, Chen Yu nodded and said, that's why I need to confirm it urgently. We may not know how powerful the people in the Death God organization are, but you and I have seen the people below them. Whether it is Long Jia and his brother, or Lei and Leander, they are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. It can be said that if the zombies had not appeared and caused the global order to collapse, Jin Yu and others would basically have no way to contact them. Because Lei and Shangwan Jing are both wanted people in the country, they can escape the first time, but it does not mean they can escape the second time. They never thought that they would return to the country and the world before the end of the world. After listening to Qin Yu's story, Hui Yao could roughly guess the seriousness of the matter. If anyone in this room knows the methods of the Salvation sect the best, Hui Yao is second, and no one dares to rank first. After drawing a few more strokes, Hui Yao covered her head directly. Seeing this, Lin Yi shook Qin Yu's sleeve and said, "She has a head injury, and it will be difficult for you to force her to draw. It's better to wait for 2 days." At the same time, a crisp voice sounded at the door. "What are you doing?" Everyone looked back and found that it was Ling standing there. She was still holding a little rabbit in her hand, but the color and size seemed to be different from the previous one. Seeing this, Lin Yi first glanced at Qin Yu, and after confirming that he had no reaction, she walked over and whispered a few words to Ling. After listening, Ling blinked her lively eyes and said, "You can ask Sister Dai for help in drawing portraits. She is quite good at this." Then Ling turned around and took 2 steps back, looked around, then shouted to someone, and then gave him a few instructions, asking him to call Long Dai over. Inside the house, Qin Yu turned his head and whispered to Lin Yi, "Why do I feel that Ling speaks much more smoothly than before, and it seems that she is not bad at communication as those people say." Hearing this, Lin Yi explained, "Ling is fine, she just doesn't like to talk nonsense. Over time, she answers 3 or 4 for every one person saying one." A few minutes later, footsteps were heard in the corridor, and Long Dai pushed the door open and entered, still looking aloof. But after seeing that everyone in the room was her own, Long Dai's expression eased a lot. She reached out and touched Ling's head, who tilted her head to avoid it, and then stuck out her tongue. "What do you want to ask me for?" "I want you to help me draw a person." Qin Yu walked towards her with a pen and paper. "Just a small thing?" Long Dai was a little speechless. After taking the things, she pulled over a chair and sat down. She crossed her legs and said, "Let me make it clear first, I can't guarantee that I will definitely reproduce it." Qin Yu nodded and said, "Just do your best." "Okay, who will describe it?" Long Dai asked. "Me." Hui Yao raised her hand, a little nervous. At this moment, she didn't know why she always felt that this woman with a cold temperament was a little different. Just a glance made Hui Yao a little nervous. You know, Hui Yao's hands are now stained with a lot of blood, but she is still a little afraid of this woman. At this time, Ling suddenly said, "Don't be nervous, Sister Dai is a very nice person." Then Long Dai waved her hand and said, "You go out first." The 3 did not stay any longer and left the infirmary. Arriving at the hall, Qin Yu sat on the steps. He looked at the pool in front and said, "If I remember correctly, Ling, didn't you call her sister long before?" Ling squatted on the ground, stroking the little rabbit with her right hand, and took out some grass from her pocket with her left hand to feed it. Hearing the question, she raised her head, thought for a while and answered, "Because I think calling Sister Dai will sound more gentle, although she is usually very fierce." Qin Yu said, glanced at Lin Yi who was sitting next to him, and asked curiously again, "Where is your rabbit before?" After the voice fell, Ling did not answer at all. Seeing this, Lin Yi whispered, "Dabai has been a little naughty recently." Ling's rabbit accidentally slipped out once, and Dabai kept chasing it, and finally scared it to death. At this point, Lin Yi recalled what happened that day, and couldn't help but smile helplessly. Later, Ling said she would beat Dabai, but she couldn't catch up, so she squatted down and pretended to cry. Dabai went back to comfort her, and was slapped several times. At this time, Ling turned around and said, "My hand was hurt at that time. I apologize to you on its behalf." Qin Yu smiled and his nerves were not so tense. Ling stood up with the rabbit in her arms, and said indifferently, "What's the matter?" Later, Sister Lin and I had a snack, so we made spicy rabbit heads to eat. It was very delicious. Chapter 947. Qin Yu nodded slightly, turned his head and asked, "How have you been in the past month?" When these words came out, Lin Yi seemed to remember something, and hurriedly grabbed his hand and asked nervously, "I heard from Yi Zi that you were injured, let me see." Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and stretched out his left hand, saying, "It's healed, nothing happened. By the way, Dong Jun and Yi Zhi didn't have any accidents on the road, right?" Ling shook his head, walked over and said, "No, it's a pity that a hand was broken, but Uncle Shengwan has already installed a prosthesis for him." That's good, Chen Yu said. After Lin Yi checked him, she was relieved to confirm that he was fine. She whispered, I'm fine recently. I've learned a lot of useful skills, but I'm not very good at fighting. Hearing this, Chen Yu held Lin Yi's right hand and felt a little uneasy. He tapped her palm and said, It's okay. I go to the front next time. Ling rolled her eyes and was about to leave with a little rabbit in her arms. At this moment, the door of the infirmary opened and Long Dai walked out. However, unlike before, her expression was quite solemn at this time. Linger, go and call the instructor over. Ling wanted to refuse, but when she saw Long Dai frowning, she immediately guessed that there must be something important, and then she nodded and walked out. The next second, Long Dai shouted again, Call the senior brother too. Ling did not stop, but raised her right hand and made an okay gesture. Then Long Dai walked towards Chen Yu, stood in front of him and said, You guess right, that person is most likely Jiang Chen. Chen Yu hummed and didn't continue talking, mainly because he didn't know what to say. What made Chen Yu a little depressed was that this battle was really unavoidable. Originally, he planned to take the allies to find the Savior Gate and avoid fighting if possible. After all, in the Doomsday, the only beneficiaries of the two forces fighting are the zombies. Humans keep fighting among themselves and keep launching wars, which will only produce more corpses and feed the zombies and maggots. Chen Yu always felt that humans should not be like this, but his power alone is limited after all. So after the Doomsday, Chen Yu would try his best to accept those survivors who were not bad enough, without affecting his own survival and his teammates. He would choose to save people, but the premise must be that he would not hurt others or himself. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Shang Wenjing and Lei hurried to the manor hall. However, unlike the last time they parted, Shang Wenjing did not wear a long gown, but a gray vest, showing all the tendons and scars. It's just that many tattoo patterns appeared at the original scar position. When the two of them came over, Long Dai suddenly said, That's just a pattern. I accidentally found a lot of these things a few days ago, and the instructor used them to cover the scar. Hearing this, Chen Yu said softly, It's good this way. Wearing long sleeves all the time is not a solution after all. Unlike Xiao Jiao and De Shuang, although Shang Wenjing doesn't look as strong as them, the strength under his muscles is not weak at all. Once in the camp in the villa area, several people had wrestled each other's arms. As expected, Chen Yu ranked the lowest, and those above him were De Shuang, Zhang Yin, Xiao Jiao and Lei. He was not surprised at all, but what surprised everyone was that Lei's strength was not inferior to Xiao Jiao. Unfortunately, Xiao Jiao retired due to injury after all, and his peak state was no longer there, while Lei was at his peak. At that time, Chen Yu was curious why Uncle Hua didn't try to fight with everyone, and later heard that he was also injured, so he figured it out. From that moment on, Chen Yu had been asking if there were any survivors of traditional Chinese medicine, but unfortunately there was no news. After Shang Wenjing approached, he nodded slightly to Chen Yu and said hello, then he looked to the right and said, Speak. Long Dai took out a folded paper from his pocket and handed it to Shang Wenjing. Take a look. Does this look like our old rival? Hearing this, Shang Wenjing took it. He just took a look and instantly wrinkled the lower right corner of the paper and snorted coldly. I can recognize him even if he turns to ash. Then Lei also looked over, then frowned slightly and said, Jiang Mozi? He also returned to China? Seeing his puzzled expression, Chen Yu simply told him what he and Shang Wenjing had talked about a few days ago. After listening, although Lei still looked calm, Chen Yu could sense that he was also in a heavy mood. It seems that Jiang Chen is really a bit difficult to deal with. The most important thing is that he is the mortal enemy of Shang Wenjing and others. I want to know what the hatred between you is like. As soon as these words came out, Long Dai's face instantly became gloomy, and he said, Do you know why the senior brother called him Jiang Mozi just now? Chen Yu shook his head. How would I know? The next second, Long Dai could not hide her anger, and gritted her teeth and said, Because he killed so many people, the people who died at Jiang Chen's hands, you would doubt that you heard it wrong. Shang Wenjing shook his head and said, There is no need to talk about the past. Anyway, Chen Yu, what you need to know is that there is basically no possibility of reconciliation between us and him. It is safe for both parties to not know each other, but once they know each other's whereabouts, they will definitely fight to the death. Hearing this, Chen Yu pondered for a while, then he stood up and said, What do you plan to do? I can bring people to help. The number of people may not be of much use. Shang Wenjing thought for a while, and said, Xiao Dai, how did you suddenly draw Jiang Chen's face? Hearing this, Long Dai pointed at Chen Yu. Seeing this, Chen Yu said, One of my Friends accidentally hurt his head. There was no doctor outside at the time, so I asked Long Jia to bring them here. Shang Wenjing was not angry, but just said, "Don't do it again next time." Qin Yu also expressed his understanding of this. After all, he was just bringing two strangers to someone else's home. This is not like before, when others would not say anything. In the apocalypse, they might just kill him. Then Qin Yu continued, "My friend was active in the south a long time ago and was rescued by chance." According to her description, the person at that time was this Jiang Matzi. Shang Wenjing was silent for a few seconds, and then said solemnly, "The Sacred Gate is in that direction, and so is Jiang Qin. Although I don't want to think about it, it is very likely that there is such a coincidence. If this is really the worst result, then we probably won't be able to find more people." Chapter 948. Why? Qin Yu didn't quite understand and said, "Even if we fight now, it can't be considered a modern war in the full sense. Human wave tactics should be useful, right?" Lei said, "He means that Jiang Qin will have more people." Xiao Lei understands me better. Shang Wenjing nodded with satisfaction. Long Dai sighed and said in a deep voice, "What Jiang Qin is best at is secretly supporting other forces, and then letting them fight each other. As long as they don't hurt each other, the people behind them will never show up. 3 of the top 10 killer organizations in the world were founded by him. They would deliberately create a situation of conflict between the two sides to attract third-party organizations to intervene, while Jiang Qin always sat firmly in the position of hunter. With this method, he swallowed up many organizations." Speaking of this, Long Dai paused for a moment and continued, "Later, the instructor suddenly appeared, crushing most people's skills and military qualities, and almost instantly conquered the world." "So how did you become enemies?" Qin Yu asked. "I destroyed his other 2 organizations and obtained a lot of resources, which made me the second in the world," Shang Wenjing said lightly. After this, Qin Yu smacked his lips. What these people said was essentially far away from him. Then Qin Yu turned and looked at the infirmary. He thought for a few seconds and then said, "If there are other large-scale lethal weapons, how sure are you that you can win?" Hearing this, Shang Wenjing said truthfully, "Now I don't know what Jiang Qin has become, but I am more curious. If the person who recognized me last time happened to follow him, why didn't he come over? The relationship between us will hardly be affected by other things. If we have to name one, then the end of the world and the outbreak of zombies are one of them." Qin Yu did not speak, but continued to look at him. Shang Wenjing was silent for a while, and said softly, "If we have more powerful weapons and ammunition, even if we can't destroy him, we can at least tie with him." After listening, Qin Yu understood. He nodded and said, "In this case, I have a plan in mind. Tomorrow morning, I will give you an accurate result. Now, I want to take a shower. My clothes are sticking to me, and I feel uncomfortable." After he finished speaking, Qin Yu turned and walked upstairs. Everyone looked at his back from below. After he left, Shang Wenjing looked to the left and asked, "Ling, how is the other woman?" "I'm not sure." "Let Sister tell you." Hearing her name, Lin explained, "With the medical equipment you found some time ago, I started it with a battery and checked it. I found that her central nervous system was damaged due to systemic hypoxia. This place is very complicated. I am a surgeon and am not very familiar with this area, but according to the examination results and clinical manifestations, she has a very serious stage of amnesia." Shang Wenjing asked again, "Is it possible to pretend?" Hearing this, Lin shook her head and said, "Carbon monoxide poisoning is very dangerous and must be treated in time. Otherwise, once amnesia occurs, it is basically equivalent to losing the experience of that period. Unless a miracle happens, it cannot be recovered. Then let her stay here, and we see what happens in 2 days." Shang Wenjing didn't chase her out. After all, she was Qin Yu's friend. At this moment, Long Jia also walked in from the gate. He yawned and said, "The one in the infirmary is a friend, but the other one is not. It's okay to throw her out. Let Qin Yu make his own arrangements." Shang Wenjing didn't accept this proposal, but continued to leave the manor. He was leading people to make a large mechanism, ready to use it against the enemy later. In the bathroom, Qin Yu rubbed his hands on his head. His hands were full of foam. Then he rinsed his hair and brushed it carefully with a toothbrush. During this period of time when he was running around outside, although he also brought a toothbrush, there was too little water in the next week, not enough to drink, and with the 2 horses, Qin Yu rarely brushed his teeth. Now that he had the opportunity, he brushed his teeth for almost 10 minutes before leaving the bathroom. After changing into clean clothes again, Qin Yu went downstairs and continued to the infirmary. Then he knocked on the door and said, "Can you come in?" What's inconvenient about this? Hui Yao was lying on the bed with her hands behind her head, staring at the ceiling. When she heard the sound outside the door, she sat up and said. Unexpectedly, she pulled the wound on her left abdomen again when she moved, and she immediately took a breath of cold air. Qinyu came in and saw her expression, smiled slightly and said, "Be careful, you can't be careless during the recovery period." Hui Yao lifted her clothes and looked at her wound. She found that there was no bleeding, so she breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It sounds like you are recovering from injuries frequently." "You are right." Qinyu took a chair and sat down in front of the bed, saying, "You should know the situation of Wave 11, right?" Hearing the name, Hui Yao's eyes darkened, and he said softly, "Well, Dr. Lin has told me that although Wave 11's life was saved, he suffered from severe amnesia." "How serious?" "I don't know." Qinyu was stunned, but didn't say much. Maybe Hui Yao didn't know how to face Wave 11 now. After all, the relationship between the two sides was very bad. Then Qinyu looked at his watch and said, "The matter has been resolved. Now you can tell me why you have to keep an eye on the people in that camp, right?" Hui Yao took the pillow and put it behind her back. Then she leaned against the head of the bed and said, "Of course." She paused and began to speak. "There is an underground arsenal 1 kilometer away from those people." Hearing this, Qinyu's eyes lit up, and he really guessed it right. Hui Yao did bring a surprise here. But the next second, Hui Yao waved his hand and said, "Things are not that simple. The passage to the underground arsenal is blocked by the fallen sentry box and mudslides. A lot of ruins bury the entrance. I have seen it. If it is only human power, it will take about 300 people to dig for half a month to clean it up." Qinyu turned his head to look out the window and said, "It doesn't sound like it will take a long time." Hearing this, Hui Yao sighed and said, "It is said that there are 2 large iron doors inside. They are controlled by electricity. It may take several generators to start at the same time to open them. Are you sure there are weapons and ammunition inside?" Hui Yao nodded and said, "When the doomsday broke out, the army went there to get a lot of guns and bullets in order to deal with the zombies in various cities and cover the survivors' retreat, but there are still some left." Chapter 949. Qinyu did not believe what she said directly, but asked, "Have you been in there?" Hui Yao shook her head. "Then how do you know so clearly?" Qinyu looked into her eyes, and still raised the question in his mind. This kind of place is a must-have material for any force in the doomsday situation. In some cases, their importance is even more precious than food and water. After all, having no weapons, and having weapons, but not using them are 2 different things. Qinyu said several sentences in a row, quietly waiting for her answer. Hearing this, Hui Yao looked down at the white bed sheet on her legs and said nothing. After a few seconds, she raised her head and smiled bitterly. "Qinyu, we all have secrets, don't we?" Having said that, Qinyu was naturally embarrassed to continue asking questions. After all, Hui Yao was not his enemy. "Then didn't you think about going over there before?" Hui Yao shook his head again and said, "It is too difficult to deal with the ruins without an excavator. Secondly, the noise is too loud and will definitely be noticed by those people." "So you are going to kill them?" Qinyu's heart moved, and he sighed a little at her cruelty. "There are more than 100 people. You are not afraid of not being able to sleep at night?" Hearing this, Hui Yao smiled, and then her expression became a little colder. She said lightly, "Don't those people kill many innocent survivors on weekdays? If the law is still there, before the end of the world, each of them is a murderer." Then Hui Yao added, "Take the resort we stayed in before. You don't really think it was abandoned from the beginning, right? I'm not blaming you." Qinyu waved his hand and said softly, "But I think this kind of force that kills without blinking an eye can be used for other purposes." Hui Yao was silent for a few seconds and said, "You are right, but there are too many of them, and it is difficult to control them. After all, it is not a small camp of dozens of people. Secondly, I need the generators of those people." Just then, the sound of a truck driving suddenly came from outside the house. Qinyu frowned slightly, stood up and walked to the window, but the next second, he was stunned. What appeared in front of him was a flatbed truck. At the same time, Hui Yao saw Qinyu standing there without moving, so she got off the bed and walked over. When she got closer and saw the scene outside clearly, she said in surprise, "You have an excavator here? Why didn't you tell me just now?" After saying that, Hui Yao found that Qinyu was still frowning, and then she asked tentatively, "Could it be that you just found out about this too?" Knock, knock. Someone knocked on the door, outside the infirmary. "Come in." Qinyu turned around and said, not continuing to look at the flatbed truck and the excavator behind it. The door was pushed open, and Long Jia walked in, chewing an apple in his hand. Seeing this, both of them were a little surprised, and Hui Yao rubbed his eyes, and said in a higher voice, Am I seeing right? You still have fruit trees here? After all, it is impossible to buy these things nowadays, so the only condition for apples to appear is that they are grown. Long Jia ignored her, and took out another slightly larger apple from his pocket, and threw it directly at Qinyu. Qinyu's eyelids jumped, and he caught it steadily with both hands, holding it in his hands and looking at it for a few minutes. It looked rosy, and there was a unique apple fragrance coming, which made people feel much better. Where did you get it? Qinyu put it to his nose and smelled it, confirming that it was a genuine apple. Long Jia walked in and sat on the bed, chewing the apple in his hand, and said, "It was just picked today. It's October now, and it's almost ripe. You just caught it. Don't worry, I've washed it." Hearing this, Qinyu also remembered that they had said before that there were many fruit trees near the back mountain. But Qinyu never went there. After all, no matter how many things there were, they belonged to others, and he would not think about them. Hui Yao stood aside, staring at the fruit in Qinyu's hand, but she knew very well that since Long Jia did not give her one, it was enough to show his attitude. But the next second, Qinyu grabbed the apple with both hands, broke it hard, and handed half of it directly to Hui Yao. Seeing this, Hui Yao did not take it, but looked at Long Jia hesitantly. She also knew that this was not Qinyu's camp, and was worried that this might make Qinyu difficult. Unexpectedly, Long Jia leaned against the railing of the hospital bed and said lazily, "Since he gave it to you, just take it. I didn't find a suitable fruit knife before, so I couldn't cut it and send it over." Long Jia didn't hate Hui Yao, and even thanked him for rushing in with Qinyu's friends to save him last time. Because of this, when he heard Qinyu said that he wanted him to take Hui Yao and the others back to the camp, Long Jia agreed without thinking or hesitation. It's just that Long Jia's personality is relatively cold to outsiders, and he will become more casual after getting along for a long time. After listening, Hui Yao thanked him gratefully, took it and started to eat. The familiar crisp and sweet taste of apples instantly made Hui Yao a little excited. She would also eat some wild fruits at ordinary times, but most of them were not very delicious, especially those that were not artificially fertilized or sprayed with pesticides, which tasted very astringent. Some wild fruits that were quite good were also easily contaminated by zombies. Hui Yao, Nana, and Zhou Angui once found a plum tree by chance, which was pretty good, but unfortunately they left the place later. Long Jia saw that Qinyu didn't eat it, but took the half apple in his hand, then his eyes rolled, and then he smiled. "Don't worry, A Ling has already taken a bag to find Dr. Lin, and even I don't know why she likes Dr. Lin so much." As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the medical room was pushed open, and Lin Yi was holding a plate with cut fruits in it. At this time, the two of them thought of each other tacitly. Behind Lin Yi, A Ling was still following, but at this time, she was chewing one with her left hand and holding another with her right hand. After staying in the doomsday for a long time, many things that I didn't like to eat before are now more delicious. Lin Yi looked at Qinyu and smiled, and walked towards him. "It seems that I am not the only one who thinks of you." Qinyu also smiled, and the few of them shared this hard-earned delicacy in the infirmary. While everyone was eating, Qinyu asked Long Jia about the excavator. Hearing this, Long Jia took out a piece of paper from the bedside, folded it in half and tore it, then wiped his hands with the other half, and said casually, "The instructor recently made a catapult, and he needs to use a lot of stones to test it, and then determine their range." Chapter 950. When these words came out, Lin Yi looked puzzled and said, "Catapult? What an old word. Is it still useful in modern warfare?" Hearing this, Qinyu's eyes lit up, and he said excitedly, "How could we forget about this thing?" Then he looked to the right, and explained to Lin Yi, "The trebuchet was invented for siege, but think about it, now each survivor base has a wall, isn't it also a small city? Hearing you say that, it seems to be useful." Lin Yi blinked and said, "In this way, we can attack the enemy's houses. If we do it more than 10 times, I guess they won't even have a place to live." "Yeah." Long Jia stood up, put his hands in his pockets, and said, "Once it rains, it will be a fatal blow to the enemy. Originally, we didn't plan to use these, and never thought about building them, but the threat of the Savior Gate made the instructor restless. Now that Jiangchen has returned, the instructor is going to expand the catapult again to make it larger, so he is going to use an excavator to speed up the process. This way, when the claws are raised, people can stand on them to work." Before he finished speaking, Qinyu grasped the point and said in astonishment, "Could it be that all the excavators around here were destroyed by you?" Long Jia scratched his head and said, "The instructor said that most of the time, excavators can only be used in the development of the camp. Although we don't actively attack others, if those people develop too fast, it will inevitably cause a certain impact. So some of these things that can be found around have their tracks broken by me. After saying this, Long Jia felt a little embarrassed, because after all, the only camp near them that needed to be developed seemed to be the one in Qinyu. Most other forces rarely dealt with outsiders, and the camp that Hui Yao was targeting was a complete exception. So how many do you have? Hearing this, Long Jia raised a finger. But the next second, Ling shook her head and said, Brother Jia is lying, there are obviously 3. After saying this, Long Jia glared at her and said, Ling, which side are you from? Ling curled her lips and ignored him. Then Long Jia smiled and said, well, don't worry, the instructor will consider giving you one later. I don't really care about that. Qinyu shook his head, now I just want to get revenge, and then go see what the attitude of the Savior sect is. If they want to fight, then fight. At this time, Lin stretched out his left index finger and poked Qinyu's waist, whispering, do you think Li Yao is there too? Hearing this, Qinyu instantly quieted down. Lin said softly, I'm just pretending to guess, it shouldn't be such a coincidence, right? In today's environment, it's really hard to find a living person. Qinyu calculated the approximate time since Li Yao disappeared, and said with a heavy heart. In the more than a month outside, every time Qinyu came into contact with those camps, he would ask if they had seen similar young girls. Unfortunately, there were no photos, and description alone was basically ineffective. Although Qinyu said that he would give material rewards for any clues, there was still no news. It was as if the group of people who took Li Yao away last time had disappeared from the world. Soon Lin, Long Jia, and Ling left the infirmary. Qinyu chatted with Hui Yao for a while, and let her continue to rest. Originally, Qinyu thought Hui Yao would ask him to help open the arsenal over there, but Hui Yao said that she had already made a plan, and now she just needed to implement it step by step. If she was really worried, she hoped that the people in the manor camp could help. Qinyu thought about it, and was also willing to increase the cooperation between Shang Wenjing and others and Hui Yao. After all forces now have a common enemy. If they were a group of scattered sand, they would be easily defeated one by the Savior sect. Qinyu knew the difference between a pair of chopsticks and a bunch of chopsticks, so he would not refuse. So the next morning, he found Shang Wenjing and told him the news directly. Shang Wenjing was not very surprised when he heard about the arsenal, but Long Jia patted the table excitedly, indicating that there was no problem with cooperation. Since then, Qinyu called Hui Yao, and then held a meeting with Shang Wenjing and others, planning to act separately. First of all, Qinyu must prepare to leave, and the last small subject of the wooden stake training can only be put on hold temporarily. But Shang Wenjing said that Qinyu's overall level is not bad at all now. As long as he is not surrounded by more than 20 people at the same time, he will at least not be trapped to death by using the various skills he has learned, and he may even have a chance to fight back. After staying together for a day, Shang Wenjing suggested to test Qinyu's level before they parted. So he asked him to fight with Yang Yu barehanded in a close combat. In less than 2 minutes, Yang Yu was defeated. Of course, most people can understand this. After all, Yang Yu's real strength is long-range sniping. However, Yang Yu lost to Qinyu in front of everyone, which made him embarrassed. Finally, he looked at his former squad leader. Zhang Yin thought about it, took off his coat, and walked towards the middle of the open space. Qinyu chuckled, then rolled up his trouser legs in front of Yang Yu's shocked eyes, and then removed the sandbags on his calves. However, compared with the ones tied before, the weight was a little less. Although Shang Wenjing said that he didn't need to continue to tie sandbags when Qinyu and Long Jia and others left the camp last time, Qinyu didn't take them off completely, and still left one on each leg. In addition, because the pants were relatively loose, no one noticed it for more than a month. Although the situation was a bit dangerous at some times, Qinyu never took it off, and he only took it off when taking a bath and sleeping. You were wearing this thing before. Yang Yu was dumbfounded. I forgot to take it off, sorry. Qinyu threw the 2 small sandbags aside, and took a few steps forward again. Qinyu was wearing a vest at this time, showing his strong muscles and bronze skin. Zhang Yin looked at his appearance, and said after a slight shock, Xiao Yu, I almost can't recognize you. Lin Yi on the side also sighed. Yes, who would have thought that the young man who wrapped his limbs with books to prevent zombies before has now become a man who can stand on his own. Qinyu smiled and said, Zhang Yin, I hope you will go all out and let me see where your limit is. At this time, Shang Wenjing turned his head and asked, Alay, who do you think will win between the two of them? Chapter 951. Ali thought for 2 seconds, shook his head and said, It's hard to say. Although Zhang Yin is very powerful, he has basically not made any progress since the outbreak of the Doomsday. But despite this, he still crushes most of the survivors. Hearing this, Long Jia asked curiously, "So you are more optimistic about Chen Yu?" Ali thought about it, still shook his head and said, "I am not more optimistic about Xiao Yu, but he has experienced many life and death moments since the zombies appeared, and every time, he needs to do his best to survive." Shang Wanjing suddenly remembered something and spoke again. "The guy named Zhang Yin, I guess he was also a soldier last time, but I don't know what kind of soldier he was." Zhang Yin was a scout. After this, Shang Wanjing and Long Jia nodded slightly, and they already had the answer in their hearts. Then, the first real fight between Chen Yu and Zhang Yin began. After taking off the sandbag, Chen Yu's speed was improved again, and it was not inferior to Zhang Yin at all. Zhang Yin knew how much Chen Yu wanted to become stronger, so he showed his true ability today. When he rushed to Chen Yu, Zhang Yin kicked him in the chest with such force that if he hit, Chen Yu would be defeated on the spot. But Chen Yu has changed a lot now. He quickly dodged sideways and hit Zhang Yin's calf with an elbow. If he was fighting with an enemy, Chen Yu would definitely aim at the opponent's knee, but unfortunately, Zhang Yin was his brother, so he would not really attack the opponent's vital points. But the next second, Zhang Yin supported himself with his right hand, flipped his body in midair, and retracted his right leg, then kicked Chen Yu's shoulder with his left foot again. Seeing this, Long Jia sighed, "Chen Yu lost?" "I don't think so." Shang Wanjing shook his head slightly. In a flash, Chen Yu's attack missed, and Zhang Yin's second kick was imminent. He thought of a countermeasure almost instantly. Chen Yu's muscles were tense, and he chose to withstand Zhang Yin's kick. At the same time, he fell backwards, and his right foot was reversed, and suddenly hit Zhang Yin's abdomen. Bang! Bang! Two consecutive sounds rang out, almost at the same time, and the two men quickly got up again the moment they landed. Zhang Yin's waist muscles were a little numb, and his expression became more serious again. "Not bad, great progress." Chen Yu shook his left shoulder with his right hand, grinned and said, "Come again." As soon as the voice fell, the two men got close again. Every time Chen Yu punched Zhang Yin's waist, Zhang Yin would kick his thigh side with a leg, a completely flesh and blood fighting style. Half a minute later, Lin Yi looked at them, and saw that they seemed to have been fighting with bloodshot eyes, and asked nervously, "Are they going to fight for real?" As teammates who had survived together since the beginning of the Doomsday outbreak, Lin Yi had never thought that Chen Yu would fight with Zhang Yin one day. Hearing this, Long Dai shook his head slightly and said, "This is nothing." During the previous training, the instructor would beat Xiao Jia into a pig head almost every day. Then Long Jia also curled his lips and said, "Don't worry, Chen Yu is tough. In the past month, I beat this guy up like a pig, but he still refused to admit defeat." Lin Yi had no choice but to continue watching. But she soon discovered something was wrong. Every time Zhang Yin attacked, Chen Yu would raise his arms to block and then attack again. In this way, most of the attack force would be neutralized. The two had fought for dozens of rounds, and in the end they even used their heads to attack. At the last moment, Chen Yu and Zhang Yin each kicked the other in the chest, and then took several steps back. The next second, both sides were about to rush forward again, but Shang Wanjing said, "That's it, it's enough." Hearing this, Chen Yu stopped where he was, and Zhang Yin did not move either. Then the two stretched out their right hands, and held each other in midair, then touched each other's shoulders and separated. Chen Yu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and smiled bitterly, "I lost. I still couldn't beat you after all." But Zhang Yin also spit out a mouthful of blood foam on the ground, and he chuckled, "No, you didn't lose, and I didn't win. But you can obviously use the strangulation technique." Chen Yu shook his numb right hand and said, "Once you use this move, I will definitely die." Unexpectedly, Zhang Yin waved his hand, then pointed at Shang Wanjing and the others and said, "If I'm not mistaken, they must have taught you the naked choke, right? Since you haven't even thought of using it, how could I take the initiative?" After saying this, the two looked at each other, smiled and hugged each other again. Shang Wanjing then walked closer and said, "After all, he is a real scout trained in the army. You have only been training for 6 months, and it is already very good to be able to tie. If you really go to the battlefield, you can't beat Zhang Yin." Haha, luckily this won't happen. Chen Yu was not annoyed at all. He never thought about defeating Zhang Yin from the beginning. Being able to beat Yang Yu was already a proof of this training. At this moment, Alei also came up. He said lightly, "If it really comes to the point of life and death, I don't think Chen Yu will necessarily lose. Even I am not 100% sure to beat you in that state." Zhang Yin also nodded. He looked at the wound on his arm and said, "I always feel that Xiao Yu is getting braver and braver, as if the blood flowing in his body is not his. To be honest, If you had been a soldier before, you might have been selected into the special forces like Xiaojiu. Listening to the two people's praise, Qin Yu's old face blushed and waved his hands, saying, "Don't flatter me, I don't have that ability, I just want to fight to the last drop of blood. Most people don't have this kind of fighting spirit." Alay said earnestly. Okay, you two sit down quickly, I treat your wounds." Lin Yi came forward with a medicine box and interrupted the conversation of several people. Seeing this, Qin Yu and Zhang Yin smiled and sat on the ground again, and the others gradually dispersed. Although they couldn't figure it out, these two men were obviously brothers. Why would they fight so hard? If both sides were holding daggers, they would have been covered with wounds long ago. Zhang Yin also knew one thing about this, that is, if he let them go today, he would definitely not be able to help Qin Yu. So, after staying here for another day to replenish supplies, Qin Yu and Lin Yi were also ready to leave. After staying here for 6 months, the two actually regarded this place as their home. At the gate of the manor camp, at 8 o'clock in the morning, a Ling hugged Lin Yi and refused to let go. Seeing this, Shang Wanjing sighed and deliberately said something sarcastic. "Otherwise, Xiao Lin, you can take a Ling away. She should be happy to follow you." After saying this, a Ling raised her head and thought about it, took 2 steps back, and shook her head. Well, forget it. Chapter 952. Lin Yi held a Ling's hands and said seriously, "You must read the notes I wrote to you carefully, understand?" A Ling nodded obediently. "You have not received formal training. Although you are very talented in medicine and can treat wounds, you may have a shortcoming in using medicine." Lin Yi was a little worried and kept reminding her. One big and one small, they kept saying this. A few meters away, there were 2 people standing. Qin Yu said softly, "Brother Shangwan, if we win against the Savior sect, how about we just live together in the future?" "We can't win." Shangwan Jing shook his head slightly and said, "Jiangchen alone is troublesome enough. What if? People always have to have some hope, right?" Qin Yu smiled and looked to the left. Hearing this, Shangwan Jing turned his head and looked into Qin Yu's eyes. For some reason, this look made people feel at ease. Then he said seriously, "If we can really win, I look forward to that day." After he finished speaking, Qin Yu turned around and faced Shangwan Jing, stretched out his right hand, and said, "Promise me, each of you must survive, and never think of exchanging your life for another's. At worst, we can find a way to wear him down. I don't believe that no matter how powerful he is, he can withstand a nuclear bomb." Shangwan Jing shook hands with him and smiled rarely. "If you can get a nuclear bomb, Jiangchen is nothing. Nuclear bombs won't work, but missiles may work." After Qin Yu finished speaking, he looked to the other side, where Hui Yao was standing under a tree. "Now we can only pray that after opening the arsenal, we can really find some powerful weapons." The original plan was to gather in a nearby abandoned city in 7 days, but Qin Yu was worried about delaying the time, so he mentioned that if he did not show up, the time would be automatically extended by another 7 days. Of course, this would inevitably cause dissatisfaction in those camps. After all, it would waste a lot of time to go back and forth. The Savior sect had nothing to do with them in the first place, but they had to give up their manpower and effort just because they might attack them in the future, so it was inevitable that they would feel resentful. Considering this point, Qin Yu said that after the matter is completed, each faction can participate in the equal sharing of materials, regardless of whether they have contributed or not. As long as they send people, it is equivalent to helping. Although this is a bit like drawing a pie in the sky, it can't stand the current shortage of materials. In the doomsday, there is no productivity, and most camps can only rely on their own planting. Even if it is fake, they can't afford it. After all, even if they don't participate in this matter, after a period of time, the forces will definitely fight each other. No one would want to provoke enemies for no reason. Everyone hopes to survive. About 10 minutes later, the door opened and the SUV was also filled with goods. But what was different was that this time, there was also a 3.7-meter small truck. Qin Yu looked at the empty compartment at the back and turned his head to ask, "The way back is not far, and you don't need so much food and drink, right?" Long Dai explained, "You will understand later." As soon as he finished speaking, a figure came from a distance. It was Long Jie. But he was still holding a horse. Soon he arrived in front of Chen Yu, and Long Jie handed him the reins, smiling, "Here, this is a gift, a horse for you. After all, it will be more convenient to use a horse to carry goods in the future." Hearing this, Chen Yu took the reins and looked at the horse in front of him, and said excitedly, "Thank you so much, but why is this horse's belly a little different? Hee, it's pregnant, and it will probably give birth around April next year." Long Jie touched the horse's face with his left hand, and said gently, "You have to be nice to it. It's hard to find a horse nowadays. We will come to help when the time comes. Speaking of this, Long Jia's eyes dimmed, and he didn't know how many people would be alive at that time. But because he lowered his head, no one noticed anything wrong. Definitely. Chun Yu nodded solemnly. He had always been thinking about how to find a horse, and even thought about exchanging supplies with the camp here. But as time went on, they gradually discovered that this camp and Alay actually knew each other. Long Jia calmed the horse in front of him for a while, then covered its eyes with an old piece of clothing, and then waved his right hand. The next second, two men came forward with a slanted wooden board and placed it at the rear of the truck. Then Long Jia led the horse up, almost without any effort. He continued to put some water and grass in the truck, closed the compartment, and Chun Yu and Long Jia hugged each other and said goodbye. Then he looked at Long Dai next to him and smiled. Do you want a hug? After I leave, the next time we meet may be on the way to attack the Savior Gate. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Jia pushed him with a dark face. Go away, what are you thinking about? But then Long Dai ignored her brother and walked forward, hugged Chun Yu directly, and then whispered in his ear, Thank you for the sniper rifle. After that, Long Dai blushed and took 2 steps back. This scene made Long Jia dumbfounded, but he didn't dare to say anything more, so he could only glare at Chun Yu. Long Dai knew very well how strong the relationship between Chun Yu and Lin Yi was, so naturally he didn't think too much. It was just a hug between friends. The reason why she blushed was that Long Dai never had contact with any man, except the instructor, of course. Chun Yu nodded slightly, then waved a few meters away and said, Brother Shangguan, Sister Han, and all friends, see you next time. Goodbye. Han Liyuan replied with red eyes, and the others also waved their right hands. Han Liyuan was reluctant, but she also knew that separation was inevitable. Fortunately, she heard that as long as she won this time, everyone should live together in the future. Then Chun Yu sat in the driver's seat, and more than 10 seconds later, Alay also sat in the co-pilot. Since Dubai is now very strong, it can only sit in the SUV in front. Now their departure also consumed a lot of gasoline and diesel in Shangguan Jing's camp. But since the animals brought by Chun Yu were successfully raised, Shangguan Jing was happy to have this consumption. When the car drove out of the camp, everyone looked at the taillights of the truck disappearing in the distance, and then closed the door again. All Ling stood there with red eyes, and then ran to the infirmary, ready to continue studying hard. Shangguan Jing was a little absent-minded, and then he walked towards Hui Yao, intending to confirm the time to go to the arsenal. It was less than 200 kilometers away, and Chun Yu's expression was still a little depressed. He didn't know how to comfort his former companions. It was almost afternoon, and Chun Yu and his group were about to return to the camp in the villa area. As they got closer and closer, Alay seemed to have guessed what he was thinking, and suddenly whispered, You don't have to think too much. Everyone is waiting for you to come back and take us to revenge. Chapter 953. Chun Yu held the steering wheel with both hands, staring at the zombies on the roadside ahead, and said, You and Brother Xiao should be able to lead everyone to revenge, right? Hearing this, Alay was silent for a few seconds, and then said something that made him even more silent. Nowadays, everyone's hearts have been somewhat scattered. We need someone to unite us again. And this person can only be you. Alay looked to the left, his eyes erratic. Chun Yu's heart moved slightly, wanting to say something but not knowing where to start. It is normal for people to have different thoughts after the camp was attacked. After all, some people may be unscathed, but others may be left alone. As the car got closer, Chun Yu was different from the excitement he had every time he went home. This time, he was calm. He held the steering wheel with his left hand, picked up the water bottle with his right hand, unscrewed it with one hand, and then took a sip, and whispered, Have you found out the addresses of those people? Alay nodded, Of course. Well, that's good. About 10 minutes later, the familiar bridge and road appeared in front of Chun Yu again. But unlike before, there were several gaps in the bridge now, and only half of the sentry boxes on both sides were left. Several people with broken arms were pulling stones into the camp from outside. At the same time, a strong man was standing by the wall. He was wearing sunglasses and holding a wooden stick. Because he couldn't see the road clearly, he tripped and fell into the river. The moment he saw this, Chun Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, and an uncontrollable anger rose from the bottom of his heart. Zhang Yin stopped the car and was about to help the man, but he found that the movement behind him was even faster. He looked back and saw that Chun Yu jumped down after parking the truck and rushed into the river without thinking. The rushing river water directly wet Chun Yu's pants. Although the strong man couldn't see, he didn't panic. He stood up with his hands on the shore, then squatted down, and groped back and forth in the river with his right hand. Chun Yu clenched his fist, looked around, picked up the stick and handed it to him. Are you looking for this? Because Chin Yu hadn't been back for more than 7 months, and had been through a lot recently, the strong man didn't recognize his voice at first. Hongwu took the familiar stick, smiled in the direction of the voice, and said, Thanks, buddy, are you new here? Why haven't I seen you before? At this point, Hongwu suddenly remembered something, then shook his head in self-mockery, and continued, Why haven't I heard your voice? Chin Yu walked up to him and helped him walk to the shore, whispering, It's me. This time, the voice was closer, and Hongwu naturally recognized who it was. He was shaking a little, subconsciously holding Chin Yu's hand, and hurriedly said, You are Xiao Yu? Hongwu is older than Chin Yu, and after getting along for a long time, the way they address each other has long changed. Chin Yu helped Hongwu walk to the flat area above, and repeated again, Sorry, I'm back late. After the words fell, Hongwu took off his sunglasses and looked at him. He touched Chin Yu's arm with his right hand for a few times. When he found the familiar scar, his eyes suddenly became moist. Hongwu was very tall and still very strong, but at this moment, he was like a child, with red eyes. Chin Yu looked at his empty eyes, and felt hurt again. At this moment, others also saw the vehicles parked on the other side of the bridge, and also found Chin Yu's figure. Xiaoyin held the hoe, rubbed her eyes in disbelief, and then exclaimed, Brother Chin. The others stopped what they were doing when they heard her shout. Only 3 of them looked confused, while the other 2 cried with joy. The next second, Xiaoyin ran directly to Chin Yu and hugged him again. Unlike the hug in the basement, Xiaoyin didn't let go quickly this time. She even sobbed while hugging Chin Yu. Everyone misses you so much, Xiaoyin said agreeably. Chin Yu patted her shoulder and whispered, and I will always be with you in the future. Go in first, I still have a lot to ask you. After listening, Xiaoyin took a half step back, turned her head, and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. At this moment, Chin Yu noticed a scar on her collar. Xiaoyin noticed Chin Yu's gaze, then walked to the other side of Hongwu and said casually, Fortunately, the bullet was a few centimeters off, and it didn't kill me, hee. Brother Hong, I help you in. Hongwu put on his sunglasses again, nodded and said, Okay. Okay. He was very happy today, and responded twice in a row. Chin Yu's face was calm, and he didn't say anything. He and Xiaoyin supported Hongwu and walked towards the gate. As the car drove in, Chin Yu followed a few people into the villa camp again. He looked around and found that there were big holes in the roofs of some villas, and someone was repairing them. It was different inside, with many unfamiliar faces, but also fewer familiar people. Then, the door of the nearest house was pushed open, and a man with both hands missing appeared in front of him. Wang Tianhai was biting a stainless steel bowl with his teeth. When he saw who it was, he froze in his place for a moment. Pa! The bowl fell to the ground, and the noise attracted everyone's attention. But what surprised them more was that this man who didn't cry when his last hand was amputated was now crying like a tearful man. About half an hour later, Chin Yu had met many of his former partners. He first led the horse to a wooden house and tied it up. Feng Yi even said that she would take care of it herself. After not seeing each other for a long time, Feng Yi has changed a lot. She no longer has short hair now, and the arrogant and proud aura she once had is long gone. Now it seems that only the vicissitudes of life after being destroyed by the end of the world remain. In the meeting room of the villa camp. At this moment, it is full of people, almost all of whom lived here before, and there are also many new faces who joined after Chin Yu Linyi left. In a back seat, one of them poked the person next to him with his finger and whispered, Who is this man? Why do so many people hug him as soon as he comes in, and even Sister Feng follows his lead? Before the man answered, Song Chung, who was sitting in front, turned around and whispered, All you two need to know is that the enemy's death is approaching. About 3 minutes later, Chin Yu listened to Xiaoyin and Yangzi's descriptions, and nodded slightly. You go sit down first. After the 2 of them sat down, the crowd returned to silence, even to a terrifying silence, and everyone was looking at the man standing in front. Chapter 954. Chin Yu glanced at the people in front of him, and he stood in front of the table and said, I already know basically what everyone experienced some time ago. I can understand your feelings, and I am deeply sorry. After saying that, Chin Yu took 2 steps back and bowed to everyone. Although Chin Yu knew that even if he was in the camp that was attacked at that time, he probably couldn't do anything, but at least he could share life and death with everyone. After all, Chin Yu was the most direct beneficiary of his 7-month training. For a camp, if one of the leaders suddenly left for such a long time, what difference would that make him abandoned? So Chin Yu was willing to apologize to everyone, At least, he did not take that responsibility, even if no one blamed him. As soon as this was said, a middle-aged woman seemed to remember something, stood up and said in a trembling voice, "You are not us, how can you understand our feelings?" After the words fell, Sun Hua, who was sitting in front, was worried that Qin Yu would vent his anger on her, so she stood up and explained that Brother Qin, her husband and child died in the last attack, and she was mentally stimulated, so she might not be careful when she spoke. Hearing this, the woman yelled, "I just lost my husband and son, what does it have to do with my mental state?" Qin Yu shook his head slightly and said, "I'm fine, no need to explain this." After that, he looked at the woman and asked, "What's your name?" "Wu Guilan." The woman walked forward through the crowd. She stood in front of Qin Yu and asked loudly, "I also heard that a leader at our camp has been out for a long time. At this moment, I want to ask, why did we encounter an attack as soon as you left?" As she finished speaking, whispers suddenly came from the crowd. At this moment, the door of the conference room was kicked open, and a man about 1.9 meters tall, burly, and with a beard walked in. "I give you 3 seconds to take back what you just said, otherwise you should know the consequences." Xiao Jiao, with a coat hanging on his shoulders, walked slowly forward. Hearing this, Wu Guilan's face turned pale instantly, realizing that she seemed to have said something wrong. The next second, she fell to her knees on the ground, and said with a trembling face, "Sorry. I didn't mean to say that." Qin Yu didn't say anything, but walked towards her. Seeing this, several people stood up and looked at him nervously. Then Qin Yu squatted down, helped Wu Guilan up, and said softly, "Forget it this time. I hope you won't say these things that will easily disappoint everyone in the future." "I don't mind." Wu Guilan bent her body slightly and nodded quickly. Of course. Go back and sit down." Qin Yu stood behind the table again. He nodded slightly to Xiao Jiao, who was standing under the window, and then continued, "I know that you must have made a lot of effort, and suffered a lot to join in to be here. For each of you, this is not only a home, but also a place where you can survive with great difficulty." Speaking of this, Qin Yu pointed to the wall on the right, and said word by word, "It's the same for us. Every plant and tree here, including those animals and vegetables and fruits, was created with great effort. I once fell into the flood under the bridge to protect a truck of supplies and seeds. Later, I saved my life and met a survivor in the abandoned city. Seeing that I was alone, he wanted to steal my food and even block my door with zombies. At that time, I was still very weak, and my foot was injured. The other party was stronger than me. From any angle, I should have been the one who ran away." Hearing this, a teenager raised his hand and asked, "What happened next? Did you run away?" Qin Yu looked over and found that it was a teenager who was about the same age as Xiuhu. He paused and said, "I used the knife that killed the zombie to scratch his arm, which caused fear in the other party. In this way, I had more opportunities. When he left in a hurry, I knew I was safe and thought about walking away, but what if I encountered this situation again later? I can't retreat every time I encounter danger, and I can't run every time. Later, I won, and I lived step by step until now." Then Qin Yu said in a deep voice, "I know that among all the people present, and those who are busy outside, there must be some who don't want to provoke those people again. In your opinion, there is no need to fight to the death. Some people even think that they just need to run faster than the last person when they encounter a tiger." After saying that, Qin Yu punched the table, and the tabletop was smashed through by his punch. He held the table and gritted his teeth and said, "But what I want to tell you is that there are more enemies than these. There are more powerful enemies waiting to devour us. Why can others plunder everything we have developed with great difficulty? Why can they kill people whenever they want in the doomsday? Why do they want to take away our right to live?" 3 questions in a row hit everyone's heart like a heavy hammer. Zhang Yin clenched his fists, which was why he was determined to bring Qin Yu back. Then, some of the people sitting below lowered their heads. Some of them did not dare to look at Qin Yu. The next second, Qin Yu took a deep breath, stretched out his right thumb and pointed it at his chest. He said calmly, "I swear on my life that every beast that attacked our camp must be buried with our killed companions. I swear I won't be a human being if I don't take revenge." After he finished speaking, Zhang Yin stood up and shouted, "Count me in." At the same time, Xiao Jiao thought of Xiaohu and said lightly, "Count me in too." "And me. I go too. If the head falls off, it's just a scar as big as a bowl. If I don't beat him, will I wait for my 8-year-old daughter to beat him?" A bald man in his 30s stood up and shouted without paying any attention to the woman next to him. After that, more and more people stood up, and everyone in the meeting room followed and shouted those 3 words. Chinyu nodded slightly and said, "Everyone, please tell each other when you go back. I will tell you the revenge plan tomorrow night. Now disband." After that, Chinyu turned around and left the meeting room first. He wanted to see how Zhang Rui was doing. In addition, according to Yang Zi, Dazhuang has been running around every day recently in order to find more ventilators for Zhang Rui. Chapter 955. No choice. Now that the camp has been attacked, more powerful people are needed to take charge, and the traps around it also need to be rearranged. Zhang Yi naturally wanted to find a ventilator for his daughter, but if he went out, it would be a waste of talent. Moreover, Chinyu had written another letter recently. Although training pigeons was a bit time-consuming and laborious, it was something that could not be delayed. In this way, Chinyu's camp successfully established communication with Shangwan Jing. He also trained pigeons when he was in the manor camp. Just as he was about to go to the infirmary, Chinyu thought of something and then walked towards the parking lot. The armor that was previously tied to the roof of the car had been taken down and placed in the villa where Chinyu once lived. After he and Lenny left, Feng Yi and Xiao Jiu did not let anyone move in, and Feng Yi would clean it every month to prevent too much dust. And it had not been damaged by the attack, so it could be moved in directly. Chinyu carried the big bag of apples, and then walked towards an open area. He grabbed one person and asked him to gather everyone here. Every 2 people can get an apple. Hearing this, the young man thought he was deaf and hallucinating. It was not until Chinyu repeated it for the 2nd time that he excitedly called for people. A few minutes later, there was an empty bag next to Chinyu. He took the last one in his hand and handed it to Feng Yi and Wu Rui, saying, "There are only more than 60 apples in this bag. I didn't expect that they were all taken. You 2 can divide it up. What about you?" Wu Rui looked at Chinyu, who seemed strange but familiar, and asked, "Aren't you going to eat?" "I've had enough." Chinyu shook her head slightly, and was about to leave when she suddenly turned around and said, "By the way, Sister Feng, there is an apple sapling in the truck. Can you take someone to find a place to plant it?" Because it was covered with cloth before, Chinyu thought the car was empty. Only after arriving did he realize that Shangwan Jing had said as much as he did. Feng Yi bit half an apple, and made an okay gesture with her left hand. She had never thought that one day she would bite her tongue in excitement because of eating an apple. Chinyu looked at the happy expressions of the people sitting on the grass and left with the empty bag. Although apples are very precious now, they are not as valuable as people. It was already past 5 in the afternoon, and Chinyu pushed open the door of the infirmary and walked in. No, to be precise, this place should be called a hospital, because it has been changed from a few rooms to 2 3-story buildings next to each other. At this time, there were 3 girls in nurse uniforms eating apples happily. They ate very slowly, and even cut the half into smaller portions at the end. After seeing Chinyu, the 3 stood up and greeted him at the same time. "Shun! Shun!" But what made them a little embarrassed was that since Chinyu had just returned less than 2 hours ago, the 3 of them had no idea what his name was. "My name is Chinyu. You can just call me by my name." He smiled and asked which ward Zhang Rui was in. One of them quickly took Chinyu over and opened the door for him. Chinyu nodded and said, "Thank you. I can go in by myself." After that, he pushed the door open again and walked in. There was a little girl lying on the bed. Her face was not very good. The screen of the ventilator next to her was on, and there was no sound of the generator in the room. It seemed that the small hydropower station was very successful. At least Chinyu had heard someone playing songs on the speakers before, but there were only a dozen songs back and forth. But what surprised Chinyu was that there was a child sitting in front of the window, fiddling with something. Yu Feng looked back and stood up from his chair in surprise, saying, "Brother Chen, when did you come back?" Chinyu walked over, smiled and touched his head, and whispered, "Just came back. I was notified to pick up apples before. Why didn't you go?" "Oh, I don't like apples, I like bananas more." Yu Feng was very happy, but a little nervous standing in front of Chinyu. "But there are no bananas now," Chinyu said. "I know, so let those who like apples eat first." Yu Feng's words surprised Chinyu. He couldn't help but sigh that people are indeed changed by the environment. If it was the Yu Feng he first met, he wouldn't have snatched the fruit, but he certainly wouldn't have given it to others. At the very least, he would have left it to Wang Tianhai. "You've grown a lot taller." Chinyu looked at him and said again, "Not bad. Uncle Hua has been training us every day recently." At this point, Yu Feng glanced at his watch, his face changed, and he ran out of the house with the slingshot on the table, leaving a sentence at the same time. "I have to go out for a run. Today is another 5 kilometers." After he left, Chinyu also walked to the bed, then he pulled a chair over and sat down, staring at Zhang Rui's face quietly. Zhang Rui now had her hair shaved and lay motionless on the bed. Just then, someone seemed to be talking outside, and then the door was pushed open a moment later. Chinyu looked back and saw Zhang Yin and Xiao Ning, the latter holding a basin of hot water with a towel on the edge. Xiao Ning shouted happily, "Chinyu, to be honest, it's great to see you inside this wall. Apart from Dazhuang, you are the only one who can give me the most sense of security." "Oh, is it true?" Chinyu stood up and gave up his seat. Then Zhang Yin brought a folding table and opened it. Xiao Ning put the basin on it and said with a smile, "Because if there is any danger, you will definitely be the first to rush up." After that, she lifted her hair by her ears and said, "Okay, you guys go out first. I want to wash Ruirui's body." "Thank you for your help." Chinyu nodded. Hearing this, Xiao Ning said seriously, "Yang Zi and I are alive thanks to Brother Zhang's help." Later, De Zhuang expressed his willingness to help find a ventilator in order to repay him, so we took care of Ruirui for Brother Zhang. Zhang Yin said softly, "This is just what I should do. It's nothing. If it were you, you would definitely try your best to save Ruirui." "Oh, we are all family. Why are you saying this?" Xiao Ning pushed them out, then locked the door, drew the curtains, walked to the bed, and started to get busy. Outside the house, Chinyu sat on the steps, looking at the bullet holes on the pillar next to him, and said, "Why did you Feng switch to practicing with a slingshot recently? Didn't he ask for a pistol before?" Zhang Yin sat down with him, and after a few seconds of silence, he said, "When Ruirui was attacked, the pistol happened to be lent to Yu Feng for practice disassembly and assembly, but he didn't return it immediately afterwards. Yu Feng felt very guilty, and thought that he indirectly caused Ruirui's injury. He came to me and said that he hoped to give his gun to Ruirui for self-defense. But if he had a gun, wouldn't he be able to protect Ruirui better?" Chinyu thought for a while and asked. "I said so too, but Yu Feng believed that only a gun could follow her everywhere." Chapter 956. After listening to this, Chinyu nodded and said, "If you must say so, Yu Feng's idea is not wrong. After all, people need to eat, drink, defecate and urinate, and guns only need to be maintained on time. Well, he has been very hardworking recently, and his slingshot is getting better and better." Zhang Yin thought about it, and said something good for Yu Feng. During this period, Yu Feng would stay in the ward after training. In his words, Yu Feng hoped that he could apologize to Zhang Rui as soon as possible. He should be almost 13 years old, right? Chinyu flicked the sawdust on the pillar with his fingers and said softly. Zhang Yi nodded and said, "Almost, he can't remember his birthday anyway. Nowadays, no one seems to know how many days have passed." Chinyu stood up and said, "Fortunately, Feng Yi has always remembered the days she has spent. She has a notebook. From the outbreak of the doomsday to now, she has written down every day." In this way, Chinyu and Zhang Yin stood outside the house and chatted for a long time, but he did not mention the last attack, nor did he even ask about the injured companions. Soon the door was opened, and Xiao Ning came out with a basin. Then she was surprised and said, "You two haven't left yet?" Hearing this, Chinyu turned around and said, "The camp has changed so much now that I don't know where I went. Hee, you look so handsome when you spoke in the meeting room before. If others knew what you were thinking now, they would probably question you." Xiao Ning thought about it, put the basin on the table next to her, and then walked towards Chinyu with a smile. Although she had been attacked, it was not the first time that Xiao Ning had experienced such a thing. Compared with others, she would be stronger mentally. Secondly, Chinyu and Dr. Shaolin's return is a good thing for the camp, so she will naturally be happier. "How about I take you around? We did renovate some places later." Xiao Ning stood in front of the two of them, with her hands behind her back, looking at Chinyu and said. Hearing this, Chinyu nodded slightly and looked at Zhang Yin, saying, "Then I go first." "Okay." Zhang Yin said softly, "I go talk to Ruirui." Chinyu patted his shoulder, gave him a relieved look, and then turned and walked outside. Xiao Ning and Zhang Yin waved and trotted over to follow Chinyu. It was getting dark. Smoke began to rise from the backyards of other houses, and many children were playing football on the lawn. Some women were sitting on chairs with their babies, chatting with each other. If it weren't for the zombies wandering around outside, Chinyu would have thought that he had returned to the world before the end of the world. Seeing Chinyu staring at the children, Xiao Ning explained, "Although the camp has restored power supply, it is used first for the hospital, followed by lighting at night, and some street lights. Now without mobile phones and computers, children have no other entertainment methods, so they usually play football or table tennis." Hearing this, Qinyu said calmly. This is also good. A sad day is a happy day. The two walked forward for more than 10 meters, and Qinyu saw two other children, holding rackets with only wooden boards left, playing table tennis on two desks put together. Although it was not a professional table, they still had a lot of fun. Suddenly thinking of something, Qinyu turned his head and asked, Is Yu Feng the only one training? No, only those over 12 years old will undergo physical training, and those who are younger are just familiar with some skills. Xiaoning shook her head. Not long after walking, there was a stone house made of bricks in front of him. There was a big fire burning in the stove. There were two shirtless men busy in the house. One of them held a fire tong in his left hand, and swung a hammer in his right hand, smashing it down again and again. This is the place where tools are made. Brother Xiao and sister Feng made it, Xiaoning said. Qinyu nodded slightly, and walked over to take a look. When they appeared, the two busy people immediately stopped and greeted Qinyu. What do you need? Choose it yourself. A man in his 40s took a yellowed towel and wiped his sweat, then said with a smile. This man was missing the little finger on his left hand, but his smile was honest, and he did not give up because of the injury. At the same time, another person stood up with the box of material coins, but saw Xiaoning shook his head slightly, and then put it back on the table. Qinyu looked at the arrows hanging outside the house, took down a slightly different arrow and said, Is this one for hunting? Brother, you have good eyesight. You can use this to apply the juice of the arrow poison tree, which is very effective for hunting. After listening, Qinyu did not say anything, but hung the arrow back on the wall and said, You continue, I'm just taking a look. After the voice fell, Qinyu turned and walked towards other areas. Along the way, Xiaoning patiently introduced him. The villa area used to cover a large area. Even though it later accepted many people, there were still some houses left that were not occupied. Some places have added some infrastructure, such as hanging ropes for climbing training, or swings for entertainment. Although the goal of every survivor is to survive, it does not require working hard all day. At this time, Qinyu found something wrong with the place, and then pointed to the left front and asked, Xiaoning, if I remember correctly, there was a wall here before, why is there an iron gate now? Hearing this, Xiaoning looked in the direction and then explained, the wasteland that was reclaimed before was not enough, and with the increase in population, several plots of land were later marked out outside the wall for planting. As she said that, she ran towards a room and left a message. I get the key to open the door. 10 seconds later, Xiaoning opened the iron door and walked out with Qinyu. What was different was that there were many fences outside, all of which were dug into the ground, and then the cut tree trunks were inserted diagonally into the ground. Each tree trunk crossed each other, so that the zombies outside could be blocked. The area was not small. Qinyu looked around and found that there were vegetables and even peppers. It seems that the camp has never stopped developing since he and Linny left. Just as the two were wandering around the vegetable field outside, the grass at the edge of the woods in the distance suddenly shook. Qinyu looked at it casually, and then moved away. But the next second, a little wild boar ran out, and behind it, someone was holding a bow and arrow and preparing to aim. Because of the weeds blocking the view, the man had a blind spot. In an instant, an arrow flew out of the man's hand, brushed past the wild boar's ear, and then quickly flew toward Xiaoning, who was picking cowpeas. At the critical moment, Qinyu had a bad premonition in his heart. The moment he looked up, he only saw the grass over there moving. Then Qinyu didn't think about it, and pulled out the dagger from his waist with his right hand, and threw it directly at the open space behind Xiaoning. Chapter 957. In a flash, Qinyu's dagger changed the trajectory of the arrow, but it still shot through the bamboo stick next to Xiaoning. This movement frightened her so much that she fell to the right. The reason why she was so scared was because Xiaoning knew how dangerous it was, because this is a hunting arrow, and now the arrowhead is coated with the poison wood. Whether it is a person or prey, once it touches the wound, it will cause heart paralysis. If it is not treated in time, it will cause death in a short time. But in today's environment, there are not so many conditions for emergency treatment. Since the existence of this plant was discovered in the villa camp, they have used it for hunting and self-defense. Although it is highly toxic, people can eat the prey as long as it is cooked. The last time we encountered an attack, we were able to keep so many people away, relying on this thing. Compared with smearing zombie blood and rust, the lethality of the arrow poison wood is simple and violent. The next second, Huang Lulin ran over with the poisoned wild boar and asked in panic, Xiaoning, are you okay? I didn't see anyone here before. I remember that today is not the day for picking vegetables. But I'm still very sorry. Wang Lulin threw the little wild boar on the ground and hurried to help Xiao Ning up. I'm fine. The arrow didn't hit me. Xiao Ning's face was pale, and her heart was beating non-stop. At this moment, he found that Xiao Ning's eyes were very shocked, as if looking to the left in disbelief. Wang Lulin looked in the direction of his gaze with great confusion, and then found a man standing there. It had been a long time since we last met, and Wang Lulin had been too busy recently, so he didn't remember who it was at first. If someone else had shot the arrow just now, Qin Yu might have suspected that the other party had bad intentions. But Wang Lulin was his own man after all, so he didn't say anything and walked directly towards the two of them. Qin Yu first glanced at the arrow that fell in the distance, and then said, "Be careful, this thing is not a joke." Because he had learned relevant knowledge from Leander, Qin Yu naturally knew what the arrow poison wood was. When he came closer, Wang Lulin finally recognized him, and then excitedly said, "Qin Yu, when did you come back?" Hearing this, Xiao Ning explained, "Wang Lulin is now one of the captains of the hunting team. He happened to be out today, so he was not in the camp before." Then she said again, "Brother Chen will only come back in the afternoon. I thought of bringing him here to take a look and pick some vegetables for him to taste. It's my fault. I was too happy and forgot you were still outside." At this time, Wang Lulin's left hand was not a prosthesis, but a round iron tube. There were several thick iron wires welded on the front, which looked like a prosthetic hand. It was precisely because of the removal of the prosthesis that Wang Lulin's previous arrow was shot off-center while he was squatting. Otherwise, it would have hit the wild boar's head directly, and there would have been no follow-up. "Where is your prosthesis?" Qin Yu hugged Wang Lulin, then pointed to his left hand and asked, "I remembered to install it for you when I left." Wang Lulin scratched his ear with his right hand and said with a smile, "Oh, because of that attack, the prosthesis was broken." Before he finished speaking, Xiao Ning shook her head and explained, "Brother Tianhai has lost both hands now. Wang Lulin couldn't bear it, so he was going to give him his prosthesis recently. I asked someone to make a prosthesis for him, and I installed it today. Everyone has lived together for a long time now. Whether it is Wang Tianhai or Wang Lulin, they have grown a lot. Usually, everyone may not have a good relationship, but once they encounter an attack, they must be very united and face the outside world together. So after going through so much, Xiao Ning is willing to call Wang Tianhai brother, not only her, but also others." After listening, Qin Yu's expression was a little gloomy. He reached out and patted Wang Lulin, saying, "You have worked hard recently." Hearing this, Wang Lulin looked at the vegetables around him and said happily, "It was peaceful for a few months before we were attacked. I am quite content. Other forces might fight every now and then. What's more, after you left, we found a lot of vegetable seeds, and later we accepted some elderly people who knew how to grow vegetables. Our lives are getting better and better." After this, Xiao Ning also echoed, "Yes, although many elderly people have grown vegetables before, most of them can't survive because of the zombies. Some people who are lucky enough to survive can't meet us. Now that there are so many survivors, Sister Feng can relax a lot and concentrate on the expansion and development of the camp." Qin Yu remembered something and said, "No wonder I saw Feng Yi seem to be tanned a lot." Hearing this, Xiao Ning covered her mouth and laughed. "How dare you say that? If we talk about the biggest difference in skin color nowadays, Brother Qin should be ranked first." Wang Lulin also looked at Qin Yu a few times, and even circled around him, and then said, "Have you changed a lot now? I saw that you can actually use a knife to knock away the arrow." Qin Yu picked up the dagger on the ground and explained, "If it was something else, I wouldn't be so sure." The previous crisis did not make the three of them have any ideas. After all, the last thing lacking in the apocalypse is the dead. Whether outside or inside the camp, everyone knows that they can live one day at a time, and there is no need to worry about the dangers that may happen. Then Xiao Ning picked up the cowpeas and took them back to the camp. Wang Lulin felt guilty, and said that he would take care of the wild boar, and send a hind leg to her and Qin Yu. The three of them separated, and Qin Yu took a bundle of cowpeas and 2 eggplants, and slowly walked towards his former residence. However, unlike before, not many people greeted him on the road now. Even if everyone saw Qin Yu passing by, they just smiled and nodded, and couldn't call out his name. Qin Yu didn't have any idea about this. The camp had been developing for more than 7 months, and it definitely needed fresh blood. Whenever a new person joins, others may die. Just then, Sun Hua, who had a shaved head, ran over and asked Qin Yu, "Brother Chen, Sister Feng asked me to ask you how to install the stone mill. She has never seen it before, and doesn't know how to do it." Hearing this, Qin Yu explained, "You can ask those older people to ask. They should have seen it before." If it doesn't work, I will go over to help later. Okay. Sun Hua nodded and turned to leave, but was stopped. Wait, is your sister Sun Han's health recovered? Xin Yu asked. Chapter 958. Very good, she can help with the work recently. Thanks to the hospital built later, many medical equipments are put to use again, and it is getting better and better. Sun Hua was very happy when he thought of this, and reported it to Xin Yu truthfully. Well, I know. Xin Yu nodded, but didn't continue. Just returned home, he needed to take in a lot of news slowly. After Sun Hua left, Xin Yu walked towards the house again. After more than a minute, he saw the villa and yard that he had not seen for a long time, and was familiar with. After being untied, Dubai was running around the yard happily. Xin Yu didn't know why this dog was so energetic. As long as the weather was not too hot, it could run from morning to night without stopping. When he pushed the door open and went in, Dubai ran up directly, raised his front legs high, and fluttered on him non-stop. Okay, stop licking my face. Xin Yu squatted down, stretched out his hand to rub it a few times, then picked up the ball at his feet and threw it out, saying, Go play. Then Dubai ran away without looking back. Xin Yu looked at its dirty hair inside. If it were a normal camp, I'm afraid there wouldn't be enough water for you to bathe. Because Dubai is a Samoyed, its hair is white and lush, and it will get very dirty if you don't pay attention to it. And every time it takes a bath, it takes at least an hour, and that's without the step of drying it. Luckily, the manor is tiled everywhere, and Lin Yi rarely lets it out, so it's not very dirty. But after returning to the villa area, Dubai seemed to release his nature, and Lin Yi was so angry that she ignored it. Later, Lin Yi complained to Xin Yu that it was fortunate that the puppy he brought back was not an Alaskan, otherwise he really couldn't afford to keep it. After all, it was the end of the world, and no one else would have the mood to keep a pet. After walking through the yard and entering the villa, Xin Yu didn't see Lin Yi. He guessed that she should go to Feng Yi to ask something, and then began to prepare to put away the luggage. In fact, there were not many things, just some clothes for changing. Because Lin Yi was a girl, she had more underwear, which was convenient for changing and washing. As for Xin Yu, he was reluctant to throw away his clothes even when they were worn out. It can be said that the only good thing about the doomsday is that you don't have to spend money to buy clothes. Although they are very dirty, they can be washed and dried. A few minutes later, Xin Yu went downstairs and started to prepare dinner behind the house. Huang Lulin did not go to the front yard, but found Xin Yu directly in the back. He was holding a freshly cut wild boar hind leg in his hand, and there were also some smoked sausages. Xin Yu did not refuse, but expressed his gratitude. Later, he also asked about the operation of the camp now. Huang Lulin said that it was similar to before, and Sister Feng just optimized it a little. Nowadays, the camp can be understood as a closed-loop survival zone, where everyone obtains material coins through labor or contribution, and then exchanges them for all materials. Of course, women are still respected here and cannot be exchanged. Everyone is equal here, and there is no one who orders anyone. Only on some major matters will Feng Yi and Xiao Jiao make a direct decision. This is why Xiao Jiao kicked open the door of the conference room before, and scared the woman to collapse on the ground. After all, the camp still needs someone to manage it, otherwise it will be a mess. And now a disciplinary team has been set up. Those who bully others will be punished the same or several times. The managers are Chi Hao and Zhang Yin. After listening to Huang Lulin's story, Xin Yu also lamented that the camp is becoming more and more formal. At least it has the basic elements to accept more people. The sky has completely darkened. It is still 8 o'clock in the evening. Xin Yu said, Do you want to eat together? Hearing this, Huang Lulin smiled and said, Someone is waiting for me at home. You and Dr. Lin can eat. Hearing this, Xin Yu squatted in front of the stove and asked curiously, Are you still living with Wang Tianhai and the others now? Huang Lulin blushed and whispered, No, there are a lot of empty houses, plus the new talents need to live together. I have already moved. Who are you living with now? Huang Lulin laughed and said, I fell in love with someone recently. You don't know him, but we have been together for a long time. I will introduce him to you when I have time. Okay. Xin Yu nodded and didn't ask any more questions. Not long after he left, several figures appeared in the backyard. Xin Yu turned around and saw that it was Old Man Bai and Jean Linfu and others. Seeing this, Xin Yu smiled and said, Old Man Bai, long time no see. Old Man Bai looked the same, except that his hair was a little whiter. He put some wheat flour under the windowsill and smiled, Everyone misses you. There were too many people before, so it was inconvenient to talk to you. I just came to chat with you. Welcome. Chinyu took out a few chairs while cooking. For these familiar faces, Chinyu did not have any leader's airs, not to mention that he always felt that it would be more comfortable to get along with others and life would be more convenient. In the following time, those who used to live together basically came here once. Everyone did not come empty-handed, but brought some supplies from home. In fact, everyone knew very well that although Chinyu was the one who made the rules together, he might not break the rules. That's why Xiaoning took him to pick vegetables, and almost got hurt. Later, after listening to Xiaoning and Huang Lulin, the others didn't think twice, and went over with the food. After seeing everyone off, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. And Lin Yi still didn't come back. Chinyu was a little worried about this, so he chose to go out and ask Feng Yi. He didn't suspect that the people in the camp would hurt Lin Yi, but since she hadn't come home so late, maybe something had happened. In the yard, Dubai sat at the door and kept staring at the road outside. Seeing this, Chinyu picked up the chain and put it on, and led it to Feng Yi's villa. But not long after walking, a figure appeared at the corner in front, and Dubai fluttered and broke free from the rope, running straight ahead. Lin Yi dragged her tired body under the street light, and was suddenly startled. Then she squatted on the ground to prevent Dubai from rubbing against her. At the same time, she tilted her head back and said, "You are disobedient. Don't walk so close to me in the future." As she said, Lin Yi pushed Dubai away with force, and the latter stood still, and then lay on the ground with grievance. Lin Yi glanced at it, too lazy to pay attention to it, and walked straight ahead. This guy, every time he made Lin Yi unhappy, he put on this pitiful look, and she was no longer surprised by this. At this time, Chinyu walked up and whispered, "Are you really angry?" Chapter 959. Lin Yi was thinking about something, and didn't notice Chinyu coming out. In addition, the light was blocked by the tree, so she didn't notice him at first. The sudden voice scared Lin Yi. She covered her chest with her right hand and looked at Chinyu and said, "One thing, Dubai didn't obey after getting off the car today and chased the children. Some people are afraid of dogs, but fortunately no one was bitten." Hearing this, Chinyu frowned slightly and said, "Nowadays, rabies cannot be cured. In this case, Dubai really needs to be tied up." "Yeah." Lin Yi helplessly held Chinyu's left hand, and the two walked towards home. The child fell, and was injured. "Shouldn't I help treat the wound? It's lucky. If I weren't a doctor, it would be difficult to solve the problem. After all, money is useless now." Hearing this, Chinyu said, "I thought you were going to ask Feng Yi about something." "Indeed you asked something." Lin Yi nodded. She stopped and said, "Later, Sister Feng held me and wouldn't let me go. She wanted me to continue to take over the infirmary." At this point, Lin Yi paused and spoke again. "No, it should be called a hospital now, right?" Chinyu looked at her haggard face and said softly, "If you don't want to be one, then don't be one. I went to see it today, and the hospital is running well now." After the voice fell, Lin Yi did not speak, but stood there in silence. Since knowing that her brother might still be alive, Lin Yi was a little entangled. Later, she also took the time to ask Hui Yao if she had seen two middle-aged people following her brother. But Hui Yao shook her head, saying that they were all young and strong, and there was no one under 50. Although she did not ask about their age, she could tell with her naked eyes. For this reason, Lin Yi knew that if she continued to stay in the camp as a doctor, then for her safety, everyone would probably not let her leave the camp too much. Of course, this was not to restrict her personal freedom, but just for Lin Yi's safety. If it was Lin Yi before she received training, she was very clear about her situation, and naturally would not run out. But now Lin Yi has also been trained for a long time, even as long as Chinyu. During the time when Chinyu and Long Jia left, Lin Yi still did not stop learning, and her skills were not weaker at all. It is no exaggeration to say that now 3 or 4 adult strong men can basically do nothing to Lin Yi. If she is given a pistol, then it is no problem to deal with 7 or 8 people. Later, Chinyu also saw the close combat between Lin Yi and Alice, and he was really surprised at that time. Lin Yi has changed a lot, and her change is no less than that of Li Yao. And because of her steady hands, Lin Yi's talent in shooting is even more obvious than Li Yao's. Because Li Yao is trying to avenge Zhu Yuanyuan, she has made rapid progress. But Lin Yi is just a pure talent. After hearing what Lin Yi said, Chinyu thought about it, and said again, "No one has the right to ask you to do something, not even me. After we get our revenge, we will go and see what the attitude of the Savior sect is, and at that time, I need you by my side." This time, Chinyu did not use a questioning tone, but directly hoped that Lin Yi would go on the journey with him. After the voice fell, Lin Yi looked at Chinyu and said seriously, "Thank you." Hearing this, Chinyu smiled and looked up at the night sky, but because of the increase in streetlights, he could no longer see the stars. If one day I know that I still have relatives alive, I might be very worried about their whereabouts. After this, Lin Yi took his hand and said firmly, without beating around the bush, if that day really comes, no matter how dangerous it is, I am willing to accompany you to go through it. Qin Yu let go of his hand and touched her ponytail, his eyes full of tenderness. He had not found his relatives before the end of the world, and now the situation is even worse. Qin Yu would not think about those things. He said those words before just to comfort Lin Yi. At this moment, Lin Yi's stomach gurgled, and she blushed and said, I'm a little hungry. Then she touched her belly and said, let's go home and eat. Hearing this, Qin Yu did not move, but slightly turned sideways to look behind, and whispered, are you really not going to raise Dubai? I'm afraid it will bite a child. Lin Yi thought for a moment and whispered, it would be bad if it hurt someone. Qin Yu said, in fact, you and I both know that Dubai is just a little naughty and likes to play with children. In fact, it is very timid. At most, we can lock it up for a while and teach it well. Speaking of this, Qin Yu felt a little sad for some reason, but he did not show it. Instead, he whispered, if it is abandoned, Dubai may just become food. After Qin Yu finished speaking, Lin Yi was also a little hesitant. She liked Dubai very much, but she couldn't accept that it almost hurt someone, even though it didn't bite at the time, even if it just wanted to lick someone's child. In Lin Yi's opinion, dogs must be well managed and tied up when they come into contact with outsiders. Although she didn't like dogs before the end of the world, and was even a little afraid of them. But Lin Yi also understood that if her shortcomings were so obvious, she would be afraid of dogs in the future, and it would be very likely that something would happen. So when Qin Yu asked her to overcome it, Lin Yi almost immediately agreed. Then seeing Qin Yu's eyes, Lin Yi took a deep breath, then turned around and squatted down. At this time, Dubai was still lying in the distance, looking at her as if he was wilted. Seeing this, Lin Yi clapped her hands helplessly and said, I count to 3. As soon as she counted to 3, Dubai ran over happily, and then rubbed against Lin Yi's arms. Qin Yu squatted down, touched its head, and said seriously, don't be too naughty in the future, otherwise you will hurt people. No matter how much Yi and I like you, this is not a reason for you to bite others. After saying that, he didn't know if Dubai understood or not. Anyway, this guy is sometimes very smart, and sometimes he tilts his head like a wooden man. Qin Yu picked up the rope, led the dog with his left hand, and Lin Yi with his right hand, and then slowly walked towards home. The next morning, when Qin Yu woke up, it was still 6 o'clock in the morning. Lin Yi was still sleeping soundly. Qin Yu bent down and kissed her on the forehead, causing her eyebrows to frown slightly. Her little hand subconsciously waved and almost hit Qin Yu's face. But now Qin Yu's reaction is quite fast, and he dodged it almost instantly. Seeing the scene, he couldn't help but smile, and then walked downstairs to prepare to heat up the food that he didn't finish last night. Chapter 960. Rice has been successfully grown in the camp now. Although the process is very tiring and hard, at least we don't have to eat dried meat and drink meat soup every day. Last night, Xiao Jiu also brought a large bag. If it was just Qin Yu and Lin Yi, it would be enough for a long time. With the fragrant rice, fried cowpeas and eggplants, even Lin Yi ate 3 bowls of rice, which made her feel very full. If Qin Yu hadn't said that there would be plenty of rice in the future, she would probably still want to eat more. Qin Yu saw this and felt pain in his heart. After all, it was a bit miserable that he hadn't eaten cooked rice for more than a year since leaving the factory. Although Qin Yu had found a lot of rice in the abandoned examination room before, the amount was not enough to distribute to everyone. In the end, it was still reserved for the wounded. Kanji could be drunk occasionally, but basically no one had eaten rice again. Fortunately, they could survive by eating other food. What you eat is not important nowadays, what matters is how much you have to eat. After all, if you don't have the strength to survive in the early stage, you will have no chance to grow rice by yourself. Even if you grow it, you may not be able to keep it. There were only a few vegetables left last night, and Qin Yu was going to make some porridge with the remaining rice. While heating the leftovers, Qin Yu simply washed up and then started doing one-handed push-ups. He switched between his left and right hands, and Qin Yu did 100 of each before stopping. Although he was sweating profusely, he was very pleased. You know, when he first went to the community, he could only do a few with one hand. Since being trained by Sheng Wanjing, Qin Yu's physical fitness has changed at a terrifying speed. Every morning when he gets up, he will do some simple exercises to keep his muscles active. After having breakfast with Lin Yi, Qin Yu went out and planned to talk to other people. He first told Feng Yi about Lin Yi's situation, and the latter said that since that was the case, she had no other opinions. Chinyu thanked him for this, and then asked about the details of the enemies. Every few minutes, he would ask others. In this way, a day passed quickly. In the afternoon, Chinyu locked himself in the room and began to make plans. Now there are 20 sets of armor from the Salvation Gate team, plus 15 automatic rifles. Although there is not much ammunition, there are still some grenades. Chinyu roughly estimated that these ammunitions can kill about 50 people at most. After all, reality is not a game. There is no crosshair on the human retina, and it is not a movie. It is basically difficult for other people to kill with every shot. So after careful consideration, Chinyu planned to distribute weapons only to some powerful people, and the others only needed to take bows and arrows, and smear them with zombie blood or rust. Kararic poison trees are too dangerous. Once they hit people or animals, they are likely to cause death within half an hour. This situation is not what Chinyu wants to see. Letting those people die like this is simply too easy for them. When zombie blood comes into contact with wounds, people will panic. At this time, only amputation can survive, but whether it is wound treatment or infection prevention, it is not something that ordinary people can handle by themselves. Once an accident occurs, the wounded are likely to be left behind, and in this case, others may have ideas. Only when there is a gap in the team can there be more loopholes. After all, there are more than 300 enemies left. No matter how powerful Chinyu is, he can't destroy the enemy with just a few dozen people. Even though there are many people in the camp now, more than 100, after the last battle, I'm afraid only half of them can fight now. Secondly, although Chinyu didn't plan to let those people go, he didn't plan to encircle them here. As planned before, Chinyu will lead people to wear those armors and pretend to be people from the Savior sect. Then Xiao Jiao will lead some people to attack the enemy's camp and attract them to chase out. After all, the two sides have been enemies before. If Xiao Jiao appears there, he will most likely be recognized. Those people certainly can't imagine that the camp that has been attacked dares to resist. When people are impulsive, they are likely to lose their reason. Moreover, in their opinion, it is probably a joke for the mouse to seek revenge on the cat. Secondly, in order to make the other party leave the camp, Chinyu added a few more steps. It was 7:30 in the evening. The meeting room was still full of people, even more than yesterday. When there were more people, the air was not very good, especially the various sweat odors mixed with foot odor, which was simply unbearable. Lenny sat in the front row, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, and she could only try her best not to cover her nose with her hands. After all, they were all in the same camp, and Lenny didn't want to dislike those people. After all, if possible, no one wanted to stink every day. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Chinyu and several others walked in from another door. After seeing him appear, the crowd began to quiet down spontaneously, and soon became silent. The house was brightly lit, and Chinyu smelled something strange when he came in. Then he saw Lin Yi fidgeting, and then he thought about it and said, "It's too hot in here, let's go out and talk." After the voice fell, everyone stood up and walked out of the house one by one. A few minutes later, an open space was now crowded with people. Chinyu stood on a big rock, glanced around, and asked, "Are all the people here?" Hearing this, Fengyi replied, "Except for those in wheelchairs, the rest are all here." Chinyu nodded, and did not ask any more questions. Now he also knew the reason. Those wounded were injured when defending the camp last time. Later, Xiao Jiao and Alei each took people to find some wheelchairs, and did not drive them out. Then Chinyu nodded slightly to Zhang Yin, and then he walked to stand next to Lin Yi. Then Zhang Yin took out a piece of paper with words written on it from his pocket, looked at it for a few seconds, and then began to read, "Those who think they are good at shooting, step out." The crowd was in a commotion, and more than 20 people took 2 steps forward. Chinyu said, "Please line up, and come to my side in turn." "What is this for?" someone asked curiously, and lined up behind the team. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao took the lead and walked forward. Chinyu took a flashlight and checked his right hand, confirming the callus at the base of the thumb, then nodded and said, "Brother Xiao, you go to the right and stand first." Then came the second, the third. 28 people, only 4 of them had no calluses on their hands. Chinyu was worried about their shooting skills. After all, if you often touch a gun, it is easy to get calluses on your hands. Then he asked someone to bring a crossbow arrow, and let the 4 people test it separately. Chapter 961. Since Xiuhu's death, Dazhuang has once again studied this thing, and finally succeeded in making 2. Of the 4 people, only 2 hit the can 20 meters away. Weapons such as pistols and crossbows are of the type with a short range, and it is basically difficult for ordinary people to hit a target 30 meters away. Then Qin Yu asked them to continue to return to the team, and the other two stood together with Xiaojiu. Next, Zhang Yin continued to shout, "Those who are good at archery, step out." As soon as he finished speaking, the lights outside the gate came on. Seeing this, Yang Zi ran over after saying a word. "My brother is back." Seeing this, Qin Yu raised his hand to signal to stop first. Soon the gate opened, and a black van drove into the camp. Now Xiaojiu's hair has grown out, but De Zhuang has shaved his head again. His eyes still look very sharp, and his arm muscles are thicker than some women's thighs. But fortunately, he is not as tall as Xiaojiu, otherwise this van may not be able to fit him. Da Zhuang took a bag of scattered supplies from the passenger seat, opened the door, and got out of the car, then handed it to his sister. "Here are some parts, take them, and see if you can use them to repair home appliances." Yangzi took the supplies and stepped forward to block in front of Da Zhuang and said, "Brother, Qin Yu and Lin Yi are back." Hearing this, Da Zhuang paused slightly in opening the trunk, then nodded, "I know, I go over later." "Well, we're having a meeting over there, remember to come over later." Yang Zi finished speaking and turned away. She also knew that her brother had become somewhat taciturn recently, and she was helpless about it. Because of Zhang Rui's coma, De Zhuang was already very self-blaming, but in that attack, her sister-in-law, Xiao Ning, also had a miscarriage. The only thing she was thankful for was that the pregnancy was not long, so it did not cause too much damage. This incident has always been a pain in Xiao Ning's heart. She did not blame De Zhuang, but the two have now separated. Later, Xiao Ning knew that she couldn't do this, so she was a little more optimistic every day, but De Zhuang was still running around outside day and night. When she saw Qin Yu coming back, she was really happy from the bottom of her heart, because in this way, maybe she could persuade De Zhuang. After unloading some of the goods, De Zhuang continued to get into the van and drove it to the hospital. Qin Yu, standing in front of the crowd, just stared at the taillights of the car with a puzzled look on his face. This guy, didn't he see him? But Qin Yu just shook his head slightly, signaling Zhang Yin to continue. Soon, time passed by minute, until 10 minutes later, De Zhuang slowly arrived. But everyone had already left and returned to their own homes. At present, there was only the back of a person standing next to the stone in the open space. Of course, this must be Qin Yu. After hearing the footsteps, Qin Yu turned around and looked behind him. After a close observation, De Zhuang's appearance came into view. He was wearing a waistcoat and a machete hanging on his waist, but the compound bow on his back had been replaced. Now it seemed to be just a simple bow and arrow. De Zhuang said nothing, and just stood quietly 3 meters away. Seeing this, Qin Yu pointed to the direction of the gate and said, "Will you accompany me for a walk?" As soon as this was said, De Zhuang was confused. He thought Qin Yu would persuade him as soon as he came up. After saying this, Qin Yu turned and walked towards the door. Seeing this, De Zhuang followed him without any hesitation. Now with their skills, few people can threaten their safety. The young man guarding the gate was surprised to see someone going out, but after seeing who it was, he grabbed the rope next to him and lifted it up, and the gate slowly moved to the side. After all, Qin Yu had punched through the table in the conference room before, and with the attitude of others towards him, the young man could definitely guess something. Outside the camp, Qin Yu walked across the bridge and then walked towards the small hydropower station. As he got closer, the noise gradually became louder. In order to prevent zombies, a large number of wooden stakes were built more than 100 meters outside to block the entry of zombies. A new wall was also built near the hydropower station. It seems that everyone has really suffered a lot. Qin Yu put his hands in his pockets, looked at the facilities more than 10 meters away calmly, and suddenly said, "Brother Da Zhuang, how long have we known each other?" "I don't know." Da Zhuang thought for a while, then shook his head. "It seems like a long time, I don't remember." "Yes, almost 16 months have passed in a flash, and maybe even longer if the zombies appear." Speaking of this, he turned sideways to look at the man standing next to him and said, "Have you ever wondered why I call you and Xiaojiu brothers, but I don't want to call Zhang Yin that?" Hearing this, De Zhuang scratched his head and asked in confusion, "Because we are older than you?" After saying this, he denied it again. "No, it seems that Zhang Yin is not young either." He. Qin Yu picked up a stone and threw it into the rushing river, saying softly, "Because the meaning is different. When Yi and I first met Zhang Yin, he was seriously injured." After saying this, De Zhuang was surprised. With his skills, how could someone seriously injure him? Is this true or not? "Didn't Zhang Yin tell you?" Qin Yu asked. "We only found out later that he had been a soldier." Zhang Yin would never take the initiative to talk about his own affairs. Now that he started talking with Qin Yu, De Zhuang became talkative again. Qin Yu was silent for a few seconds, then whispered, "No matter how powerful Zhang Yin was later, he was actually a hindrance to the two of us at that time, and he also had a daughter." "Then why did you save them?" "Because, even though Zhang Yin was seriously injured at the time, he did not reveal the people hiding in the abandoned supermarket, that is, me and Yi, although later when he heard that we were hiding inside, he deliberately expressed remorse and surprise." At this moment, Chen Yu revealed a secret. It was the kind of secret that was revealed more than a year later. Even Lin Yi didn't know about this, and even Zhang Yin certainly couldn't have imagined that Chen Yu seemed to have seen through it at the time. When Chen Yu was a child, he slept in a bridge hole, avoided stray dogs, and even fought wits and courage with human traffickers. So even though he was only 24 years old at that time, his mind was already more mature than his peers, and he would think more. If Zhang Yin lived with his daughter in the vicinity for a month after the zombies appeared, it is impossible that he did not find the abandoned supermarket. But he still went to a farther place to find food, which can only mean one thing. Zhang Yin knew that there was food in the surrounding area. He was well aware of the threat of zombies. If he wanted to wait for rescue, he could only hold on. Chapter 962. And later when Qin Yu and Lin Yi went upstairs, Zhang Yin did not show too much surprise. Qin Yu actually guessed it at that time. Later, things went smoothly. He needed teammates, and Qin Yu knew that he was just an ordinary person. If he wanted to survive, he had to build his own team. At this time, as a lifesaver, it couldn't be better. At the end, Qin Yu turned around and looked at the moon, murmuring, "Zhang Yin is very good. He can fight to the end to protect his daughter. But I can't survive by relying on others. If a crisis comes one day and Yi, Rui, and I are in danger at the same time, Zhang Yin will probably hesitate about who to save. And hesitation will lead to flaws. At that time, it doesn't matter who to save. Lin Yi and I will hold him back. I can only save myself." After he finished speaking, Chen Yu looked at De Zhuang and said with a smile, "Your appearance at that time gave me hope. That is, it's not bad for everyone to have their own strengths in a team." "He is a doctor, Zhang Yin. At that time, I only knew that he had been a soldier, but I didn't know how powerful he was, so I temporarily regarded him as the main force of the team, and I would just take it one step at a time and survive slowly." Hearing this, Dazhuang took off the bow, an arrow hanging on his body, and he held it in his hand and said, "But later, the emergence of the community actually gave you more ideas." "Yeah," Qin Yu said calmly. "So you have changed the fate of our group of people, including Xiaojiu." De Zhuang was silent. Qin Yu walked forward, put his hand on his right shoulder and said, "Lao Cheng's death, whether it's you or me, or Hong Wu, no one wants to see this happen." A few seconds later, De Zhuang said in a hoarse voice, "Not only Lao Cheng." "Huh? Who else?" Xiao Ning had a miscarriage. Qin Yu was stunned when he heard this. He frowned and said, "But Xiao Ning seems to be fine. The more she acts like she doesn't care, the more I blame myself." Dazhuang was very depressed and whispered, "I don't know how to face her." Hearing this, Qin Yu asked, "Did you hurt her?" "Of course not," Dazhuang blurted out. "Did you bring the enemy?" Dazhuang didn't want to talk anymore. The next second, Qin Yu said seriously, "Since you didn't cause all this, why are you hiding? Escape is not a way to solve the problem. The hospital has been built, there is basically no threat from the surrounding forces, and the camp is developing better and better. It is understandable that she is pregnant at this time. The fault is not on anyone. But no one expected that those camps were actually in the same group." Then he looked up at the night sky and whispered, "No one wants to see all this happen, and as Lao Cheng once said, forgetting is when they really disappear." "I understand." De Zhuang turned around, but saw a figure standing on the bridge. But it was a little far away, so he couldn't see who it was. Qin Yu walked towards the camp, and when he passed the bridge, he whispered to the figure, "Xiao Ning, I hope you don't blame De Zhuang anymore." "I never blamed him," Xiao Ning said with red eyes, and then ran towards the big village. Qin Yu smiled and walked towards the gate. Then he remembered something and asked the night watchman, "Did a group of strangers come here in the end?" Hearing this, the young man thought for a while and replied, "No, even zombies rarely appear." Hearing this, Qin Yu estimated the time and felt that Xiao Yun and others would come almost by. Why were they so slow? Because they were driving. Although they returned home later, they were still faster than Xiao Yun and others. After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and walked towards the camp. At this moment, the young man subconsciously glanced to the right and found a faint fire. Seeing this, he shouted to the people below, "Brother Dazhuang, Is there a fire over there? Qin had not walked far, and when he heard this, he walked back again. Dazhuang led Xiaoning to the door, and turned his head and said, "You go in first." Xiaoning also understood that this was not the time to talk, nodded and ran into the camp. Then Dazhuang waved his hand, and the young man quickly dropped the quiver from above. With the weapon quickly on his back, Dazhuang ran towards the fire. A few seconds later, Qin appeared beside him. The two looked at each other, and nodded slightly, moving closer at the same time. Soon the fire was getting closer and closer. Qin raised his hand to signal to stop, and then they hid behind a big rock. 10 seconds later, there was a sound of weeds being moved, accompanied by footsteps. Dazhuang aimed his arrow and shouted coldly, "If you take another step, I will kill you without mercy." As soon as he finished speaking, those people stood still. About 2 seconds later, a girl replied in a trembling voice, Don't shoot." Hearing this, Qin recognized who it was, and then heaved a sigh of relief and gestured to Dazhuang, and then he walked out. "You are finally here." After saying this, Xiaoyun and the others were relieved and breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother Qin, I didn't expect you to come back first." After not seeing each other for a few days, Xiaoyun's hair was much dirtier and his clothes had more holes. Qin looked at them in the light of the torches of several people, frowned and said, "Did something happen on the way? It shouldn't take that long." Hearing this, Xiaoyun explained, "There were zombies migrating, so we took a detour to avoid them. As a result, there were more and more zombies, and we had no choice but to mistakenly enter some abandoned houses." Speaking of this, she suddenly remembered something, turned around and waved to the back, "Bring the things up." After the voice fell, the people holding torches dispersed, leaving an open area in the middle. The next second, 2 men came forward, carrying 2 iron buckets tied with ropes with wooden sticks. Qin looked carefully and found that it looked like a container for gasoline. Then Xiaoyun walked up and unscrewed the lid, then handed it to Qin and said with a smile, "We didn't drive, but gasoline is very precious now. I happened to find these 2 barrels, so I took them with me. It's a gift for you to let us come here." Qin didn't take the lid because he had already smelled a very obvious gasoline smell. He nodded immediately, and Xiaoyun tightened it again. The next second, Qin took the torch from the person next to him and whispered, "Please line up. I need to check if everyone is familiar." Xiaoyun also understood the reason for doing so, and then took the lead and stood in front of Qin. About half a minute later, Qin finished the inspection and said, "Follow me." Chapter 963. After saying that, Qin turned and walked towards the camp. Dazhuang stood there motionless with a bow and arrow in his hand. When Xiaoyun passed by him, he extended his right hand enthusiastically and said, "Handsome guy, I hope you will take care of me in the future." Hearing this, Dazhuang hesitated for a moment, but still extended his hand to shake the other party. After all, if it was someone Qin knew, he didn't need to be too cold. Then the group slowly walked towards the camp, and Dazhuang followed behind the team. When entering the camp, Qin first asked them to hand over their weapons, and then explained that he had confirmed these people, and they could be trusted. At this time, Fengyi also ran over. Seeing this, she listened for a while, then said, "Then I will take them to find a place to rest first." "Well, it's troublesome. Just follow the rules you have been following for some time." Hearing this, Fengyi smiled and said, "We are also doing what you said before. Come on, everyone follow me." The next second, Qin said, "Someone will ask you some questions tomorrow, and arrange things according to your respective skills." Everyone looked at the clean and tidy scene in the camp, and nodded excitedly. But as they went deeper, they found that many houses were damaged. It seemed that this place had also suffered hardships. A small episode kept Qin busy for a while, and then he asked Dazhuang and the guards to go back first, and then said that he wanted to keep watch all night. In this way, it was not until 11 o'clock in the evening that Qin returned to the villa to rest. Early the next morning, Qin checked the large bows and arrows in the camp, and then asked people to make a few larger slingshots to prepare for throwing fireballs. He couldn't make a catapult, but this thing was very simple. Secondly, after Qin left last time, Xiao Jiu had people collect pine oil from the forest for other purposes. Now there are a lot of these things piled up in the warehouse. It would be a waste if they were not used. If he wanted to force those people to go back and take revenge on the Jayashiman, the first thing he needed to do was to destroy their homes. While making the fireball, Zhang Yin also took others to cut trees outside, about as thick as a baby's arm. Each tree trunk was 2 meters long, with a lot of explosives tied to the front. Although smokeless gunpowder could not be produced, black gunpowder was no problem. Some white sugar was added to the explosives of these long arrows. which undoubtedly made them more powerful. At present, not only did the camp where Qin Yu and others were located not have many bullets, but the enemy also did not have many. That was why the other side had not been able to launch another attack for more than a month. After all, they had no idea whether Xiao Jiao and others had other means. In one day, with strength in numbers, all preparations had been completed. Qin Yu looked at the goods piled on the open space, and then asked how much gasoline was left. However, what surprised him was that there were actually a few more electric cars in the camp. However, they broke down just after being pulled back to the camp. After Wang Tianhai's hands were disabled, the repair progress was delayed. Fortunately, as they stayed in the apocalypse for a longer time, everyone gradually mastered the skills of repairing cars. In addition, everyone was eager for revenge, so everyone helped to repair them. Finally, in the evening, 2 of them were repaired, but unfortunately the charging was too slow. After all, there was no usable charging station. With the little electricity in the camp, we could only use it next time. Now the camp has built some carts, which are made of bicycle tires. They can be towed behind the car and used to transport goods at low speed. After dark, Qin Yu selected 20 people with suitable body shapes and excellent marksmanship, and followed him to change into the armor of the Savior sect. Then they moved the weapons and equipment to the car, and everyone gathered together for dinner, said goodbye to their families and friends, and set off. Although everyone was curious about why they had to act at night, they didn't ask much. Xiao Jiao drove in front and led the way. Along the way, everyone walked quietly beside them. In the silent and desolate forest, there was only the sound of footsteps. There were not many cars that could be driven. Although Xiao Yun and others brought 2 barrels of gasoline, they had to use them sparingly, so they only used them to carry weapons and equipment, and walk by themselves. But what surprised Qin Yu was that Xiao Yun also brought a few people to help. Seeing this, he thought for a few seconds and agreed. Qin Yu could actually roughly guess the reason. They had just come in, but more than half of the people left the camp the next day. It was said that they were going to seek revenge or something. At this time, Xiao Yun and others, as strangers who survived, would inevitably be monitored if they stayed in the camp. If there was any accident or something was lost, it would probably be blamed on them. Xiao Yun was not stupid. Although she was not as strong as a man, she was very calm and could quickly figure out the seriousness of the matter. In one night, the group had completed half of the journey. Then Qin Yu left the team and found an abandoned open space, where he chose to rest. After setting up a simple tent to block the sun, everyone began to prepare food. There were a total of 45 people going out this time, and 1/3 of the camp was brought out. But a group of people had to stay at home to take care of it, including Uncle Hua, Xiao Kong, and Huang Lulin, who barely had some combat power. The purpose of this trip was to destroy the enemy's camp and pass on false information, so it was useless to bring too many people, which might increase casualties. It was too hot to travel during the day, so Qin Yu continued to lead people to set off in the evening. Except for the nurses and doctors, and the drivers of the 4 cars, everyone else was walking. At about midnight, Xiao Jiao slowly stopped the car. Seeing this, Qin Yu raised one hand, and everyone squatted on the spot, alert to the surrounding environment. He quickly stepped forward, stood beside the car and whispered, "Are we almost there?" Xiao Jiao nodded, holding a simple map in his hand, and said, "About 5 kilometers. Where is the other party's camp?" "It's similar to ours, a bit like a villa area, but it's an unfinished building, only an hour away from the city." Hearing this, Qin Yu looked around, looking at the abandoned houses on the roadside, and said, "It's still a bit far from here, let's go first and ambush a few hundred meters away." After saying that, he waved back, and everyone continued on their way. After about a while, Xiao Jiao led people to lift those large bows and slingshots out of the car and began to assemble them on the spot. In order to make transportation more convenient, they are all disassembled. Just dig a hole in the ground, insert the bracket, and then install the handrail to use it. Qin Yu also asked people to check the guns, and then said in a deep voice, "Remember, each of us has only 1 magazine, and we must make sure we can hit the target before shooting." 20 people, including Qi Hao and Zhang Yin, all nodded solemnly. Chapter 964. Although Xiao Jiao's marksmanship is also very good, he must be strong because he wants to attract the opponent to chase him out. Secondly, he needs to be recognized by the opponent. And Xiao Jiao happened to blow up the opponent's tank last time, and many people died in his hands. The two sides can be said to have a deep blood feud. Originally, Qin Yu was not going to command this operation, but Xiao Jiao said that he wanted to rush to the front line and didn't want to just watch. There was no choice but to let Qin Yu take over. At 1 o'clock in the morning, everyone ate something to replenish their energy, check each other's equipment and ammunition, and with Qin Yu's order, the action began. 45 people, except for doctors and nurses, were divided into 3 groups. Of course, the team led by Qin Yu had more people. De Zhuang led a few people, carrying bows and slingshots and moving forward. Xiao Jiao was wearing all black at this time, and even his arms were covered with black ice silk sun protection sleeves. He returned to the car, took out a piece of burnt charcoal from the trunk, and then scraped out many debris with a knife. Then mixed with a little water, Xiao Jiao dipped his fingers in the charcoal and smeared them diagonally on his face. Qin Yu stood in the distance, watching Xiao Jiao's preparatory work, then walked towards him and said, "Be careful." After applying, Xiao Jiao took the vest filled with explosives and put it on his body, smiled slightly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "I have been waiting for this day for a long time." Then Xiao Jiao took the walkie-talkie and fixed it on his shoulder, holding a shotgun in his hand, and walked into the woods alone. After he left, Qin Yu looked at his watch, turned around and said, "Everyone disperse." After the voice fell, 20 people squatted on both sides of the road in an orderly manner, staring at the road ahead with full concentration. De Zhuang led the archery team to approach the camp, and there were also people on guard outside. However, he did not act rashly at this time, but stared at the front with a telescope. 3 people in a group, each person was 10 meters apart, and the outside area was completely in sight. For ordinary survivors, it was difficult to get close to them. But unfortunately, Xiao Jiao has never been ordinary. He squatted in the weeds, raised his thumb towards the 8 o'clock direction, then held a clean dagger in his mouth and slowly moved forward. It was 1:30 in the morning, and the wilderness was very desolate, especially today there was no moon, which undoubtedly made the actions of Qin Yu and others more convenient. At this moment, Xiao Jiao, like a poisonous snake that had been lying in ambush for a long time, quietly approached the man on the far right. The man yawned, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and wanted to light it, but remembered the rules of the camp, and put the lighter away irritably. He put the cigarette on his ear, turned his head, and looked to the right, and found that his teammates were concentrating on patrolling. Then he put the gun on his back, and turned to the roadside. Unbuttoning his belt, the man closed his eyes, and started to pee. The weather was too hot, and there was no wind. Standing outside at this moment was simply torture. After peeing, the man shuddered twice, and then was about to go back, but found that there was a dagger on his neck. The cold touch almost instantly scared him into a cold sweat. The man opened his eyes, and saw a figure with a very dark face standing in front of him, almost blending into the darkness. "You?" Before the man finished his question, his mouth was covered by a big hand, and then the dagger quickly cut his throat. With a popping sound, just like a balloon being cut, the man covered his neck with his right hand, and wanted to shout with horror, but he couldn't shout. Blood flowed out from his fingers. Xiao Jiao caught the fallen body, and slowly put him on the ground. Then he fumbled in the other person's pocket, and found a half-smoked pack of cigarettes, which he put directly into his pocket, and touched the next person again. He did not go to finish off the corpse, because Xiao Jiao wanted this person to become a zombie. Since the other two kept walking back and forth, and their right index fingers were always on the trigger of the gun, Xiao Jiao did not have many opportunities to shoot. This place is still far away from the enemy's camp, about 100 meters away, and it is not easy to hit the enemy's house with enlarged bows and slingshots, so these people need to be dealt with first. About 2 minutes later, a corpse on the ground moved, and then slowly climbed up. At this time, the other person also found that there was no movement on the left, and approached him with a weapon in hand. "Huang Si, are you lazy again?" The voice came out, but no one responded. Seeing this, the man frowned, and the next second, a black shadow walked towards him crookedly. The young man took the flashlight from his waist and shone it over, and suddenly a zombie with cloudy eyes and blood all over its neck roared. Then his eyelids jumped, and his right hand was about to pull the trigger, but suddenly something stuck. He looked down and found that his right hand had been held by someone without knowing when. Before he could speak, Xiao Jiao held the knife in his left hand and stabbed him directly from the chin, killing him on the spot. After dealing with the 2 men, the third man was much easier. Xiao Jiao simply walked straight towards him, and then from a distance of 10 meters, he suddenly threw out a flying knife with his right hand, instantly stabbing the other party's eyeball. After doing all this, Xiao Jiao raised his thumb in a certain direction again. Seeing this, Da Zhuang put down the telescope and said in a deep voice, "You can go in." Soon everyone approached the camp of this group of people. The wall here was not completely repaired. Many places were blocked by iron sheets, but a lot of wood was also added. Looking around, Dajwang led his men to a high ground on the left and began to set up bows and arrows. It was late at night, and the people inside were sleeping soundly. Soon Dajwang finished setting up 3 large bows and slingshots, and put specially made flaming arrows on them one by one. 3 strong men stood behind the bows and arrows, with their left feet against the handrails below, and tried to tighten the bowstrings with both hands, and then slowly loosen them according to the instructions. Dajwang did not let people shoot arrows directly, but first used slingshots to shoot the resin balls in. A total of 62 oil balls, 9 at a time, flew into the camp of the group again and again. Bang! The glass of a house was broken, and the people sleeping inside woke up instantly. Not only him, but many people next door also woke up. Although this is an unfinished building, with the construction and development of this group of people, it can now be considered habitable. One of the main reasons for attacking the villa area where Qin Yu and others are located is that the geographical environment there is really good. Just when those people hadn't figured out what these things on the ground were, the sound of explosives suddenly sounded at the gate. Seeing this, some men's faces changed slightly, and they quickly ran towards the places where they put their weapons. Of course, most of them were bows and arrows or hunting rifles. Chapter 965. Excluding men, women, old and young, there were only about 200 of the 300 people who could show their fighting power. But so many people were still quite threatening. Even if one person shot an arrow, Xiao Jiao would be pierced like a hedgehog. So Xiao Jiao did not stop. He attacked in front of the other party with a familiar attack method, and then turned around and ran. The reason why he painted his face black was that he wanted these people to look familiar, but they would not be able to remember who he was at the first time. After thinking about it, they will be furious and chase him desperately. This is taking advantage of the other party's psychology. After all, if a stranger suddenly breaks into their camp and kills people with brutal shots, they will definitely wonder who it is. They will think about the cause and effect, worry about whether the other party has reinforcements, etc. Even if it is only half a minute, it can increase their anger. Sure enough, as soon as Xiao Jiao climbed over the wall, those people chased out on motorcycles. Seeing that the front was in chaos in an instant, a large number of people left the camp. Dajwang took out a lighter to light a torch, then squatted on the ground and ignited 3 long arrows. Fire! After the words fell, the 3 men let go, and the flaming arrows flew towards the camp at a very fast speed. A few seconds later, there was a loud rumbling sound from inside. Seeing this, Dajwang lit the fire and thought, it seems that the place where the ammunition is piled is hit. Without rest, the 7 of them were busy in an orderly manner. 3 people placed wooden arrows, Dajwang lit the fire, and the other 3 concentrated on shooting arrows. Every round, Dajwang would ask them to move the angle of the bows and arrows to ensure that many places inside could burn. When the work was almost done here, Dajwang took out the intercom and said, Xiaoyu, I finished it here, the rest is up to you. 2 seconds later, there was a noise and Qin Yu's voice came. Got it. Then Dajwang pushed the bow and slingshot to the grass next to him, and then asked the 6 of them to rush back to support, while he ran to meet Xiao Jiao. After Xiao Jiao left the camp, the others also ambushed for a long time, and when they saw the motorcycle appear, they immediately opened fire to take revenge. Everyone yelled with red eyes, and even wanted to break the trigger. But the enemy's firepower was not weak either, and they soon gained a certain degree of advantage. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao did not want to fight and led everyone to retreat. Now there were not many people left, and he could not let casualties occur in the team. After a while, Qin Yu and his team also heard the sound of gunfire, which sounded a bit like fighting and retreating. Soon, he saw the backs of some people, and it seemed that some people were injured. 2 of them had their arms hanging by the side, holding guns in one hand. Seeing this, the people squatting next to them could not bear it anymore and wanted to stand up to help, but seeing that Qin Yu did not move, they could only grit their teeth and bear it. Soon Xiao Jiao and his men were getting closer and closer. At this moment, Qin Yu waved his right hand and said in a deep voice, Go ahead. Remember, no one is allowed to talk. Since Xiao Jiao and his men had run out of bullets, they were being chased like dogs that had lost their homes. The survivors chasing them even fired their guns at the front, shouting all kinds of insults. But soon the group of people could no longer laugh. With a burst of dense gunfire, dozens of people fell directly to the ground, and the motorcycles fell on both sides of the road. At the same time, Qin Yu led the armored team, aiming at them with weapons in hand. With the fire suppression, those people immediately ran back with ghosts howling. When a hunting rifle meets an automatic rifle, it is completely one-sided. After more than 10 seconds, Jinyu raised his right hand to signal a ceasefire, because he saw someone looking at him. Sure enough, the next second someone shouted loudly, "Who the hell sent you here?" Jinyu did not answer, and the others did not say anything. Then the other party roared again, "Kill the donkey after it has done its work, right?" "Ah?" Jinyu snorted coldly, picked up the rifle, and didn't even aim, and fired a bullet directly based on muscle memory, hitting the forehead of the person next to him on the spot. Before the man died, his eyes were wide open with resentment, and there was only one sentence left in his mind. "Brother. Just kill him, why hit me?" The rest of the people retreated quickly, and they didn't even have time to hold the motorcycle on the ground. Others wanted to chase, but Jinyu said, "Don't worry about it." In this way, for 2 whole days, Jinyu kept blocking them with his men, and occasionally had people set fire to the camp. During this period, he did not speak, but led the team to encircle and kill anyone they saw. It was not that the other side could not beat them, but someone recognized the armor Jinyu was wearing, and they did not dare to act rashly. The next night, the group of people began to retreat one by one, and everyone understood and released the encirclement. Since they could come here, they must have a way to go back. But there were too many people, and it was definitely unrealistic to want to leave at the same time. At dawn, Jinyu and others found a group of people who wanted to evacuate, and they turned out to be the Wanderers people. There were about 30 of them, wearing zombie skins, but unfortunately some of them were injured and their movements were not like zombies, so they were easily identified. Those people knelt on the ground, looking at the strangers in front of them, and did not dare to speak. "Who are you?" someone asked. Then, the injured Yishuan said with a pale face, "We didn't attack your camp, why are you chasing us?" The next second, Jinyu took off his helmet and revealed his true face. Yishuan's eyes widened, and then her face turned even paler. She murmured, I knew it, I really shouldn't have agreed to those people's requests at that time." Jinyu looked calm, just watching them quietly. At this moment, Xiao Jiao came up from the side. Seeing this, Jinyu asked, "Are these people among those who attacked the camp?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao was silent for a few seconds and did not speak. Then Jinyu took out the last magazine from his body, then changed it, and pulled the bolts. This action made those people close their eyes, and even though they were trembling all over, they did not beg for mercy. Xiao Jiao said, "The attackers are all men, but I don't know if these people have provided them with weapons." "It's just a weapon." Yi Shuan knew that this was their only chance to survive, and quickly explained, "Xiao Chen, you should know that the scavengers often attack us. The last time I heard it, it was you who told us that 2 of them had died. With this kind of relationship, how could we help them?" Then she continued to talk to herself. "I always thought that we were abandoned at the beginning, but who would have thought that a camp would suddenly appear and say they wanted to merge with us?" Just like that, Yi Shuan directly told the whole story, even the details of how many of them were captured. Jinyu didn't believe it, and didn't want to believe it. He put his right hand on the trigger, staring at the people in front of him, without saying a word. At this moment, Xiao Jiao stretched out his hand and put it on his gun, whispering, "If you can't do it, then I do it." Chapter 966. Jinyu did not let go, but whispered, "Doing wrong things always requires a price." After that, Jinyu pulled the trigger in front of everyone. The bullet flew out of the muzzle like a fire dragon, ruthlessly hitting Yishulan's body, blood sprayed in the air, and took her life coldly. Others looked at this scene, and stood there in a daze. Jinyu's face was numb, and his eyes were indifferent. He spoke again. "The moment you provided them with weapons, you should have anticipated the fate you might suffer." Then he looked at the women who were frightened and pale, and said, "Yishuan gave the order, you can only execute it. Besides, since you didn't attack the camp, I won't be angry with you." After saying this, the rest of the people breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the man in front of them didn't kill people. But soon Jinyu snorted coldly. "The death penalty can be avoided, but the living crime cannot be escaped. In order to prevent you from making a comeback, from today on, more than 30 of you will have to spend the rest of your lives in prison. Take him away." After that, the others put their weapons on their backs, walked forward to untie the shoelaces of those people, and tied their hands behind their backs. As the fire grew bigger and bigger and gradually got out of control, Jinyu and others had to evacuate. The survivors basically fled here, and Xiao Jiao followed behind them. After making sure they were on the boat, he didn't care, although he wanted to kill these people. But in order not to affect the plan, now I can only temporarily endure it. If I guess correctly, these people coming from Pawnee Bay will definitely fight to the death if they see the people from the Salvation Gate attacking them. If a dog-eat-dog situation could be created, It would definitely be more beneficial than harmful to Chen Yu. If they really wanted to kill them all, it would be impossible with just over 40 of them. The group pushed the motorcycle and escorted the captives to the camp in the villa area. Chen Yu, carrying a gun with only a dozen bullets left, walked to a disheveled woman and asked, "Where are all your old people and children?" Hearing this, the woman looked down at the ground and murmured, "After the merger, those people felt that the old, weak, sick and disabled were a waste of food, so they selected some of them and killed all the sick and disabled survivors. Who is in charge?" "Sister Lan." Hearing this, Chen Yu couldn't help but feel depressed. Yi Shulan, who looked kind before, was ruthless when she attacked. Chen Yu trusted her once, and he would never trust her a second time. From the moment she was captured alive, the countdown to death had begun. But Chen Yu didn't massacre the others. As long as they had nothing to do with the attack, they were not guilty of death. This time, the number of enemies killed was about 50, and they also sacrificed 2 people, which was far from revenge. Although the others were confused, they knew that the work was not yet completed, so they had to put their worries aside. After returning, Chen Yu led people to build an area in the camp with barbed wire, and scattered a lot of broken glass on the ground outside, and then locked these people in. Then Chen Yu also announced a rule, that is, they would not be provided with any food, and if they wanted to survive, they had to show their determination to change. So some people began to say that they could help weed, clean public toilets, and even attract zombies. In short, everyone began to do various labors under surveillance. After a night's rest, Chen Yu began to prepare to go to the Savior Gate. He needed to strike while the iron was hot, otherwise if the people from Pawnee Bay found something wrong, there would be problems. But the first problem to be solved was how to get there. There was no means of transportation in the Doomsday, so it was definitely unrealistic to walk. After all, the distance was at least several hundred kilometers. In addition, the team was large and there were many people, so it was impossible to find a suitable vehicle. There were only about 10 people sitting in the meeting room at this time, all of whom were core figures in the camp. Chen Yu listened to the discussion quietly without saying anything. A few minutes later, Zhang Yin turned his head and looked at him and asked, "Xiao Yu, do you have any other opinions?" Chen Yu looked at the worn-out table, and after a moment of silence, he said, "I'm a little tired." When he said this, everyone in the conference room was stunned and looked at him in surprise. "What are you doing?" Chi Hao asked subconsciously, as if he didn't understand. "I was thinking, if we blow up the roads that can be passed, will we be safe in the future?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other, not knowing what this meant. They were clearly discussing how to take people there, but Chen Yu suddenly said this. The next second, a voice rang out from inside the room. "I'm just imagining it, don't take it to heart, just do as Hongwu said, let's look for a big truck first." After the voice fell, Chen Yu stood up and left the meeting room. The others fell silent, but no one followed him out. Xiao Jiao held a mirror in his left hand, and a razor in his right hand to shave his beard, and whispered, "No matter how big or small the war is, as long as it is launched, there will inevitably be sacrifices. That's why we can't wait for the Savior sect to attack again." Zhang Yin also said, "It seems that Xiao Yu doesn't want to see any casualties." De Zhuang helped Hongwu get up, and the two walked towards the door. The next morning, Chen Yu stood on the balcony, his eyes always looking in a certain direction. He was waiting for the pigeon. Zhang Yin took people out to find a car, but Chen Yu knew very well that most of the cars that can be driven now have been taken back to the camp by various forces, and those that are still in the wild have long become abandoned cars. In this environment, it is extremely difficult to find a large truck that can be driven. As expected, that night, Zhang Yin and his group returned to the camp depressed. Chen Yu also knew that he seemed to have overlooked a necessary condition, that is, they did not have the ability to travel long distances for the time being. In the past 2 days, Chen Yu has been worrying about this matter, but he still couldn't find any clues. There was no way. Chen Yu rested for a few days, and began to lead the team on the road. He wanted to meet up with those allies to see if others had any good ideas. Although zombies approached the camp from time to time, they were no longer a threat. An abandoned open-air stadium. At this time, it was almost full of people, and all the camps gathered together, disliking each other. As the atmosphere became more and more tense, someone suddenly shouted, "Damn, is that guy teasing us? There is no salvation gate. I think it's just to lure us out and then steal our home." Before he finished speaking, a flying knife approached quickly and sank into the plastic chair next to his ear. Chapter 967. At the same time, Chen Yu walked out of a door and whispered, "What's so special about your camp that I should be concerned about?" After he finished speaking, a group of people followed him, staring at the surroundings with eager eyes. When Chinyu appeared, the others suddenly became quiet. But not everyone had the patience to listen to him, such as the one-eyed man last time. He nudged the woman next to him with his elbow and whispered, "Just do as I told you before, let's start." Hearing this, the woman named John Liping pondered for a few seconds and nodded solemnly. Then she took a few steps forward, clapped her hands and shouted, "We never interacted with each other before. Now you gather us together, you must give a suitable reason, right?" After saying this, John Liping seemed to want to block Chinyu's mouth, so she added again, "According to what you said, there is a very terrible force developing in the dark. They despise human life and kill people like flies, but where is it?" Hearing this, Chinyu took out a large map from his pocket and spread it directly on the ground. Unexpectedly, the woman didn't even look at it, but stepped forward a few steps and said on the map, "I mean those people, not the mark far away in the sky." A trace of coldness flashed in Chinyu's eyes, and he stood up and said, "Do you want to hand over your life and the lives of your loved ones to others?" "What do you mean?" John Liping gritted her teeth and said, "You asked us to do something, but you still have this attitude? I originally intended to unite with you people to resist, but after thinking about it for a while, it seems that you are still a group of scattered Saiyans, and it is difficult to make a difference." After saying that, Chinyu glanced at the people present, not paying any attention to the men behind them, and said in a deep voice, "Those who want to withdraw can leave now." After he finished speaking, the leader of a group of forces sneered and said, "I thought it was a big scene, but it turned out to be just like this. Let's go, let's go. It's better to go back and sleep with my wife and children." After leaving this sentence, this person took 30 men and left the abandoned stadium directly. The next second, someone from the force next to his original position raised his hand. Seeing this, Chinyu nodded slightly and said, "Do you have any other questions? If you win, can you give us some seeds and animals? You don't want women?" Chinyu raised his eyebrows and asked the man in his 40s in front of him, "It's enough to be alive. What do you need those for?" Hearing this, Chinyu pretended to think for a while and nodded, "Okay, I promise you." The man was a little relaxed when he saw this, and he let out a long breath, and continued to stand in the corner with the more than 20 people behind him. Time passed by minute, and half of the original dozen forces had gone. Chinyu just stood there calmly, looking at his watch from time to time. These days, he kept thinking, if he took so many people to attack the Salvation Sect, what if something unexpected happened? Since he could win over these people, would the more powerful Salvation Sect be able to do it? Chinyu was not familiar with these people, so he didn't dare to gamble, but even if there was only a 1% chance of it happening, it would be fatal. That's why Chinyu said in the meeting room that he was a little tired. This was not something Chinyu suddenly thought of, but he was really worried about this situation. Later, after receiving the letter from Shangwan Jing, Chinyu temporarily changed his plan. That is to reduce the number of people, because Shangwan Jing and Hui Yao had already opened the armory, and the remaining weapons and equipment in it were completely crushing in the doomsday. Just when Chinyu thought that those people had almost left, he turned his head to look at the one-eyed man in front of him on the left and said, "You're not leaving?" "Hee, of course not. I'm determined to follow you and drink soup." As soon as he said this, John Liping next to him rolled her eyes without leaving any trace. But she was too lazy to expose him. Seeing this, Chinyu pretended not to see his little thoughts, then nodded and said, "There are 7 camps left now. How many people are there in total?" Hearing this, John Liping raised her hand and said, "We have 51 here. 43. 26. Soon everyone started counting. Chinyu roughly calculated, and then whispered, "Including us, there are a total of 202. As soon as this was said, the others started to whisper, and no one knew what they were talking about. Chinyu said, "Who can find a bigger vehicle?" Hearing this, the man asked curiously, "What do you want this thing for?" Before Chinyu could answer, someone next to him explained, "You are stupid. There are so many of us. We can't walk there, right? But now, except for helicopters, we can't drive anything else, right?" The one-eyed man looked puzzled. "Is this all you can think of? Can't you think of anything else?" A man with pigtails sneered. "What brain do I have? You tell me?" The one-eyed man pulled out his axe and asked coldly. Seeing that a fight was about to start, Chinyu rubbed his temples with a headache. Then he walked forward, grabbed the collar of each person with both hands, and threw them out. "If you want to fight, there will be plenty of time to fight in the future, but not now." The two were thrown out, and the one-eyed man endured it, but the pigtail man was so angry that he stood up and shouted, "Last time you came to my house, I treated you with good food and drinks, and you have this attitude?" As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out the machete hanging on his waist, turned his head and shouted from behind, "Brothers, do it." But the next second, the braided man turned around and saw a few more people beside Chen Yu. They were Zhang Yin, De Shuang, Xiao Jiao and Lei. The four of them took 2 steps in an orderly manner. What's more, the braided man found that there were many people behind him staring at him with displeasure. At this time, he was neither moving nor retreating, and it was very awkward to stand there. Chen Yu said calmly, "Don't fight, don't make trouble, do you understand?" The one-eyed man stepped out to be a peacemaker and said cheerfully, "Just a joke, just a joke." At this moment, Zhang Liping suddenly raised her hand and said, "I used to be a leader in the railway department. After the doomsday, I thought about driving a train to escape. I remember a coal-burning train was blocked by a group of zombies. If we can get rid of those zombies and find enough coal, then I can start it. Can you drive it?" Chen Yu looked at her and asked. "I can't, but my people can. After the zombie outbreak, some of them have followed me to this day." After listening, Chen Yu pondered for a while and said, "Before that, I need you to go with me to do something." Chapter 968. "What's going on?" Zhang Liping asked. Chen Yu turned around and looked in a certain direction, and slowly said, "If we leave our respective camps, what if others have ill intentions? Isn't that equivalent to giving them an opportunity? So you are preparing." Someone was slightly startled. "If you don't send people, then send effort." Chen Yu left a word and turned to walk out. This matter is particularly important, and he will not allow any risks to occur. Seeing this, the others looked at each other and quickly followed. Next, Chen Yu's 200 men separated and surrounded those people one by one. This group of people, the maximum number of which was no more than 60, could not even resist when surrounded. Although Chen Yu said that he would not take the initiative to attack any force, he needed these people to be honest and obedient. But after all, the doomsday was full of dangers, and Chen Yu had no clones, so it was impossible to keep an eye on every camp. So reducing their weapons and ammunition became a means of saving lives. Of course, Chen Yu would not just rely on robbing, otherwise it would go against his original intention. On the desolate road. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun was at its strongest, and everyone was sweating profusely. Chen Yu held a piece of paper with a few paragraphs written on it, which roughly said that some of their weapons or ammunition would be requisitioned and repaid with other materials in a month. After reading it, someone muttered, "In this environment, this thing has no legal effect even if it is signed." Hearing this, Chen Yu naturally understood what they were thinking, and then said, "Indeed, whether you sign or not, it will not have a binding effect, so it is just to comfort you psychologically." Then he paused and added, "I will not make things difficult for those who do not sign, but if you sign, if we win later, you will definitely get unimaginable benefits. Let's discuss it, okay?" The other party hesitated. Seeing this, Chen Yu nodded and said, "Whatever." After saying that, he raised his hand to signal the others to step back. Then the other side of more than 30 people gathered together, and 4 of them retreated into the team and began to whisper. "What do you think?" Hearing this, a man in his 30s frowned and said, "These people don't look easy to mess with. Although they say they won't make things difficult for us, no one knows whether we can go back alive." After the voice fell, another woman followed up and said, "We have been using those firecrackers and steel balls for so long, and it seems that the frequency is not very long. Yeah, the nearby camps are basically empty anyway, so why not give it a try?" About half a minute later, these people had already made up their minds, and then sent a representative to take a pen and prepare to write his name. Seeing this, Chen Yu said, "Just write the approximate name of your camp." The man was stunned for a moment, then erased it and rewrote a few words. Then Chen Yu didn't look at it carefully, but put it directly in his pocket. Then the group handed over half of the equipment, and after Chen Yu checked it, he turned around and left with the people. Although there was only an old-fashioned hunting rifle, it was barely usable. After they left, someone spit on the ground and said depressedly, "We said we could leave if we wanted, but there are so many zombies along the way, it's obvious that they are waiting for us here." "Okay, don't be like a grudge woman, he could obviously rob our camp, but he insisted on doing this unnecessary thing, so stop talking." The group of people packed up and continued to rush to their own camp. But what surprised them along the way was that they didn't encounter other survivors to rob things. Little did they know that it was precisely because of the mediation of Chen Yu's camp that similar survivors around them were being watched, such as the one-eyed man. Even if he wanted to withdraw, Chen Yu would not agree. Chen Yu would never allow such people to develop. On that day, Chen Yu and Zhang Liping each caught up with those who had left. Among them, there were still 2 forces that did not intend to sign, and their attitude was very bad, cursing. Chen Yu did not care about this. They were far apart from each other, and with Shang Wenjing's camp watching them, it was impossible for them to join forces. As long as they didn't mix together, it would be hard for them to pose a threat. Still in the abandoned stadium. It was dusk, the light was a little darker, and the wind began to blow. Qin Yu looked up and whispered, "It looks like it's going to rain." Xiao Jiao stood beside him and said, "It's a good time to take a shower." As soon as he finished speaking, a thunderous sound rang out. Qin Yu smiled, turned around and walked towards Zhang Liping and others, saying, "I thought you would only listen to that blind man." Who? Although Zhang Liping was in her 40s, and a little bloated, she was very quick-witted. She quickly reacted and sneered, "It's that one-eyed man who has been trying to sow discord between you and me. Who cares about him? Then why did you take the lead before?" Chen Yu had a faint smile on his face. "If I don't do that, will you let these people withdraw?" Zhang Liping was combing her hair in front of the mirror, and answered casually. Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at her with a high eye and said softly, "Very good, I like to deal with smart people, but how did you see that?" Hearing this, Zhang Liping quickly tied her hair up with a rubber band and turned back to say, "I have also managed people, so I naturally know how difficult it is to manage a large number of people, not to mention that they are a group of people I have not had much contact with before." Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, "There are a few more questions I need to ask clearly." Just as he finished speaking, it started to drizzle. Zhang Liping stood under the eaves, stretched out her hand to feel the rain, and said, "Let's talk after taking a shower." Then they walked to other places, and stood directly on the open ground. Many people even lay on the ground in a big letter shape, letting the rain wash over their bodies. Seeing this, Qin Yu didn't care and let them go on. It's strange to say that since the zombies appeared, except for the dirty rain at the beginning, it seems that the rain doesn't need to be filtered now. For more than a year, rainwater can be drunk directly after boiling, so many people regard this as an opportunity to take a shower. After all, not everyone is in the mood to take a shower every day. In the doomsday, most survivors are a little dirty. Soon the rain became heavier, and more than half of the people were outside in the rain, and some even took out a piece of soap. The next second, Qin Yu saw someone holding detergent and pouring it directly on his head. Except for women, who were still wearing clothes, most men were only wearing pants. Qin Yu led people to collect some wood and prepared to make a fire to dry clothes for Xiao Jiao and De Zhuang. Chapter 969. It is now the end of October, and it is still a bit cool after the rain. If the clothes are wet and stick to the body, it will inevitably be uncomfortable. Although the stadium is very empty, everyone has chosen their own area, so there is nothing to be afraid of. The zombies can't get in from the outside, and the door is blocked. Nothing happened overnight. The next morning, Zhang Liping came alone to the area where Qin Yu and others rested. There were also people on guard, but he had been informed in advance, so he didn't stop them. As soon as she approached within 5 meters, Qin Yu opened his eyes almost instantly and sat up. "Good morning." Zhang Liping greeted with a smile, then pointed to the middle of the stadium and asked her to go over and talk. Qin Yu nodded and followed her. There are a lot of zombies blocking the train, probably hundreds of them, and the most important thing is that there are also zombies in the next few carriages. Zhang Liping kicked the soil on the ground and said, "So many?" Qin Yu frowned slightly. Hearing this, Zhang Liping smiled and said, "It shouldn't be difficult for you, right?" "Why do you say that?" Qin Yu pretended not to understand. Seeing this, Zhang Liping pointed to the group of people behind him and said, "Your men never panic when they encounter zombies. They stare at each other's blind spots and kill them in an orderly manner with knives. This level is not available in ordinary camps." The next second, Qin Yu shook his head and said, "They are not my men." "Oh!" Zhang Liping blinked. "You're not even the one in charge?" "They are all my partners and teammates, even brothers." Because Zhang Liping doesn't look stupid, Qin Yu is willing to talk to her a little more. "Lend me a few people, I should be able to clean up those zombies in a week, but I don't know where to get so much coal now." Hearing this, Qin Yu said, "You go and deal with the train issue, and leave the coal to me." "Are you sure?" Zhang Liping smiled, crossed her arms and said, "This is not the end of the world, where can you get it?" Since he had never come into contact with this kind of coal-burning train before, seeing her expression at this time, Qin Yu paused and asked, "How much coal is needed to run this kind of train?" "Well, it depends on how far the distance is." Hearing this, Qin Yu thought about it and gave an answer. "What if it is about 700 kilometers? "How much?" Zhang Liping widened her eyes and showed an expression of disbelief. "Could it be that the Salvation Gate is 700 kilometers away from us?" Qin Yu hesitated, but nodded slightly. The next second, Zhang Liping looked at the young man in front of her and said, What kind of hatred is it that makes them come all the way to get you? After saying this, Chinyu put his hands in his pockets and said, in my opinion, the two sides don't have much hatred, but I can't accept the ideas of that group of people in the Doomsday. They treat pregnant women cruelly, and even ask them to commit suicide after giving birth. At this point, Chinyu paused. What I am mainly worried about is that they will attack us in the future. It is unrealistic to travel long distances now, but no one can predict what will happen in 2 years, or even 5 years. What's more, our camp has been discovered, but we don't know where they are. There is only a mark on the map. John Liping listened and said, indeed, the enemies nowadays are not like before. They will consider many things. In the Doomsday, if they don't like you, they will just kill you, and no one will stand up for you. Well, that's about the same reason. It would be better if humans didn't kill each other. John Liping was amused by his words, and curled her lips, and said, even in the past, humans still fought non-stop. So how much coal do you need? Give me an accurate number. If it's more than 700 kilometers, it will probably take this much. John Liping raised her right hand, and spread her palm. 500 kilograms? Chinyu tentatively said a number. After he finished speaking, John Liping rolled her eyes in front of him. Including the return trip, I estimate you need to prepare 50 tons. This is only 700 kilometers. If it's a full trip, you will need more coal. So much. Chinyu suddenly felt a headache. If we use a semi-trailer to transport it, we need 2, right? Nowadays, it is different from the past. If you want to transport so much coal, you must first consider whether zombies will block the road, and then consider the vehicles. So, since it is quite far away, why not forget it? John Liping glanced at the others and found that they were already preparing hot food, and then said, at worst, we can move to another place. Chinyu did not accept John Liping's idea. After thinking about it, he said, moving is very troublesome. After so much development, who has the energy to continue to go to other places? What's more, some of the relatively good areas nowadays may have been occupied by others. In that case, there is no problem. John Liping nodded and said, anyway, I have said almost everything I should say. It depends on how you solve it. After that, she returned to her area. After Chinyu returned, he also informed everyone of the content of the conversation just now. After listening to it, everyone also showed a solemn expression. De Zhuang turned his head and looked over there, and asked, could it be that this woman is bluffing us, just to make us retreat? Hearing this, John Yin thought for a moment and said, what good will this do for her? John Yin is right. There is no gain without pain. The reason they formed an alliance with us is nothing more than that resources are scarce now, and some people do not have the means to rob other forces. Our appearance at this time undoubtedly gives them an opportunity. After that, everyone was silent. 50 tons of coal may not be a lot before the end of the world, but where can we find it in the current environment? A few seconds later, Chinyu took a bite of the cake and said, so let's split into 2 groups. Who will take a few people and follow that woman to deal with the zombies? As soon as the words fell, several people in front of him raised their hands. Seeing this, Chinyu thought for a moment and said, then Shi Hao, you follow Brother Xiao. Zhang Yin and De Zhuang will follow me to find places where there may be coal. Alate pointed at himself, what about me? Hearing this, Chinyu thought for a moment and said, you also follow us, but you can't go too far. We will go to find coal, and you will go to find a semi-trailer. Okay, that's it. Xiao Jiao nodded, no objection. He also knew that Chinyu asked him to follow the one-eyed man, and the others, most likely to keep an eye on them to prevent them from messing around. Chinyu stood up and stretched out his hand in front of him, saying, this is the first time we have dealt with so many people recently. Everyone should be careful, and don't let down your guard. Chapter 970. Several people stood up, and put their hands together, then encouraged each other and dispersed. Chinyu walked to Shenmeng and said, we will not set off for the time being. Do you want to go back first? Hearing this, Shenmeng tilted her head and looked at him and asked, but it is not convenient to communicate now. How will you contact us when the time comes? After listening, Chinyu thought about it, and felt that what she said made sense, so he changed his words and said, then you should also take people to the power plant to have a look. If it is not occupied by the zombies, come back and inform us. Okay. Shenmeng nodded, but suddenly she thought of something and asked curiously, you asked us to gather this time, but there is no way to leave. Why did you do this? I just want to see how many people will come, and how many will leave. Okay. Seeing this, Shenmeng said no more and turned to greet her people. Not many, probably only a dozen. Now her camp is under intense reconstruction, and she can't leave too many survivors, otherwise it will be a disaster if something happens. Jinyu also said that she would help with the construction after the project was completed, or she could bring people here directly. Anyway, it depends on whether it will be successful next. The 200 people in the abandoned stadium were divided into two groups. The two groups of people were optimized again, according to their familiarity, and formed some small groups. Ji Hao followed Xiao Jiao and left. There were only about a dozen people left in the stadium, all of whom followed Jinyu. I rarely came to this city before. There were fires in many places, and even corpses were everywhere on the ground. Jinyu led everyone out of the passage and began to look for the map. But unfortunately, even if they could find it, most of it was polluted by the environment, making it difficult to distinguish the information. There was no way. It was like this in the Doomsday. Many news were difficult to obtain, and they could only find it step by step. Walking on the dilapidated streets, zombies would occasionally walk out of those abandoned shops and stagger towards them. Jinyu picked up a rusty iron rod from the ground, waited twice, and then threw it directly forward, but did not kill it all at once. Then Zhang Yin took the knife and walked forward to finish off the enemy, and turned back and said, "It's not a good idea to keep looking like this." Hearing this, Jinyu looked around and said, "How about this, everyone separate, form groups of 3, and gather here in an hour. Let's check the time." After he finished speaking, everyone gathered together, checked each other's watches, and then left. Jinyu nodded to Zhang Yin and to Zhuang, and said, let's go this way." Entering a shop full of ruins, the three of them went to another street. But unfortunately, it is too difficult to find this thing. After all, it is not like before. You can just call and ask, "Where can I buy coal?" Half an hour later, Jinyu and his 3 friends found a few bags of coal in a community. It seems that someone bought them for firewood. De Zhuang shot a zombie in security uniform with a bow and arrow, saying, "This is not enough, only 5 bags of coal, what can you do?" Jinyu covered his mouth and nose with his right hand, pushed open the iron door, and walked over to check, then said, "Mosquito legs are also meat. Never mind, take it away, I go find a tool." After saying that, he walked out of the community alone. If I remember correctly, I saw a supermarket cart lying on the ground on the road before. But unfortunately, one of the wheels was broken. Seeing this, Jinyu looked around and walked towards a grocery store on the side of the road. After searching for a while, Jinyu returned with a rusty screwdriver and fiddled with the wheel of the cart for a while. Then he inserted the screwdriver and tried it. It could barely be pushed normally, and then he took the cart back to the community. Zhang Yin and De Zhuang had already moved the coal to the open area outside, where it could be directly loaded into the cart. After searching for a while again, there was no clue, so the 3 began to return to the place they had agreed on before. Soon other people began to appear, and everyone exchanged information, but they all came back empty-handed. However, others also found a few bags of loose coal, but they were not enough to fill the gaps between their teeth. Jinyu had seen the coal factory before, and because it was often moved by that group of people, there was not much coal left. Secondly, for some unknown reason, it seemed that it had been abandoned before the end of the world, so the stock was not much. Jinyu only roughly estimated that it should be only a few tons, so it was better to move it at the end. Just when everyone thought there would be no more gains, Goli appeared with a list, and his face was full of surprise. Because he didn't pay attention to the road, he was even knocked down by the rope and fell. However, Goli did not rest, but ran to the front of everyone excitedly and said excitedly, "Look, what is this?" After the words fell, Jinyu reached out to take it, and the others also gathered around. The content on the list was a recruitment advertisement, which seemed to be posted by a logistics park. After reading it, someone looked puzzled and said, "This is to recruit drivers, not coal miners. It seemed useless." I thought so at first, but look carefully. As he said, Goli pointed to the line of small words below. However, due to the time, it was a little unclear. Seeing this, Jinyu raised the paper above his head, facing it to the sun, then narrowed his eyes slightly, and slowly read out the content on it. Because the driver was injured suddenly, we are now urgently recruiting for people with A2 driver's licenses. Health is the priority. After reading this, the following words were really unclear. Then Jinyu looked carefully again and found that there was another key message, which read, "Within 2 days, that is, before May 9th, no waiting after the time limit." Seeing this, Jinyu's face was solemn. He always felt that this date was familiar. Goli said quickly, "At first I didn't think there was any problem, but this time made me feel wrong." "What's wrong?" Dazhuang took the paper and looked at it, wondering, maybe they don't want to delay the transportation, so they asked for a time limit. That's nothing, right? No. Chinyu shook his head and remembered something. He said seriously, "You all forgot when the zombies broke out?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and thought carefully. Zhang Yin snapped his fingers and said in surprise, "When the chaos broke out, I looked at the time, it was May 9th. Chinyu was also a little surprised at this moment. After analyzing it, he said, if the logistics park was recruiting because the driver was injured at that time, but the subsequent zombie outbreak, they might not be able to go on the road. After all, no one wants to work well at this time. Chapter 971. What if the coal has already been shipped out? Someone standing nearby said. Chinyu turned his head and found that this person had joined the camp later. The other person looked a little embarrassed and scratched his head and said, I don't have to pour cold water on you, but the address above is a bit far away. The logistics park is basically not in the city. Hearing this, Chinyu did not blame him, but whispered, it's better than groping here. Nowadays, many people can hardly find the location of the power plant without the navigation map. Let's go back to the stadium first, and see if anyone has found more information. If not, let's go here and see. For cars, shouldn't all have left? After saying that, everyone started to return. At noon, there was still no one in the stadium, which looked very desolate. But suddenly someone found a football, and then several people started to play on the lawn. Of course, there is no lawn now, just some dirt. De Zhuang asked Chinyu if he wanted to play together, and he said that he would go around and everyone just relax. This stadium is very large and should be able to accommodate tens of thousands of people before the apocalypse. What's more amazing is that there are only a few dozen zombies scattered inside. The last time those people came, they led the zombies here out, and then locked the doors to prevent more zombies from entering. Chinyu walked in the stadium, but unfortunately, he didn't find any useful weapons. There were a few fire axes hanging on the wall. Seeing this, he wrapped the stones with dirty clothes on the ground and took out the axes. Although these were not sharpened, they were more than enough to deal with zombies. Except for Zhang Liping and the one-eyed man who went to further places, the others were searching for the whereabouts of coal in the city, and basically began to return in the evening. However, what surprised Chinyu was that other people also found bulk coal, but did not bring it back, because there was too little, and it was a waste of effort to carry it. He did not say anything about this. After all, carrying goods in a city full of zombies is dangerous in itself. It's okay if you don't want to bring it, it won't make Chinyu blame them. After listening to the reports from everyone, Chinyu immediately decided to go to the logistics park. It was only about 30 kilometers away from the city, so he had to find some cars. At this time, Alay brought good news. Although he didn't find the whereabouts of the semi-trailer, he met a cycling club with many bicycles. As long as you oil the chain and clean it again, you should be able to ride it. Hearing this, Chinyu thought about it, so he only kept about 20 people and asked the rest to return to their respective camps first. Zhang Liping had pointed out the location of the steam train in advance, so everyone just needed to bring supplies and ammunition and gather there 7 days later. If it still couldn't be restarted, then everyone would go home. In this regard, Chinyu could only implement Plan B and lead all the zombies there according to the route on the map. Although this would take a lot of time, it was more conscientious than blowing up roads and destroying bridges. And Chinyu also needed to go home. In order to meet up with Shang Wanjing and others, he had to follow the route of the train and let Shang Wanjing and others get on the train at the nearest place. So after getting the coal, he had to send a letter to Shang Wanjing to avoid the two of them missing each other. They acted right away, and everyone went to the cycling club to move all the bicycles back to the abandoned gymnasium. They even planned to move many parts. Fortunately, there were too many abandoned cars on the road, resulting in almost no survivors to collect supplies. Even if they entered, the large group of zombies would be difficult for most people to deal with. But now, the thing that Chinyu lacked the most was people. So it only took 2 hours. One group of people made noise to attract the zombies, and another group of people dressed in zombie skins mixed in to guide them, and they were quickly cleared. Then they moved things. That night, many fires were lit in the gymnasium, basically lighting up the corners, and everyone was busy. Fortunately, repairing bicycles is not a difficult task. There are complete tire repair tools, and there is a repair shop on the next street, which can just be replenished. Secondly, Chinyu also said that except for the bicycles they need to go to the logistics park, the rest will be divided equally among the camps according to the number of people. In this way, no matter how many people there are in the camps, they can all get a few bicycles. In the Doomsday, this thing can be recycled, and it is quiet and not easy to attract zombies. For most camps, it is a good material. Although there are already more than a dozen bicycles in the villa area where Chinyu is, who would think that this thing is too much? Even if you don't ride it, it's good to use it to carry supplies. He is reluctant to use horses to carry goods. Until dawn, all bicycles have been basically repaired, and there are about 70 bicycles that can be used, and more than a dozen of them are really unrepairable. In this way, everyone took a break. As soon as the sky was slightly bright, Chinyu distributed the extra bicycles to other camps and let them leave. Even the villa area was given a few bicycles, so it was barely a wasted trip. Those who could participate in this operation were all the best in each camp. They survived in the wild, and would not be easily bitten to death by zombies. Other survivors saw so many of them moving around, and unless they were kicked in the head by a donkey, they would naturally not dare to come out and cause trouble. Even if this time was still a wasted trip, everyone didn't have any complaints. After all, they were idle at home anyway, and they couldn't find food when they went out, so it was always a good thing to have some gains. After they left, Chinyu also led the 20-odd people to set off. Fortunately, someone in the team had lived in this city before, so he recognized the address of the logistics park. With him leading the way, everyone slowly headed towards the suburbs. Not long after leaving the city, the last person was accidentally startled by a zombie that walked out, and fell directly on the road, and his knees were bleeding. And there was more than one zombie. Several of them walked towards him in a scattered manner. The young man was about 20 years old, about the same age as Chinyu, but because of his injury, his movements were very panicked at this time, and he could only keep retreating on the ground. Seeing this, his two teammates also stopped the car and rushed over to help, but the wall next to them suddenly collapsed, revealing dozens or even hundreds of zombies. The zombies turned their heads instantly, their faces shriveled and rotten, growling as they walked toward the road outside. Just when the three thought they were doomed, Chinyu rushed back with his men and joined the team to kill the zombies without saying anything. Then, Zhang and Alei lifted the street lamp that was hit by the car and blocked it horizontally at the gap. At the same time, the others separated, in groups of 8, and pushed the scrap car over to block it. Chapter 972. A seemingly dangerous zombie crisis was easily solved by Chinyu and his men. At this moment, the two men supported their injured teammates and stood on the roadside, looking at the opposite side with envy. In contrast, the camp where they were located did not have such tacit understanding at all. Although they would not abandon their teammates when they encountered danger, most of the time, one more person was bitten to death by zombies. It would be great if we could also have such tacit understanding. Suddenly, one person spoke out his true feelings. The injured man looked at his knees, gritted his teeth and said, "I firmly believe that as long as we follow these people, we will definitely get better and better in the future." The camp where these three people are located is in a ravine. There are quite a few survivors, but most of them are honest people who are basically unable to fight against too many forces in the doomsday. But fortunately, the location where they are located is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Cars cannot enter, and can only walk, and no one usually goes there. In addition, this group of people are very smart. They collect the wandering zombies together, and let them wander under the mountain, so they live longer and longer. However, there were only about 30 people who could come to help this time. Chinyu saw that most of them had simple faces, were not good at speaking, and were very united with each other, so he let most of them go back. After all, it was definitely more dangerous to be outside in the apocalypse than at home. There was no need to let these people follow you, as they would only get hurt in vain. Soon Chinyu led people to block the zombies again. He picked up the bicycle, saw that the wheel hub was a little distorted, and then walked towards the three people and said, "How are your injuries?" "It's okay, nothing serious," the injured young man replied. "I have someone check you when we get to the destination." Chinyu didn't say anything. He couldn't stay at this moment. He turned around and waved. Dajwan came over. "You sit on his back seat, and let him take you there," Chinyu said to the young man, who expressed his gratitude. Luckily, Chinyu installed a back seat on some bicycles in advance. After all, they will be used to pull things in the future, so they will definitely need to add a back seat. Then everyone continued on their way, trying to get to the logistics park as soon as possible. An abandoned villa somewhere in Pawnee Bay. Several people were imprisoned on the first floor. They all had iron chains tied to their hands, firmly tied to different furniture. Although Fang Xian didn't want to treat Jiangchen, she really couldn't bear to see the dungeon environment where Lin Hao and Li Yao were, so she really used all her skills. With the help of silver needles and various ancient prescriptions, Jiang Chen's illness gradually improved. Then Fang Xian took the opportunity to make a request. She hoped to change the environment for Lin Hao and others. After all, if they were also sick, she would be distracted and the progress of treatment might be affected. Jiang Qin's power is huge now, with more and more subordinates. Many small and medium-sized forces nearby have been annexed by him, and his equipment has been replenished. He is simply in his prime. So he didn't take it to heart, and directly agreed to Fang Xian's request. In the hall, Lin Hao looked at the soldier patrolling back and forth with a gun, turned his head, and winked at Li Yao, who understood, and immediately fell to the ground holding his stomach, and the whole person began to tremble slowly. Seeing this, Lin Hao took the opportunity to shout loudly, "Hey, how are you?" Hearing this, the patrol soldier just glanced over and then did nothing. Then Lin Hao tried to stand up, but his right hand was tied, so he took off one shoe and threw it over there, shouting again, "If she gets into trouble, you just wash your necks and wait for death." As soon as these words came out, the soldier's face darkened, and he took out the baton from his waist and prepared to teach Lin Hao a lesson. But at this moment, the person next to him pulled him back, and then another person whispered, "This guy is right, the little girl has been coming here from time to time recently, and you know Brother Qin's attitude." Hearing this, the soldier pondered for a moment, and had to turn around and walk towards Li Yao. He squatted down, poked Li Yao's calf with a baton, and asked, "If you are not dead, make a sound." Compared with Lin Hao, Li Yao was much better. She had not been tortured, let alone beaten. Except that her clothes were a little dirty, and her mental state was much worse. She was no different from before. On the other hand, Lin Hao was basically covered with bruises, but fortunately he was thick-skinned and tough, and being beaten a few times was commonplace. He gritted his teeth and persevered. Li Yao was lying on the ground, trembling and raising her left hand. With cold sweat on her forehead, she said, "I have a stomachache. If you won't die, just bear with it." After hearing this, the soldier didn't take it seriously, and turned around to leave. But the next second, Li Yao reached out and grabbed his trouser leg, and said very weakly, "I just want to get some sun." Then another person came over and took a look, and after hesitating for a moment, he said, "Her lips are a little pale. I think she really has some problems. Anyway, it's better to let her die in the yard than to die under our noses." Having said that, the two looked at each other, then took out the key and opened the chain. Then one of them wanted to help her, but Li Yao had already struggled to get up from the ground and limped outside. Of course, she was not injured, she was just pretending. Seeing this, the two did not care and followed her. Although the woman was beautiful and had a good figure, they would not be blind and make a fuss. What Brother Qin hated most was that someone would wantonly bully women, even if he was surrounded by all kinds of beauties. But he also knew what kind of morals a group of men in the doomsday would have. So if there were survivors who chose to engage in that kind of profession in order to survive, he would not bother to care. Nowadays, both Pani Bei and Jayashiman have special places to receive some people, and no one would choose to attack other women. In the courtyard, Li Yao held the pillar with her hands, closed her eyes, and felt the sun. She just felt dizzy. At this moment, she was holding a deflated balloon in her hand, and she could only hope that Lin Hao was not lying. Half a month ago, when they were still in the basement. At that time, Li Yao and Lin Hao were locked in corners, and they were basically not allowed to go out except to go to the toilet. In addition, the guards were all outside, and the two of them were fixed with their hands and feet, and could not move. After a long time, they could only chat to pass the time. It was from then on that Lin Hao took off his eye mask in front of Li Yao, and tore off his scar at the same time. Li Yao's face was full of disbelief, and then she realized that Lin Hao had been pretending to be blind. And she found that Lin Hao and Lin Yi did look a bit alike. It was just that because he was wearing an eye mask at the time, Li Yao could not recognize him at all. Chapter 973. Because she misheard, she also misheard the word "e" as something else. Later in the basement, Lin Hao told Li Yao his final plan for the first time. He had actually calculated all of this. Lin Hao was very smart, otherwise he wouldn't have so much wealth at such a young age. Lin Hao had been with Jiang Qin for a long time, and he knew very well that it was basically difficult to compete with him on his own. Moreover, he always believed that some of the things he could realize might not be beyond the enemy's imagination. In the face of the absolute difference in numbers and force, all resistance is futile. But in the current situation, Lin Hao has no way to gather a group of people to fight for him, and money has no meaning for the survivors. He also has no way to win people's hearts with food. After all, if he does so, Jiang Qin will definitely find out in advance. At first, Lin Hao also thought about escaping, but he was worried that he would be hunted down, and secondly, He had lived enough of the hard life before and never wanted to go back to the past. And there is another big reason why Lin Hao did not leave. That is, he hopes that when he finds his sister in the future, he can also let her not suffer. Later, after hearing about Xiao Yi's recent situation from Li Yao, Lin Hao was completely relieved and started his own plan. But if you want to succeed, you need a lot of sacrifices. He has been with Jiang Chen since a long time ago, and Lin Hao took the opportunity to blind one eye to gain more trust from him. Lin Hao naturally knows that being with a king is like being with a tiger. What makes him even more confused is that Jiang Chen rarely takes action, but the people around him are more powerful than each other. So in order to implement it smoothly, Lin Hao chose to show weakness. He pretended to be blind, bribed the doctor in advance, and then made Jiang Chen completely believe that he had blinded one eye. Later, taking advantage of the doctor's greed and jealousy, Lin Hao found a second doctor, thus affecting the status of the first one. That person was worried every day, worried that he would be replaced one day, so he begged Lin Hao for help and even threatened him secretly. But in the doomsday, it was too easy to get rid of a person. Even dealing with the corpse did not require any thought, the zombies could do it for him. After that, Lin Hao naturally got rid of the only person who knew that he was pretending to be blind. But this was not enough. Lin Hao did not know how many people Jiang Chen had and what weapons he had. The only thing he knew was this bit of information about Pawnee Bay. But what if Jiang Chen had more than one camp? Lin Hao made a worst-case scenario, which was that Jiang Chen was also showing weakness. He didn't think he was the smartest person in the world. Now, in order to reunite with his sister, Lin Hao took every step very carefully. Only he knew this plan from beginning to end. He didn't know Jiang Chen's background, but the latter knew everything about him. Whenever he gathered the survivors, he would definitely not be able to hide it from Jiang Chen's eyes. So Lin Hao took a risk and chose another way. That is, to borrow the power of zombies. There are more zombies in the south, and there are groups of zombies, and even zombie tides everywhere. To gather humans, you need a lot of things, but zombies are different. As long as there is fresh or even rotten flesh and blood, they will gather together. For this reason, when Lin Hao robbed various forces for Jiang Chen before, he would take the opportunity to talk to one of them. He only robbed supplies, not kill people, and he would secretly leave a little every time, so there were people willing to help. In order to prevent Jiang Chen from suspecting him, Lin Hao rarely went out except for missions, so Jiang Chen started to get suspicious when he walked so far last time. There was no way to communicate in the apocalypse, so even if Lin Hao had contact with those camps before, no one would think much of it. After all, people or things could change drastically in a few months. For these reasons, when Lin Hao resisted Jiang Chen, he did not hide anything and even showed his true ability. But the ending was obvious. He could not beat Jiang Chen even if he tried his best. But as he got more and more injured, Lin Hao was more certain that Jiang Chen had begun to relax his vigilance. During this time, he has been keeping track of the wind direction, just to see when the wind will blow towards the city. After missing many opportunities in a row, Lin Hao finally managed to find a little pattern. It would be impossible for him to do this by himself, so he could only ask Li Yao to help. There is only one entrance to Pawnee Bay, and even a bird cannot fly out. But what if it is not a bird? If Jiang Chen is more careful, he will know that among the people who died last time because of helping Lin Hao find his sister, one of them has a special relationship with Lin Hao. This person has been following Lin Hao since the zombie outbreak. Using his fake death identity, Lin Hao successfully got him out of Panyuan's control. At that time, Jiang Chen didn't realize that Lin Hao had actually started to plot against him so early. According to the instructions, the person contacted other looted camps and asked them to lead the zombies to one area. In the apocalypse, the most suitable place for zombies to hide in the abandoned city is the abandoned stadium. Even if it is to search for supplies, no one will go to such a place. Lin Hao's trump card against Jiang Chen all along was the more than 30,000 zombies he had hidden. Because of the huge number, it took almost a year to complete. But fortunately, the number of zombies in the southern region far exceeded that in the north, and there were even zombies migrating there continuously. No one was too full to observe whether the number of zombies decreased. After listening to his plan, Li Yao was stunned. What she didn't expect was that Lin Hao was not unable to escape at all, but was ready to eat Jiang Chen, even if he was injured again and again. Lin Hao had 6 confidants outside, all of whom were bitten to death by zombies. If Jiang Chen went to see the bodies in person, he would find that the faces of each of them were bitten to pieces. These 6 people would stay in front of an astronomical telescope as soon as the sun rose, staring at Pawnee Bay from a distance. Of course, this was quite time-consuming, so Lin Hao later got them a few solar panels. There were plenty of these things in Pawnee Bay, and Jiang Chen was too lazy to even ask. The 6 people found many mobile phones, charged them, and fixed them on the telescope, and started recording. With these tools, a simple monitoring device was completed. Every night, someone would play the videos at double speed, quickly check whether the message was sent, and delete it directly if it was not. Pawnee Bay is a small island, surrounded by sea on 3 sides, with only one road for entry and exit. The red balloon in Li Yao's hand represents the signal. Even if it can't float out, it can slowly fly into the sky. When people outside find it, they will open the door of the abandoned gymnasium. At this time, if Pawnee Bay breaks out again, it will undoubtedly be a huge bait. Chapter 974. As the balloon appeared, someone in the yard noticed something was wrong, and was ready to shoot it down with a gun. But the next second, the gate of the villa was pushed open, and Fong Xian happened to appear here, and stopped him loudly. "Why are you using a gun?" Hearing this, the soldier held a gun and explained, "I don't want to shoot her." Before he finished speaking, Lin Hao had broken free from the chains at some point, and stood directly behind the man, knocking him unconscious with a palm knife. Li Yao hadn't been out in the sun for a long time, and now she was a little weak. She held onto the fence and said, "It seems that this thing can't tie you up at all." Hearing this, Lin Hao took off his scar, pulled out a thin wire from it, and said with a smile, "The people I met before taught me how to unlock the door, and later saved me several times." Seeing that the 2 fainted people had been subdued, Fong Xian quickly closed the door and entered. She trotted to Li Yao's side, and then took out a small set of tools from her bag. Li Yao took a look and found that it was a silver needle. Fong Xian took out one, then walked to the side of the fainted man and squatted down, saying, "Brother Hao, please show his chin." "What for?" Lin Hao did not move, but threw away the eye mask directly. Anyway, he had decided to do the last job, so he didn't need this thing. Of course, the most important thing was that Jiang Chen's current illness had improved a lot, and he only needed to take medicine on time. According to Fong Xian, she hadn't seen Jiang Chen for many days. Lin Hao guessed that he should go to the Jiashiman, right? Fong Xian held the silver needle in her hand and said, "Didn't you say that you wanted to make Panyawan chaotic? After thinking about it, I think there is a good way." Hearing this, Lin Hao followed her instructions, and put his right hand under the man's neck and raised it. Fong Xian looked at it, and took the silver needle, and pierced it from the side of the man's jaw. After a few seconds, she said again, "Turn the man over." Lin Hao nodded, and continued to turn over. Fong Xian found a spot behind the man's neck and whispered, "This is the Yamen acupoint, which can cause muteness, and can also cure muteness." After finishing, Fong Xian stood up and said, "Okay, this man will not be able to speak for a short time." Hearing this, Lin Hao glanced at the harmless-looking little girl in front of him and said, "She is a little girl, but she is quite cruel." Fong Xian didn't think so and said, "It's better than you killing them, right? Besides, these people have killed many people, committed many evils, and helped the tiger. This is called retribution. Come on, there's another one in the house." Soon, Fong Xian destroyed the Yamen acupoints of the 2 men with silver needles, and then Lin Hao took her to other courtyards to subdue the remaining people. Currently, there are about 8 soldiers on duty in Pawnee Bay. These are not soldiers, and they have never even touched a gun before. Jiang Chen trained them for better management, so he changed their identities for centralized management. In this way, all 8 people were subdued in one morning. Afterwards, Lin Hao did not take their guns. After all, there were only so many of them, and the firepower at the entrance was even stronger. Taking these guns would not have any effect, but would alert the people outside. At noon, 8 people woke up slowly while lying in an open space. They checked each other's bodies, but found that their weapons and ammunition were all there, and there was not even a single wound on their bodies. But soon someone found something wrong. It was too quiet, and no one spoke. The next second, one of them tried to speak, but his voice was very hoarse, and no information could be heard at all. The 8 people looked at each other, all showing horrified expressions. They ran to the exit in panic, gesturing to the people outside. But those people were not the worms in their stomachs. How could they know what they were saying? It was not until an hour later that the dozens of people realized that something was wrong. But so much time had passed. Lin Hao had already taken Li Yao and Fong Xian to hide. As for the others, Lin Hao had no way to save them. They had been tortured to the point of not looking like human beings. Fong Xian just took a look and almost issued a death notice. Everyone exuded a faint aura of death. The soldier standing guard at the gate sent a large number of people in to capture Fong Xian, wanting her to treat those people, but they could not find anyone. Pan Yi Bei was a distance away from the Jiushi men, and if they wanted to contact them, they had to drive to the transfer station, where there was equipment to increase the range of the walkie-talkie, but they did not dare to leave their posts. After all, Jiang Chen was moody, and if something happened, he might throw all of them into the sea to feed the fish. As the balloon flew higher and higher, Lin Hao began to plan what to do next. He brought the two girls to the location of the villa where they used to live. However, when they got closer, the three smelled a foul odor. When they got closer, they saw that the dog that Lin Hao had raised before had turned into a pool of black juice. White maggots were crawling inside. Seeing this, Lin Hao's expression was slightly moved. Seeing this, Fong Xian explained, Tuanchuan was starved every day before, but someone came here to use the toilet, and Tuanchuan kept barking when he saw it, and then he was shot to death by that person. Then she added, the murderer is the first person I silenced. Yes. Lin Hao nodded, said nothing more, and walked forward. But Fong Xian pulled the corner of his clothes, frowned and said, you have so many bruises on your body, how about I help you deal with it? It's okay, you won't die. At this moment, time is life. Lin Hao knows that every second is crucial, so he naturally doesn't want to delay. Okay. Fong Xian let go of him, stepped back a few steps and stood next to Li Yao saying, Sister Xiaoyao, if you feel uncomfortable, tell me, don't force yourself. Li Yao touched the back of Fong Xian's head, smiled and said nothing. Lin Hao found a wooden stick on the ground, went forward and searched in the black water for a long time. After more than 10 seconds, he picked up a small key. At the same time, some maggots also climbed onto his ankles. Lin Hao stood up and kicked his feet a few times to shake off the maggots. The next second Fong Xian ran forward and directly stepped on the maggots on the ground to death. While crushing them, she muttered, so disgusting. Lin Hao ignored her, but turned and walked to the ditch next to him and washed the key. Then, Lin Hao got out a big hammer from nowhere, walked towards the doghouse, and started smashing. At this moment, these scenes completely overturned Li Yao and Fong Xian's perception of Lin Hao. He seemed to have changed into a different person, no longer looking weak, with sharp eyes, swinging the hammer with concentration. After smashing, Lin Hao was about to clear the ruins, and Li Yao also came forward with a stick to help. Chapter 975. Seeing this, Fong Xian also wanted to help, but Li Yao turned around and said, Xin, you go outside and keep an eye on it. Call us if someone comes. Okay. Fong Xian nodded, walked outside obediently, and then hid in the bushes. As the bricks were moved away, Li Yao saw a small lock in the corner. No, if you don't break it open, you won't be able to see the lock. After all, no one would go into the doghouse if they have nothing to do. Lin Hao squatted down to open it, and then lifted it up with force. A large stone slab was moved away, and a staircase came into view. Seeing this, Lin Hao clapped his hands and said, I have sealed the basement below, and I have hidden a lot of supplies inside. Then he turned to Li Yao and said, Go and call Xin over, let's go down and hide for a night. Okay. Li Yao turned and left. After the two of them went down, Lin Hao put the ruins into the ditch, and then got a bunch of weeds and scattered them on the stone slab. Pawnee Bay has been abandoned for a long time now, and it is overgrown with weeds, and the last thing it lacks is grass. Lin Hao stood on the stairs, dragged the stone slab with both hands, and finally buckled it steadily. The basement was pitch black, and Fong Xian hugged Li Yao nervously, and she wanted to stick to her. Seeing this, Li Yao smiled and said, My clothes are dirty, don't get so close to me. After the voice fell, Fong Xian directly hugged Li Yao's waist. Sister Xiaoyao, hurry up and hug me, it's too dark down there. Hearing this, Lin Hao laughed, closed his eyes, and reached out to feel the wall. Then he walked slowly forward, walked a few meters away, squatted down, moved a stone, and fumbled out a plastic bag from it, which contained 2 candles and matches, and a transparent glass container. After lighting one, there was a faint light. Lin Hao put the glass cup on the candle, stood up and said, Let's go, the basement here is quite deep. The three were about to leave, when they suddenly heard a noise above their heads, sounding like someone had entered. Seeing this, Lin Hao sighed softly and blew out the candle directly. However, after waiting for about half a minute, the people above seemed to gradually walk away. This was also planned by Lin Hao. If there were not so many grasses growing in the yard, it would be easily discovered. Before the rebellion, Lin Hao never let people use pesticides to weed, but let them grow naturally, and cut them directly when there were too many. Thinking of Xiaoya and Xiaoxue at this moment, Lin Hao couldn't help but feel a little sad. But he had no choice. Doing such a thing in the doomsday would definitely lead to sacrifices. Being able to protect Li Yao in this situation was the best Lin Hao could do. If he wanted to save more people, he would definitely be discovered by Jiang Chen, the old fox. He Qian's death also deeply hurt Lin Hao, and now Yi Ji has disappeared again, and he doesn't even know whether she is dead or alive. But soon, Lin Hao will be stunned. The three of them walked into the basement, but found that the ground was in a mess, as if there were many empty cans. Seeing this, Fong Xian frowned and said, "Could it be that a mouse sneaked in?" As soon as she finished speaking, Li Yao reached out and poked her head, speechless. "Can your mouse open the can by itself?" As he spoke, Li Yao picked up 2 empty boxes from the ground, tore off the lid and handed one to her, saying, "Be careful." Lin Hao picked up a stone from the ground and took it in his hand, looked behind him, and then walked forward again. But as they got closer, the three of them found something wrong. In the corner, there was a person curled up. The clothes on his body were even dirty. Lin Hao walked over and squatted, and lifted the person's hair with his hand, and found that it was actually a woman. And she was an acquaintance. Li Yao was stunned and said, "I thought Yi Ji was dead. Why is she here?" Fong Xian was also confused. Lin Hao felt her pulse and frowned. "Her heartbeat is very weak. I guess she won't live for a few days." Hearing this, Fong Xian looked at the wood in the room, thought for a while, and said, "It just so happens that I still have some medicinal materials left, which are just right for such an extremely weak person to take. But there is no casserole." Li Yao picked up an empty can inside. "It's okay, it's enough for emergency." Fong Xian walked aside, and started to get busy. Lin Hao stood up and said, "I don't know what Yi Ji went through to appear here and be in a coma like this." "Does she know the existence of your basement?" Li Yao asked. "Except me, no one knows." "Then how did she get in? And there is no sign of the entrance being opened." Hearing this, Lin Hao frowned and pondered for a moment, and said softly, "I left a vent in the basement, which leads to the sea. If Yi Ji was thrown into the sea, and happened to drift along the sea, it is not impossible to meet her." Then he shook his head and said, "Forget it, don't think about it for now." After that, Lin Hao walked towards the firewood pile, and started unloading the wood. Li Yao walked over and asked curiously, "Why do you store this thing in the basement?" Lin Hao explained, "To make a noise." "Huh?" Li Yao was puzzled. The next second, Lin Hao took a piece of wood and tapped the cement floor under his feet. But Li Yao still didn't understand. Seeing this, Lin Hao explained, "A long time ago, a bearded man told me that cement is a poor conductor of heat. If it is in contact with fire for a long time, it will expand due to uneven heating. I remember now, concrete floors will explode when exposed to fire." Li Yao suddenly realized. Lin Hao snapped his fingers and said, "Under certain extreme conditions, people will have difficulty distinguishing what this sound is." At this moment, Fong Xian also came over and added, "So those people thought this thing was a bomb? Well, as long as they didn't see it with their own eyes, they would definitely not understand the source of the explosion at the first time." Then Lin Hao looked at Yi Ji, who was unconscious in the distance, and whispered, "In this chaotic doomsday environment, using this simple method can achieve the effect of fishing in troubled waters. No matter what method you use, as long as it can make a sound and achieve the goal at the same time, that's enough." Hearing this, Li Yao licked her cracked lips and said, "Doesn't that mean we need to make a lot of fires? That's why I collected the wood in this basement." Lin Hao smiled, turned around and fumbled in the pile of firewood, then took out a bag and threw it to Li Yao. Li Yao took it and opened it, and found that it contained food and water. Seeing this, Lin Hao also picked up a sealed bag and opened it. While eating, he said, "There are not many cans, and the rest are some compressed biscuits. Although they are expired, they should still be edible." Chapter 976. Li Yao wanted to give Fong Xian a piece, but she shook her head and sighed, saying, "That guy is okay with me, but he doesn't allow you to bring food and water. Every time he comes, he will let a few women search you." Sigh. Hearing this, Li Yao realized that Fong Xian must be talking about Jiang Chen, and then nodded and ate it herself. Before the doomsday, she had never eaten compressed biscuits, but now, she eats them frequently. The taste is a bit strange, but Lin Hao said that it's not serious because it's expired. The two of them sat on the pile of firewood and ate, while Fong Xian used wood blocks to build a simple stove and washed the cans with water. Although using this material to boil Chinese medicine would reduce the efficacy, it was an emergency after all, and it was not used frequently, so Fong Xian didn't care much. What's more, Those medicinal materials were all found by Jiang Chen's people, and now she didn't need to go there in person. Time passed slowly, and several hours passed quickly. Lin Hao was sweating all over, and finally took off his shirt and carried those wood blocks with his bare chest. Li Yao did not stop at all and kept helping. She knew very well that this might be the only chance for the three of them to leave. At night, Fang Xian sneaked out to check and confirmed that there was no one else, then gently knocked on the stone slab. If it weren't for Lin Hao's help, she might not be able to lift it with her small body. In this way, while Lin Hao was carrying it back and forth, he regretted why he didn't hide a cart or something underneath, but soon, Fang Xian picked up a skateboard from somewhere and handed it down. Li Yao gave her a thumbs up, and then the three of them continued to work without saying anything. It was not until midnight that all the wood blocks were taken out. Then Lin Hao asked Li Yao and Fang Xian to rest for a while, and he would do the next thing himself. Seeing this, Li Yao asked with some concern, "You have been busy for so long, why don't we help you?" Hearing this, Lin Hao waved his hand and said, "It's just physical work, it's nothing to me." After saying that, he was about to put the stone slab back on, but suddenly thought of something and said, "Li Yao, come here." When she came a little closer, Lin Hao said softly, "I believe in Yiji's character, but this is a critical moment after all, and we can't be careless. You should tie Yiji's hands. Remember to put them in front, not behind her." "Understood." Li Yao nodded and turned away. In the weed-covered yard, Lin Hao looked up at the night sky and murmured, Jiang Chen, I really don't know who will have the last laugh between us." At about 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Yu and his group finally arrived at the logistics park. The sun came out very early, and there were many abandoned cars at the exit of the city. They had to avoid zombies, and avoid going the wrong way. As a result, the consumption of physical strength was also rising sharply. At this time, everyone was already very hot, and their clothes were wet with sweat and stuck to their bodies. Seeing the huge sign standing on the side of the road, Chen Yu raised one hand, and then pushed the bicycle slowly. "Be careful, prevent the zombies." Although they arrived at the destination, Chen Yu was not very happy. Not only him, but everyone else also looked worried. Because the exit of this logistics park was full of various vehicles, and some of the tires were flat. Chen Yu checked and said, "This kind of logistics park should have fixed entrances and exits. Let's go to the front and take a look." After the voice fell, he turned his head and said to the doctor and the team, "Please help the injured person treat the wound just now, so as not to get infected." Hearing this, the doctor hesitated for a few seconds and whispered, "He is not from our camp. Does he also need our iodine?" After this, Chen Yu thought about it and whispered, "Now we are all grasshoppers on the same line, regardless of you and me. Don't say such remarks in the future, go." The doctor was a little embarrassed and turned away quickly. Although he had never seen Chen Yu, he saw the changes in others. Those who can survive until now are almost all smart people, and of course they will not go looking for trouble casually. Chen Yu left 3 people to accompany the injured, and then continued to walk forward. After a while, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them again. The entrance here was even more blocked, and there were dozens of scattered zombies. They lowered their heads and wandered back and forth in the gaps of those abandoned cars. Because they were far away, they did not find any traces of Chen Yu and others. "What should we do next?" Dajwan looked around and said, "The road outside is full of cars. Even if the 4 coal trucks are still inside, they can't get out." Zhang Yin echoed, "Yes, unless the cars are equipped with wings." Hearing this, Chen Yu thought for a moment and said, "Don't worry about it. Let's go in and take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone pushed their bicycles and turned around to walk back. After the 2 sides met, Chen Yu gave a brief talk and then walked into the logistics park together. There were also many cars inside, and there were many zombies. Seeing this, Chen Yu leaned the car against the wall, pulled out a dagger and said, "4 people in a group, deal with the zombies in 3 directions respectively, and the others will watch behind." After that, he rushed forward with a dagger and stabbed the zombie in front of him. Seeing this, the others followed and worked together to quickly clean up more than 30 zombies. Strange, why didn't these people think of running away at the beginning? Yang Yu squatted down and wiped the dagger with the corpse's clothes, took out a work ID from his pocket, and then he turned his head and said, "Look, these should be the former staff of the logistics park." Chen Yu took it and looked at it for a few seconds, then said casually, "It is estimated that there are complete living facilities and supplies inside, and those people thought they would be rescued. It is a pity that only you can save yourself." Zhang Yin looked at the bodies lying on the ground, both men and women, and they all looked like young people. "Let's go and take a look inside. Chinyu left a word and walked away. As they went deeper, the glass of many houses was broken. It seemed that someone had come here to loot, or it was done by the staff. Chinyu even suspected that the road outside was blocked by humans, because the gap was too small, and if the zombies could not distinguish the direction, they would be easily trapped. Not long after walking, everyone saw many express delivery stations in front of them, and the ground was full of open paper boxes. Seeing this, someone stepped forward to take a look and said, "There is nothing at all, and the remaining are some clothes and pants and other things." As he said, Dajwang looked at the rolling door and turned back and said, "You can open it. Do you want to take a look? Maybe there are some packages inside." Chapter 977. Chinyu looked at the surroundings and felt a little strange. He said, "What if someone hides zombies in there?" When this was said, except for those who followed Chinyu, the rest were stunned. Some people questioned, it shouldn't be necessary to do such a thankless task, right? Hearing this, Chinyu thought for a while and said, "Brother Dajwang, please step back." Seeing this, Dajwang stepped back a few meters. Chinyu looked at his feet, picked up a glass bottle, and threw it directly over. With a clang, the shutter door made a loud noise. Everyone listened patiently, no one spoke. A few seconds later, the shutter door suddenly made a slapping sound, and it became louder and louder. After a while, the whole door began to tremble, as if it couldn't stop the zombies inside. If it was before, everyone might still doubt what was inside, but now everyone knows that it is most likely a zombie. Everyone stepped back a little, and Zhang Yin frowned and said, "What's the point of going to so much trouble to bring zombies into the house, and then waiting for people to open it?" Alei said, "Since I can't survive, why not drag a few more people with me?" Chinyu also nodded and said, "Human nature can't stand the test. Let's go! Don't touch any stores next. Our goal is to find those cars." After the voice fell, everyone continued to follow Chinyu to walk in the logistics park. From time to time, they would encounter some zombies, but they were all killed by Dezhuang and others holding bows and arrows. About half an hour later, they had almost finished touring the logistics park and finally found the target. 3 semi-trailer trucks were parked neatly in an open space, and 2 of them were covered with tarpaulins. Seeing this, Chinyu stepped forward and stepped on the tire, trying to untie a rope, but it was difficult to untie it because it had been too long. Then he took a dagger and cut it off, and the tarpaulin loosened a little, and there was a movement immediately. Some black debris fell on Chinyu. He pinched some from his shoulder to check, and then a smile appeared on his face. "It's all coal." He jumped out of the car, patted his shoulder, stepped back a few steps, and said, "It seems that one of the cars has been burned almost. Now, one of the 3 trucks carrying coal is empty." Chinyu is a little curious about how many people were there, and how the coal could be consumed so quickly. But thinking of the days last winter, Chinyu soon felt relieved. When the weather gets colder, these people can't find wood to make a fire, so they can only focus on the coal. Fortunately, there are still 2 trucks left. Although one of them has less coal, there is still a lot in the factory over there. But soon everyone started to worry again. After finally finding a ready-made truck, how can they drive it out? Besides, diesel is also a problem. Seeing this, everyone looked at the man in front, waiting for his order. Chinyu was also a little worried at this time, because the truck was parked at the innermost part of the logistics park. It was difficult to drive to the exit, not to mention the cars on the road outside. And some of the abandoned vehicles were burned by fire. They have become empty shells, which is too difficult to clean up. At this time, Chinyu turned his head and looked at the side and asked, "Alei, what do you think is better?" Hearing this, Alei thought for a moment and said, "Do you want to hear the truth?" "Yes, just say it directly." Chinyu nodded. Hearing this, Alei glanced at Zhang Yin and Dezhuang, and whispered, "My suggestion is to smash the wall directly from here." After the voice fell, whispers came from the crowd. Then Chinyu turned his head, and said to a young man, "You climb up the wall, and see if there is a road outside." "Okay." The young man nodded and ran over quickly. Half a minute later, he returned to the crowd and said, "Although there is no direct road, there is an open space where the car can drive." After listening, Chinyu nodded, but didn't say anything and fell into deep thought. Seeing this, Alei said, "You have already thought of this solution. Why are you asking me? Just now I saw you staring at the front of the car." After saying this, Chinyu said, "It is impossible for me to think of a suitable solution every time." Zhang Yin took a few steps forward and realized the seriousness of the problem. He whispered, "If we hit the wall, the front of the first car will be damaged, and then it will be stuck in the gap, then we will be finished." Hearing this, someone didn't understand and asked, "Let the truck back up a little, so that the gap will be bigger when it hits it?" It should be okay, right? Dajwang explained. The moment it hits the wall, the noise will be very loud, almost like thunder, and there are zombies everywhere outside. If we can't drive these two cars away in the first time, we will definitely be blocked. Chinyu pondered for a moment, raised his head and said, well, let's split into two groups. Some of the cars in the logistics park also burn diesel. You go find tools to extract the oil, and I and others will find out if there is any other way. Okay. Everyone dispersed without any hesitation. As half of the group walked away, Chinyu turned around and said, let's go to the parking lot. After more than 10 minutes, the others had already started collecting diesel, and only Chinyu and the others were still wandering around. Although Alay knew how to prepare poison, he had no way to deal with the concrete wall. There was no suitable cart in the logistics park, and now that the power was out, it was impossible to use an electric drill in the wild. What's more, the noise of an electric drill was equivalent to shouting loudly for zombies to come and eat people. Soon, more than a dozen people came to an area again, where various electric vehicles were parked. Chinyu was about to leave when one of the cars suddenly fell to the ground. Seeing this, he stopped and thought quietly. A few seconds later, Chinyu's eyes lit up, and he quickly ran towards the fallen electric bike. Soon Chinyu opened the seat and took out the battery from underneath. Seeing this, Alay was also moved and said, I remember that sulfuric acid seems to be able to corrode cement. As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu had already returned with the battery. Seeing this, everyone gathered around and watched his performance quietly. Soon Chinyu opened the battery and poured the sulfuric acid on the hard ground. In an instant, the sulfuric acid reacted quickly with the ground and bubbles appeared. After waiting for a while, Chinyu picked up a stone and smashed it directly on the corroded area. A small pit appeared almost easily. Seeing this, Chinyu said in surprise, as long as the wall over there is not made of special cement, there is a way. After that, he stood up again with the battery and said, I try over there. You collect the batteries here first. Zhang Yang, you two go find some glass containers, the more the better. Chapter 978. A few minutes later, Chinyu returned to the parking lot of the electric car, and his brows were no longer worried. Seeing this, everyone worked faster and gathered the batteries in one area. After a while, Zhang and Yang also came back with glass. Because the hands need to be very steady during the process of filling sulfuric acid to prevent injury, Yang will complete it alone. He is a sniper, and has better patience than most people present. Then Chinyu asked Zhang to watch here, and he went to see how the diesel was. In this way, time passed by minute by minute. It was almost 10 o'clock in the morning, when everyone finished their work. As for who would drive the truck, Zhang and Dajwang would do it. Although they didn't have a driver's license, someone in the community had one before. Later, after learning about it, they tried it a few times. Fortunately, there are almost no other vehicles on the road outside, so driving skills are not very required, as long as you don't overturn the car. Even though Chinyu could barely drive now, he just watched from the side most of the time. Yang took the glass bottle and carefully poured the sulfuric acid on the wall. In order to speed up, Alay climbed over the wall, and Zhuang handed it to him. Chinyu and Zhang were on guard outside, and the rest of the people were busy cleaning the two trucks. After all, they had been parked here for too long, and it was too dirty. The windshield was covered with a lot of mud. While the sulfuric acid was corroding the wall, everyone took the opportunity to eat something to replenish their energy. Chinyu took the last bit of food and distributed it to everyone, then looked at the empty plastic bag and said, There's not much left to eat. Let's go back today. Ah, are we going to the train station together? Someone was slightly surprised and asked curiously. Hearing this, Chinyu shook his head and said, Originally I thought it would take us more time, but I didn't expect it to be done so quickly. It will probably take a few more days to clean up the zombies over there. Let's go back and say goodbye to our family and friends, and then pack our luggage. At this moment, Chinyu paused for a moment, then whispered, This time, we may not be back for a month. Or we may not be able to come back. After listening, everyone did not speak, but ate quietly. Chinyu took Zhang Yin's water bottle and drank a sip, then said, Don't rush to leave later, I have to go back to the stadium to leave a message for Shenmeng and others, so as not to keep looking for the power plant. Do you want to let someone else do it? After all, it's such a small matter. Zhang Yin looked at the people sitting there, and he didn't want Chinyu to continue running around. Hearing this, Chinyu smiled and said, Before the end of the world, I often traveled to various corners of the city for a living. At that time, I could only live in the more remote west of the city. But it's different now. You have so many brothers around you. Zhang Yin looked at him, and said softly. Chin Yu was slightly stunned, then smiled and said, "What you said makes sense." After the voice fell, he turned around and waved to the crowd. The next second, a young man ran over quickly, swallowed the pancake and patted his chest. Seeing this, Chin Yu handed him the water. Xiao Kong took it and drank 2 mouthfuls, and then he calmed down a little. "Eat slowly, no one will snatch it from you," Chin Yu said softly. As he said that, Chin Yu looked at him a few times and added again, "I haven't seen you for a long time, and you seem to be a little stronger." Xiao Kong wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, "It's a pity that I'm progressing too slowly, otherwise Brother Lao Chung would definitely still be alive." As soon as he said this, Zhang Yin looked at him and shook his head slightly, and Xiao Kong immediately shut up. But Chin Yu seemed not to hear it. He changed the subject and said, "I need you to do something." "Go ahead." Xiao Kong was happy to do it, and didn't feel tired at all, but the next second, he suddenly thought of something and whispered, "Can I call one more person?" "Who?" Chin Yu asked. "Sun Hua, he is actually quite smart. We often go out to perform tasks together." Hearing this, Chin Yu nodded and said, "It would be more convenient to have more people, okay." After the words fell, Xiao Kong waved back, and another young man quickly stood up and walked over. "Brother Chen, Brother Zhang." Sun Hua was a little nervous, and greeted the two of them. "Yeah." Chin Yu responded with a smile, and then told him the precautions, and the two of them walked towards the place where the bicycles were parked. "Please drive slowly on the road, be careful of heat stroke." De Zhuang looked at the two of them, and warned them with some worry. Xiao Kong walked backwards, and made an okay gesture with his right hand. It was noon, the sun was hanging high overhead, ruthlessly baking everyone, as if it would squeeze out the moisture in everyone's body before it would stop. Chin Yu asked the others to rest in the shade, and he went to add sulfuric acid to the walls every once in a while. After all, the area was a bit large, and it might not be easy to corrode it all at once, so it would take several times. Soon someone found some cardboard and pieced it together, and laid down on the ground to sleep. Only in front of Chen Yu and his people could they sleep at ease. Although the logistics park covers a large area, everyone had already checked it in the morning, and there were no zombies inside, except those in the roller shutter doors. There were also many broken glass shards on the road, and zombies would definitely make noises when they walked over. At present, the logistics park was relatively safe. It took more than 30 kilometers to go back and forth for about 5 hours, so Xiao Kong and his team would be back at night at the earliest. Because the journey was long, Zhang Yin didn't want to see Chin Yu go by. After all, with his personality, he would probably prepare to go alone. In the afternoon, the rest of the people were bored, so they started to collect the remaining clothes in the packages, and prepared to take them back as long as they were not rotten. Time passed slowly, and in the evening, there was a movement at the door. Seeing this, Yang Yu stood up and led the two in. Then they went to the parking lot at the back and told Chin Yu the news. Xiao Kong said that he did not see Shen Ming, but he left a piece of paper, and he could see it as long as he entered the gymnasium. Chin Yu nodded, without saying much, and asked them to rest for a while. Soon after the sky darkened, the wind began to blow, and it looked like it was going to rain again. Everyone opened the empty water bottles, and waited for the rain to collect water. This night was extremely long. It rained for several hours before it stopped, and water accumulated everywhere in the logistics park. Seeing this, Chin Yu was worried that the heavy rain would affect the journey later, so he dismissed everyone in the second half of the night, and asked them to ride their bicycles back to their camp. He counted the number of people, asked the people in the villa camp to get into the truck, and tied the bicycles to the truck. Then, with an order, with the thunder that appeared again, everyone used tree trunks to knock down the wall. Chapter 979. The wall was already a bit shaky in the evening, so wooden sticks were used to support it from both sides to prevent it from collapsing. Zhang Yin and De Zhuang were already sitting in the driver's seat. Chin Yu took a lei, and Yang Yu to quickly push the ruins aside, and then returned to the car. As the truck started, a roar sounded, and everyone began to slowly drive away from the logistics park. At this time, it started to rain again. There was no trouble along the way, and they had already rushed back to the villa area after dawn. Chin Yu asked Da Zhuang to drive one car back to the camp first, and he took Zhang Yin to the coal factory to load some more. Of course, he asked a few more people to follow. There was no room in the car, so the others simply hung outside the car. Anyway, they just had to drive as slowly as possible. Before the end of the world, Chin Yu would never dare to do this, but in the current situation, there would be no missed cars or other vehicles, which was much safer. But what surprised Chin Yu was that when they arrived at the coal factory, it was already empty, with only a lot of debris on the ground. Seeing this, Everyone looked puzzled, and Jiangyin asked, "Has your house been robbed?" Hearing this, Qin shook his head slightly. He stood in the yard, walked around a few steps, and then said, "There are traces of shovels on the ground. It should be prepared to move it. There are several tons of coal here. Small forces generally have no chance to take it away." Hearing this, Wang Lulin came over and said, "What if it was really stolen by those camps? Should we go and grab it back?" After saying this, Qin glanced at him and shook his head slightly. In the Doomsday, many places belong to whoever occupies them first. Although we saw this place, we didn't take it back after all. In addition, that group of people were trapped to death, so this place is also considered an unowned area. At this point, Qin frowned slightly and said, "But last time I was busy here, I didn't hear any other forces nearby. So, the others take a rest here. Wang Lulin, follow me, and go to the front to take a look." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin was stunned when he saw his left hand, and then he was ready to change someone, but Wang Lulin had already run towards the bicycle. Jiangyin stood beside Qin and whispered, "Although Lulin is disabled, he also wants to be a normal person to help everyone, but after all, in the face of death, he can only choose to protect one with two. Well, I take him there. Please keep an eye on this side. It's a small matter." Jiangyin waved his hand, indicating that he was there so there was nothing to worry about. Because the road to the coal plant was very bad, the truck just stopped on the side of the road. Jiangyin turned the truck around, and then Qin and Wang Lulin took off their bicycles and pushed them towards the uphill road. After so many days, he also wanted to see if Hu Yao really ate these people as she said. At that time, she was worried that the night would be long and dreams would be many, so after trapping those people, she and Shang Wenjing led people to enter the underground arsenal. 2 excavators started to clear the ruins much faster. And later, according to the letter, those people accidentally drank the contaminated water, which accelerated their destruction. The exit was blocked by explosives, and the only water source was affected, so many people killed each other. The scene was so cruel that even Shang Wenjing, who often went through life and death, couldn't bear to watch it. If he hadn't heard Hu Yao talk about what these people had done, he would have felt a little bit sorry. But fortunately, after all, they were a group of evil demons, so he didn't sympathize with them too much. Especially after hearing Hu Yao's description that the group of people even killed pregnant women, Shang Wenjing stopped caring and asked Long Jia to bring people to help. In his words, either ignore it or leave no one alive. In the past, Shang Wenjing would not bother to care about such evil forces that killed other survivors. But next, he had to focus on dealing with Jiang Chun, so he naturally couldn't keep these beasts in the backyard. After Hu Yao and his men moved the weapons from the arsenal, those people seemed to be alive. So Qin was worried that they might steal the coal. After all, most camps have more than one entrance and exit, and secret passages are basically dug. After riding for more than 10 kilometers, Qin quickly finished riding. He turned his head and looked to the side and said, "I will ask someone to help send the prosthesis in a few days. You hold on for a while." Wang Lulin shook his head when he heard this. To be honest, this iron hand is quite useful. Just as he finished speaking, a zombie walked out of the intersection in front of him, dragging a crushed leg, and slowly walked towards the two of them. Seeing this, Wang Lulin handed the bicycle to Qin to hold, and said with a smile, "Here, let me show you." After saying this, he walked forward and stood there quietly. When the zombie approached, Wang Lulin slightly turned to the side, then swung his left hand from bottom to top, and directly pierced the zombie's chin. A stream of blood flowed out. He grabbed the zombie's clothes with his right hand, and at the same time, he exerted force with his left arm, and actually tore off half of the zombie's face. At the same time, holding the knife in his right hand, he easily inserted it from the zombie's temple, killing him on the spot. Seeing this, Qin nodded slightly and said, "Next time, you can directly insert your left hand into the zombie's mouth, so that they can't even bite people." Wang Lulin squatted down and wiped his iron hand on the corpse's clothes, stood up and said, "Yes, I discovered this by chance at that time. Don't tell me, it's really useful. Zombies don't know how to retreat. Even if their hands are stuck, they will desperately try to grab people. This can delay me for a few seconds." Qin looked at his hand and said, "But isn't it a bit too heavy? How about rebuilding it with other hard materials next time?" Hearing this, Wang Lulin waved his hand. "No, it's fine like this. Although it's a little heavier, it can block bullets from a long distance. Anyway, I'm used to it. It's okay." "Okay then." Qin nodded, returned the bicycle to him, and rode forward again. But strangely, he soon heard a sound coming from the front, ding dong dong, as if someone was hitting something. After entering the city, the two found a survivor, one of whom was squatting on the side of the road, hitting something with a hammer in his hand. Huang Lulin drew out his dagger, and was on guard, but he saw Qinyu frowning. Seeing this, he asked, "Do you know him?" "Yes." Qinyu nodded and said softly, "This man is Xiao Yang, a traitor. How could he appear here?" Qinyu was a little confused. Could it be that Hui Yao really couldn't tell the difference between the seriousness of the matter, and he still kept such a person around? Anyway, Qinyu would never use someone who had betrayed him again. Even if he didn't kill him, he would exile him to a faraway place. Chapter 980. When the two of them approached, Xiao Yang seemed to hear footsteps, and then turned around to look behind him. At this moment, Qinyu and Huang Lulin both found something wrong. Because Xiao Yang's left hand and left foot were now tightly locked in a pair of shackles, and even because they were too tight, his wrists and feet were rubbed with blood marks, as if even the bones could be seen. In addition, Qinyu took 2 steps forward and saw 3 corpses lying in the pit below. They seemed to be the zombies that were attracted by the sound before. At first, Xiao Yang did not recognize Qinyu, but he looked at him carefully, then turned around and knelt on the ground. Then, he said with tears in his eyes, "Brother, big brother, please, tell Sister Yao for me, I was wrong, I was really wrong." Hearing this, Qinyu looked at him for a few times and said softly, "When you sent Nana and others back to the camp and got the antidote, didn't they drive you away?" After saying this, Xiao Yang's face suddenly changed slightly, and he didn't know how to answer. What he didn't expect was that Qinyu could see through the trick at a glance. The next second, Qinyu continued, "Do you think Hui Yao was injured? So you want to stay and still not give up?" Xiao Yang wanted to argue, but was interrupted. "It's just that what surprised you is that Hui Yao actually brought back an ally, and you, once again, became a prisoner." After saying this, Qinyu didn't bother to pay attention to him and turned around to leave. It had been several days since Xiao Yang met a survivor for the first time. He knew that this might be his only chance to survive, so he tried his best to grab it. Xiao Yang knelt on the ground and took 2 steps forward, shouting anxiously, "Give me another chance. I will help you deal with the Savior sect, really, believe me." "Oh, what information can you provide me?" Qinyu stopped and turned his back to him. I can help you draw a map." Xiao Yang racked his brains to think, and then quickly said, "With the map, you will definitely get twice the result with half the effort." "I already have this." Qinyu turned and looked at him, his face calm, without any emotional fluctuations. Hearing this, Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and continued, "But you don't know their detailed address, and you can't get in without someone to lead the way." Hee. Hearing this, Qinyu laughed, and he crossed his arms and said lightly, "If you just lead the way, isn't Hui Yao's former best friend Wei Huanhuan more than 10 times better than you? At least the information she can access is more useful than you." Qinyu already knew about Wei Huanhuan's amnesia. At the manor camp, Lenny also told him privately, and it was very serious. It is precisely because of this that Hui Yao has been hesitant about whether to kill her. To this day, Hui Yao still can't figure out why she risked her life to save Wei Huanhuan. Later, Shang Wanjing's people tested and confirmed that Wei Huanhuan had a period of amnesia. She completely forgot what happened during a certain period of time. In addition, the poisoning was more serious, so she forgot more things. What a coincidence is that this memory happened to be the year when Wei Huanhuan worked for the Jiashiman. Now Hui Yao didn't know what to do, so she wrote in the letter later that she hoped to see Qinyu before the last mission began. So Qinyu came here on the way. If she couldn't find anyone, she would go to Hui Yao's camp. She also left a map on the back of the paper. As long as she started from the camp here, she could find it. At this moment, Qinyu took advantage of the information gap and wanted Xiao Yang to say more useful things. He knew that Wei Huanhuan had lost her memory, but others didn't know. Sure enough, as Qinyu said that, Xiao Yang became visibly nervous. Because Qinyu was telling the truth, Sister Huan must have known more detailed information than he did. Seeing Xiao Yang was silent, Qinyu lost his patience. "You are of no use to me. Hui Yao left you here just to let you die from the sun." As he spoke, Qinyu took out half a bottle of water from his body. Seeing this, Xiao Yang's chapped lips seemed to be even worse. He tried desperately to get some water, but the chain was so tight that there was no way to break free. Thinking of the torture these days, Xiao Yang's eyes were filled with hatred. Hui Yao, that stinky bitch, deliberately left a hammer for him. But the hammer couldn't break the chains, and every swing would attract zombies. His left hand and left foot were tied up, so he could only move in a small area. If there were several zombies at the same time, he would die here. Xiao Yang also knew that Hui Yao was asking him to make a choice between life and death. The hammer couldn't break the chains, but it could break bones. It depends on whether he is willing to pay this price. Xiaoyang knelt on the ground, lowered his head and murmured, "If I lose a hand and a leg, I can't even walk 50 meters. Whether you can leave or not is none of my business?" After saying this, Qinyu put his water bottle in his pocket and turned to leave. Wang Lulin had been watching from the side, but she did not persuade Qinyu to save people. Just as the two were about to disappear at the corner of the street, Xiaoyang suddenly roared, "The Savior sect is researching biological weapons." After saying this, Qinyu frowned slightly. He turned his head to look at the side and whispered, "Wait for me here for a few minutes." Wang Lulin nodded, indicating that it was okay. Qinyu returned to the place where Xiaoyang was imprisoned again, and said with a gloomy face, "I want you to tell me as much as possible. Not a single word can be missed." Xiaoyang licked his lips, sat weakly on the ground and said, "Give me some water first, okay?" Hearing this, Qinyu looked around, walked over to pick up a plastic bottle from the ground, unscrewed the lid and poured a little into it, then threw it to him. Xiaoyang took it, opened it in a hurry and drank it. He tilted his neck and even shook the bottle vigorously until the last drop of water ran out. After drinking some water, Xiaoyang finally felt that he would not die. He sat on the ground, glanced at Qinyu, and then slowly said, "My name is Xiaoyang." Before he finished speaking, Qinyu waved his hand, "Start from where I don't know." After a few seconds of silence, Xiaoyang spoke again. "The Savior sect has been researching antidotes since the zombie outbreak. At that time, there was no progress until a group of mysterious people appeared. They brought a large number of researchers, and also randomly used human bodies for experiments. My father is one of them." "Wait." Qinyu was a little unconvinced. "Your father is a researcher, so how did you end up in the wild?" Chapter 981. "My father was only arrested. He didn't have much authority," Xiaoyang said. Later, because they couldn't find an antidote, the group changed their target. Hearing this, Qinyu felt that something was different, and asked, "What target?" "The antidote can't be developed, but the poison can." Speaking of this, Xiaoyang paused for a moment. He turned his head and looked in a certain direction, muttering to himself, "According to the timeline, they should have developed it, right?" Qinyu followed his gaze, then used the sun above his head to quickly identify the direction, and his heart sank. Because the place where Xiaoyang was looking was exactly where the Savior sect was located, which was quite far away from here. Before he spoke, Xiaoyang continued to add, "That kind of poison will affect the judgment of the zombies." At this moment, Qinyu was a little confused and asked, "If it can affect the zombies, can't we develop an antidote?" "You don't understand." Xiaoyang glanced at Qinyu and whispered, "Since the zombie outbreak, not only the Savior sect, but also others have been looking for people who are immune to the virus, but it has been so long, and there is no news at all. Without antibodies, how can it be so easy to research an antidote?" So they. Hearing this, Qinyu immediately realized that something was wrong, and he looked at Xiaoyang with some fear. Xiaoyang turned his head and spit on the ground, saying, "You are very smart, you should be able to guess roughly." Although the people of the Savior sect could not research an antidote, they remodeled the virus. And once the modified virus becomes a zombie, it will not attack people who have been vaccinated. Qinyu frowned. "But the zombie outbreak has been going on for so long, how many survivors are left? Developing this kind of biological weapon is nothing more than accelerating the death of mankind." Suddenly, Xiaoyang burst into laughter, and even because of his excitement, he almost couldn't breathe. His face flushed, and he stretched out a finger on his right hand and pointed at the ground, saying coldly, "There are billions of people on the earth. It's impossible that all of them will become zombies? There are always some alert ones hiding, and there are no less in number. Humans are greedy and selfish by nature. They wantonly destroy the Earth's environment for survival. What's wrong with having these people gone?" After saying this, Qinyu glanced at him and said in a deep voice, "The development of the times always requires sacrifice. You have enjoyed the convenience brought by technological progress, so you are not qualified to stand on the opposite side of humans and say such things. I couldn't do it before, but now, who will take care of it?" Xiaoyang asked back. Then he coughed violently a few times and said, "The ambition of the Savior sect is stronger than you think. They plan to kill half of the zombies first, and at the same time use that special pill, that is, biological weapons, to launch a fierce attack on the remaining survivors." "What method?" "Artificial rainfall." Qinyu was silent for a long time. Then Xiaoyang struggled to stand up from the ground, looked at him and said, "Although you didn't choose to save me, you didn't add insult to injury. In my opinion, you may have the personality that other leaders have lost, so I will use this information to save my life." Xiaoyang reminded again, Don't you find out why the zombies keep moving south? Hearing this, Chinyu whispered, they want to gather the zombies and eliminate them in one fell swoop. Yes, just burn it with fire. How did the savior sect do it with so few people? Chinyu asked. Hee. Xiao Yang looked down at his wrist and said, the savior sect has at least more people than other forces, right? Chinyu looked at him and couldn't help asking, what effect will that medicine have? Hearing this, Xiao Yang also answered truthfully, after being affected, rainwater will be infected when it touches human skin. It's normal in the early stage, but once injured, the wound will begin to fester and cannot be healed. After these words came out, Chinyu suddenly felt familiar. At this moment, Wang Lulin's voice came, isn't it just like a certain disease that will destroy the human immune system? No, it's more serious than that. People with the disease will emit a faint smell from their bodies. Humans can't smell it, but zombies will like it very much. These zombies now? Chinyu pointed to the corpses in the pit. That's right, I don't know how they made it. Anyway, this kind of person is equivalent to a magnet, automatically attracting zombies within a radius of 10 meters. At this moment, if Xiao Yang didn't look miserable, and it was the end of the world, Chinyu would really doubt whether what he said was true or not. But in the current environment, Chinyu couldn't think of Xiao Yang's motive for lying. Especially now, his life and death are almost in Chinyu's hands. In this way, those infected camps will gradually attract zombies, and the savior sect will be able to deal with them well after vaccination. Chinyu said slowly. Then he asked, you told me this, aren't you afraid that the savior sect will hunt you down? Even if you know, what's the use? Xiao Yang sneered and asked back, I don't want to die, at least not now. After listening, Chinyu closed his eyes and felt a headache. This shitty salvation sect is too difficult to deal with. At this moment, Chinyu also realized the seriousness of the matter. Since there is no way to develop an antidote, then make a medicine that will make the zombies automatically gather together, and humans and them can coexist. As long as time is long enough, 10 or 20 years, they can always be killed. By then, the remaining humans can still rebuild civilization. But in this case, many survivors will definitely be needed. Chinyu looked at Xiao Yang and said, to be honest, you and I don't have much hatred, but if I save you, I may offend Hui Yao. She is my friend. Why would I do this? After saying this, Xiao Yang tried to pull the chain and said, since Hui Yao tied me up here, and you just happened to appear, don't you understand why? If she really wants to torture me, there are many ways to do it. Why does she have to do it here? But I don't have the key. Chinyu shook his head. After he finished speaking, Xiao Yang knelt on the ground again and begged, if it really doesn't work, I would rather break one hand as the price of doing something wrong, okay? Chinyu looked at his state, and couldn't help but feel helpless. I don't know what Hui Yao is doing. Just when Chinyu was struggling with what to do, a noise suddenly came from the side. 10 seconds later, a group of people appeared behind him. Hui Yao rode an off-road motorcycle, took off his helmet with both hands, and nodded to Chinyu. I'm sorry for taking advantage of you, but if I don't do this, this guy will definitely not say it easily. Chapter 982. Seeing that it was an acquaintance, Chinyu was also slightly surprised. Why are you here? Hearing this, Hui Yao shrugged, got out of the car, and walked to a garbage dump, then reached under the dirty cloth and fumbled for a moment, then took out a walkie-talkie with a button pressed. Then she pointed to the one hanging on her shoulder, and everything was self-explanatory. Seeing this, Chinyu understood everything. It seemed that Hui Yao had deliberately designed all this, and even expected Chinyu to get close to Xiao Yang. You should be able to find out the answer if you torture him, right? Chinyu looked at Hui Yao, who was approaching, and said softly, but in this case, it's hard for me to tell whether what he said is true or false. At this moment, Xiao Yang stared at the long-haired woman in the distance, feeling mixed emotions. Chinyu nodded slightly and said, how are you going to deal with him? Hui Yao thought for a moment, turned his head and looked behind him. You said you are willing to give a hand as a price, are you serious? After saying this, Xiao Yang closed his eyes, took a few deep breaths, and nodded slowly. Seeing this, Hui Yao waved his hand, and a girl turned around and took out something from her bag and walked up quickly. Hui Yao took it and lifted the cloth on it. It was a coiled wire saw, also called a wire saw. Since you helped Chinyu and the others in the end, I will disinfect it for you. As he said this, Hui Yao took the iodine tincture handed to him by the person next to him again, poured a little into the bottle cap, dipped a cotton swab in it, and slowly applied it on the wire saw. After finishing, Hui Yao asked someone to send it to him. Xiao Yang took it in his hand, hesitated for a moment, and said, I can't do it by myself, and it's too painful to saw off my hand. Hearing this, Hui Yao leaned against the motorcycle seat, waved his hair with his right hand, and said casually, "You can also saw off the leg, so that both hands will be convenient." Hearing this, Xiaoyang almost vomited blood. What a joke! If he only had one hand left in the doomsday, he would not be unable to survive. What's more, the person next to Qin Yu also had a prosthetic hand on his left arm. But if he loses his left leg, he will not be able to walk for a while. Where can he find a place to recover? He doesn't think that he can get through the zombies and enter the city with only one leg left, or even find a prosthesis. Time passed by, and Xiaoyang was reluctant to take action. Seeing this, Hui Yao didn't have much patience. She looked at her watch and said in a deep voice, "You have the last 10 minutes. At this moment, Xiaoyang looked at Hui Yao hesitant. The next second, he took off his left shoe and stepped on the other end of the wire saw. At the same time, Xiaoyang held the wire saw tightly with his right hand and slowly moved his left hand over. But because the other end was immobile, he couldn't pull it back and forth at all. At this moment, Hui Yao said coldly, "If it weren't for you following me for so long and Nana pleading for you, I would have skinned you alive." Hearing this, Xiaoyang looked up at a girl in the crowd, but the latter turned her face away and didn't look at him at all. "Can I still follow you in the future?" Xiaoyang asked a shocking question while looking at the skin cut by the wire saw. Even Qin Yu didn't expect that this guy would still have the time to ask such a question at this time. But unexpectedly, Hui Yao answered calmly, "It depends on your performance." Then, as if to reassure Qin Yu, she stood beside Qin Yu and whispered, "Keep this guy, it will be very useful to deal with the Salvation Sect. I just found out recently that Xiaoyang is not an ordinary person." Qin Yu thought of something and said, "Did Wei Huanhuan tell you?" Hui Yao was silent for a few seconds, then nodded yes. "Are you really not going to kill her?" "You know she is." Qin Yu stopped talking halfway. What he wanted to say was that Wei Huanhuan had killed people and tortured so many innocent survivors, and even the video was in front of him. Although there is no law and order in the Doomsday, why can the sin of killing people be washed away because of amnesia? Just like the team members who followed her, although Qin Yu did not finish them off one by one, he let them be bitten to death by zombies. Hui Yao looked at Xiaoyang who was sawing off his hand in the distance, and whispered, "I know. I know everything. Huanhuan committed so many murders, it is really unfair to keep her alive. But I can't do it." After saying this, Hui Yao shed tears rarely. Hearing this, Qin Yu pondered for a while, and said, "I can help you." As soon as the voice fell, a howl came from the front, and Xiaoyang failed to saw off his hand. The ground was stained with blood, and he was shaking all over. Seeing this, Qin Yu could understand that it was difficult for ordinary people to saw off a hand by themselves, unless it was a life-and-death situation. If the hand was bitten by a zombie, the virus would spread, and some people could do it with the help of adrenaline. But at this time, Xiaoyang was not bitten, and he was asked to saw off his hand alive, which made it more difficult by more than 10 times. But the next second, a scene that moved everyone present appeared. Xiaoyang put the wire saw in his right hand under his teeth and bit it. Then, he stretched out his right hand to hold his left hand, and put it under the line again. Then he opened his eyes wide, and began to pull his arm back and forth. Soon, some people couldn't stand it anymore, and turned their heads to the side. Only 3 people were still staring at it, Qin Yu, Hui Yao and Huang Lulin. If he can turn over a new leaf, he can be considered a man. Qin Yu said calmly with a calm face. Hui Yao pursed his lips and said nothing. 10 seconds later, Xiaoyang struggled to stand up from the ground. He took the half-broken hand out of the shackles, and threw it directly in front of Hui Yao. At this time, his face was pale, without a trace of blood, and then he fell to the ground. Seeing this, Hui Yao nodded slightly. Then someone took out the key and came forward to open the anklet for him, and began to stop the bleeding for him. At the same time, a woman in a pure white dress ran over here, and while running, she shouted happily, Look, I found a bird's nest." Wei Huanhuan is indeed very different now. Her eyes no longer reveal indifference and cruelty, but a kind of love. Hui Yao gently hugged her shoulders without saying anything. Qin Yu looked at her for a few times. To be honest, if he hadn't watched the video with his own eyes, he would never have associated this woman with the executioner who tortured and killed several survivors. Chapter 983. And according to Hui Yao, Wei Huanhuan has killed more people than those. The next second, Qin Yu and Hui Yao looked at each other. The latter shook his head with red eyes, and then took Wei Huanhuan to the abandoned house on the right. Qin Yu's heart moved slightly, because there were more than a dozen zombies trapped in the yard over there. Then, Nana came over and whispered, Wei Huanhuan suffered a brain injury, so she not only suffered from amnesia, but her mental ability also regressed a little, and Sister Yao, and her have known each other for almost 20 years. After hearing this, Chin Yu finally understood why Hui Yao was reluctant to watch Wei Huanhuan die in the tunnel. In the apocalypse, if you meet your best friend whom you have known for 20 years, anyone would hesitate when the other person is about to die. But Chin Yu understood that there are some things that he can't do for others even if he wants to. Hui Yao pulled Wei Huanhuan to stand more than 10 meters away. She turned her head and looked to the right, her eyes full of tenderness. Huanhuan, it would be great if you didn't kill so many innocent people. After this, Wei Huanhuan tilted her head and asked curiously, "Io, what are you talking about? I don't even dare to kill a chicken. You know how you can have the courage to kill people?" As she said this, she squatted on the ground and gently stroked the 3 little birds in the bird's nest with her right hand. "Be good, I will find insects to feed you later." Hearing these words, Hui Yao was even more sad. She didn't understand why her former best friend became like this. Although Wei Huanhuan had no impression of what she had done after the apocalypse, others knew. Especially since Hui Yao is in charge of so many people. If you kill someone, as long as you lose your memory, you can pretend that nothing happened, then how can you be worthy of those dead survivors, even though they have nothing to do with Hui Yao? Hui Yao pulled out the gun from his waist, checked the bullets, and then loaded it. At this time, Wei Huanhuan was still squatting on the ground as if nothing had happened, talking seriously to the birds. The next second, Hui Yao stepped forward and grabbed the bird's nest in front of her, quickly took out the 3 birds, and threw the bird's nest out at the same time. But the action was too fast. Wei Huanhuan didn't notice the bird was gone, and hurried forward. Hui Yao put the bird in her pocket, and then slowly picked up the gun with her right hand. But she didn't aim at Wei Huanhuan, but at the door behind, or more precisely, the iron chain on the door. Wei Huanhuan squatted on the ground, holding the bird's nest and carefully checking it several times. Then she checked back and forth in the open space, wondering, strange, why is it gone? Bang! The gunshot rang out, and everyone looked over. Wei Huanhuan was even more frightened, and she covered her ears in fear and squatted on the ground. Then Hui Yao fired several shots in succession, and successfully broke the chains. After calming down, Wei Huanhuan shouted at Hui Yao angrily, "Io, what are you doing?" Before she finished speaking, a dry hand was placed on her shoulder. Wei Huanhuan looked back, and was immediately frightened and panicked. She wanted to stand up, but was quickly hugged by another zombie's neck. Then more zombies surrounded her, and a few seconds later, the ground was full of blood. Hui Yao was already in tears, but her right hand did not press the trigger after all. This scene made everyone present silent. The cruelty of the end of the world was once again reflected before their eyes. After a moment, Chin Yu walked towards Hui Yao, stood beside her and asked softly, "Why can you forgive Xiaoyang, but not Wei Huanhuan?" "Because Xiaoyang wanted to deal with me, he didn't torture and kill innocent people. Even if he did, I didn't see it. And Huanhuan once shot and killed more than a dozen people in front of me in the camp with a submachine gun." After saying this, Hui Yao turned and left. She handed the 3 birds to Nana and murmured, "Can you feed them?" "Of course you can." Nana nodded with red eyes, her eyes revealing determination. Hui Yao hummed, got on the motorcycle, and left. The next second, everyone ran forward with knives and started to kill the zombies one by one. Seeing this, Chen Yu and Huang Lulin also joined the team to help. When the dozen zombies died, the dress on the ground had been torn into pieces. I don't know if it's because these zombies have been locked up for too long, but the bodies have been torn to pieces and look completely different from human beings. Then Nana came forward with a half-filled bottle of gasoline and sprinkled it on the ground. Then she slid a match and threw it at the body. Nana turned her head to look at Chen Yu next to her and said, "No matter what she did when she was alive, the dead are the most important, let her go. Sister Yao has gone back first, do you want to come with us? The coal has been loaded on the car, you can just drive away." "Okay." Chen Yu nodded. The group packed up and left the area. In a camp, Chen Yu walked through the gate and looked around. Then Nana explained, "Those who deserved to die were all dead. Those who didn't die were also driven out by us." Then, as if she had guessed what Chen Yu would ask, Nana added again, "They were all blindfolded with black cloth and taken to a very far place before being released. They can't come back. Well, just take care of it." Chen Yu nodded without saying much. In the camp here, many people were equipping goods, as if they were planning to move away. Chen Yu could understand this. After all, the water had been destroyed. But what surprised Chen Yu was that he saw several electric cars with green license plates here. "Are you also doing this?" Chen Yu pointed to the distance and asked. Hearing this, Nana nodded and said, "Sister Yao realized a long time ago that gasoline was too difficult to obtain, and since electricity can be generated again in the doomsday, electric cars are undoubtedly more useful than gasoline cars. The only disadvantage is that there is no fast charging equipment now, and charging by other means is too slow, and it takes more than 10 hours to fully charge. No wonder you even moved the sofa. Seeing this, Chinyu said, "This way, we can make more trips." In the following time, Chinyu found Hui Yao and discussed for more than an hour, mainly to determine the time and place for the two sides to meet. And Hui Yao also said that she would help contact Shang Wenjing. Chinyu was naturally happy to hear this, because if you count it, Hui Yao and his team will pass a section of the road when they go home, which is not too far from Shang Wenjing's camp. Finally, they stayed here to eat something simple. In the afternoon, Chen Yu and Huang Luling got on the smaller truck and left here. Everything that should be said has been said, and there is no point in staying here. Anyway, Hui Yao said that they will bring the weapons over in the end, and load them on the train at that time. Chapter 984. However, when the two returned to the coal factory, they found that there was a sudden chaos there. Because they were far away, Huang Luling thought someone was attacking them, and immediately sat up nervously. Seeing this, Chinyu narrowed his eyes slightly, and continued to step on the accelerator with his right foot to increase the speed of the truck as much as possible. Because they took Hui Yao's car this time, and because the other party helped to collect the coal in advance, Chinyu left the two bicycles to them. Chinyu had also curiously asked some time ago, how did Hui Yao guess that he would use coal? According to her answer, it was actually because coal had many uses, and it would be a waste to leave it there, so she simply packed it up. If Chinyu didn't want it, she could just take it back herself. A downhill road, not long, not short. Soon Chinyu and the others were getting closer and closer, and they could see clearly what was in front of them. It turned out that dozens of zombies surrounded the truck, making it temporarily impossible for them to drive the car. Seeing this, Chinyu parked the car more than 100 meters behind and honked the horn directly. The horn sounded, and the zombies slowly looked back, and then walked towards Chinyu and the others. The sudden movement also caught Zhang Yin's attention. Someone poked his head out from under the waterproof cloth, looked through the telescope, and then quickly went to the cockpit. They are back. Hearing this, Zhang Yin, who was leaning on the driver's seat, opened his eyes and whispered, "It's time to clean up the zombies. Be careful." Understood. Because the people in the car now are all from the camp in the villa area, and because they have been trained, they know how to fight together better than other camps, and there is no chaos at all. Chinyu sat in the car, watching the people in front of him start to attack the zombies from behind, and then turned his head and said, "Lu Lin, go help them." Hee, I have wanted to go for a long time. After saying that, Huang Luling jumped off the truck directly, turned his left hand, and then walked quickly forward. At the same time, Chinyu drove the truck down at a very slow speed. This is the wilderness, and the area is desolate. There has been no investigation of the surrounding environment, so it is completely unclear how many zombies there are in the dark. In order to avoid accidents, they must evacuate as soon as possible. The 8 people worked together to kill the zombies, and they were all solved in a short while. One of the younger companions was almost bitten, but fortunately Zhang Yin kept an eye on him, and threw a flying knife to save his life. Seeing this scene, Chinyu was also very satisfied and nodded slightly, and his left hand put the pistol back to his waist again. Nowadays, bullets are becoming less and less available. Chinyu will not use firearms unless necessary. It is precisely because of this consideration that Shang Wanjing thought of making a catapult. After dealing with the zombies, the others did not return to the car, but quickly dragged the corpses to the side of the road and threw them away, and then gave Chinyu a thumbs up. Seeing this, Chinyu stretched out his left hand from the window, and responded with the same action. He drove past from the left and took the lead. After Zhang Yin and everyone else got on the car, he started the truck again. After returning to the camp, everyone started moving the goods. Without tools, they could only rely on manpower, which was really tiring. Thinking of this, Chinyu ordered to add extra meals tonight and improve the food in the camp. As soon as the news was announced, everyone cheered excitedly and worked harder. Whether it was Chinyu, Feng Yi, or Xiao Jiao, they were not the kind of people who would deliberately suffer. They often had dinner parties in the community before. As for Xiao Jiao, they would not do this even more. Anyway, Chinyu thought that since he didn't know what would happen tomorrow, he should at least have a happier life today. After chatting with others for a few words, Chinyu left the truck. He planned to meet someone. Walking on the road, he happened to meet Lin Yi, who was walking to Bai. Before Chinyu said hello, Bai ran towards Chinyu happily and jumped beside him. Seeing this, Chinyu squatted down, hugged Bai's neck and stroked it, looked up at the beautiful figure in front of him and asked, "Do you know where Qin Shi is?" Hearing this, Lin Yi gently smoothed her skirt with both hands, then squatted in front of him, put her right hand on Dabai's head, and whispered, "After Lao Cheng died, Qin Shi rarely went out, and even asked Jiang Lingling to go to get food. Sister Feng said that she may have a serious tendency to depression." Depression? Qin Yu frowned slightly, but quickly thought it through and said, Jiang Yuchen sacrificed himself before his death to give her and Lingling the opportunity to stay in the camp. It was originally painful, but the appearance of the old city gave her a little hope. But now this hope has been taken away by the cruel doomsday again. Speaking of this, Lin Yi also felt a little heavy. Hearing this, Qin Yu remained silent. Dabai seemed to feel the low mood of the two masters, and stopped playing, but quietly lay at Lin Yi's feet. A few seconds later, Lin Yi suddenly threw herself into Qin Yu's arms with red eyes, hugged his neck and murmured, "Qin Yu, I originally thought that for partners, like us, who have known each other for a long time, because we are all growing up, maybe no one will sacrifice, but I didn't expect that reality still gave me a blow." Qin Yu gently patted Lin Yi's shoulder and said softly, "If Lao Cheng didn't choose to save the child in the end, he wouldn't die, but in this case, he would not be himself, and Qin Shi might not accept Lao Cheng's intentions. I will do my best to raise the child from the old city. Yes, this is also a child from our camp." Lin Yi let go of Qin Yu and stepped back a little. She turned her head and wiped her eyes. Then she was about to continue talking, but suddenly froze in place. "What's wrong? Don't you recognize me?" Seeing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but smile slightly. The next second, Lin Yi pursed her lips and said with a gloomy look, "Qin Yu, why did you suddenly grow so many white hairs?" Hearing this, Qin Yu reached out and touched his head, and replied, "Maybe I'm too tired recently. After this matter is resolved, I will rest well." As soon as the voice fell, Lin Yi stood up, took Dabai and turned to run to the back. "Where are you going?" "There are some blood-replenishing foods in the warehouse. I get them for you." Hearing this, Qin Yu stood up and looked at her running back with great emotion. Since the death of his adoptive parents, Qin Yu had never thought that he would be cared for one day. It was precisely because of these people around him that Qin Yu was always determined to work hard so that no one would suffer the grief brought by war. He could not stop humans from killing each other, but at least he could protect the people around him. Qin Yu shook his head slightly, put his hands in his pockets, and walked towards the place where Feng Yi might appear again. Chapter 985. After asking others along the way, Qin Yu headed towards the breeding area. There are more and more animals in the villa area now, especially those with strong reproductive abilities such as rabbits. In order to keep more animals alive, there is now a dedicated person responsible for daily feeding. Fortunately, there is Mr. Bai, the former veterinarian, so some precautions can be prevented in advance. Feng Yi is also in the breeding area at this moment, but she is watching from the side. Seeing this, Qin Yu gently knocked on the iron door with his right hand. Hearing the noise, Feng Yi looked back, then whispered a few words to the girls next to her, and then walked towards the door. "You're back. How is it? Is everything going well?" "Yeah, it's fine." Qin Yu smiled and said, "We may leave in a few days. Do you want to go with us?" "Me? No need." Feng Yi hesitated and answered by the door. After saying that, she pulled Qin Yu's sleeve and walked outside. "Let's talk outside. It's so smelly in here. I'm thinking about adding some fans for ventilation." Hearing this, Qin Yu said, "Now the water and electricity facilities are running normally. If conditions permit, we can do it. Unfortunately, there are too many missing parts, so it's a bit troublesome to do it." Feng Yi pulled Qin Yu and walked to a chair outside to sit down. She pounded her thigh and turned her head and said, "By the way, how long will it take you this time?" "A week." "More than." Qin Yu thought for a while and said softly, "Maybe it will take a month, or maybe even longer." "Ah, can't it be a quick battle?" Feng Yi was puzzled. Hearing this, Qin Yu pondered for a while, then looked up at the children playing in the camp and said softly, "If we can negotiate and keep our distance from each other in the future, that would be good. It would be best if we don't fight." Feng Yi thought for a while and said, "But now we don't have any means to restrain them. In other words, I said I wouldn't fight you 1 second, but my mood changed the next second. You can't do anything to me if I come to fight you. I have also considered the situation you mentioned, so I will stay for a long time this time. Secondly, I hope to find Yi's elder brother as soon as possible." When he said this, Qin Yu's face was obviously a little sad, and his brows were furrowed. Seeing this, Feng Yi leaned back in the chair, crossed her legs and said, "Are you worried that Xiaolin's brother might have joined the Salvation sect?" "Well, It's not like this is not the case. Don't worry, this is not a TV show, there is no such bloody thing. Feng Yi didn't agree with this, she said firmly. Based on my understanding of Xiaolin, she is such a good person, how bad can her brother be? Then she added, anyway, I think there's no need to worry about things that haven't happened yet. It's just putting pressure on yourself. Qin Yu was also aware of this truth, but according to Hui Yao, Lin Yi's brother Lin Hao was with the mysterious man at the time. If Jiang Chen had a relationship with the Salvation sect, how could Lin Hao stay out of it? Every time he thought of this, Qin Yu felt a headache. He estimated that his gray hair was also related to this matter. If at the last moment, on one side is his favorite girl, and on the other side is his brother-in-law, what should he do? That's why Qin Yu hopes to rush to the Savior sect as soon as possible. He wants to see what kind of thing can delay the Savior sect from coming here. After a while of silence, Feng Yi suddenly said, if you are going to be away for a long time, then I'd better follow you. Why did you suddenly change your mind? Qin Yu turned his head to look to the left. Hearing this, Feng Yi gently shook her white jade left leg, lifted the hair by her ear with her right hand, and whispered, more than a month. It's too long, I feel a little reluctant to not see Xiao Lei for so long. After these words came out, Qin Yu was stunned. Seeing this, Feng Yi rolled her eyes and muttered with red ears. Why, only you and Xiaolin are allowed to be together, and the elder sister is not allowed to pursue happiness. That's not what I mean. Qin Yu shook his head and said, given a Lei's sullen personality, I'm very curious, who broke the last layer of window paper between you two? After the voice fell, footsteps came from the right, accompanied by two words. It's me. Qin Yu turned his head, and found that a Lei appeared beside him without knowing when. He was not surprised by this, nor was he frightened, because a Lei often walked without making any sound, and if you didn't pay attention, you wouldn't notice it. Then, a Lei continued to speak expressionlessly. I don't know if I will still be alive after this battle, so I don't want to have any regrets. Savior sect, I don't care, but Jiang Chen is very strong. At this moment, even a Lei said such words. Qin Yu naturally understood the seriousness of the matter. The next second, Feng Yi stood up on his knees as if he didn't hear it. Okay, I won't disturb you two brothers talking. I have something to do and I leave first. What's the matter with you, Qin Yu, just now? No big deal. I just want to ask where Chen Shi is recently. I went to her house, but couldn't find her. Oh, go look for the villa in the old city. I left it there untouched, and Chen Shi moved in later. Okay. After she left, a Lei also sat on the chair. No matter how powerful the enemy is, he is still a flesh and blood body. If all of us work together, we may not be unable to defeat him. Qin Yu suddenly spoke. This time, I must help the instructors, otherwise, he may lose. A Lei was silent for more than 10 seconds again, then turned his head to the right, and spoke seriously. Hearing this, Qin Yu smiled and said, you don't belong to me or anyone else. Do whatever you want to do. I will always support you. But after the voice fell, a Lei suddenly stopped talking, or maybe he was in a dilemma and didn't know whether to say it. Qin Yu calculated that he had known a Lei for a long time, but this was the first time he saw this expression on a Lei's face. Usually, a Lei said whatever he wanted to say, and when he encountered something he didn't want to say, he just kept silent, just like Uncle Hua. Sometimes Qin Yu even wondered, if a Lei and Uncle Hua went out on a mission together, who would take the lead when encountering an emergency? Or would they just stay silent and do their own work? Qin Yu analyzed it a little bit, and glanced at Feng Yi's back in the distance. Today, she happened to be wearing hot pants, showing off her long legs. Seeing this, Qin Yu was also curious. Isn't she afraid of getting tanned? But thinking about it carefully, it seems that Feng Yi rarely moves in the sun, just like Lin Yi. Even in the Doomsday, they are very careful about sun protection. Chapter 986. After a few seconds, Qin Yu patted a Lei on the shoulder and smiled. Actually, I guess what you want to say. Don't worry, Feng Yi has also helped me a lot. I will naturally let people pay more attention to her safety. Hearing this, a Lei looked at him gratefully and nodded slightly. In fact, with a Lei's current status and position as a veteran in the camp, if he wants people to help, there are many people willing to lend a hand. Zhang Yin, Xiao Jiu or De Shuang and others don't need him to say anything. When they encounter danger, they will stand in front of Lin Yi, Feng Yi and other girls. But in fact, a Lei knew that if others rushed forward, they might be the only ones, but if Qin Yu rushed forward, there would definitely be more people behind him. Soon Qin Yu stood up to find Chen Shi. A Lei watched his back, and made a decision again in his heart. About a few minutes later, Qin Yu stood in front of a villa. Unlike other houses, the villa here was very broken, with many knife marks on the door and many brown marks on the wall. Chinyu took a quick look and recognized that they were dried blood stains, and his heart sank. At this moment, a little girl came out with a bucket. It was Jiang Lingling. She also saw Chinyu at the first time. Jiang Lingling now gradually began to speak after interacting with everyone. Uncle Chen. Jiang Lingling was a little embarrassed, but still greeted him. Long time no see, Lingling, are you cleaning up the bloodstains? Chinyu pushed open the door and walked in. Well, my godmother said that it was too dirty outside, and it was not good looking. Hearing this, Chinyu squatted down and dipped his hand in the bucket to dip some water, then licked it with the tip of his tongue, then he spit it out, stood up and said, next time, add more salt and white vinegar to the water, so it can be cleaned better. Hearing this, Jiang Lingling whispered, salt is precious. We can't afford to waste it. Chinyu shook his head and said, when the doomsday just broke out, there were zombies everywhere. People were unfamiliar with it, and didn't dare to go into the city to search, so it was difficult to find a lot of salt, but it's different now. After life gets better, there's no need to continue to suffer. Go to the warehouse to get it, and tell them that I asked you to go. This kind of material should not require currency exchange. Thank you, Uncle Chen. Jiang Lingling lowered her head, picked up the bucket, and walked out of the yard. Seeing this, Chinyu sighed helplessly, walked to the door and knocked gently. There was no response from inside the house. He waited for more than 10 seconds, then looked at the door handle. Pushing the door open, Chinyu glanced around and found that the furnishings in the house had basically not changed, or maybe more than 7 months had passed, and he could no longer remember what had changed. She was wearing a maternity dress, lying in a chair in a daze, looking very haggard. What Chinyu didn't expect was that she was wearing a pair of sunglasses. Why are you wearing this indoors in broad daylight? Aren't you afraid that your eyesight will be affected? You're here. She held her waist with her left hand, and tried to stand up. It has been a while since the last attack, and Chi's belly has grown a little bigger. Chinyu couldn't recognize how many months she has been. The house is very messy. Please sit anywhere. She wanted to pour him a glass of water, but the kettle was empty. She just stood in front of the dining table, motionless. Seeing this, Chinyu walked a little closer, looked at her thin face, and whispered, I know in my heart that for you, no matter how much others say, it doesn't make sense. Hearing this, Shi came back to his senses a little, turned his head, and looked at him blankly. The next second, Chinyu pulled out a chair, not caring about the dust on it, and sat down directly. Time is very tight now. A large number of people will follow me to leave in a few days. Once I leave, there will not be many people left in the camp. Then Chinyu paused for a moment and continued, Shi, you have been with us for a long time. I don't want to advise you how to get out, but I hope you know that if we don't win this time, then it is very likely that everyone will die. After saying that, Chinyu just sat there calmly. About 2 minutes later, Shi gently stroked his abdomen with his right hand and murmured, Do you know who the child was that Lao Cheng wanted to save? You say. Chinyu spoke. It was Lingling. After saying this, Chinyu fell silent again. At the beginning, Alay did not say who it was, and Chinyu did not ask later, but he actually guessed that it might be those who were younger. But unexpectedly, it would be Jiang Lingling. She has no relationship with Lao Cheng, and they rarely communicated before. Jiang Lingling has no relationship with Shi either. It's just because Jiang Yuchen's wife saved Shi before she died, so she kept Lingling with her to repay her gratitude. Seeing that Chinyu didn't say anything, she started talking to herself again. Sometimes I wonder why he couldn't be a little more selfish. He died like this. What should I do? Who can I rely on? As she spoke, tears appeared on her face under her sunglasses. Hearing this, Chinyu said seriously, You don't need to rely on anyone. As long as you are still within this wall, everyone will take the initiative to help you. Think about it carefully. Since the attack, you and Jiang Lingling have not done any work in the camp, but have you ever lacked water and food? After the voice fell, Chinyu pointed to several cardboard boxes in the corner. He could guess what was in them without thinking. Hearing this, Shi burst into tears again. Chinyu stood up and whispered, You have to live well. After all, the enemies who attacked our camp have not been completely killed. I hope you can personally avenge the old city. Don't cry, it's not good for the fetus. He took out a walkie-talkie from his pocket and put it on the table. You are pregnant now, you have to pay attention to everything. I have adjusted the frequency of this walkie-talkie. Press it to talk, and someone from Feng Yi and the hospital will receive it. Remember to charge it every few days. After saying that, Chinyu picked up a bag of garbage on the ground and turned to leave the villa. However, The crying in the house seemed to be a little louder. Seeing this, Chin-Yu could only helplessly. She had too many emotions in her heart, and crying might make her feel better. At present, the domestic garbage in the camp is concentrated in one area. Every 2 days, a special person will use a cart to transport it to the periphery of the camp, about 1 kilometer away. There is a bungalow built with stones there, which is specially used to burn garbage. At the same time, there will be someone watching to prevent fire. After throwing away the garbage, Chin-Yu went to find Dazhuang and prepared to ask him for a cigarette and a lighter. At first, Dazhuang was a little curious and thought that Chin-Yu wanted to learn to smoke, so he refused to give it to him. But when he heard that he was going to see the old city, he gave him half a box very happily. In the Doomsday, this is already quite generous. Chapter 987. Villa area, the area behind the camp. It was almost dark, and Chin-Yu stood in front of a grave mound, his face calm. He reached out to clean the dust on the wooden tombstone, took out a cigarette from his pocket, and took out another cigarette, and put it in his mouth. Then he put his left hand in front of the cigarette to block the wind, and lit it with a lighter in his right hand. Then Chin-Yu took a puff, but because he had never smoked before, he began to cough violently. After a few seconds, Chin-Yu held the cigarette in his left hand, and slowly placed it on the stone in front of the grave mound. Have a good journey, Brother Chung. Maybe I come to accompany you next month. Chin-Yu has become stronger and more agile now, but for some reason, familiar companions still leave him. At dusk, Chin-Yu squatted in front of the grave, talking to himself for a long time, and no one knew what he said. In the next few days, Chin-Yu and others held a meeting to discuss how to take care of those with physical disabilities. At the beginning, the discussion was good, and everyone agreed that they were injured in order to protect the camp, and everyone in the camp should be responsible. Later, Feng Yi proposed to continue to distribute material coins, such as Hong Wu and Wang Tianhai, who could not take care of themselves, and distribute them on a daily basis. However, Yu Feng was very determined and said that he could take care of Uncle Wang by himself. As for Hong Wu, the one who had the best relationship with him was Lao Chung, but no one was willing to take the initiative to stand up at this time. Seeing this, Dazhuang threw the cigarette but on the ground and stomped it out, saying that Hong Wu could live with them in the future, and it was nothing more than a matter of having an extra pair of bowls and chopsticks. When discussing these matters, the parties involved were not in the meeting room, so the discussion was quite intense, but basically no one had any objections. Just when the plan was about to be finalized, someone suddenly stood up and suggested dividing an area outside the camp and blocking it with a wall, and everyone could just send food there every day. As soon as this was said, Chin-Yu's face suddenly darkened. Others shook their heads secretly, looking at the person who spoke with gloating. This guy just hit the muzzle of the gun. Because anyone with a discerning eye could see that in the meeting room, Chin-Yu's face always had a faint expression, and no joy, anger, sorrow or happiness could be seen. But those who are familiar with him know that this is when Chin-Yu is most annoyed. The next second, Chin-Yu stood up and walked towards him, standing in front of him and said, "What's your name?" "Run Yong." The person who spoke was a young man with dyed yellow hair, about 23 years old. Even his arms were covered with tattoos, including earrings and lip studs. Of course, no one discriminated against any survivors in the Doomsday. At least when Feng Yi and Xiao Jiu were in charge, there would be no discrimination. As long as the person had no problem with his character and could make contributions, he could naturally join in. What Chin-Yu couldn't understand was why this kind of person could survive, while others died. Chin-Yu's aura was very different now. Standing in front of him, he was like a killing god, which naturally made him tremble. Then the yellow-haired boy named Ren Yong realized that he had said the wrong thing, and quickly added, "What I mean is, we should create an area in the camp so that those who have difficulty living can live together. Just like a nursing home. Where were you when they were protecting the camp?" Chin-Yu looked at him calmly, and said something out of the blue. "I was evacuating the crowd." After Ren Yong finished speaking, the people around him had quietly dispersed. Some people knew very well that this guy was not evacuating the crowd. It was obvious that when they were evacuating, someone next to him fell down, and he subconsciously helped him up. Even so, he still insisted on flattering himself. "Then why didn't you think about fighting with him?" Chin-Yu asked. "There are too many enemies. I don't know how to deal with them." Hee. Chin-Yu sneered and said, "Even you know there are many enemies, but other teammates don't know?" Then, without waiting for him to speak, Chin-Yu turned his head and said, "Go ask Brother Xiao if he recruited this yellow-haired guy." "Okay." Xiao Kong nodded and turned to run outside. Now he is used to doing things for Chin-Yu. At the same time, Feng Yi also walked closer and asked, "Who recruited you?" "I don't remember." Ren Yong's eyelids jumped, and he looked around, but found that no one spoke for him. Seeing this, Ren Yong flashed a trace of anger. They usually get along well, but at the critical moment, none of them can be trusted. Of course, he dared not say this. A few minutes later, Xiao Kong ran into the meeting room panting. He held the wall with his hands, looked at Chenyu and shook his head, saying, "Brother Xiao said he didn't care about these recently." "Okay, I know." At this moment, Feng Yi suddenly thought of something and pulled Chenyu's clothes. Then Chenyu looked at her, and then the two walked to the corner. "I remember, this should be selected by Song Chung." "He?" Chenyu frowned slightly and said, "When will Song Chung be able to manage the camp?" Saying this, Chenyu did not look down on Song Chung. On the contrary, because of his outstanding ability, Chenyu also had high hopes for him. It's just that as the number of people in the camp increases, all kinds of people may easily sneak in. In addition, there are many young girls here, and they are relatively beautiful. In the end times, it is very likely that some beasts will cause trouble. So Chenyu has always been firm about this. 3 people are enough to manage, and no additional managers will be added for the time being. Now, after hearing what Feng Yi said, Chenyu began to feel a little unhappy. Hearing this, Feng Yi waved her hand and signaled Chenyu to bend down. Then she stood on tiptoe and whispered a few words in Chenyu's ear. After listening, Chenyu's expression eased a little. If that was the case, he could understand it, because after the hydropower station was built, a large number of people were needed to stand guard. And these people only needed to stay outside the camp all day. In other words, they did not need to be in the camp all the time. Ren Yong happened to be this type of survivor, who could survive in the doomsday environment, and would not do things like murder and arson. He was the kind of person who would not make big mistakes, but would occasionally make small mistakes. Originally, after he got off work today, he should go home and rest, but he saw many people gathered in the conference room, so he sneaked in and prepared to listen, thinking that they were distributing supplies. After staying here for a long time, Ren Yong got used to it, and spoke without thinking. But this sentence just hit Chenyu's reverse scale. Bang! The door was pushed open, and everyone looked back, and found Song Chung running over with sweat on his forehead, and a large wrench in his hand. The next second, he walked towards the yellow-haired man angrily. Chapter 988. Many of the companions who died in the last attack were Song Cheng's men. One of them also survived with a broken leg. At this moment, hearing someone actually propose to drive them out, Song Chung was undoubtedly furious. Ren Yong was so frightened when he saw Song Chung suddenly appearing that he froze in place. You know, Song Bin himself has the habit of fitness, and he has lived in the wild for so long, so he is not an ordinary person. A thin young man like Ren Yong would be dead if he couldn't withstand a few wrenches from Song Chung. When Song Chung approached, he raised the wrench and prepared to cut the guy's head. But the next second, his right hand was held by someone, and he couldn't move it at all. Seeing this, Song Chung turned his head to the right and asked, "Brother Chenyu, this is the person I recruited. I will apologize to you later." Hearing this, Chenyu shook his head slightly and said, "He did say this inappropriately, but the crime is not punishable by death. Since he proposed to place those people outside the camp, I think we must try to see if the plan can be implemented smoothly. In this case, let him try first. Come here, some people." After the words fell, several men in their 30s stepped forward and stood behind Chenyu. Then Chenyu said softly, "Take this yellow-haired gentleman away first, and then find a suitable place outside the camp within an hour to build the wall." Hearing this, the men were stunned. One of the men with a simple face scratched his head and asked, "In an hour? The cement alone has no chance to solidify completely. Who told you to use cement?" Chenyu looked at Ren Yong, who had begun to tremble, and said lightly, "Ah, what to use? Wire, wooden planks, or 2 ropes if that doesn't work." After these words came out, the 6 people looked at each other, and the man who spoke earlier laughed and said, "I see, let's do it now." As he said that, 2 people stepped forward and dragged the yellow-haired man away from the meeting room. 2 of the people who died last time were their brothers, and someone also lost an eye and an ear. This time, Ren Yong directly or indirectly offended most of the camp. There is no need for Chenyu to punish him. Others will make things difficult for him. The farce ended quickly. Although this person said something wrong, Chenyu would not kill him, and it was not enough to drive him out of the camp. Unless Ren Yong bullies the injured people later. By then, it will not be as simple as a warning. Finally, the resettlement method was determined, and everyone dispersed. Of course, Chenyu did more than just this one thing in the past few days. He basically comforted everyone. But there was one person who surprised him, that was Ningli. After Yang Yu came to the camp, Qin Yu had been trying to reduce the contact between the two people. Yang Yu was also very smart and basically avoided them. However, Ningli took the initiative to find Qin Yu. She hoped that she could learn more skills. Qin Yu asked her the reason, and Ningli said that it was to fulfill Zhang Cici's last wish. After hearing that, Qin Yu did not answer her directly, but asked her to go back first. According to his understanding of these people, if anyone is the most trustworthy, it must be Ningli. According to what Zhang Yin said later, Ningli's father was once a drug enforcement police officer. So Qin Yu basically took good care of her later, not to mention Feng Yi, and never let Ningli suffer. Even when making arrows, there was no requirement for quantity and quality. How could other people get such treatment? And Qin Yu also thought that Zhang Cici had indeed done some wrong things. But he was not the person involved after all, and he didn't have much right to intervene. The death of the man with glasses only made him feel a little pity. In the Doomsday, if you choose the wrong teammates, you may end up losing your life. Qin Yu had experienced too much about this, and he no longer felt sad. Later, Ningli promised that she would teach Zhang Cici, so Qin Yu turned a blind eye. Unexpectedly, in the end, Zhang Cici also sacrificed herself to save others. Ningli is now the same as Li Yao, with only herself left by her side. Qin Yu naturally has no objection to her proposal to become stronger. However, time is tight now, and even temporary training will not have any effect. At most 2 or 3 days, nothing can be changed. In this case, Ningli would have to go with him, but Qin Yu was not sure about what would happen next. He hoped that Li Yao would be happy to see her roommate in the future. If Ningli died in the end, he didn't know whether to tell Li Yao. Although Qin Yu was not sure whether Li Yao was still alive. Finding Li Yao was what he had always wanted to do. Before, Qin Yu said that he had given up looking for Li Yao only because he had no clue and the distance was probably too far. Recently, other people have rarely mentioned this name, but Qin Yu will not forget it. At that time, he was still not very strong, and he could not travel long distances, let alone protect Lin Yi who was with him. But now it is different. Finding Li Yao and Lin Yi's brother, dealing with the Salvation Sect, and solving those hidden enemies, these things can be done together. Just as Qin Yu was sitting in the villa yard drinking tea and thinking, an uninvited guest suddenly came. Knock knock. The door to the courtyard was knocked. Qin Yu turned his head, and saw that it was Yang Yu standing outside the door. Can I come in? Yang Yu looked at the big white dog inside through the crack of the door, and asked hesitantly. Don't be so polite. Just treat it as your own home. Qin Yu nodded. Okay. Yang Yu pushed the door open, and just as he stepped in, Dubai pricked up his ears alertly, and then barked. Seeing this, Qin Yu put down the teacup and whispered, Be obedient and be quiet. After the voice fell, Dubai really shut up, and then walked into the doghouse that Qin Yu personally built for him, and then lay inside without moving. Now that the weather is hot, it is only active in the evening. Haha, this dog is very smart, so obedient. Yang Yu walked towards the pavilion, looking back to make sure that the dog would not rush up and bite him. Sit down. Qin Yu poured him a cup of tea and handed it to him. What do you want to talk to me about? Yang Yu took off his gloves and put them on the table, picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp, then went straight to the point. What did that girl want to talk to you about just now? Are you worried that she wants to deal with you? Qin Yu glanced at him and hit the nail on the head. Not really, mainly, I feel guilty. After all, I killed 2 of her classmates. At this point, Yang Yu paused for a few seconds, then whispered, If there is anything I can help with, just tell me. I've been so idle these days that I'm almost going moldy. Chapter 989. After these words came out, although Qin Yu's expression was calm, his heart was slightly moved. Hearing this, he was a little suspicious whether Yang Yu was the worm in his stomach. Just when I wanted to sleep, the pillow was delivered to my door. What do you think? Qin Yu did not say it directly, and asked again while drinking tea. I heard from the class monitor that her last classmate also died, which felt a bit pitiful, and I saw that she has been training herself recently, but her movements are not very standard. Hearing this, Qin Yu put down his teacup and touched his nose again, saying, She has a roommate, she should still be alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yu's eyes lit up, and he quickly asked, Where is she? She has been missing for a long time. Qin Yu shook his head slightly, and said with a heavy heart, It's okay, give me a rough coordinate, I will go find her, if not 10 days, then a month, or even half a year. I don't believe I can't find her back. If I knew the approximate location, would I have waited until now? She is one of the first teammates I met. Yang Yu pounded the table with his right fist and said, I thought I could make up for it, but what does she look like? Can you describe it to me, and I ask other survivors? At this moment, Chinyu tried to recall, but found that Li Yao's appearance was getting fainter and fainter in his mind. He seemed to have a little bit of a vague memory of what she looked like. Thinking of this, Chinyu fell into silence again. But soon he raised his head, looked into Yang Yu's eyes, and said, "No need to ask. Some survivors who enter the camp, as long as they are in that area, will be asked in advance whether they have seen similar young girls. Why didn't anyone ask me? What if I have seen it?" Yang Yu's brain didn't react, and he asked subconsciously. After this, Chinyu looked at him as if he was a fool. The next second, Yang Yu's old face was slightly red, scratched his head and said, "Oh, I was indeed far away from this area before. It should be difficult to meet." Well, only survivors who are several dozen kilometers away from where she disappeared will be questioned when they come here. This is indeed a bit difficult. Yang Yu sighed and poured another cup of tea. He opened the teapot and took a look, then pursed his lips and said, "What kind of tea is this? How come it is brewed with wood chips and tastes so good?" "I don't know. There is a forest in the back mountain. I heard that an elderly man happened to know that some of the trees in it can be used to make tea," Chinyu replied. Then he looked at his watch. It was 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Chinyu thought for a moment and said again, "When we set out to find the Savior sect, let Ningli train with you on the way. Is that okay?" "Of course." Yang Yu stood up, patted his chest muscles and said, "With me here, I guarantee that she will improve quickly." As soon as he finished speaking, Chinyu frowned and said, "Let me remind you that you and Zhang Yin are of the same age. Ningli is a college student, a dozen years younger than you." Hearing this, Yang Yu was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, "What are you saying? I'm not the kind of person who likes young girls. It's not the best. You go back first. I tell Ningli later." "Okay." Having successfully resolved his worries, Yang Yu happily left Chinyu's villa. After he left, Chinyu rubbed his temples, still feeling a little depressed, because he still had to find a way to deal with the captives. At that time, he just thought that it would be a bit too cruel to kill all of them. After all, they were all women and did not participate in the attack on the camp. So I brought them back directly, like Huiyao, and let them work in exchange for the necessary materials to survive. But when I got home, I remembered that I had to go to the Savior Gate immediately. After this departure, there will not be many people left in the camp. Leaving so many captives here is equivalent to a hidden danger. The departure time is set for the day after tomorrow. Thinking of this, Chinyu plans to talk about it tomorrow. It is better to do what Lenny ordered first. Although it is about to enter November, and the temperature is not very hot, Dubai's hair is a bit long, so I plan to shave it shorter. Lenny has been helping the young nurses in the hospital to explain some knowledge recently, so she doesn't have much time. This is also what Xiao Jiao suggested. The current environment is not like before. Everyone is doing their own job. In the end times, it is always right to know more. So the task of shaving the dog fell on Chinyu. He stood up, blew a whistle, and called Dubai's name. But the doghouse didn't move, and there was no reaction at all. Seeing this, Chinyu had to move closer, and Dubai walked out slowly, and then looked at him, with an expression as if asking, "What's the matter?" Chinyu squatted down and touched its head, pointed to the house and said, "Go in." Inside the house, Chinyu pressed the switch, and the electric trimmer made a buzzing sound, and then he whispered, "Don't move, I reward you with some dried meat later." About an hour later, the living room floor was already covered with white hair. At first, Chinyu trimmed and cleaned it with a comb, but the more he trimmed, the uglier it became. Later, he was worried that Lin Yi would be disgusted when she came back, so he went out to call Qinger. Because Qinger had worked in a related profession before, she later came to the villa area and found a small house to open a barber shop to exchange for material coins. Over time, her life became better and better. Of course, most of the time she only charged the hair clipper, and she would go out to dry her hair after washing it. Otherwise, the little material coins she earned would only be used to exchange for electricity. There were even 2 girls helping out because of the increase in the number of people in the camp. With Qinger's help, Dubai's appearance barely dropped by 90%. At this moment, Chinyu couldn't recognize that this was a Samoyed at all. After shaving the hair, Dubai lay down in the corner and ignored Chinyu's calls. Seeing this, Chinyu had no choice but to put a few more pieces of dried meat in it, and then went to find Ningli after cleaning the house. A few minutes later, Ningli listened to Chinyu's words, thought for a while, and then nodded. "As long as you arrange it, I have no objection. Don't worry, he will only teach you how to train." Chinyu guessed that she might mind a little, so he took the initiative to say more. Hearing this, Ningli just smiled and stopped talking. After a while, she said with hope in her eyes, "Brother Chen, are we going to go find Yao Yao?" "Who told you that?" Chen Yu was a little curious, because the plan was just to deal with the Savior sect. Hearing this, Ningli lowered her head and said, "It was Dr. Xiaolin who said that. She hoped that I could go with her, but I was too weak, so I found you in the hope of becoming stronger." Chapter 990. After hearing this, Chen Yu also understood Lin Yi's good intentions. Perhaps she was always worried about Li Yao. They were both very smart, and had always had a good relationship. Li Yao had made her position clear, and never tried again. And Lin Yi was even more so. Chen Yu did not stay with Ningli for too long. He just asked her to pack her things, and leave early the day after tomorrow. When Chen Yu returned home, he did not see Dabai, and thought he had run away. As a result, he went to the bedroom upstairs, and lay down at the door of Lin Yi's room. Seeing this, Chen Yu apologized to it in a gentle voice, saying that he would never cut its hair in the future, and added a piece of dried meat to every meal. At the same time, he went to the warehouse to exchange some toys, and finally coaxed it. In the past, Chen Yu never thought that he would actually keep a pet. After all, it was hard to support himself before the end of the world. Recently, Lin Yi has been going out early and coming back late, and Chen Yu rarely sees her, but he knows very well that as long as she is in the camp, Lin Yi is naturally safe. Now, except for the guards and a few people, other survivors are not allowed to carry any weapons, and they are all centrally managed. It is to prevent some people from causing disasters under impulse. At 6 o'clock the next morning, Chen Yu opened his eyes, and found Lin Yi sleeping soundly in his arms, like a kitten, with her eyelashes moving. Seeing this, Chen Yu reached out and gently scratched her nose. Lin Yi murmured in a daze, "Let me sleep a little longer. I go make breakfast." Chen Yu lowered his head, and kissed Lin Yi on the forehead, then got up and started to put on clothes. Lin Yi opened her eyes, and looked at the wounds on Chen Yu's back, her eyes full of heartache. As if he guessed that she was looking at him, Chen Yu put on a t-shirt and whispered, "Most of them are caused by training. It's okay, a small problem. By the way, I want to tell you something." Lin Yi sat up and leaned against the head of the bed, rubbing her eyes and said, "Well, go ahead." Chen Yu turned around and sat on the bed. Uncle Wa's injury cannot be delayed. If he can't get treatment within a month, he may. Speaking of this, Lin Yi also felt a little heavy. After a few seconds, she said again, "If there is still no way to relieve it, I'm afraid that my right hand will not be able to do any heavy work in the future, and even holding chopsticks will shake." "Is it already so serious?" Chen Yu frowned and said, "During this period, I have asked almost all the survivors I have come into contact with. No one knows Chinese medicine. Some have learned it by themselves, but who dares to let them treat people? I heard from Xiaolin that Uncle Wa tried his best to hold back many people in the last attack, causing his hidden disease to relapse, but he still forced himself to use the anti-material sniper rifle. Because he is seriously injured now, Uncle Wa basically doesn't go out. I heard that you also hit a wall when you went to find him yesterday?" "Yeah." Chen Yu nodded and said, "Chi Hao said Uncle Wa was resting, so I didn't disturb him. He's not in the camp." Lin Yi was silent for a long time, and then couldn't help but speak. "Don't say it was me who said it. Yang Zi heard it by chance. She was too worried and told me." Hearing this, Chen Yu was full of confusion. The next second, Lin Yi continued, "Brother Xiao would occasionally leave the camp. Later, Xiaolin also said it privately. It turned out that Uncle Wa went outside to practice left-handed shooting, using a crossbow and a toy gun. Because we are in the wild, and he is injured now, Brother Xiao and Chi Hao take turns to follow behind to prevent other survivors from appearing. No wonder I always miss one of them when I returned to the camp recently." Chen Yu said with a depressed mood. Uncle Wa's injury has always been a big stone in Chen Yu's heart, but it is not something that can be solved simply. I learned before that ordinary Chinese medicine cannot cure it, and it needs to be combined with acupuncture. In this doomsday, doing anything has become more difficult. Chen Yu was so anxious that his hair turned white, but he didn't get any news. He even asked Chang Wenjing. Chen Yu had learned a lot from Uncle Wa, and he always respected this middle-aged man, who was not talkative and had dark skin. But Chen Yu was not a supernatural being, and it was difficult for him to handle too many things at the same time. Fortunately, there were many friends around him to help share the burden, so Chen Yu could take a breath. After thinking for a while, Chen Yu made up his mind and said, "We don't have Chinese medicine here, but maybe Pani Bei or Jiashiman may have it. It may be too late to find someone after we go there, so Uncle Wa should also take him." After saying this, Lin Yi sat up straight, holding Chen Yu's broad and calloused right hand with both hands, and worriedly said, "In this way, this camp will become precarious in an instant, and most people have left." Hearing this, Chinyu pondered for a while and said, "I have an idea. What do you think?" "Tell me." "All the people we are familiar with will leave with us. Anyway, there is enough room on the train, and only a small number of people will stay here. What if they destroy the camp? Where will we live when we return?" Lin Yi was reluctant to leave. She shook her head and said, "We have finally developed to the current scale. What a pity." After saying this, Chinyu patted Lin Yi's hand and said, Actually, if you think about it carefully, if we win, can't the two camps over there also provide us with living space? With a steam locomotive, as long as we get coal, we can move the materials here again, even the equipment of those small hydropower stations. Also, I don't want to say such discouraging words to you, but you should also be able to understand that if we lose, we probably won't have a chance to come back here." Hearing this, Lin Yi said sadly, "Moving again? Actually, I don't like changing places like this all the time." Chinyu moved forward a little, hugged Lin Yi and whispered, "Although our place is not bad, after all, the Savior sect may be better developed than us. After all, there are more people than us. No matter what you do, I will support you unconditionally." Lin Yi was silent for a while, leaned on his shoulder, and said softly, "I just want to follow you." Chinyu stroked Lin Yi's hair on his shoulders and said, "I am also reluctant to abandon this place, but after all, the development here is actually limited." After a brief conversation, Chinyu went downstairs, quickly put the food on the pot, and went to find Feng Yi and Xiao Jiao. But after searching for a long time, Xiao Jiao was nowhere to be found. Finally, Xiao Yin came out of the bedroom in pajamas, and said that Xiao Jiao didn't come back last night. He left a letter, and would probably come back at noon. Seeing this, Chinyu nodded and asked her to come to discuss on behalf of Xiao Jiao and convey it later. But what surprised Chinyu was that Feng Yi had no opinion on this, and agreed with both hands. Chapter 991. Seeing her attitude, Chinyu sat on the sofa and asked, "In this case, don't you think you have wasted a lot of time?" "Of course not." Feng Yi shook her head. She combed her hair and replied, "When doing something, whether it is successful or not, the experience is already in my mind. Secondly, I think that the development of the camp to this point is inseparable from everyone. Everyone has worked hard. Now is the critical moment. I naturally support making changes." "Okay." Chinyu nodded, looked at the girl who was dozing on the sofa, and then tapped the table gently. "Xiaoyin, did you remember it?" "I remembered it. Xiaoyin went to bed very late last night, and was woken up early this morning. She was really sleepy. She stretched, yawned, and said lazily, 'But Brother Xiao won't have any other opinions. You can just start.'" Hearing this, Feng Yi seemed to remember something, sat up a little straighter, and even stopped crossing her legs. She asked seriously, "Chinyu, what are you going to do with those people who are locked up?" Hearing this, Chinyu said, "I'm having a headache about this. Do you two have any good suggestions?" Xiaoyin waved her hand, indicating not to ask her. Seeing this, Chinyu looked at Feng Yi again. Compared to Xiaoyin, Feng Yi thought seriously. After about half a minute, she raised her head, hesitated, and said, "How about taking them with us? Wait until the train has gone a distance, and then drive them off the train and let them fend for themselves. In this way, it is no different from indirectly taking their lives." Chinyu did not agree directly, but added, "We are heading south. We have rarely come into contact with that area before, but according to what Brother Xiao and Uncle Was said, there are a lot of zombies in the south." After he finished speaking, Xiao Yin opened her eyes and said, "Well, at that time, there were basically groups of zombies in the places we went to, and not just one or two. It was easy to be the kind of zombies with hundreds or thousands of them. So what do you think we should do about this?" Feng Yi spread his hands and said helplessly, "It would be better if we were a little worse, so that we could send them off without any scruples." Xiao Yin tapped her knees and said shockingly, "Why don't we take them with us as cannon fodder?" After this, before Chinyu could say anything, Feng Yi shook her head and said, "Didn't you hear what I said before? These women did not directly participate in the attack on the camp. In essence, they had to surrender their weapons because of the leader's orders. So Chinyu killed the leader, am I right?" She looked at the sofa on the other side. Chinyu nodded slightly. Every wrong has its perpetrator. Every debt has its creditor. At this moment, the alarm clock on the coffee table suddenly rang. Feng Yi stood up, turned it off, and said, "Well, I have to take medicine." "Sister Feng, are you sick?" Xiaoyin stood up and asked with concern, "Why haven't I heard you say that? It's not a serious illness." Feng Yi waved her hand and bent down to search in the drawer. A few seconds later, she held a small bottle and said, My immunity has been a little low recently. I catch a cold all the time and have a mouth ulcer. The doctor told me to take some vitamin C to enhance my resistance. As she said that, Feng Yi started to scoop up breakfast. Recently she had rice, so she could occasionally drink porridge in the morning. She usually cooked it in the evening and drank it directly the next day. Sister Feng, aren't you afraid of living alone in such a big house? Xiaoyin was no longer sleepy, so she also ran to the kitchen and stood beside her and asked curiously, "Who told you that I live alone?" Feng Yi scooped up 3 bowls of porridge, gave one to Xiaoyin, and then walked towards Qinyu with the rest. "Thank you." Qinyu took it and did not refuse. After all, the relationship between them was no longer the same as before, and it was really unnecessary to be too distant. Although he had food on the stove at home, he would rather eat something ready-made than not. Feng Yi took out another plate from the cupboard, which contained 2 scallion pancakes. She returned to the sofa and fanned it with her hand, frowning and saying, "It seems a little sour, but it's a pity that there is no way to use the refrigerator now. This pancake was baked yesterday morning, and who knew that Alay didn't come back at night? Alay went out last night too." Qinyu heard this, holding the bowl and wiping the corner of his mouth, a little puzzled. "Well, a while ago, a zombie wandered here. It was wearing work clothes, but they were too dirty. After being killed by our people, we saw a bulge in its pocket. We thought it was cigarettes, so we checked it. It turned out to be an application form, which seemed to be related to guide dogs. But it's been more than a year. Even if there is a guide dog, it's hard to survive until now, right?" Qinyu was also a little surprised when he heard this, but soon realized that something was wrong. Could it be a trap? As soon as he finished speaking, the back door was kicked open, and a young man covered in blood stepped in. It was Alay who hadn't come back all night. In his hands, he was holding 2 dogs, one yellow and one black. Qinyu looked carefully and found that they looked a bit like Labrador, and this type of dog was indeed suitable for being a guide dog in the past. The 3 of them stood up quickly and walked directly towards him. Feng Yi was even more shocked and asked nervously, "Xiao Lei, what's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Alay tied the 2 dogs to the door handle and reached out to touch his hair, which was all bloody. He shook his head slightly and said, "This blood is not mine." Qinyu had been prepared for this. After all, if Alay was really injured like this, he would never be able to return to the camp alive. Then there is only one explanation: the blood belongs to the enemy. But what shocked him was where these 2 dogs came from. They were gentle and not panicky, obviously different from other dogs in the apocalypse. It's a long story. I take a shower and change clothes first. After saying that, Alay turned and walked upstairs. Seeing this, Feng Yi also hurried to the stove in the backyard, and Xiaoyin helped to scoop water into the big pot. About 10 minutes later, in the living room on the first floor, Alay, with wet hair, ate the 2 cakes in big mouthfuls and drank porridge at the same time. He is not a Superman. He has traveled more than 10 kilometers and dealt with a group of people for a long time. His physical strength has been consumed a lot. Eat slowly, don't be anxious. Feng Yi stood behind him, gently stroking the back of Alay's neck with her right hand. Qinyu also saw this scene. Feng Yi regarded Alay as a younger brother from the beginning, but later they got along for a long time in the Doomsday, and Alay saved Feng Yi many times at critical moments. The 2 accompanied each other day and night, and over time they developed feelings for each other. Qinyu could understand this. Moreover, in the Doomsday, it is normal to find a companion after finally surviving. Chapter 992. After eating and drinking, Ariai sorted out his thoughts and began to talk. "You should be able to think that this is a trap without my reminder. Why did you go? Why didn't you call everyone to join you?" Xiaoyin looked at the bandage wrapped around his arm, which had slipped off a little because of the shower. After spending so much time together, Xiaoyin felt a little sorry for Ariai's injury. Hearing this, he shook his head and said, "Time is tight. We have to set off tomorrow morning. It's too slow for several people to go together. If I'm alone, I can run at full speed in the jungle." The next second, Feng Yi walked to the intercom, contacted the camp hospital, and prepared to call a nurse. She put down the intercom, turned around and said, "Qinyu is back, you can call him." After saying this, Alay was silent for a while, and then replied, "You can't rely on him to do everything." After the voice fell, Qinyu, who was sitting next to the sofa, put his hand on Alay's shoulder, nodded, and said nothing. At this moment, there was really no need for the 2 of them to say too much. It seems that in those 7 months, Alay has grown a lot. At least now, he will try to care about other people in the camp. Alay continued to talk quickly, The reason why I did this is because when Shui first established the community, Hongwu was one of the first people to join. I failed to save the old city at the beginning, which is my biggest regret. If possible, I hope Hongwu can live a more convenient life. With Lei's personality, he said so many words at once, and it really shows how unwilling he is. So you saw the list, knowing it was a trap, but you still went there without hesitation? Lei looked at the window in front of him and said calmly, "Some things have to be done by someone." At this moment, Xiao Yin bit her lip, with an expression that seemed to be hesitant to speak. Seeing this, Qinyu looked at her and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Hearing this, Xiao Yin glanced at them and said, "You have been saying that Lao Cheng is dead, but why did I feel that the body seemed a little different at the beginning?" After saying this, Qinyu stood up with a serious face. "Wait, didn't you bury the body yourself?" But Feng Yi shook her head. "I personally handled this matter at the beginning. The body has never been moved, but because it was shot in the head, a lot of blood flowed, and then it was covered with clothes. But based on the pants, body shape and shirt, although I really don't want to admit it, but that is the old city." Hearing this, Xiaoyin couldn't help it. She sat up and said seriously, "A long time ago, Qinyu was surrounded by a group of corpses, and with the big tiger, Uncle Hua and Uncle Haozi mistakenly thought that he was bitten to death. Do you remember this?" The three nodded. At that time, Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong were so angry that they went to Uncle Hua and Uncle Haozi several times. "Sister Feng, you should have an impression. Well, they almost fought, and Xiao Jiao and I went there to mediate." Feng Yi recalled and said truthfully. Xiao Yin shook her head, sighed and said, "In fact, they had already fought. Uncle Hua didn't fight back, and Uncle Haozi let them curse at each other. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier?" Qinyu suddenly felt a headache and said, "Before I left, I made a lot of details. In fact, if you think about it, you should be able to guess that I won't die so easily, because the bullet has a virus, and the tiger will be infected, but Uncle Hua and the others don't know. It's Brother Xiao. He always felt that this was wrong, so he told me not to tell anyone, or he would never talk to me again." Lei frowned slightly and said, "But what does this have to do with Lao Cheng's death?" Xiao Yin said seriously, "Because Lao Cheng was very excited when he heard the news of Qinyu's death. Brother Xiao saw it, and knew that you must have a good relationship. Later, when the attack broke out, he paid a little more attention to the area where Lao Cheng was." After the voice fell, everyone fell silent. Although Qinyu didn't want to accept that Lao Cheng died like this, he had to admit the reality, and said in a deep voice, "Zhang Yin would never lie to me. He once told me that Lao Cheng was hit by 3 bullets, 2 in the chest and 1 in the head. Shang Wanjing also told me that no one can survive this kind of shooting method." The next second, Feng Yi patted her thigh, as if she remembered something. "Qinyu, didn't you have a friend who was also shot in the chest, but did not die?" Hearing this, Qinyu said softly, "Wei Yao's heart is on the right side, so he escaped." Knock, knock. The door was knocked. Feng Yi turned and ran outside, saying, "It should be the nurse." She opened the door, but it was Lin Yi who appeared in front of her. Feng Yi asked in confusion, "Xiao Lin, why are you here?" Hearing this, Lin Yi, who was wearing a white coat, said with a serious expression, "I heard that Lei was injured, and I was not busy, so I planned to come here in person." "Where is he?" "In the room, come in." Feng Yi pulled her arm, and quickly closed the door. Seeing that there were 2 more people in the living room, Lin Yi was immediately curious. She knew that Qinyu was looking for Feng Yi to discuss something, so why was Xiaoyin here too? But Qinyu soon explained, "Brother Xiao was not in the camp, so I asked Xiaoyin to come to the meeting instead, but Lei came back soon." "Is that so?" Lin Yi put down the medicine box, and went forward to check his arm. "It's okay, you guys continue. This injury needs stitches, I have to take care of it for a while." As she spoke, she began to search in the medicine box again. "Well, it's just right that you are here, you can also help us analyze it." Qinyu nodded and roughly described what they had said before, because after all, it involved the old city. Although his grave was in the camp, what if there was really a glimmer of hope? After listening, Lin Yi disinfected Lei's arm while saying, "The heart is on the right side, which is a normal physiological phenomenon. It is called dextrocardia in medicine." She put down the cotton swab and said in a serious tone, "Under normal circumstances, there will be 1 person like this in about 100,000 people." Qinyu touched the tip of his nose and said, "Do I really have such luck that 2 of these people I know just happened to appear? Now is different from before. There are so many zombies. There may be billions of them in the world. The number of living people is decreasing rapidly. It takes luck to meet people," Xiaoyin said on the side. Hearing this, Feng Yi stood on the right side of Lei. She was a little nervous, and said with a pounding heart, if Lao Cheng's heart is also on the right, then he does have a chance to escape those 2 shots. After speaking, Qin Yu added, but what about the shot in the head? Chapter 993. I forgot to take the anesthetic. I go back and get it. Lenny stood up and was about to leave. But Alei shook his head and said, just so directly. Ah, aren't you afraid of pain? Lin Yi was a little confused. Hearing this, Alei said softly, I used to deal with injuries during training directly. I'm used to it. It's okay. But the next second Feng Yi patted his head and said seriously, but the past is the past, and now is now. Then Feng Yi looked at Lin Yi, Shaolin, take a rest, I go. After saying that, she turned and walked towards the door. At this moment, Qin Yu suddenly spoke, by the way, please call Zhang Yin over. I want to ask you something again. Okay. After she left, Alei continued, when I was abroad, I encountered an example of someone being shot in the head, but not dying directly. Being shot in the head does not necessarily mean death. It depends on the angle and distance of the shooting and the weapon. If it is a rifle, it will definitely die. Lenny also nodded and said, Alei is right. When I was still studying, I also saw an example where the victim was robbed and shot in the head, but woke up a few hours later. Well, if a small caliber is used, this situation will have a chance of happening. Alei thought for a moment and gave an answer. Then the 3 looked at Qin Yu, but found that he was silent. Seeing this, Xiaoyin asked curiously, Qin Yu, what have you thought of? After the voice fell, he snapped his fingers and said, if the shooter's shooting skills are not very good, then can it also greatly increase the chances of the victim's survival? Of course. Alei glanced at him, frowned slightly, you should be able to figure this out, right? After all, if the shooting is not good, the bullet is likely to scratch and may not hit the target. For example, if you want to aim at the head, it may actually fly past the ear. So in actual combat, almost no one will aim at the head, right? Qin Yu said. Yes, after causing damage to the opponent, they will shoot the head again. Alei nodded, war is not a game. No one will be alive, and kicking with gunshot wounds on their limbs. Once the movement is hindered, the second bullet will really kill the enemy. At this point, Lin Yi suddenly realized something, and she said excitedly, but most of the survivors had never touched a gun before the apocalypse, unless they received training later. Their shooting skills were basically not good. At this moment, she also noticed something was wrong. If Lao Cheng was really not dead, it would undoubtedly be great news for them. However, as a professional doctor, Lin Yi thought of more things, and soon she said solemnly, but what about the body? I heard that Sister Feng personally led people to bury those companions. The bodies disappeared. Didn't she find out? After the voice fell, Qin Yu looked at Xiaoyin, wanting to hear what she had to say. Seeing this, Xiaoyin continued seriously, Brother Xiao has not been in the camp recently. The first priority is indeed to protect Uncle Wa's safety, but Uncle Wa is not easy to mess with. As long as there are not too many enemies, he will not be in any danger. This way, Brother Xiao will have more time to go downstream along the river to look for it. Seeing that Qin Yu and Lin Yi didn't quite understand, Xiaoyin patiently explained, when the attack broke out, it had just rained heavily. Don't you know about this? Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head, it's not related to the attack, so I didn't ask much, but what does this have to do with the rain? Oh! Xiaoyin slapped her thigh, and even because she was too hard, a red palm print appeared on her skin. The next second, Xiaoyin hurriedly rubbed the place where she slapped, saying, when it rains heavily, there will be floods. Then Arai opened his eyes, and clenched his fists subconsciously. Such an important clue, I actually overlooked it. Huh? Qin Yu and Lin Yi looked at him. Arai said, when the camp was attacked, except for those who escaped successfully, the rest of those who could not move, that is, those who were shot, were quickly dragged to an open space outside, and there was a river below. Yes, that's what I wanted to say. Xiaoyin adjusted her skirt, gritted her teeth, and chose to say it because she didn't want to see others so sad. Because of the incident between Lao Cheng and Xiao Kong, Uncle Wa and Uncle Haozi, Brother Xiao rushed over in time after the camp was attacked. At that time, he saw Zhang Yin chasing those people with a gun. There was only Lao Cheng's body on the ground, so Brother Xiao ran closer. After confirming that the heart was shot, he moved the body out to prevent it from being destroyed by the zombies. Speaking of this, Xiaoyin paused and said with a serious expression, but guess what happened later? Qin Yu said softly, the position of the body has changed. Yes, that's it. Xiaoyin said seriously, at that time, Brother Xiao thought he was too tired and made a mistake, because there was also a body wearing the same clothes and pants on the ground. Just then, the door was pushed open. Feng Yi took the anesthetic, followed by Zhang Yin, and the two walked in together. Everyone turned their heads to look, and Zhang Yin said with a little excitement, "Just now I went to ask Han Wu, because he and Lao Cheng have the best relationship on weekdays, and unexpectedly got a clue." A few days before the attack, Lao Cheng played cards with some survivors, and won 2 identical sets of clothes and pants, but he was soft-hearted and returned another set to the person. As a result, on the day the enemy appeared, he and the other person happened to be wearing the same clothes, only the shoes were different. At the same time, Feng Yi sighed and said, "Alas, there were no shoes on the body at that time. I couldn't recognize it at all, and the face was covered. Because there were too many dead people, I was too sad at that time, so I didn't dare to look at it at all." Lenny stood up and walked over, hugged her shoulders and said, "Now I understand why those people in movies and TV shows go to the morgue and start crying after the white cloth is lifted. How did you find out?" Chen Yu looked at Xiaoyin. Logically, you and him didn't seem to be very familiar with each other before. That was before. Zhang Yin said, "After you left, everyone got along better and better. Because Chen Shi was pregnant, Lao Cheng often asked the girls how to take care of pregnant women. I am the warehouse manager, and I have the most time every day, so he came to ask me every day." Xiaoyin pointed to herself and said, "Once I found that Lao Cheng had an injury on his left foot. He said that he was scratched by glass when he went to the river to catch crabs when he was a child." Chapter 994. When the body was buried, I looked at the crowd for a few times. The body wearing those pants did not have any scars on its left foot. As Xiaoyin finished speaking, Feng Yi subconsciously asked, "Why didn't you tell me at that time?" Hearing this, Xiaoyin said aggrievedly, "It was urgent at that time, and I didn't know you would move the body outside. Brother Xiao only told me later." At this time, Alei helped her explain, it was indeed a spur-of-the-moment decision. After all, there were too many dead people in the camp, and they needed to fight the enemy, so they had no chance to finish off the bodies. After they became zombies, they would probably eat those people. Feng Yi also understood this and said helplessly, "So many people died, but only a dozen could be buried in the end. It's really a pity." Some of them became zombies and mixed into the zombie group. They were led out of the camp together, and now no one knows where they are floating. Xiaoyin lowered her head and said, "At that time, I thought that Lao Cheng had just had his feet bitten off by zombies, or his clothes were torn. I was not sure that he was not dead. Telling you like this would be giving you hope in vain." After the voice fell, everyone fell silent, leaving only Lin Yi to sew up the wound on Alei's arm. What she said made sense. After all, everyone has suffered enough blows now. A few seconds later, Qin Yu looked at the man standing on the left and asked, "Zhang Yin, describe the situation when Lao Cheng was attacked again." "Okay." Zhang Yin didn't hesitate at all, and spoke almost instantly. He was going to save a child, and was about to run towards the secret passage, but a man suddenly appeared behind him and shot directly from a distance. At that time, I was far away. I could only see Lao Cheng staggering and quickly throwing the child to another teammate who was responding. At the same time, blood appeared on his body. Then the man fired a second shot, and Lao Cheng's head moved. Speaking of this, Zhang Yin frowned. "What happened?" Qin Yu asked. He moved his head, and based on the sound of the gunshot, I judged that it was the second bullet, and at the same time, Lao Cheng fell to the ground. Was it the ground, the steps, or the stones? Qin Yu also frowned. After this, Zhang Yin recalled it seriously and said quickly, "Steps, it's steps." Putting the scissors on the plate, Lin Yi took off his gloves and said, "So now the situation is very clear. The second bullet that Lao Cheng received at that time probably didn't actually hit his head because of the opponent's shooting skills. It may be a scratch or it may hit his ear. Because of the fall, he lost consciousness for a moment, and his head was bleeding, which made Zhang Yin mistakenly think that he was indeed hit." Before he finished speaking, Qin Yu interrupted, "It may not be a misunderstanding. Did the man rush forward and continue to shoot at Lao Cheng's chest?" Zhang Yin nodded. "That's why I didn't check the wound. For ordinary people like us, the heart is on the left side. If this position is hit by 2 consecutive shots, anyone who comes here will die. It was an emergency at that time, and I had no time to judge whether Lao Cheng was dead or not." Zhang Yin was a soldier and a scout. He knew very well what the consequences of hesitation would be on the battlefield. It is no exaggeration to say that even if he was distracted for just a second, more people would probably die. So even though he didn't want to see Lao Cheng fall at that time, he had to go all out to stabilize the casualties. The reason why the army was not completely wiped out last time was precisely because of the information gap. The enemies outside didn't realize that this group of more than 100 people had many powerful survivors. Having suffered a loss once, those people planned to get more weapons the second time and try to win in one blow, but unfortunately, there would be no second chance. As Zhang Yin finished speaking, everyone looked at each other. Seeing this, Jin Yu looked at Alei. So, the change in the position of the corpse at that time was not a human move, nor did it turn into a zombie, but it was very likely that Lao Cheng woke up once in the middle of the journey, but he... At this point, Qin Yu's heart seemed to be blocked by a stone, and he was a little breathless. But what? Tell me. Feng Yi couldn't help hearing this. Hearing this, Lin Yi shook his head and said, Qin Yu meant that Lao Cheng woke up, but he was injured and couldn't shout. In addition, it rained, and if he moved, he might fall directly into the rushing river. Then Lin Yi added again, my mentor once said that one of his students fell on his head and lost consciousness in an instant. After he woke up, he had no memory of what happened in the middle. At that time, he thought he fell where he fell. Well, Lao Cheng probably thought he was still on the ground, so he moved subconsciously, and an accident happened. After saying this, Feng Yi's eyes were slightly red as she said, so many days have passed, and we don't know whether he is dead or alive. It's all my fault. I should have endured the discomfort and confirmed the body. Lao Cheng has been with Feng Yi for a long time. In her heart, these partners are second only to Alei, De Zhuang and Yang Zi. Without their help, the community would not have built the wall so quickly, let alone stop the zombies. Seeing this, Lin Yi wanted to continue to comfort her, but after thinking about it, she stopped there, then stretched out a slender finger and poked Alei's face. Alei was puzzled and turned his head to the left. Lin Yi looked over there and pursed his lips. Seeing this, Alei actually showed a hesitant expression. With his personality, he really couldn't do such a thing as comforting Feng Yi. Qin Yu nodded slightly at Lin Yi, motioning her to go. There was no way. Lin Yi nodded, walked over and took Feng Yi's arm and whispered, Sister Feng, you don't have to blame yourself too much. In fact, for people like you, the impact caused by the bloody scene is not so easy for you to overcome. Besides, Xiaoyan said that Brother Xiao has been looking for him outside. He hasn't come back, which means that he hasn't found Lao Cheng's body. After he finished speaking, Qin Yu also said, maybe he is still alive, or maybe he has turned into a zombie, but no matter what, we must see him alive or dead. This matter is very important, but don't tell Qinshi before there is definite evidence. I'm afraid that if she is hit again in the end, she may commit suicide. Don't worry, we can definitely do it. Xiaoyan patted her chest and said seriously. Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at her and said, you have told the secret several times, Brother Xiao won't blame you? Oh, I just need to act coquettishly with him. Old men like him can't stand a cute and lively girl like me. Chapter 995. Besides, you are not outsiders. Brother Xiao is not so stingy. If he really wants to keep it secret, he will definitely not tell anyone. Xiaoyan seemed to be unaffected by the doomsday. Whether it was her appearance or figure, she was still the same as when Qin Yu first met her. Then she yawned again, saying that her secret was to rest more, and she was going to go back to sleep first. When Xiaoyan left, the few people talked again, and then Zhang Yin said that he would also go out to look for it, and he would definitely return to the camp in the evening. Soon, only 4 people were left in the living room. Qin Yu held the small bottle on the coffee table and asked, Sister Feng, how many days do you need to take this vitamin C? Hearing this, Feng Yi sat on the sofa and replied, it will take some time. Why, do you want this too? There are quite a lot in the hospital warehouse. I can have someone send you a few bottles. Anyway, the shelf life is at most 2 years. When it expires, it will be thrown away. Don't need to exchange it with material coins? Lin Yi was curious. Hearing this, Alei said, with the successful establishment of the hospital, Xiaoyi and Xiao Jiao decided to realize free medical care for all. Seeing a doctor and treating wounds, etc., do not need to spend material coins. Qin Yu held the bottle and said, in this case, wouldn't those doctors and nurses be working for nothing? How can there be such a saying in this doomsday? Feng Yi's mood eased a little, and she said speechlessly, the operation of the camp requires a closed loop. There are many ways to circulate material coins, and the same is true for earning them. As long as those people work on time, they can get material coins. The source is the breeding area and the planting area. If everyone wants to improve their diet, they can exchange their own coins. Over time, there will be a lot. Generally speaking, the hospital is an important infrastructure of our camp, just like a hydropower station, and the camp is responsible for maintaining normal operation. I see. Chin Yu nodded, then bring me a bottle. Okay. Feng Yi stood up and suddenly thought of something. He went to the drawer again and looked around. Then he took out another bottle and handed it to him. I just remembered that I seemed to have taken an extra bottle last time. Yeah. Chin Yu took it, opened it, and looked at it in his hand. What do you want this for? Lin Yi was a little confused and said, for your gray hair, vitamin C mainly plays an auxiliary role. The effect is not very big. If you stay up less late, pay attention to rest, and improve your diet, it should be able to improve slowly. Chin Yu explained, I don't eat it myself, but feed it to the captives as poison. But if they eat it, won't it be exposed after a while? Lin Yi took another bottle and looked at it carefully. Hearing this, Chin Yu turned his head and asked, are there many rats in the camp recently? Feng Yi thought for a while, not many. What's the matter? Well, Sister Feng, go get someone to catch one, don't worry, it will be fine before tonight. Okay, I convey it right away. Feng Yi nodded, quickly finished a piece of vitamin C, turned around and walked out of the house. Seeing this, Lin Yi also stood up and picked up the medicine box, saying, Sister Feng, wait for me. After the two of them left, Chin Yu looked at Alei and said, in the future, when you encounter problems, everyone will shoulder them together. Even if I am not free, Zhang Yin or De Zhuan can also help you share the pressure. Alei smiled slightly, did not speak, but nodded. After a few seconds, Chin Yu whispered, let's talk about these two dogs. Okay. After about a few minutes, Chin Yu had roughly heard what happened. Alei didn't like to talk, so when he conveyed something, he basically said whatever he wanted to say, but it took him about 5 minutes, which was enough to show that it was indeed dangerous at the time. Chin Yu frowned slightly and said, those people took advantage of the fact that there are no guide dogs nowadays, so they deliberately trained two, intending to use them to trick the survivors over and then kill them, right? Yes. Alei recalled the previous scenes and said, they cut the survivors' throats, then dismembered them, and made them into food. Hearing this, Chin Yu said irritably, I didn't expect that there are still such beasts living in an area more than 10 kilometers away from us. They are just like zombies. No matter how hard you try, you can't kill them all. Alei said slowly, they are very cautious in doing things. They will only let those zombies deliberately spread information to lower people's vigilance, but the consequence is that they often can't open for 10 days or half a month. I tortured one person and got the answer that they originally only wanted to rob supplies, and the men were used as coolies, and the women were wives for others, but in the end they were too hungry for too long and forced to eat people. How many are there? Chin Yu asked. 22 in total. How did you deal with them? Chin Yu hesitated for a moment, but still asked. Alei was silent for a few seconds, then said, I used a hammer to smash their fingers and let those who pointed out that they had eaten human flesh. Those who had not touched human flesh had one hand broken and were released. I didn't release those who had eaten human flesh. I didn't want to kill them in an execution-style manner, so I deliberately exposed the flaws so that the group of people thought they could kill me. After hearing this, Chin Yu looked at the two dogs and frowned. So, these two dogs have also touched each other? Alei shook his head. No, I interrogated them, and they said that these two dogs were used to confuse the survivors who came over. If other dogs were used, there would be obvious shortcomings, and then it would be exposed. So no matter how hungry they were, they didn't eat dog meat, and even found a lot of dog food to feed them. Then why did they still choose to eat people? If it doesn't work, dog food can also be used as an emergency. Chin Yu couldn't figure it out. Alei pondered for a few seconds and said, I don't know, I didn't ask this. Only in front of Feng Yi and Chin Yu would Alei open up and say so many words in one breath. After saying this, Chin Yu looked at his rewrapped arm and said, so your hand is because? Yeah. Alei's face was calm, without any ripples. They disguised themselves very well, as if they really were a guide dog work base. The group said they needed to check my character to prevent me from taking the dog back as food, and then took me to a room. I was familiar with poison, so I smelled something wrong in the air as soon as I entered. Although I held my breath quickly, I was still dazed for a moment. The other party slashed at me with a knife, and I could only block it with my hands. When saying these words, Alei didn't realize that he had changed a lot imperceptibly. Alei was still so cold-blooded and ruthless after the Doomsday outbreak. Until he met Feng Yi, he gradually restrained himself a lot. At that time, he never met a survivor who wanted to attack him alive. Chapter 996. But now, even if Ari encounters such evil survivors, as long as they are not directly involved in attacking him, and do not eat their own kind, he will not kill them all. These people do not have guns, and most of their weapons are machetes, axes, or spears. Even if they are released, they will not pose any threat to other forces. Moreover, Arya was covered in blood at the time, and his face was calm. He held a bloody axe in his right hand and calmly said that if he saw them in the future, whether they attacked others or not, they would end up dead. In this way, the survivors who left were also intimidated. After listening to Alay, Chinyu stood up and said, "You should go to sleep for a while, there should be nothing to do today." Hearing this, Alay nodded and was about to leave, but turned to look at Chinyu, hesitated for a moment, and said, "How are you going to deal with the matter of Lao Chung?" After saying this, Chinyu stopped. He stood in the living room and replied, "It has been a while since the attack. The old city has also received many trainings from EE on how to deal with wounds, but the 2 gunshot wounds were both in the chest. To be honest, I don't have much hope." The reason why Chinyu was still so calm was because he knew too well how far he would be washed after falling into the flood. Even if he was lucky enough not to be drowned, the wound would be infected by bacteria. Before, he only had one leg scratched, but in the end, he relied on his perseverance to support himself. If there was no abandoned car on the road for him to rest for a night, Chinyu would have died. Without food and water, physical strength was quickly consumed, and the wounds on the body became infected. Basically, no one could hold on. What's more, Lao Cheng's injuries were much more serious. But Chinyu didn't want to say this. At least Zhang Yinxiang had a stronger tolerance than others. After listening to this, Alay also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. If only he could find it earlier. But later, Xiaoyan said that Xiao Jiao had been looking for him outside for a long time. "I thought he was often in the armory before, but I didn't expect him to go out." Chinyu left Feng Yi's villa and walked straight in another direction. Not far away, he saw a familiar person standing in front of him, with a little girl next to him. He walked closer and found that it was Xiao Ning and Nan Nan. Xiao Nan Nan is now 1 year older and doesn't seem to cry so much. Or maybe the death of teacher Lily made her unable to cry anymore. "Brother Chun, you are here." Xiao Ning was teaching Nan Nan how to use a slingshot to shoot a glass bottle in the distance. When she heard footsteps, she turned around and looked back. She found that it was Chinyu, so she stopped and greeted him. "Well, I want to ask you something." Chinyu walked up to the two of them and squatted down, reaching out to touch Nan Nan's head, but the latter hid behind Xiao Ning in fear. Unlike before, Xiao Nan Nan's eyes seemed to be a little evasive, and she kept looking at the ground. "She is." Seeing this, Chinyu felt a little sad, but still stood up and asked. Hearing this, Xiao Ning squatted down and whispered a few words in Nan Nan's ear, and then she ran away quickly. After she walked further away, Xiao Ning also stood up and sighed and said, "You should know more about Nan Nan's experience than me, right?" Chinyu nodded. Xiao Jiao and others came here once, and after the two sides were reunited, Xiao Yin also talked to Chinyu about some things. Nan Nan's father died at the beginning of the zombie outbreak. In order to cover the retreat of her and her mother, he used his body to block the zombies. Although her back had been chewed, her father still held on to the big iron gate tightly, gaining a few minutes. But later, as they went deeper into the south, a zombie tide appeared, taking away the lives of many partners in Xiao Jiao's team. One of them was Nan Nan's mother. For a little girl who was only 5 or 6 years old, this kind of separation of life and death twice in a row was really a huge blow. But fortunately, Teacher Lily treated Nan Nan as her own child, and after a while, Nan Nan quickly came out of it. But this made her more dependent on Teacher Lily. Unfortunately, Teacher Lily had been abused by the Longshan gang before, and only had one leg left. In the apocalypse, it was difficult for her to even take care of herself, not to mention that there was a child around her. It was precisely because of this that Chinyu later led a team to find a prosthesis in order to allow Teacher Lily to live more safely. Even if Chinyu had done enough, he could not foresee all the accidents. During that attack, Teacher Lily was shot in the other leg when she was evacuating, which seriously affected her speed. In the end, like most survivors, she chose to sacrifice herself to protect the people she cared about, just to delay time. The consecutive deaths of 3 close people caused Nan Nan to suffer a serious mental shock. Now, even Xiao Jiao and Xiao Yin could not recognize her. The reason why she was still willing to listen to Xiao Ning was because Xiao Ning was a little fatter now, and her height and body shape were roughly like Teacher Lily. After listening, Chinyu asked with a heavy heart, "Is there a chance of cure?" Hearing this, Xiao Ning shook her head helplessly and said, "There are only a few doctors in our hospital, and they are not related to psychiatry at all. They can't see any cause of the disease at all. Before the end of the world, there was a chance, but now, it is difficult. Sister Xiaolin suggested that I spend more time talking to her, and not seeing the familiar objects before, Maybe it will ease a little. So is she living with you now? Qin Yu asked. No, she didn't want to go into the house. So De Zhuang and Brother Xiao built a shed for Nan Nan in the yard. Anyway, it's hot now, so it's not a problem. Xiao Ning said truthfully. After the voice fell, Qin Yu looked into the distance, with mixed feelings in his heart. To outsiders, they live in this wall, with food, drink, and electricity, as if they are very happy. But everyone knows in their hearts that in fact, everyone is not as relaxed as it seems. Brother Chen, what do you want to ask me? Retracting his thoughts, Qin Yu whispered, where is the arrow poison tree? Do you want its juice, or the location of the tree? Just the juice will do. Then follow me. As she spoke, Xiao Ning walked to a place 5 meters away, put away the glass bottles, and then took Qin Yu home. De Zhuang is an archer, and the best archer in the camp. So if there is any poisonous substance that can be used with a bow and arrow, then De Zhuang must be the best choice. And Xiao Ning now lives with De Zhuang. If she needs arrow poison tree juice, she can go back home to get it. Chapter 997. Pushing the gate and entering, Xiao Ning put away her things, walked to the corner and waved, Brother Chen, come here. After speaking, Chen Yu moved closer. Then Xiao Ning squatted down and moved a stone slab away. What came into view was a small pit, which looked a bit like a well. But it was much smaller. Qin Yu estimated that the diameter should be only about 20 centimeters. Xiao Ning found a thin rope at the edge, then raised the rope to the middle of the hole, and then carefully pulled it up. While pulling, she explained, the location of the arrow poison tree is a bit far from us. Although the outer periphery has been blocked by a lot of wire, it is not easy to go there. Secondly, Alei also said that such a highly toxic thing is best preserved at low temperatures. But the power of the refrigerator is too large and there is no small refrigerator, so everyone found a way to dig a deeper pit. There happened to be water underground, which was just right for preserving the juice of the arrow poison tree. After the voice fell, Xiao Ning had a glass bottle in her hand, which was filled with milky white liquid. Qin Yu took it and looked at it for a few times, and was surprised. This thing doesn't look threatening. Is it really that lethal? Yeah. Xiao Ning nodded and said seriously, you don't have any injuries on your hands, you can hold it. Once the skin is damaged, don't touch it, otherwise you'll die, and no one can do anything. Is there no antidote? It stands to reason that there should be one antidote for each poison. Hearing this, Xiao Ning shook her head, but quickly nodded and said, there should be. Right? Anyway, no one has seen it, and they have rarely come into contact with this thing before. Even if they know about it, they will probably forget it after a long time. Anyway, you have to be careful. I just need one drop. Qin Yu held the glass bottle between his index finger and thumb, raised it above his head, looked at it carefully, and then said to Xiao Ning, is there any other container for me to put some in? Hearing this, Xiao Ning thought about it thoughtfully and said, yes. Wait for me here. After that, she ran out of the house. A few minutes later, Xiao Ning returned to the yard. What surprised Qin Yu was that she didn't breathe heavily when running now. It seems that everyone is training normally, and their physical fitness is gradually improving. For other survivors, it would be good if they didn't get sick in the apocalypse, and they basically had no energy to exercise. Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao had always strongly requested this point. They kept their bodies active as much as possible, so that they would have more chances to survive in the future when they encountered danger. Xiao Ning handed him a smaller glass bottle and said, this is what I got from the hospital. I simply washed it with water before, and it's now dried. But you just use it to store poison, so it should be okay, right? That's all. Qin Yu nodded and took them to the steps. The slate had been put back by Qin Yu. Seeing this, Xiao Ning also walked over to check. She was also curious about what Qin Yu was doing with it. With Qin Yu's current skills, even if he wanted to deal with the enemy, he shouldn't have to use this thing, right? Qin Yu was sitting on the ground, preparing to start, when he suddenly remembered Lin Yi's figure, and then turned his head and said, Xiao Ning, do you have disposable gloves here? Xiao Ning was squatting on the ground, and didn't hear clearly for a moment, and raised her head and said in surprise, disposable what? Gloves. Oh, you're talking about that. Hearing that, Xiao Ning stood up, but the next second, her ears turned red. She had misheard just now, and thought Qin Yu was talking about that kind of thing. Xiao Ning went back to the house and searched for a while, then stood by the door, and said, the previous gloves were basically used up very quickly. Everyone was too lazy to wash dishes, and over time, they all used disposable gloves to eat, and it seems that there is no more. Then I pour it like this. As he said, Qin Yu was ready to start. Wait! Xiao Ning stopped him and said, we don't have an antidote for this, so we can't take it lightly. We used plastic gloves to deal with it before, but today they happened to go to get the sap of the karari tree, and many gloves in the camp were taken away. After she finished speaking, Xiao Ning returned to the house, and ran out with a transparent plastic bag, asking him to wrap his hands and pour it. Thank you. Chen Yu took it with a smile. Half a minute later, Chen Yu returned the original glass bottle to Xiao Ning, and she continued to walk to the corner, tied it with a rope, and slowly placed it in the deep pit. After finishing his work, Chen Yu took the bottle back to the house, and placed it on the wardrobe to prevent Dabai from accidentally digging it out. Then he took a pencil and a piece of paper, locked himself in the bedroom, and began to recall the appearance of the old city. He wanted to draw the general appearance of the old city with a pen, and then ask those women if they had seen it. In the past 7 months, Chen Yu wanted to reproduce it. To be honest, it was a bit difficult, but he didn't want to ask Chen Shi or Hong Wu, which would inevitably make them sad. After sitting for more than 10 minutes, Chen Yu only drew a rough outline. At this moment, he heard some noise outside the window. Then he stood up and walked to the window, just in time to see a few people below, posing. This scene did not surprise Chen Yu, but there was a child holding a mobile phone. The next second, Chen Yu suddenly remembered. Yes, there is electricity now, although there is no network, but the mobile phone can record videos or take pictures. Maybe Lao Cheng happened to use this thing before. Then he turned and walked downstairs, thought about it, and took a piece of bacon from the stove, intending to send it to Qin Shi. There was no way. With Qin Yu and Lin Yi's identities, one of them was the leader of the camp, and the other was the most important surgeon in the camp. Compared with others, their supplies were really a lot. After all, Qin Yu had led the team in many things before, and he had accumulated a lot of supply coins. Feng Yi would occasionally exchange them for necessities, and then send them. Continue to the villa before the old city. This time it was Jiang Lingling who opened the door. Where's your godmother? She is sleeping upstairs. Jiang Lingling opened the door and whispered. I'm here to give you some bacon, smoked wild boar meat. Qin Yu raised the item in his hand. Hearing this, Jiang Lingling did not take it, but looked at him hesitantly. Seeing this, Qin Yu patiently explained, Lao Cheng has helped me a lot in the past. These are what you deserve. I help you hang them up. After the voice fell, Qin Yu walked in directly. After all, the bacon was not smoked yet. It would be better to hang it for a while. He stood on the stove, hung the meat, and then returned to the house. The first thing he saw was something on the cupboard. Rectangular, white on the outside, what else could it be but a cell phone? Jiang Lingling noticed Qin Yu looking over there, and then followed his gaze, and then whispered, That's the cell phone that Uncle Zeng found. He later took a lot of photos of my godmother, but the charger is broken, and it costs a lot of coins to replace a cable. We don't have it, so we can only leave it there. Chapter 998. Hearing this, Chen Yu nodded thoughtfully. He understood that this should be just what Qin Shi said deliberately, probably because he didn't want to see the phone light up again. Although nowadays, mobile phones and data cables can be obtained without spending any money, they are basically in the city. Entering the city to search for supplies requires dealing with zombies, which is also more dangerous. As a result, these supplies will be more precious, but in the end, you can also borrow them from others. Moreover, if Lao Cheng went to look for a cell phone, how could he not find a charger? It was probably hidden by Qin Shi. Just then, footsteps were heard from upstairs, as if someone was coming downstairs. Qin Shi stood at the corner, leaning on the handrail, looking towards the living room, and said, Just when I was about to lie down, I heard you coming. Seeing this, Qin Yu walked over, picked up the phone, looked at it for a few seconds, and said, How is the camera quality of this machine? It's quite clear. I heard that it was the flagship of imaging before the end of the world. Lao Cheng searched for a long time before finding 4, and gave the rest to others. Can you lend it to me? Qin Yu weighed it, and it was indeed a bit heavy. He estimated that it was about half a pound. In the past, this kind of mobile phone would easily cost 7 or 8,000 yuan. With Chen Yu's living standard, he would never be willing to buy this kind of mobile phone unless money rained down from the sky. Unexpectedly, after the doomsday, this thing was like garbage, and basically no one took it away. Only now that the power was barely restored, some people thought of looking for this thing. Qin Shi was silent for a while, and said, You can ask Hong Wu to borrow it, he also has one. I like white. At this moment, Qin Yu started to talk nonsense without blushing. Sure enough, when he said this, Qin Shi looked at him blankly. Now the mobile phone can't be used for daily use. What's the difference between the colors? Although Qin Shi had doubts in her heart, she didn't point it out, but thought about it and said softly, Then remember to send it back in the evening. Okay. Jinyu said goodbye and left the villa with the mobile phone. Jinshi stood on the stairs, watching his back as he left, a little confused. But soon she muttered to herself, "It's the end of the world, is it necessary to make a posthumous photo?" At this moment, Jinshi thought that Jinyu had found a portable printer and was going to make some photos. Nowadays, mobile phones can basically only be used as video recorders. Occasionally, someone will find some other survivors, but unfortunately there is no password to unlock them. As for the ones they had, no one knew where they had fallen. Jinyu found Phone E, asked her to borrow a data cable and charger, and then walked towards the hospital. Now, the rest of the camp will not be powered during the day, and power will only be supplied after dark. And high-power electrical appliances cannot be used at night, and people basically only use them for lighting, or to charge flashlights and walkie-talkies. Inside the hospital, Jinyu stood in front of the window, with his phone on a stool. After waiting for a while, the screen lit up. He walked over and picked it up, and found that there was no password. It seemed that Lao Chung must have found a new phone. After almost 2 years, this was the first time Jinyu used his phone in person, and he even felt a little dazed. Before Hui Yao played the video, he didn't react much. Now, looking at those familiar yet unfamiliar icons, Jinyu didn't know which one to click. A few seconds later, he found the album and clicked in, and a large number of photos came into view. Some of them were landscape photos, but most of them were photos of Chen Shi and other people. Jinyu searched for a long time and finally found a few photos of Lao Chung and Hong Wu. In the photo, Lao Chung was carrying a mace made of nails, with his left hand on Hong Wu's shoulder. The two stood under a tree with smiles on their faces. Seeing this, Jinyu couldn't help but be moved. He turned off his phone and just stood up, just in time to see a nurse holding a plate, and then waved, "Please help me watch it." As he said, Jinyu pointed to the chair. Although the nurse didn't know Jinyu before, she knew his relationship with Dr. Lin, and she often attended classes recently, so she agreed very readily. "No problem." Jinyu said thank you and turned to leave the hospital. At around 4 p.m., Jinyu led his men to gather the captives in the open space of the villa area. Now each of them is engaged in different labors, but it is not very tiring, and no one has ever bullied them. Roll the roll. Jinyu turned his head and said to the person next to him. Wang Lulin nodded and walked forward with a notebook. John Lee. After the voice fell, a woman in the crowd raised her hand. Seeing this, Wang Lulin looked over and then continued to read, Lu Lin Lin. Here. Soon, more than 30 people were counted, without missing a single one. Jinyu took 2 steps forward, stood in front of them, and said after a quick glance, "Since we came here, you should know how we have treated you, right? If it were any other camp, I don't need to tell you what would happen if more than 30 women like you were captured." Hearing this, several girls with better looks immediately shrank back into the crowd, some not daring to speak. Then Jinyu continued, "Compared to before, you can now sleep on the floor, even take a bath every 3 days, and get a bowl of porridge every 2 days. These are all earned through your own efforts." After that, the people hesitated, and one of them raised his hand and said weakly, "Are you going to execute us?" After this, Jinyu shook his head. "Why do you say that?" "Because I saw you guys seem to be packing up and loading things into the car. It seems that you are going to leave here?" After the voice fell, the others suddenly became a little agitated, and some of them were even a little excited. After all, the development here is very good. If these people leave, how can they stay? Seeing this, Dazhuang raised his eyebrows, put his right hand behind his back, and directly put his hand on the gun at his waist. His action made those people quiet down instantly. Jinyu did not answer directly, but took out a mobile phone from his pocket and handed it over. "Look at the man on the left in the photo, have you seen him?" Then he added, "Those with similar height and body shape also count. As long as it is a useful clue, there will be a reward." When he finished speaking, Zhongli held the phone in both hands and looked at it carefully, then shook her head and handed it to another person. In this way, more than 30 people checked each other in turn. But until the last person finished looking, no one spoke, not even a word. Seeing this, Chinyu's heart sank, put the phone in his pocket, turned around and walked to the back. Chapter 999. Half a minute later, he put on his gloves, held a mouse by the head in his left hand, and held a medicine bottle with the package torn off in his right hand. The mouse seemed to have guessed what would happen, and fluttered desperately, but it was completely useless. Jinyu stood in front of those people and said, "Some of you did guess right, we will leave the camp for a while." As a result, there are not many people left in the camp, and now there are 2 options in front of you, Either you obey and take care of this place for us, or you leave with us and then be thrown off the train in a random area hundreds of kilometers away." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. But soon someone reacted and raised his hand and asked, "Will we be given food and water if we are thrown out of the car?" Xinyu was amused by this and said lightly, "Do you want to give you more guns?" "Really?" Someone's eyes lit up, but the next second, the partner next to her poked her, "You are stupid. How can such a good thing happen?" Then the one called Zhongli spoke again, "Don't worry. We will definitely treat this place as our own home and will never destroy any facilities." Hearing this, Xinyu shook his head, "Words are not enough. I can't believe you." As he said this, he handed the medicine bottle to the person next to him. After the other person opened it, Xinyu took a pill in front of everyone. "This medicine is newly developed by us. It is made by remaking dozens of venoms and pills. If the antidote is not taken within 2 months, it will cause severe diarrhea until the stomach and intestines rot." At this moment, Xinyu, holding the pill soaked in a can of herring, spoke seriously. "As long as you get closer, you can smell the stench, but because it is neutralized by a certain perfume, the smell is very strange and ordinary people can't smell it at all. Secondly, Lenny also said that eating it like this may cause occasional diarrhea, but it should not be fatal. After all, the perfume is diluted with water." As he finished speaking, Xinyu obviously saw that a few people didn't believe it. Seeing this, he laughed and used his left index finger and thumb to pry open the mouse's teeth. Because he was wearing gloves, he would not be bitten. Then Xinyu held the pill in his right hand, shook it in front of everyone, and then fed it to the fat rat. But no one noticed that Xinyu's left little finger quietly opened and touched the lower abdomen of the rat without leaving a trace. If you look closely, you will find some white juice on the position of his gloves. Then Xiao Kong took the prepared iron cage forward and placed it on the ground, and opened the lid. Xinyu threw the rat in, and closed it again. At first, the mouse ran back and forth excitedly, trying to escape the cage. Except for Xinyu. Everyone present looked at the ground curiously, wondering what he was doing. But the other 30 or so people were much more nervous. After waiting for about a few minutes, the mouse suddenly twitched in its limbs, and then fell to the ground. In just over 10 seconds, the mouse died in the cage. You should have seen the toxicity of this drug, right? Xinyu took off his gloves and threw them into the bucket, saying lightly, "You want to feed us with this stuff? You might as well just kill us." Zhongli gritted her teeth and spoke. Hearing this, Xinyu snapped his fingers with his right hand, took the medicine bottle and said, "Humans are different from mice. A pill can kill mice, but it may not be the case for humans. You don't really think that you can enjoy all these resources without paying anything, right? If you really want to die, why not send you off now?" After the voice fell, Xinyu nodded slightly, and the others immediately set up their bows and arrows and aimed directly at them. Seeing this, Zhongli raised her hands and said, "But what if you don't come back? So you'd better guard this camp carefully, and wait for the day we return." After that, Xinyu handed the medicine bottle to Xiao Kong and asked the others to line up in turn. At the same time, one person came forward with a bucket. But no one came forward, they were all struggling whether to try. But if they were expelled from an area hundreds of kilometers away, they would not survive for a few days without food. Now most of the food has expired and spoiled, and the only way to survive is to grow crops. In other words, if they leave this camp, they will die. Zhongli quickly glanced at the man standing in front of her, and walked over. Xiao Kong was also wearing gloves, and he put a pill in his hand. Zhongli picked it up, and looked at the bucket beside her. She squatted down, and scooped up some water with a ladle, then threw the pill into her mouth, and opened her mouth. Xiao Kong nodded, and Zhongli took a sip of the ladle, swallowed the mixed medicine, and then opened her mouth again, confirming that it was correct before leaving. In this way, more than 30 people all took it. Then Xinyu looked at his watch and said, "After taking the medicine, I have another announcement to make." Others seemed to be at a loss, and could no longer listen. "After we leave, you can pick some vegetables and fruits in the camp every week for consumption. You also need to feed the farmed animals according to the normal process and on time." Someone raised his hand and asked carefully, "Can we eat eggs?" Hearing this, Xinyu thought for a moment and nodded, saying, "We need to select the eggs that can be hatched, and the rest can be eaten at will." After this, those people finally cheered, as if they had forgotten about the pills they had taken before. After a few seconds, when they calmed down, Xinyu put his back to them and said in a deep voice, "What I want to say now is that the doomsday breaks out, humans kill each other, and the dead cannot be resurrected. But I hope you know that the tragedy of the past cannot be reversed, but at least we can change the future. Do you want to spend more than a month eating and drinking, or do you want to maintain the camp until we come back, and then everyone can live here harmoniously? The choice is up to each of you. After saying that, Jinyu asked them to put away their weapons and disperse. The 30 or so women gathered together in a circle and began to whisper and discuss something. A few minutes later, it was the woman named Zhongli who took the initiative to stand up. I hope you can do what you say. We will never destroy the camp, and you must give us the antidote. Of course. Jinyu nodded slightly. But we don't know how to raise animals. A girl in her early 20s whispered. Hearing this, Jinyu said, in the next 2 hours, I will have someone teach you step by step. Chapter 1000. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more people came over with the table. Jinyu pointed over there and said, these are some roasted steaks, some tomatoes and vegetable soup. You can take them per person, and you can't take more. As soon as he said this, the others looked at each other. Some of them didn't understand what this meant. After all, he threatened them to take poison just a second ago, and now he brought delicious food over. No one dared to act rashly. Seeing this, Jinyu patiently said, where you lived before, it should be difficult to eat balanced food, right? Hearing this, the people in front of him nodded. One of them even said, it's good to be alive. How can we have the mood to find other food to eat? Hearing this, Jinyu looked at a girl in the crowd. Her hair was almost gone, and she even had a nosebleed at this time. Then he said, in order to prevent you from dying so quickly, I provide you with this kind of food. Do you want to eat it? The next second, someone hesitated for a few seconds and walked up tremblingly. She picked up a piece of grilled ribs about 2 fingers wide, looked at the various seasonings sprinkled on it, and even drooled. Dingyu, do you want to try it first? Zhongli stood at the back and shouted loudly. Hearing this, the girl named Dingyu pursed her lips, then closed her eyes and took a bite. The roasted ribs were crispy and crispy. As soon as the meat entered her mouth, the familiar taste stimulated her taste buds, as if she was back to the end of the world in an instant. Then Dingyu chewed quickly and almost bit her tongue. Seeing this, other people immediately swarmed over and soon surrounded the table. However, some survivors with inconvenient legs and feet were forced to stand outside and watch others go up to grab. At this time, the girl named Dingyu did not forget the others, but took a piece of meat with her left hand, turned around and trotted back, and stuffed it into the hands of another girl. "Eat quickly, this is really delicious." At this moment, Dingyu's subconscious action of thinking about her own people undoubtedly earned her a little good impression. A group of people scrambled, causing the table to be overturned quickly, but the vegetable bucket on the ground was intact. Everyone squatted down carefully to scoop, and some people even felt that their hands were dirty and asked others to help them. More than 30 people quickly ate up 2 wild boar meats. There were bone scraps everywhere on the ground. At this moment, Zhongli saw Chinyu frowning slightly, and then called others to start cleaning up the garbage. Seeing this, Chinyu didn't say much, so he called some people, and each group of 10 went to different areas for training. But in the end, there were 2 people left, who happened to be Dingyu and another girl with a disabled leg. No one chose them as teammates. Seeing this, Chinyu walked over and whispered, "Although I said a group of 10, it was not mandatory. Why are you 2 not on good terms with him?" Hearing this, Dingyu supported another person, lowered his head and whispered, "My sister has a problem with her feet. She walks very slowly. Others think she is in the way, so I have to take care of her myself." After saying this, as if she was afraid that Chinyu would not believe it, Dingyu's sister squatted on the ground and took off her right shoe. Seeing this, Chinyu was a little stunned. The right foot that came into view was neatly cut off by some sharp weapon, leaving only half of it. Dingyu squatted down, massaging his sister's calf, and said, "I was washing my feet in the river wearing slippers before, but my foot was bitten by a zombie puppy. In order to save my life, I had to use an axe to deal with it. Later, the wound was not treated in time, and it became seriously infected. It worsened, and now her entire right leg is a little out of control." After she finished speaking, Dingyu turned around and knelt on the ground facing Chinyu, begging with red eyes, "I know we took the wrong path, but we have never killed anyone. Can you please give the antidote to my sister first?" As she said that, she knelt on the ground and walked on her knees, trying to go forward and hug Chinyu's legs, but he dodged her. Chinyu took a few steps back and said lightly, "As long as you are obedient, the antidote will naturally come. Even if you beg me, it will be useless." Now most of the people in the open space have left, and only the 3 of them are left. Then Chinyu said again, "You are wearing shorts. Aren't you afraid that your knees will be worn by stones?" Hearing this, Dingyu's sister stepped forward and helped her sister to stand up. "What's your name?" Chinyu looked at her. "Ding. Ding Chi." The other girl seemed very scared and didn't dare to look Chinyu in the eye. There are crutches in the camp. You can go to the warehouse to get them later, Chinyu said. This time when they left, Chinyu asked everyone to move a lot of things into the car, and he even planned to take the horse with him. He would return it to Shang Wenjing first. He had mentioned this in a letter a few days ago. After all, if Shang Wenjing knew that he left the horse to these people, he would be so angry that he would come directly from the manor camp to kill them. Now in the villa camp, except for some things that cannot be moved, such as small hydropower stations or those houses, there are not many other things left. If these people don't think about maintaining the vegetables in the planting area, the food can only last for half a month at most, and then they will starve to death. Ding Yu shook his head and said, as long as there are trees, I can do it myself. What? Chinyu was curious. Crutch. Hearing this, he looked at the two again, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Okay, you two follow the people to see the hydropower station and learn how to do daily maintenance. After saying that, Chinyu waved to the distance. When the man ran over, Chinyu turned around and wanted to leave, but his clothes were suddenly pulled by someone. Seeing this, he turned back and found that it was the girl named Ding Qi who pulled him. What else? I'm going to take people to pack my luggage, I'm very busy. Hearing this, Ding Qi hesitated for a few seconds, raised his head, and showed his face. Although it was very dirty, Chinyu recognized it. It was probably done by himself. As for the reason, he didn't ask. After all, hiding your true face in the doomsday, as a woman, you can better protect yourself. Can you show me that phone again? I didn't look at it carefully before. After saying this, Chinyu nodded, took out the phone from his pocket, turned it on, and put it in front of her. Ding Qi carefully held it, and looked at it seriously. Seeing this, Chinyu added, this person is a very important brother of mine. If you have met him, then congratulations, you don't have to be neighbors with zombies anymore. Although she said so, Ding Qi was still not very excited. She whispered, I think I met him some time ago. Chapter 1001. Where is it? Chinyu's eyes lit up, and he asked quickly. I can't remember clearly. Ding Qi thought about it carefully, then shook his head. They decided to attack you before, but they also wanted to prevent others from escaping. So they asked us girls to disguise ourselves as zombies and hide in random areas within 10 kilometers around us. 10 kilometers. Hearing this, Chinyu frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, you were too strong and didn't even think about retreating. Instead, we were beaten away. At this point, Ding Yu smiled bitterly. Have you ever met him? Chinyu nodded slightly to the person beside him, indicating that the person should leave for the time being, and he still had some questions to ask. Ding Yu said truthfully, now it seems that my sister seems to have seen him. Huh? Chinyu looked at Ding Qi's feet in confusion and said, she has a foot injury, so she shouldn't be able to walk far. As soon as he said this, Ding Yu put his arm around his sister's shoulders and smiled. A long time ago, since her foot was injured and caused a series of sequelae, I tried to collect a lot of books on medicine. Like you said just now, the previous injuries cannot be healed, but if you learn some useful knowledge by yourself, maybe it will be useful in the future? It was because we often went to the library that we were caught by Sister Lan and her men. At that time, we all thought our lives were over, but most of Sister Lan's team were women. Hearing this, Chinyu touched his nose and said, I killed her, what do you think? The reason for asking this is that Chinyu needs to check for hidden dangers. He doesn't want someone around him to think about taking his life all day long. Hearing this, Ding Yu and Ding Qi looked at each other, and then her sister said, Sister Lan was really good before, but I don't know why, she suddenly changed. It's the end of the world, and it's normal for people's personalities to change. Ding Yu sighed. After a while of talking, the two sisters were not so afraid of Chinyu. In fact, except for the first day, when everyone was a little scared, many people later found that this place was very different. No one would deliberately peek at them when they bent down to pick up things, and they would even look away, let alone deliberately let them wear tattered clothes. Although they were all old and dirty clothes, at least they were not rotten. Sometimes just some details can change things. This is why even though Chinyu fed the mouse the pill in front of them, they still chose to take it. The reason is that they believe these people will definitely give them the antidote. After all, if they really don't want to keep them, the worst thing is to drive them out directly, and they will be bitten to death by zombies or starve to death in a few days. It was really unnecessary to go to such great lengths just to take their lives. Chinyu looked at Ding Qi and asked, what happened next? Because I've read a lot of books. Even if I'm not very good at treating wounds, I know how to prevent further deterioration. Ding Qi said. Later I saw him by the river, and found that he was seriously injured. Fortunately, my sister was there, and dragged him to the shore. Just then, Dingyu whispered, "I'm sorry, I didn't think of this before. My memory is not very good, and it was dark, and I'm a little nearsighted, so I hardly saw the man's face." Ding Qi then continued, "Does that man have a mole on his left ear? And there is a scar on his chin?" Hearing this, Qin Yu confirmed that it was Lao Cheng, nodded and said, "Well, he said that he was riding a bicycle to show off, and he let go of his hands on the downhill road. As a result, there was an excavator parked on the bend. In order to avoid hitting it, he fell and his chin was engraved on the ground." At the same time, Ding Yu also added, "Well, when he lifted his foot, there was also a scar on his left foot." "What was the situation like?" Qin Yu asked. Hearing this, her sister said, "The situation was very bad. There was a gap in the man's head and a wound on his chest. It looked like he was shot. Logically, he should have died a long time ago. My sister was not wearing a zombie skin. I asked her to take off her clothes and tear them open. I bandaged and cleaned his wounds, but he lost too much blood and the bullet could not be taken out at that time." After she finished speaking, Ding Qi whispered, "That man was really lucky. He didn't die. We happened to bring a doctor and blood transfusion equipment with us this time." "Where is that doctor?" Chun Yu asked subconsciously. "He was killed by a stray bullet. We can't tell whose bullet it was." Ding Yu looked around and confirmed that there was no one else. Then he took 2 steps forward and said in a low voice, "Your brother is really lucky. My sister happens to be type O blood, so even if we don't know what blood type that man is, we can try to give her a blood transfusion. At least there is a certain probability of stabilizing her." And the doctor also said that in emergency situations, a small amount of blood of my sister's blood type can be transfused to him, but too much is not allowed. It is best to have the same blood type, but where can we test blood types in today's environment? Secondly, as long as he doesn't have that special blood type, then there is a glimmer of hope. At this moment, Qin Yu was unusually nervous. He took a few deep breaths, calmed down, and asked in a deep voice, "What's the result?" Hearing this, Ding Yu replied, "He didn't wake up, but it doesn't seem to have deteriorated. Our doctor is very good, and has performed many operations before. In the abandoned RV on the roadside, I was on guard outside, my sister held the light, and then the doctor took out the bullet fragments." At this point, Ding Qi said helplessly, "You fought too fiercely at that time, and the others asked us to retreat, so we left some water and antibiotics and had to leave temporarily. But when we went back 2 days later, the people there were gone." After this, Qin Yu couldn't figure it out. He looked puzzled and said, 10 kilometers doesn't seem very far, but where can he go with such a serious injury? There was a wheelchair in the RV at that time. Ding Yu said. Just then Ding Qi poked her arm and said, "Sister, have you forgotten that our people later blew up the road there? He couldn't go back, but if he took a detour, he would encounter a tide of corpses." Qin Yu roughly analyzed it and said, "I know my brother's mind very well. He will never act on impulse. He was seriously injured and was in a wheelchair. Even gods couldn't get through the group of corpses, let alone the tide of corpses. The most urgent thing is to find a place to recuperate, and you have to lie down." At this moment, even Qin Yu felt that it would be difficult for him to survive. After all, it was not so easy to survive 2 gunshot wounds, and he needed luck. Chapter 1002. I didn't think of this at first, but you just provided us with a lot of delicious food, and I also wanted to help you, Ding Qi said weakly. I didn't expect that by accident. It was the person you were looking for, but now we don't know his whereabouts. After the voice fell, the two of them looked at Qin Yu, with a glimmer of hope in their eyes. Seeing this, Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, "I won't break my promise, it counts naturally. From now on, you two don't have to live in a corner like before." When Qin Yu said this, he didn't have much fluctuation, because he had already asked Feng Yi and Xiao Jiu privately. They actually meant the same thing, that is, if these people can live in the house when they come, what will other people think? So allowing this group of people to live in the camp is already an opportunity. As for labor, who doesn't work now, either doctors or nurses, or they join the camp very early, so they have the opportunity to avoid being exposed to the wind and sun. Hearing this, the two sisters were even happier. Just as they were about to turn around and leave, Qin Yu suddenly said, "You probably don't have much to pack. Go to the public bathroom to take a shower this afternoon and leave with us tomorrow." As soon as these words came out, Ding Yu's face changed slightly. She protected her sister behind her and questioned, "Are you going to throw us out?" Hearing this, Qin Yu frowned slightly. "What are you thinking about?" Ding Yu gritted his teeth and said, "Even if we follow, we can't help. Those who are injured and cannot take care of themselves will naturally need help and care on the train. Secondly, think about it, Will others exclude you more after we leave? After saying this, Chinyu paused and added again, in front of us, you two are obviously despised. If you leave, no one knows whether you will be bullied. Hearing what he meant, the Dingyu sisters immediately breathed a sigh of relief and stopped talking. Then Chinyu took them to the bathroom, waited at the door for a while, saw two girls coming, and asked them to take Dingyu and Dingqi in. After finishing his work, Chinyu went to the warehouse again to see how everything was packed. Going out for too long, you need to bring a lot of food, chickens, sheep, rabbits, and the like. You can bring everything you can. There are only a few left to give birth, and Chinyu also warned them not to eat them. They can only touch the eggs. But he was worried that some people might be greedy, so he thought of preparing a table of food for them in the afternoon. After all, after eating, you may not think so much. It took an afternoon and half a night for everyone to pack up many things. Even the two semi-trailers were full of supplies. Finally, all the gasoline and diesel in the camp were collected together. Chinyu carefully calculated the distance on the map and the fuel consumption of the car, and it was just enough to get to the location the woman said. Even the diesel generator was pumped out. Xiao Jiao and Chi Hao went to help before, but they returned to the camp not long after. Chinyu just asked briefly, without knowing too much. There were indeed many zombies over there, but they didn't need to be killed one by one. Xiao Jiao's skills were completely overkill, so it was enough to leave the others. The next morning, everyone gathered in the open space and stood. Xiao Jiao and Uncle Wa also appeared. Now looking at the man who had become much more vicissitudes, Chinyu wanted to say something, but didn't know how to start. On the contrary, Uncle Wa, carrying a sniper rifle wrapped in cloth, said softly, "Take me with you. Although my right hand is disabled, my left hand is still accurate." Chinyu said seriously, "Uncle Wa, I will definitely find a way to cure you." "Haha, it doesn't matter." Uncle Wa shook his head and didn't care. After saying that, he and Xiao Jiao walked into the crowd and stood next to Chi Hao. Xiao Ying called out affectionately, and Uncle Wa nodded slightly in response. Chinyu stood a few meters away, counted the number of people, and then turned his head and asked, "Where are Feng Yi, Chen Shi and Jiang Lingling?" Hearing this, a voice of explanation came from the side. "I went to invite them, but Chen Shi said she was pregnant and didn't want to toss, so it was good for her to stay in the camp." After saying this, Chinyu pondered for a few seconds and made up his mind. No, there is no room for negotiation. Lao Cheng's life or death is unknown now, and his woman and child must not have any mishaps. After the voice fell, Chinyu just turned around and wanted to go over there, but saw two familiar figures coming. Lin Yi was holding a woman's hand and walking slowly towards them, and Jiang Lingling was carrying two bags and following behind them. Seeing this, Dazhuang stepped forward quickly, took the luggage from Lingling's hand, and then put it in the car. Lin Yi came closer, handed Chen Shi, who was bowing her head, to Feng Yi, and then stood beside Chinyu. At this moment, Chinyu stared at Lin Yi's beautiful face, his eyes fixed on her. Lin Yi's face turned slightly red when he looked at her, and she lifted her hair by her ear with her left hand and whispered, "Why, don't you allow others to help you share some things?" "Thank you, Yi." Chinyu held her little hand and said sincerely, "Oh, it's all a small matter. I understand women's psychology better than you." In fact, the reason why Chen Shi didn't want to go was mainly because she was worried about the safety of the baby. "Then how did you change her mind?" And I saw that there seemed to be tears on her face. Hearing this, Lin Yi looked up at the sun rising slowly in the distance, stretched out her right hand, raised it above her head and said, "It's nothing. I told her that there is no place that is absolutely safe now. But if we gather together, then the chances of survival will be greater. Secondly, even I will go with you, and the doctors and nurses in the camp will also leave. There is no point for her to stay here." Although Lin Yi looked calm on the surface, she was quite nervous inside. She was afraid that she would not be able to find her elder brother, and she was also afraid that she would find a corpse. As for other things, Lin Yi was not very worried. She knew very well that the doomsday might have changed everyone, but it did not mean that her brother had become bad. Unless the facts were in front of her, Lin Yi would not scare herself. Everyone ate some porridge and cakes, and then began to check their weapons and prepare to set off. Chinyu asked someone to drive the van, with the seats removed back out to put Zhang Rui's bed. As for the driver, it was Zhang Yin himself. In this way, at 9 o'clock in the morning, the group slowly walked towards the gate. Because there were too many people, and they were carrying a lot of supplies, including all the weapons and ammunition, they could only use a car to pull the cart. Chapter 1003. At the entrance of the villa area, Chinyu stopped and said to the woman before, "Your name is Zhongli, right?" "Yeah." She nodded. You can live in the houses on the right rear, as for the others. Before she finished speaking, Zhongli raised her right hand and said seriously, Don't worry, I will keep an eye on them, and never let anyone mess around. I guarantee that no one will enter the houses you lived in before. Hearing this, Jinyu thought for a moment and whispered, Can you use a gun? Which kind do you mean? Zhongli was slightly stunned, as if she didn't understand. But the next second, she immediately said, I can use a hunting rifle and an ordinary pistol. Hearing this, Jinyu nodded slightly, reached out and took a pistol from his waist, took off the magazine in front of everyone, then loaded it, and handed the gun to her. This scene made the remaining 29 people all stare wide-eyed. Not only them, but even Xiao Jiao and Feng Yi were also confused. Zhang Yin stood by the car, watching his actions, and frowned instantly. But Zhang Yin knew very well that Jinyu had his reasons for doing this. What are you doing? Zhongli hesitated and did not answer. Seeing this, Jinyu said calmly, Sister Dingyu and I have told you that compared with Yi Shulan's way of dealing with things, you will not easily stand on your own side, and you also try to prevent others from directly joining the battle. After saying this, Zhongli whispered, I just told the disadvantages truthfully. This is not because she is modest, but Zhongli suggested that these women have no strength and average shooting skills. Even if they follow, they may be affected by their menstrual period. Jinyu didn't care much about these things, but he needed someone to control these survivors. Dingyu said a few good words for Zhongli at this time, so she was chosen naturally. Seeing that Zhongli was indifferent, Jinyu lowered his voice and said, Now there is no absolute force. What can you use to persuade these people to be honest? Go on, I don't want to come back next time and see only the messy ruins. Having said this, Zhongli knew what to do. She stretched out her hands to take the Glock pistol and nodded solemnly, Okay, I know what to do. Yeah. Jinyu glanced at the others a few meters away again, then turned and walked towards the convoy. The next second, the cars and trucks started, and everyone started to hurry. Soon they walked a few dozen meters, and the survivors surrounded them, talking about something. Zhongli held the gun in her hand, looking at the man's back with a heavy heart. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from the crowd. Sister Li, why don't you just shoot and kill the man? If the leader is dead, the others might disperse. Before she finished speaking, Zhongli turned around and slapped her in the face, saying coldly, Think before you speak, okay? The sudden action scared everyone. They didn't expect that Zhongli would actually hit someone directly. Then Zhongli put the gun in the belt position in front of her belly and said in a deep voice, Be honest, keep your hands and feet clean, protect this place as our own home, and don't think about those things. No one helped the girl who fell to the ground, but nodded. Behind the convoy, Feng Yi was walking like most people. She slowed down a little, and then walked with Jinyu. After a few seconds, she finally couldn't help it and said, You guy, aren't you afraid that the woman just shot you? Hearing this, Jinyu put his hands in his pockets and said calmly while walking, What's there to be afraid of? After saying this, Feng Yi was speechless and rolled her eyes. Seeing this, Alei walked to Feng Yi and whispered, The pistol is not loaded. If she wants to shoot, Jinyu will only be faster than her. Hearing this, Jinyu smiled and said, My own gun is with EE. The gun just now was taken from someone else. I don't have any other guns on me. Then he turned his head to the left and said, But if that woman wants to shoot, Alei and Zhang Yin will definitely be able to react. What if we don't react that quickly? Alei was puzzled. There are not so many what-ifs in this world. Jinyu yawned and said lazily. Although he acted very relaxed, his words revealed his unconditional trust in the two. After the voice fell, Alei fell silent. His personality is very similar to Uncle Hua. Once he encounters questions that he doesn't know how to answer, he simply doesn't speak. Jinyu turned his head to look at the woods on the right. Many trees, perhaps affected by the decay of the zombie bodies, had yellow leaves, and many had even become dead trees. He stared at the figures of the people in front of the team and said, Instead of thinking that they can maintain the camp peacefully, it is better to just let people lose their minds. More than a month is enough time for them to fight among themselves. Hearing this at this moment, Feng Yi suddenly realized and said, You are really scheming. Others will definitely guess what you two are planning when they see that woman take your weapon. Many times, dark corners are more likely to scare people. Jinyu shrugged and stopped talking. The group walked on the desolate road. Although zombies occasionally appeared, they basically did not pose a threat. The distance this time was not short, but not very far either. Jinyu estimated that it would take about 2 days and 1 night. Fortunately, they were all in the villa area, so there were no complaints. The guy named Renyong was also taken along. After being neighbors with zombies, This guy became much more honest, and never dared to talk nonsense again. Just like that, when it was almost dark, everyone chose a flat area and started to set up tents for the night. Dozens of people were busy, with clear division of labor, some collecting firewood, some patrolling. Although Dubai had his hair shaved, he was still afraid of the heat, so he was left lying on the van. As for Lenny and Feng Yi, because the sun was really fierce behind them, they had to get in the van. Later at noon, half of the women did not continue walking, but after all, there were only so many seats, so the rest could only hold umbrellas. Qinyu, Alei and Xiaojiu each brought some people, checked the other 3 directions, and then returned to the camp to prepare something to eat. Nowadays, these things like corpse worms are really extinct. Qinyu even suspected that it was the smell of zombies that prevented them from coming. Chapter 1004. After eating and drinking and arranging night watchmen, everyone went into their tents to rest. Except for some people, the others just went to a big tent with some sheets underneath. The girls basically squeezed together, while the boys could sleep anywhere. Nothing happened that night. In the early morning of the next day, there were more zombie bodies near the temporary camp, but no other survivors were encountered. Everyone packed up their luggage and continued on their way. Almost another day passed, and the group of people finally only had a few kilometers to their destination. But unfortunately, the road ahead was full of abandoned cars, and the semi-trailer could not drive in at all. Seeing this, everyone stopped at the intersection, waiting for Qinyu and Xiaojiu to give orders. Looking at the dozen abandoned cars, Wang Lulin hesitated and said, "It seems that this is impossible to pass. How about finding something to move the coal?" Hearing this, Qinyu shook his head and said, "Almost 60 tons of coal. By the time we move it to the train station, we will probably be exhausted. And when we get to the station later, we have to save our strength to carry it." Hearing this, Xiao Kong was stunned and asked curiously, "Can't we just pour the coal into the steam train?" Hee. Xiaojiu was amused by his words and said casually, "Do you know why steam trains are eliminated?" "I don't know." Xiao Kong scratched his head. Qinyu explained, "Because this kind of train is not suitable for long-distance travel, the place where they store coal can only hold a few tons at a time, and they have to be replenished every time they run a certain distance. So we still need to load all this coal on the train?" Wang Lulin was dumbfounded after hearing this. "Why else do you think you can bring so many people? People from other camps haven't gathered yet." Xiaojiu patted his shoulder and said earnestly, "Keep your strength. You will be tired for a long time tonight and tomorrow." Looking at the abandoned cars in front of him, Qinyu turned his head and waved. Seeing this, Qihao stepped towards him and said calmly, "Speak." As soon as he said this, Yangzi poked him with his elbow. "What are you doing? You took the wrong medicine." The next second, Qihao held Yangzi's hand and said with a smile, "I've been addicted to reading novels recently. I feel that this is very pretentious. In the apocalypse, many people have lost their hobbies, but Qihao is not really affected. He used to like to read various military novels the most. After the zombies appeared, he searched for a lot of paper ones. Other people don't like to read them. Qihao kills time with books as long as he has nothing to do." Then he looked at Qinyu and said, "You want me to go to the front to check if other roads are passable, right?" "Yes, is it convenient?" Qinyu nodded. After hearing this, Qihao raised Yangzi's hand and waved, saying, "I'm very happy." Seeing this scene, De Zhuang didn't react much. Although he hated those bad youths approaching his sister, Qihao was not bad. And according to Xiaojiu, Qihao had never been in a relationship, and was not a playboy, so from many angles, De Zhuang was quite satisfied. What's more, he had known Qihao and his group for a long time, and both sides knew each other well. Of course, the most important thing is that Qihao looks careless, but he actually knows the importance of doing things. Even if he is in love with Yangzi, they only hold hands. Soon Qihao carried his weapon, hugged Yangzi and said goodbye, then put away his smile and rushed towards the road ahead. Seeing this, Qinyu turned his head and said, "Everyone, rest in place." Time passed by. Soon there was movement in front, and the next second, Qihao rushed out from the weeds, sweating all over his head and breathing a little quickly. Then Xiaojiu looked at his watch and said with satisfaction, "Not bad, it's almost 5 kilometers round trip, and it still took less than 18 minutes. Hearing this, Qihao stepped towards them and said, "I've looked over there, there are only abandoned cars on this section of the road." After listening, Qinyu clapped his hands and said, "Leave the horses to prevent them from being frightened. Get 2 cars to the front to unload the supplies, push the other abandoned cars away, and we will drive over from this side." After the voice fell, everyone moved quickly without any delay. At the same time, Yu arranged dozens of people to stand on the semi-trailer with bows and arrows, staring at the zombies around. As long as they approached within 30 meters, they would be shot and killed. In this way, the women stood in the middle of the team, and the men began to clear the roadblocks. However, as the car was pushed away, they fell down the slope and made noises. More and more zombies were attracted, and the girls also picked up bows and arrows and slingshots and joined the ranks of helping. It took a while to finally clean up, but a lot of bows and arrows were consumed. Everyone quickly went over to retrieve the arrows, and then drove away. It was almost evening when everyone finally arrived near the train station. There were already many people gathered here, and many cars were parked. However, when Yu's people came, some male survivors licked their lips and wanted to come up to help carry the luggage enthusiastically. Yu naturally saw these people, and they were basically the one-eyed man's men. He didn't let anyone take care of it. After all, it was not time to tear each other's faces. Secondly, the survivors of the one-eyed man did not dare to be too presumptuous. After all, although the young man with a short haircut was not there, Yu was still alive. After everyone gathered together, they counted the number of people again. There were more than a dozen fewer than before. Some died on the road, and some died while cleaning up the abandoned train station. Now the total number of people is about 186. Of course, there are no people like Shang Wanjing here. The leaders of various forces gathered together to prepare for the meeting. However, there were 3 leaders on Yu's side, so Xiao Jiao and Feng Yi asked Yu to go over. They were not interested in listening to that. Yu did not refuse. After all, it was not a big deal. When he got closer, Zhang Liping looked at Yu and asked, "Did you bring the water pump and the generator?" "Well, they are all on the train. What do you want them for?" Hearing this, Zhang Liping laughed and said, "Are you stupid? How can a steam train generate steam without water?" Hearing this, Yu was also a little embarrassed. He had clearly explained to others about the coal loading of the steam train before, but he forgot another point. Then he took Zhang Liping's men to carry the goods, and then he didn't care about it anymore. Yu provided the equipment, and Zhang Liping and other camps provided diesel. After all, they were really poor now. Finally, a group of people held a small meeting, planning to let some people deal with the water and coal loading, and others to enter the city to search for supplies. Because the original storage place could not hold these dozens of tons of coal, it could only be stored in other carriages, and then the train was driven while the manpower was transported forward. Chapter 1005. There are 186 people, and only the camp where Yu is located has old people, children and women. For this, although the other forces are suspicious, they don't care too much. After all, carrying these people on the road is undoubtedly a burden. Yu asked Xiao Jiao to take some people to stay outside the train station to protect the supplies and girls. Although there are only a few old people left in the camp, they are not injured or sick after all, so even if they can't do any physical work on weekdays, Yu did not abandon these people. As a large number of survivors left, the train station square became much emptier. Only Xiao Jiao and his group were left. Chen Yu, Zhang Yin, and Alei split into 3 groups and entered the abandoned city to look for various things that could be used, such as tarpaulins or advertising papers. They would spread them in the carriages, so that the coal slag would not be wasted. In this way, it took almost an entire night for everyone to complete the preparations. At around 5 in the morning, Zhang Liping had already finished adding water with her team, and began to think of ways to clean up the bodies on the tracks. Many of them were dried into jerky, and embedded in the stones. Later, Yu led people to search in various shopping malls in the city, and found many carts. A tarpaulin was placed inside, and the ground was paved. Then someone climbed onto the semi-trailer, and used a shovel to unload the coal. Although they could dump it directly, they had to move it all in before the rain, which was too difficult to accomplish. Even if they had more than 100 people who could take turns to replace them, manpower was not as good as machines, and the speed would be affected as time went on. So in order to avoid accidents, we could only use the old method, unloading and moving as much as possible. Everyone stood in line, and Yu selected those strong men to let them transport the goods. Of course, in order to prevent others from gossiping, Yu naturally went to the battle himself. Fortunately, there is no need to climb stairs to the platform here. According to Zhang Liping, the steam train should have come here for inspection and maintenance when the zombies appeared. The zombies appeared just after the train stopped, because it takes 3 people to start it together. Although one person can try to start it, there is not so much time. Later, the car was left here for a long time. Zhang Liping did not lie. Her people knew how to maintain it, and worked for several days to fix it. As they moved around the train station, zombies began to be attracted. In this way, one group of people were busy transporting coal inside, while another group of people patrolled around with weapons in hand, killing the zombies that approached. Then the girls came forward to drag the corpses, and piled them into a defense line to prevent them from approaching again. Almost no one was talking. Everyone was working, except for the survivors like the one-eyed man. Because the weather hadn't gotten cold yet, some girls were wearing short skirts and hot pants. Phony naturally wouldn't wear that kind of clothes when she went out at this moment, but the other girls didn't care. Pa! A man threw away the shovel in his hand, looked at his black hands, and said irritably, "Why do we work under the sun while those women sit in the shade and blow the wind? No, I have to call 2 people to give me a massage." As soon as he finished speaking, the one-eyed man walked towards him and kicked him directly in the buttocks. In an instant, the man fell flat on his face, and his face was made even darker by the coal slag. The next second, the one-eyed man said in a deep voice, "If you dare to ruin my big plan, I will hang you up and feed you to the zombies. Understand, understand?" Although the man was kicked, he immediately woke up and stood aside with his head down. At the same time, the one-eyed man looked over there. His eyes were erratic. He had been defeated last time, and he had never been able to swallow this breath. And at that time, in order to let the other party relax his vigilance, the one-eyed man deliberately showed that his camp needed women very much. Sure enough, the man didn't think much and agreed directly. At this time, Jinyu came to the truck again with 2 carts in his hands. He looked at the one-eyed man over there, who smiled and waved, and continued to shovel coal on the ground. Jinyu saw all of this, and things were developing as he expected. The reason why these girls in the camp were still wearing skirts was Jinyu's suggestion. Of course, Fengyi and others were not aware of this. After all, if too many people knew about it, it might be exposed. Others did not think much about it. After all, they liked to wear cooler clothes and did not care about what others thought. Although this kind of clothing could easily bring danger in the doomsday, Jinyu had promised, so they were naturally happy. It was almost dark when they almost transported the coal to the carriage, and one section was filled directly. At the same time, the others took all their supplies and luggage and started to board the train. Entering the dirty and messy platform, Jinyu looked at the train with a retro locomotive and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. After all, a lot of things might happen this time. The carriage was also different from the trains he had taken before. The seats were almost vertical, and many cushions had cracked. Jinyu wiped it with his fingers, and it was all dusty. Everyone stood in the aisle, looking at each other. Some didn't know how to sit down. It was too dirty. For most people, they have never ridden a steam train. Even Jinyu is the same. Before the end of the world, some people have ridden a green train. Seeing this, Jinyu put the luggage on the shelf and said, "There is still some water over there. Everyone can use an empty plastic bottle to collect some, drill a hole, and then wipe it with old clothes." Everyone nodded and started to get off the train. Then John Liping also led people to the front of the train. At this time, thick smoke had begun to rise over there. Because it was very dirty inside, Jinyu did not let Zhang carry Ruiru in first, but stayed on the platform and waited until it was clean before carrying her in. Yu Feng held the bed to prevent him from wandering, while Wang Tianhai stood beside several children wearing a prosthetic limb. When the cleaning was finished again, it was completely dark. Zhang Liping asked people to stop working, and then found Jinyu and said, "Do you think we should rest for a night, or leave now?" Hearing this, Jinyu looked through the window and found that many survivors looked tired, and some even lay on the small table and started to sleep. Seeing this, he whispered, "Let's set off in the early morning, and sleep for a while to replenish our energy." Well, I asked people to cut off the carriages at the back. There are 7 carriages in total. Is that enough? Zhang Liping rubbed her temples and said, "Have you packed everything?" Chapter 1006. Zhang Liping curled her lips and said, "You ask me? How would I know these things? I have been staying in the front of the car." Hearing this, Jinyu took out the intercom and pressed it, asking, "Xiao Jiu Zhangyin, have we finished loading all the supplies?" A few seconds later, a response came from the intercom. "Food, water, and other supplies have been loaded into the car. I am still a little short here. The generator is a bit difficult to transport up." Zhang Yin's voice was a little heavy. Hearing this, Jinyu thought for a moment and said softly, "Carry it in through the window. If it doesn't work, knock down the window." After hearing this, Zhang Liping quickly shook her head and added, "The car windows cannot be damaged, otherwise when entering the tunnel, smoke will float into the car." Seeing her say this, Jinyu considered for a moment and said, "Before entering the tunnel, I will have someone block the car windows with cardboard." Zhang Liping couldn't help it. Now the generator is no longer useful. Why do you still carry this thing? And secondly, why do I see that you have a lot of medical equipment? Those things are used to save lives. Maybe they can come in handy at a critical moment. Chin Yu was very determined and basically refused to give in. Seeing this, John Liping said helplessly, "Anyway, we're leaving tomorrow morning, so you can figure it out yourself. I'm going to sleep with my man." As she said that, she yawned and turned away. Chin Yu ignored her and walked towards the carriages at the back. The second carriage in front was for Cole, the third was for John Liping and her people, and the fourth was for Chin Yu and his group. The fifth and sixth carriages were for other forces to share, and the last carriage was for all the supplies. Of course, weapons and food were kept by each of them. There were still many empty seats in the carriage where Chin Yu was, which were reserved by Shang Wanjing for them. In the end, Chin Yu did not ask anyone to knock down the car window, but John Liping sent 2 people to help remove the window. This was also her initiative to show goodwill. After all, she and Chin Yu had no grudges, and she was not provoked by the one-eyed man before. It was always good to have more friends. She also hoped that if she won later, she would be able to share more supplies. It was 6 o'clock the next morning. The train whistled and everyone slowly woke up. After a night, some zombies appeared from nowhere on the track and slapped some windows. Chin Yu asked Feng Yi to take people to distribute some food to everyone, and then looked out the window. After a while, there was a strange noise in front of the train, and then it slowly moved. "How long will it take us to get there?" Lenny took the peeled boiled egg and handed it to Chin Yu. Then she asked while eating. Hearing this, Chin Yu took a bite of the egg and whispered, "The woman said that the train has been stopped for more than a year. It is not easy to start now. The speed is basically not fast. The speed is estimated to be around 40 kilometers per hour. Well, is that so?" Lenny nodded. When she ate, she was like a little squirrel, with her cheeks bulging, which was very cute. Although she didn't like eating egg yolks before, after the end of the world, she found that she actually fell in love with eating this thing. After all, most of the time, ordinary survivors don't have a chance to eat eggs. Lenny took out the water bottle and drank a sip, then handed it to Chin Yu and said, "This way, we can arrive in about 18 hours. Chin Yu took the water bottle without any hesitation, and he didn't mind Lenny drinking it. He took 2 sips of water, wiped the corners of his mouth with the back of his hand, stared at the desolate houses outside the car window, and said, "If everything goes well, we can arrive in 18 hours, but I guess the road is not very peaceful." What's the matter?" Lenny was curious. Hearing this, Chin Yu turned around, held her hand, and said gently, "Don't go to other carriages, just stay in your seat." "I can't say the details, maybe I'm just overthinking." "Yeah, of course I won't walk around." Lenny nodded obediently. Chin Yu put the water cup on the coffee table, stood up and nodded slightly to Xiao Jiao, who was leaning against the corridor. Then he walked over. Walking a little closer, Chin Yu whispered, "How is it?" Xiao Jiao crossed his arms and said casually, "Those men kept looking over here, but they had the desire, but not the courage to touch the girl's arms. Since they didn't do anything rash, let's ignore them for now. I'm worried that this trip will go wrong." Chin Yu whispered, "It's useless to think too much. We just need to deal with it as it happens." Xiao Jiao patted Chin Yu and gave him a reassuring look. As soon as he finished speaking, the toilet door was opened and Xiao Yin walked out reluctantly. "What's wrong?" Seeing this, Chin Yu asked curiously. Hearing this, Xiao Yin waved her right hand in front of her nose, put her left hand on her waist, and said depressedly, "It's too dirty in here, I can't go to the toilet. If we have to sit for more than 10 hours, I can only go without food and water." Hearing this, Chin Yu walked over and opened the door to take a look, and found that the ground was full of various dried feces, and even many yellow urine stains. A smell of urine hit me in the face, which made me speechless. He closed the door again, his body was shaken twice, and then he said, "I guess someone lived here for a while before. Why don't we go to other carriages to have a look?" "Forget it, those perverts are almost popping their eyes out." Xiaoyin waved her hands, holding her stomach with a painful expression. If she had known the toilet was so dirty, she would have drunk less water last night. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao helped Xiaoyin to sit aside, then raised his head and searched back and forth among the luggage bags. Then he looked at a green bag, walked over to open the zipper, and reached in to search inside. A few seconds later, he took 3 toilet brushes and a bottle of toilet cleaner and smiled at Chin Yu. "We grown men can just find a tree to go to the toilet, but girls still have to be careful." Seeing this, Chin Yu had to admire Xiao Jiao's meticulous mind. It seemed that Xiao Jiao had thought of this when he went into the city to search for supplies. In this way, Qin Yu and Xiao Jiao put on disposable masks, and the two of them cleaned the toilet while discussing other things. It was just the right opportunity to hide from others. If Xiao Jiao's method is to counter the enemy's moves, then Qin Yu's philosophy is to prepare for the rainy day. Before things happen, Qin Yu likes to predict the possible dangers in advance and then respond. A few minutes later, Qin Yu packed the garbage with old clothes, opened the window, and threw it out directly. Others were reading quietly in their seats, and a few were playing poker. But most of them were looking at the scenery outside the window, as if they were taking this journey as a tour. As long as you don't look closer, you can't see the zombies. In the doomsday, a steam train with thick smoke was running on the desolate track. It's just that the survivors in different carriages gradually had their own ideas in their hearts. Chapter 1007. In the fifth carriage. Compared to Qin Yu, the survivors here are much more lively, but if you look closely, you will find that many people are standing on the seats, shouting something with red faces. They stare at a black cup on the table, and shout some numbers loudly. At the same time, there are more than a dozen cigarettes on the table. In the doomsday, gambling is also a way for some survivors to pass the time. As the cup was opened, 3 dice came into view. Some people were excited and blushing, while others were furious because they'd lost all the cigarettes. The one-eyed man sat by the window, glancing at the front car from time to time. About 3 minutes later, a young man who came out of the toilet came to him quickly, and said something with his head down. The one-eyed man tapped the table with his right hand and said, "Are you sure everything is arranged?" Well, in order to let these guys relax their vigilance, we deliberately chose an address more than 100 kilometers away, just to make them cry out to the sky and the earth, but nothing will work. The young man's name is Tang Ming, and he has been with the one-eyed man for a long time. If either Qin Yu or Long Jie showed up, they would find that they had not seen this guy last time. Then, the one-eyed man sat on the chair opposite, and motioned the young man to sit down. Then he glanced behind him inconspicuously, and continued to tap on the table with his index finger. Tang Ming stared at it intently, and wrote down the tapping movements in his notebook. "Have you written it down?" the one-eyed man said lightly. "I've written it down." Tang Ming nodded and was about to stand up, but he thought about it, and sat down again and asked, "Brother Lei, if the plan fails, do you need to?" As he said this, he put his hand on his neck and made a horizontal movement gesture. Hearing this, Lei Jita pondered for a while, and said softly, "Those guys want to rob the survivors. I just provided them with information, but then again, the noise of this train is not small, and it can be seen from a long distance. Who knows it was us who did it?" At this moment, a young man who was playing cards stopped his hand slightly, and looked to the side subconsciously. His hearing is much better than that of ordinary people, so at this moment, he happened to hear something. Lei Jita smiled at him, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. But that smile, no matter how you look at it, has a hidden meaning. The next second, Tang Ming found something wrong, and tapped the dagger on his waist with his right hand, then stood up expressionlessly. He walked to the young man, put his left hand on his shoulder and said with a smile, "Brother, we have a lot of cigarettes, and your lighter is pretty good, how about we change it?" Hearing this, the young man glanced at his boss, who was annoyed because he lost the game, and then waved his hand, "Go change your lighter." The boss said so, and he had no choice but to follow him to the back car. Then Lei Jita stood up and stretched, and stood in the aisle and walked towards the 4th car. He stood by the door, and said with a smile, "Brother, can you lend me a light?" Qin Yu glanced at him, and said lightly, "I don't smoke." Before he could answer, Qin Yu added, "Of course, I won't lend it to you even if I smoke." At this moment, Qin Yu was deliberately intensifying the conflict. If anyone on this train was most likely to make a noise, then this one-eyed man was the first suspect. Strangely, the one-eyed man was not annoyed, but began to introduce himself. "My name is Lei Jita. Everyone usually calls me Brother Lei." After he finished speaking, Qin Yu looked at the window at the connection of the carriages and said, "You are worthy of it?" "What?" Lei Jita was slightly stunned and did not react. Then Qin Yu turned around and looked at him, and said coldly, "A boss like you who doesn't take the lives of other survivors seriously, are you worthy of being called brother?" I'm just a little older than him." Lei Jita had a fake smile on his face, but he was already furious. After a few simple words, Lei Jita returned to his seat in the carriage. Qin Yu walked back a little, and then sat on the chair. The next second, Xiao Jiao frowned slightly and said, "You have already shown this attitude, but that guy is not angry with you at all. It seems that this guy is really problematic." Qin Yu said thoughtfully. "Why do you say that?" Xiao Jiao was curious. "Think about it, we are allies in public after all, and we will have to work together for a long time in the future. If my attitude towards him suddenly changes, will ordinary people think about what happened? That's true. Xiao Jiao nodded and lowered his voice. Unless these people think we won't get along for too long. Qin Yu stretched out his hand to tear off the cracked leather on the seat and said, the calmer he appears, the more suspicious I am of him. These people, just kill them. Xiao Jiao was silent for a while, and then said something shocking. Now he doesn't really want to guess whether the survivors outside can be trusted. After too many separations and deaths, Xiao Jiao has no good feelings for those forces that like to torture and kill survivors. In the past, he didn't want to take the initiative to provoke them, but now, Xiao Jiao really hopes that these people will die, and he has the strength to do so. If he can find those weapons and equipment before the end of the world, with Xiao Jiao's military quality and skills, even if he retired due to injuries, he will not take the people who attacked last time seriously at all. It is no exaggeration to say that Xiao Jiao and Alei, plus Zhang Yin, as long as they are provided with enough weapons and ammunition, 3 people can start a small-scale war on this land. Hearing this, Qin Yu shook his head and said, they did kill a lot of people, but it has nothing to do with us directly, and the concept we have always developed is just for self-protection. Secondly, not interfering in the affairs of other camps in the Doomsday can save us a lot of trouble. At first, I plan to wait until the battle with the Savior sect, take this group of people to lead the charge, and then find a suitable opportunity to sell them out. Just then, Zhang Yin came over. But it seems that I can't wait until that time. Is Rui awake? Qin Yu looked up at him and asked. Hearing this, Zhang Yin shook his head calmly and said, the vital signs are stable, it seems that she is sleeping, but the good news is that no other equipment is needed for detection. Qin Yu nodded and did not continue the discussion. After all, with the relationship between them now, there is no need to say some things every day. Everyone misses Zhang Rui very much, but in the end they are willing but unable to do anything. As long as the situation does not worsen, it is already getting better and better. Chapter 1008. After a few seconds, Qin Yu touched the ring on his hand and whispered, I did overlook a detail before. What? Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin were puzzled. With so many of us gathering together and going to such a far place, we must carry a lot of living supplies, even our partners. As soon as these words came out, the two of them also realized this instantly. Xiao Jiao, like De Zhuang, has shaved his beard now. He reached out and touched his chin, smiled bitterly, and said, Indeed, we seem to have forgotten this. Aren't we a walking cake for others? At the same time, Qin Yu looked at the girls sitting in the middle area and said, and they are quite attractive. But ordinary people can't stop our train, right? Zhang Yin said. Xiao Jiao patted him on the shoulder and said softly, It's not easy to stop, but it's easy to stop. What do you mean? Zhang Yin frowned when he heard this. Qin Yu looked out the window and said sadly, I hope it's not what I think. The next second, Xiao Jiao smiled and said, Xiao Yu, we believe that you must have made full preparations. After all, that Jing seems to have not boarded the train yet. Hearing this, Qin Yu also smiled, I really can't hide it from you. At this moment, it was about 100 kilometers away from the train. It was more than 7 o'clock in the morning. A group of people were secretly guarding beside a certain train track, discussing something. Master Wu, why do I feel like we have been deceived? How could there be a train passing by in this deserted place? The man wearing a green scarf was talking, looking at the entrance of a tunnel. Hearing this, another slightly older man replied, You know nothing. You can't eat stinky tofu in a hurry. Be alert. Mr. Wu, you can't eat hot tofu, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the young man who interrupted was slapped on the head. I don't know, do you need me to tell you? Hot tofu is not as delicious as stinky tofu. Except for the leader Wu Chunshan, who was 50 years old, the other 10 people were all strong men, and almost all of them wore the same clothes, which were basically green, and some even wore hats made of leaves on their heads. Unless you get closer, you can hardly see these people hiding on the hillside. And the several boulders next to them were painted green. The guardrail below had been destroyed long ago, and there was a gap of more than 10 meters. These people usually like to drive around and change places. When they encounter weaker camps, they rush in to rob them, replenishing supplies and searching for gasoline. All the men and the elderly feed the zombies, and the women stay with them as servants and do laundry and cooking, until the women die of illness, and some are even bitten by zombies while escaping. Because this group of people often change places after firing a shot, other forces rarely find their whereabouts. As luck would have it, they once provoked Leijita. But unfortunately, the two groups were completely birds of a feather. At that time, Lei Jida was openly afraid of these beasts, but he himself was not a good person. After a few interactions, the two sides became familiar with each other. And they even colluded with each other and killed many innocent people. Before Lei Jida and these people were ready to launch an attack, they would send their men to follow them for at least 3 days. Until they confirmed that the survivors had no teammates and the ability to fight back, they would find a way to devour them. It's just that Lei Jida is very smart. When he first dealt with those people, he deliberately put a piece of dried meat in his throat to make his voice a little different. It can be said that from the beginning, Lei Jida had planned a way out. And except when he was in contact with that group of people, he wore a blindfold at other times. The two sides only stayed together for half a month before separating. When they left, the man called Wei left an item to thank Lei Jida for sending a few women to serve him during this period. This thing is black in appearance and looks square, with many buttons on one side. In Master Wu's words, this thing is called a relay station. If the walkie-talkie uses this thing, the communication distance can even be increased to hundreds of kilometers. In this way, it will be more convenient for them to collude with each other. At this moment, they received the information sent by Lei Jida, and after deciphering the Morse code, they ambushed here in advance. As time passed, Master Wu and others' legs became more and more numb, but they could not see any movement. Seeing this, Master Wu took out a picture and took the magnifying glass handed by his men. He followed the train route map and advanced step by step from the marked point, then frowned and said, "Strange, according to the route, we should go this way." As soon as he finished speaking, no one around answered him. Seeing this, Wei turned his head and found that 4 more people had appeared nearby. They each held a gun in their hands and aimed at the heads of others. The next second, Long Jia wiped the sweat from his forehead, stepped forward and grabbed the route map and said, "Oh, that may be because this map is not for this railway." After saying that, he grinned at the people on the ground, and then knocked Wei unconscious with his gun. Then footsteps were heard from behind. Shang Wanjing changed into a white robe again, stepped forward with Long Dai, and said, "Tie these people up. We have to hurry over. Qin Yu and the others are almost there." "Okay." Long Jia waved his hand and turned to walk to the back. He handed the route map to Shang Wanjing and said with a smile, "Instructor, sometimes I really doubt whether you have opened the eyes of God, otherwise how can you predict what these people will do next?" Hearing this, Long Dai pondered for a moment and said, "The information sent by Qin Yu mentioned that he would take a train to the Jiashimen, but he suspected that someone had tampered with the road." "Yes, but there could be problems on every section of the road during this period." How did the instructor guess that? Long Jia was sweating all over because of his rapid running, but he didn't care about resting at this moment. Hearing this, Long Dai said, "Think about it. If there is a train going to the target area, and you want to know exactly when it will pass by, then don't you want to know which road they will take?" After saying this, Long Jia suddenly realized, no wonder the instructor asked me to take people to search those train stations, and finally spread these drawings in places where these people might pass by. As he said this, Long Jia turned around and kicked someone unconscious. These guys had just wandered around the manor camp recently. They wanted to come to investigate, but they were tracked by Shang Wanjing. Chapter 1009. Originally, most of these assembled forces were in the area of dozens of kilometers near the manor camp. But in order to make them ignore Shang Wanjing and others, Qin Yu chose a gathering point farther away. In addition, the train itself was far away, so no one was suspicious. Although some survivors were not happy, in the current environment, if they did not fight again, they would probably be swallowed up by other forces. No one was a fool. They were willing to help Qin Yu just to get an admission ticket for themselves. If you encounter danger in the future, you can also seek shelter. After all, if you want to get something, you must pay a price. Shang Wanjing did not let his men kill these people directly, but returned to the road behind the hillside first. At this moment, people like Ling, Han Liyuan and others were also waiting here. This time, they probably sent out only a dozen people. Although it was just a few, it was already the core force of the manor camp. Ling was still sitting on the pickup truck, swinging his legs, looking at the surrounding scenery boredly. But from time to time, she would look back at the car parked in the distance. "Are you done?" Han Liyuan walked a few steps toward Shang Wanjing and asked softly. "Yes, inform everyone to get ready to go." Shang Wanjing nodded, took out a few thin ropes from the pickup truck, and tied them to the door handles of the car. One rope for each door on the left and right. After waiting for about 3 minutes, Long Jia and his men also came back with those people. The leader was knocked unconscious, and was being dragged away like a dead dog. Plop! Long Jia threw the man to the ground, and then kicked him in the middle of his head, with a very accurate kick, almost hitting his nose completely. Pain came, and Master Wu woke up in panic. Hand. Slav picked up the rope, squatted down and said expressionlessly. Those people looked at each other, not understanding what these guys were going to do. Seeing this, Long Jia raised his eyebrows, looked around, picked up a very dirty beer bottle from the ground, walked over and hit it on the spot. Immediately, a young man covered his head and screamed. The next second, Long Jia curled his lips and said, "If you don't need your ears, how about I cut them off for you?" After the words fell, the others gritted their teeth, stretched out their hands, and put them together. Soon someone came forward and tied them tightly with a rope. A Ling and the others had already sat in the car. Long Jia patted the car body, and then the car started slowly. Seeing this, the two people with tied hands panicked. But because the rope was straightened, they had to run forward. Then Long Jia said, "It's almost 6 kilometers. Let's see if you can run over." This road has not been repaired, and there are many potholes. Even if the car is not driving fast, it is not humanly possible to catch up. Originally, according to Shang Wenjing's method, when the camp was targeted by some forces, he would usually just fight quickly and deal with the people who came to investigate. But after all, this group of people came to the nearby activities, and the miserable appearance of the women in their old nest was seen by Shang Wenjing. Then Shang Wenjing thought of what Qinyu said, so he asked Long Jia to find a way to get the blueprint, which happened to be placed together with a pile of rags. Unexpectedly, these people took the route map after just a glance. In this way, Shang Wenjing has sentenced this group of people to death. In the past, he would need more evidence to take action, but in today's doomsday, such a coincidence will not happen. Qinyu said that there might be an accident on the road, and here there is a group of strange survivors, and they are also interested in the train route map. Of course, the most important thing is that Shang Wenjing found that they occasionally talk on the walkie-talkie. But none of this mattered to Shang Wenjing. The train had been running for about 4.5 hours, and Qinyu stood up on time. Along the way, he had been concentrating on observing the surroundings, but nothing happened. Finally, when the train was about to arrive at the boarding point, Qinyu finally felt relieved. A few minutes later, a whistle sounded from the locomotive, and at the same time, the unique brake sound was heard. When the train stopped, Qinyu nodded to Zhang Yin, who stood up and walked towards the last carriage. It was not easy for horses to get on the train, so they blindfolded themselves and got on from the back, while Qi Hao was standing guard. It was almost noon, and the sun was very strong. Everyone was a little uncomfortable when they got off the train. Shang Wenjing and others had been waiting on the roadside for a long time. But strangely, there seemed to be 2 bodies on the ground, tied with ropes, and the others were sitting on the ground with a dying look. Qinyu turned around and said a few words to Xiaojiu, asking him to bring people to help move things. Then he walked toward Shang Wenjing and found many wooden boxes over there, which seemed to be weapons and ammunition. "Where is Wei Yao? Why didn't she come?" Qinyu looked around and didn't see any extra people, so he asked curiously. Hearing this, Shang Wenjing said, "Some equipment can't be moved onto the train, so I asked her to take people by land." "Oh, what is it?" Qinyu's eyes lit up. When he said this, Qinyu was already looking forward to it, because if it couldn't even get on the train, it must be a more massive weapon. Shang Wenjing smiled slightly and said, "It's what you were thinking of." "How many are there?" Qinyu asked, placing his hand on the wooden box. At this moment, Long Jia came over, hugged Qinyu, and explained, 3 tanks, all brand new. The instructor taught them how to drive them, and also lent them Leander to prevent accidents on the road. Only so few. Qinyu smacked his lips. He thought there would be more weapons in the arsenal. Seeing this, Long Jia said happily, "You should be content." The arsenal there was almost moved because of the appearance of zombies. Later, because the building collapsed, the remaining ones could not be evacuated, so they stayed. As he spoke, Long Jia patted the wooden boxes and said, "There are some guns and shells in here. Although there are not many, they are rare." "Where is the ammunition?" Qinyu asked again. "Some common models are available, about 3,000 rounds in total." Hearing this, Qinyu turned and looked at the 7th carriage of the train, his eyes flashed with excitement, and he said, "In this case, the big machine gun should be useful again. This thing has been put aside for a long time. Fortunately, Brother Xiao knows how to maintain the gun." "What gun?" Long Jia put his hand on Qinyu's shoulder and asked in confusion. After hearing the model, he curled his lips and said, "It's okay, barely enough." Chapter 10:10. After saying this, Shang Wenjing came back with the horse and said, "If I had known you would make such an arrangement, I would not have let you take the horse away. As he spoke, he even reached out and touched the horse's face. Hearing this, Chinyu smiled bitterly and said, the plan has changed temporarily. I don't want to kill too many people. Endless killing is meaningless. Shang Wanjing handed the reins to the person next to him and told him to lead it to a shady place. Then he said, although I feel that what you said is fine, I don't agree with this in the current environment. Everyone has different ideas, which is normal. Chinyu said softly without much reaction. For him, it is enough to take care of himself. What are you going to do with these people? Long Dai led Aling towards them. Hi. Aling waved her hand, looked at him with a pair of bright eyes, and asked in confusion, where is Sister Lin? Where is she? You didn't leave her at home? In the fourth car, she seems to be sleeping. Chenyu replied. Hearing this, Aling turned around and said, Sister Long, let's get in the car first. It's too hot outside. You go first. Long Dai let go of her hand, indicating that she still had some questions to ask. After she left, Chenyu thought for a while and said, these people are useless to me. After the voice fell, Long Dai and her brother frowned slightly. Even Shang Wanjing, who was directing people to move the boxes, turned his head and asked in confusion, are you not going to find out who the traitor is? I knew who was the problem from the beginning. Then why do you keep them around? Aren't you afraid of being shot in the back? Long Jia couldn't figure it out. Hearing this, Chinyu looked up into the distance. Lei Jida was also smoking outside with a few men, looking over here from time to time. After a few seconds of silence, Chinyu said softly, there will be sacrifices in war, and you know this better than me. Although it's wrong to say this, we don't have to sacrifice our own people. Speaking of this, he paused and added, if we keep these people alive, more trouble will happen sooner or later. Secondly, we have people in the 4th and 7th carriages. If these survivors want to cause trouble, they should consider how many shots they can withstand. After listening, the three of them understood. Long Dai nodded and turned to walk towards the train. Then Chinyu took another look at the people sitting on the ground and tied up. Without saying much, he patted Long Jia. Seeing this, Long Jia shrugged, went back to the car and took out a plastic bag, and then stood motionless under the shade of the tree. In the 4th carriage, Han Liyuan followed Shang Wanjing into the carriage, then turned around and whispered a few words, and walked towards a man sitting by the bed. Hong Wu, long time no see. Hearing someone calling him, Hong Wu looked in the direction of the voice, and nodded with a smile. Han Liyuan sat down opposite him and muttered, why are you wearing sunglasses in the car? As she said that, she wanted to reach out to take it. But the next second, Han Liyuan accidentally kicked something with her right foot. When she looked down, she saw a black dog lying under the table. Strangely, the dog didn't bite people, but looked very gentle, and even shrank its head. Han Liyuan reached out and touched it, and was surprised. You also have a dog. Hongwu hadn't seen Han Liyuan for a long time, and the two were good friends, so he should be happy at this moment. But Hongwu could only hold the stick in his hand, and he didn't know what to say. Just then, Lin Yi came over, bent down, and patted Han Liyuan on the shoulder. Han Liyuan stood up and hugged Lin Yi. Then Lin Yi pointed to the area ahead, and motioned her to go over and talk. In the car, Chinyu walked up to Shang Wanjing again and asked, if Wei Yao goes by land, will there be enough gasoline? The inventory of 3 camps should be enough. Shang Wanjing said truthfully. After listening, Chinyu nodded, looked at Zhang Liping who was checking outside the car window, and shouted, wait a minute before driving. Hearing this, Zhang Liping gestured. The area here is not a platform, and there is a road passing by the track. Long Jia watched everyone get on the car, and Dong Jun also led the horse to the truck to go home, and then began to prepare. He first searched the pockets of the clothes of those people, put the 2 walkie-talkies in his pockets, and then untied the rope and handed it to the person next to him. As for the living supplies in the group's lair, they had already been looted by Long Dai and his men when they came to ambush. She also untied the shackles of the girls, whose personal freedom was restricted, and they saw the light of day again. As the ropes were untied, the others were slightly startled, thinking that they were safe. One of them stood up and wanted to run, but his legs were weak, and he fell to the ground again in an instant. Seeing this, Long Jia smiled and said, you have never exercised before, and suddenly you ran for several kilometers under the scorching sun, and your posture is not right. Your legs should not obey you at this moment. Long Jia's physical fitness is totally different from these people. He knows the limits of human physical fitness very well. Even if he takes off his shoes, runs under the scorching sun, and has his hands tied to affect his pace, it will take him about 20 minutes to run about 6 kilometers. That's right. When he was about to leave, he threw away all the shoes of these people. At this moment, the soles of everyone's feet were rubbed by stones and bled, which was shocking. In addition, the car was sometimes very fast, so they were basically dragged behind. That's why 2 people were dragged to death by the car. Long Jia would not have any sympathy for the survivors of such evil forces, and he even felt that it was not difficult enough. After all, only 2 people died. The next second, Long Jia took out the plastic bag from his pocket, which contained several firecrackers, about the size of a baby's arm. He then turned around and called a man, and took out a lighter from his pocket. Because of Long Jia has begun to quit smoking. Of course, the main reason is that his sister Long Dai asked a Ling to cooperate with her in a play. First, she deliberately drank some wine, then with red eyes and tears, she said aggrievedly that the instructor and Chen Yu did not smoke, why her brother could not quit. Just like that, Long Jia, who happened to pass by, heard these words, and seemed to be sensible in an instant. He actually quit smoking. When he really wanted to smoke, he would chew a piece of dried meat. In front of those people, Long Jia lit the firecrackers and threw them out. Suddenly, there was an explosion, attracting a lot of people's attention. What is he doing? Chen Yu was a little curious. Long Dai said lightly, cut the grass and root it out. Hearing this, Chen Yu took out the walkie-talkie, tuned to the same frequency as Zhang Liping, and said a few words. More than 10 seconds later, the train whistle sounded. Hearing this, Long Jia put the firecrackers in his pocket and said to himself, not bad, it can save a little. After that, he walked towards the train. At the same time, zombies began to appear in the haystacks on the roadside. Chapter 1011. Seeing the zombies coming, the people on the ground helped each other to stand up, but they fell to the ground after running a few steps. Soon, someone was grabbed by the calf by the zombie. He looked back in horror and tried to kick with his other foot, but he couldn't use much strength at all. The next second, the zombie that had been hungry for a long time knelt on the ground, lowered its head, and bit his ankle directly, then raised its head suddenly, and tore off a large piece of meat in an instant. In just half a minute, almost all the remaining people were bitten to death by the zombies. That Wu Yi was extremely cruel. He picked up a stone from the ground and smashed it on the back of the head of the person in front of him. Then he covered himself with the other person's body to confuse the zombies. But this guy was too naive. How could such an action be hidden from those people on the train? Chen Yu turned his head to the right and nodded slightly. De Zhuang put the unfinished cigarette on the empty can, reached out to take the bow and arrow from the shelf, aimed at the man hiding under the body, and then released his right hand. The arrow flew at a very fast speed and hit the man's thigh directly. In an instant, screams rang out, and the zombies slowly stood up from the ground and walked towards Master Wu. De Zhuang did not take his life directly, but was ready to let him be bitten to death by the zombies. There is no point in being merciful when dealing with the enemy. What's more, these people actually thought of prying a huge rock from the hillside to block the train, and they specially chose the location of the tunnel entrance. Because of the light, when the train came out of the tunnel, people could not see the front clearly for a moment. If they hit it at this time, it would easily cause a large number of casualties. After finishing the job and seeing those people being bitten to death, Chen Yu picked up the intercom again and asked Zhang Liping to set off. Soon the train started slowly, and Chen Yu walked to Shang Wanjing, who had just sat down, and asked, after we left, did you meet a strange man in your camp? At this point, Chen Yu paused for a moment and added, in fact, you should have seen him. His name is Lao Cheng, and he was from our place before. After saying this, Long Dai looked out the window and whispered, you know what the rules of our camp are. Sister, don't be like this. Long Jia, who was sitting by the window, shook his head slightly, then looked to the left and said, to be honest, no, we will not contact those survivors. Even if it is really Lao Cheng, we can't see his face clearly from too far away, and we may miss him. Okay, I know. Chen Yu nodded and turned away. He also knew that the chances were slim, so he just asked a question. If the time was shorter, Chen Yu would definitely lead people to find Lao Cheng himself, but they knew the news much later. At this moment, Xiao Jiao waved at Chen Yu. When he came closer, Xiao Jiao said, do you already know about this? Chen Yu nodded. Xiao Jiao was not surprised at all. Although he emphasized not to tell Xiao Yin when he told her, Xiao Jiao knew very well that Xiao Yin could not keep a secret. The reason why he told Xiao Yin was that he wanted to wait for the right opportunity for her to tell others. With my tracking ability, you can rest assured. Xiao Jiao was silent for a few seconds, and then said, if there were really any clues nearby, I would have caught up with them long ago. Hearing this, Yu told Yu and her sister what they had said before. After listening, Xiao Jiu pondered for a moment and said, I've been to that area, but there's no clue. Have you ever been in that abandoned RV? Yu asked. No, there are already 2 or 3 zombies inside. Xiao Jiu shook his head. When Xiao Jiu heard that Lao Cheng might still be alive, he blamed himself, so he searched alone in the wild. It was also because of his strong skills and survival ability that he could walk alone outside. The reason why he refused to give up was also because Xiao Jiu knew very well that if he could wake up after 2 gunshot wounds, it was enough to prove that the enemy had probably missed the target and did not injure important organs. At that time, he also realized that Lao Cheng's heart was probably on the right side. Based on Xiao Jiu's experience of many battles, no one could survive after being shot in the heart. Once this part was hit by a bullet, the mortality rate was only 100%, unless the heart was replaced on the spot. If the brain was shot, there might be a slight chance of survival depending on the power of the gun and the shooting distance. Of course, the most important thing is that people only have one head, but some people are born with their hearts on the right side. Xiao Jiu did not think about notifying others and everyone went to look for it together, but the camp had just been attacked, many people had experienced life and death, and they were busy repairing the walls and taking care of the wounded, so they could not leave at all. And they also had to prevent those people from coming back. What's more, what if they found a corpse in the end? After all, compared with other survivors, Lao Cheng was already one of the earliest teammates in the camp. Xiao Jiu has been under great pressure all along. The reason why he has a scruffy beard is not because he doesn't want to trim it, but because he doesn't want to waste a few minutes. After exchanging information with Xiao Jiu, Yu didn't say much and remained silent. In the carriage, some people were smiling, while others were worried. After the train traveled for a while, Yu said something on the intercom. A few minutes later, the train stopped, and there was also a group of people standing outside. They were Shenmeng and his group, about a dozen people. Although there were not many people, they were all carrying many bows and arrows and luggage. As Shenmeng boarded the train, the number of people in the carriage increased again. In the 5th carriage, Lei Jita looked at the people in front of him with a gloomy face. But since Long Jia appeared, he didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. He returned to the train dejectedly before finishing his cigarette. At this moment, even if he had more courage, he couldn't be arrogant. Because Yu looked easier to talk to, the young man, with a crew cut, was extremely fierce, and his skills were completely incomparable to ordinary people. Yu looked at Shenmeng and asked if she had seen a strange man, but the answer was still the same. Yu had also asked about other camps on the train. When he heard that he seemed to have seen them, he would take out his phone again to confirm. But apart from the Yu sisters, there were no other clues. As the train went farther and farther, other survivors began to help transport coal. At the same time, Huiyao and his group looked at the tanks on the flatbed transporter and prepared to set off. It was impossible to drive a tank to travel a long distance, but Zhang Wanjing temporarily asked Huiyao's men to teach them so that they would not be difficult to deal with in case of accidents. Leander nodded to Huiyao, and then got into an old car that he didn't know how many times it had been used. Chapter 10:12. Huiyao also sent out many people, because in essence, she has now completely offended the Savior sect. Either the Savior sect is destroyed, or all the people of Huiyao are killed. The second situation is something she cannot accept in any way. With Huiyao's smart mind, she can naturally think clearly about the seriousness of the matter, so she is ready to devote all her resources to the final battle. Although Xiao Yang's left hand was broken, he is also very self-aware. Huiyao did not kill everyone, but had someone install a prosthetic hand for him, and also brought it with him. In this way, except for the old, weak, sick and disabled who stayed in the service area camp, everyone else followed Huiyao to prepare for the journey. In order to prevent the threat of zombies, Huiyao had people block the roads on both sides of the service area. Then, they were left with food and water that could last for about 2 months. During this period, if they could not grow vegetables and feed the animals, they would have to wait for death. This was also Huiyao's utmost kindness. If she had not turned back after meeting Chen Yu, these people would have had to leave it to fate. As the convoy left, the remaining old men cut the ropes, and the rocks rolled down onto the highway, blocking the area. Huiyao was driving, and Nana was holding 3 little birds in her hands, looking unhappy as if she was worried. Seeing this, Huiyao reached out and touched her hair, turned his head and said, "Leander, you can take a break. We should be driving for a long time. Don't drive when you are tired, take a break after 7 hours, or change people." Leander pushed his glasses and looked ahead and said, "Well, don't worry, there will be someone else to replace you." Hui Yao naturally understood the dangers of fatigue driving. She repeatedly reminded those who drove the flatbed trucks that if anyone dared to be distracted and caused a car accident, there would be only one outcome, and that was death. After all, if an accident occurred and these tanks could not be transported, how could they fight against the savior sect? Just pack up and run away as soon as possible. Moreover, Shang Wenjing also said that Jiang Chen's weapons and equipment might not be inferior to this. If both sides were at a similar level, it would be impossible to crush them purely by equipment. However, this also indirectly reflects how important the supplies Hui Yao is carrying are. Even if they have them, they may not win. If they don't have them, they will die. Hui Yao is the first car, and she leads the way. Because they want to take the highway, but the road to the camp is not the same, they need to drive back more than 10 kilometers, then leave from a highway exit, and then take a few kilometers on the national highway. The reason why they have a precise route is mainly because they found a mobile phone with a map downloaded in advance. This was found in some abandoned trucks by Shang Wenjing, Hui Yao and Shen Ming, 3 camps working together. It was like an accident. Some drivers would worry about wasting traffic and immediately downloaded offline map packages, but it is very difficult to find such a package. Usually, as long as you are not traveling long distances, paper maps are enough. But many roads were not marked on the big map Shang Wenjing had before. If you follow it, you will have to consume at least half more gasoline. In this case, don't even think about going there. And the phone was very old, and there were a lot of fingerprints on a certain spot on the screen, so Hui Yao guessed that the password was 6/8. After charging, it was a bit boring along the way. Hui Yao took out a USB flash drive and plugged it into the car interface and started playing music. About a few dozen minutes later, they had walked back a long distance. At this time, there were about a dozen zombies gathered at a pipeline on the side of the road ahead, surrounding them motionlessly. As the car appeared, the zombies looked back to the right, and then walked towards them. Seeing this, Hui Yao took out the intercom and said, "There are zombies." The driver of the transport truck stays in the truck. The others take their weapons, and kill them in order. As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed open the door and got out, and Leander followed closely behind. The two looked at each other and nodded, holding knives and moving forward, while the others used slingshots and arrows to cover. A dozen zombies were a piece of cake for a survivor of Hui Yao's level, not to mention that there was another person to help. After dealing with these, Leander turned around and returned to the car. After all, it was morning and the sun was very hot. Hui Yao squatted down and wiped the dagger. Just as she was about to stand up, she suddenly saw some bloody cloth strips on the ground. She turned her head and whistled, "Don't leave yet." Hearing this, Leander looked at his watch, continued to return to Hui Yao's vicinity, and said, "We have to rush over as soon as possible to prevent the instructors from getting into trouble." "What are you looking at?" "It seems that someone has been here." Hui Yao pointed to the place where the zombies had gathered just now. Hearing this, Leander walked a little closer. He stood under the pipe and picked up the dirty gauze that had been stepped on. At the same time, Leander took a look at the iron bucket next to him and moved it over. Then he climbed up, reached into the pipe and fumbled for a while, and took out a few more pieces of gauze with more blood. Hui Yao frowned slightly, walked forward and took it and smelled it, saying, "It looks like it was left there not long ago." Leander's expression was solemn. He stretched out his finger to dip a little blood, and then licked it with the tip of his tongue. This scene made Hui Yao feel sick, and she asked curiously, "Aren't you afraid that this thing is contagious?" Leander didn't answer. He took out his water cup, rinsed his mouth and spit it out, and said in a deep voice, "There is a smell of gunpowder in this blood." "What do you mean?" Hui Yao didn't quite understand. Then she picked up the intercom and said, "Let the doctor come over." After the voice fell, a man in his 40s came over, also wearing glasses. This man was the doctor of Hui Yao's camp. "Take a look, is there anything wrong?" The doctor took it, looked at it carefully for a few seconds, and said in astonishment, "This man actually used gunpowder to stop bleeding, but this way, there will be infection." Hui Yao thought for a while and said, "In an emergency, maybe just to save lives." After that, she took the doctor back, but found that Leander did not follow. Then Hui Yao looked back and found that he did not speak, but looked at the bandage on the ground without saying a word. Seeing this, Hui Yao asked, "What's the matter? Didn't you say you were in a hurry just now?" Hearing this, Leander looked around and said, "My senior brother and Shin Yu said one thing before, that is, their family was attacked. Could it be that this person is from their camp?" Hearing this, Hui Yao blinked and frowned. "It's not such a coincidence, it's been so long." Leander has a very high IQ. He said that these are probably new injuries, and although the current location is a bit far from the manor, it is only about 30 kilometers away from Qinyu's camp. Chapter 10:13. Hui Yao thought for a moment, turned around and shouted, "Bring the dog here." As he spoke, a man opened the car door and appeared with a German shepherd. Leander was stunned and said in surprise, "Miss Hui Yao, you really gave me a lot of surprises. I found this puppy by chance, and I have been training it. I brought it with me today." Hui Yao smiled, squatted down, touched the dog and said, "Baby, it's your turn to show your skills next." As soon as he finished speaking, Leander stepped forward and held the back of the bandage for it to smell. The German shepherd barked twice and began to lower its head to smell the ground. While smelling, it also moved closer to a certain direction. Seeing this, Hui Yao asked the others to stay alert, and she led the dog and Leander to follow. About 3 minutes later, in a large abandoned trash can. As Leander opened the lid, the two saw a man lying inside. This man was very dirty, and there were many bugs crawling on his hair. The sudden appearance of light woke the man up. Although he was extremely weak, he subconsciously stretched out his hand to block the light. Leander frowned and pulled him out directly. The man wanted to resist, but he couldn't use much strength. He couldn't even stand steadily, and fell to the ground on the spot. The next second, Hui Yao stepped forward and pressed down his hand. He saw the man's face clearly. It seemed a little familiar, but he couldn't remember it. At this moment, the man murmured 2 words. "Hui Yao." As soon as he finished speaking, he fainted. Hui Yao stood up in shock, then picked up the intercom and called for help. At the same time, she quickly squatted down and together with Leander, directly used both hands to remove the garbage and bugs on the man's body. There were even a lot of maggots crawling on the man's left calf, which made Hui Yao vomit on the spot. But after vomiting, Hui Yao directly removed the bugs on his legs and asked others to carry him back to the convoy. The folding bed was placed, and the man was put on it. Even the doctor was shocked by the scene, but he did not dare to neglect it and immediately began to help. At the same time, someone took a towel and dipped it in water to start washing his body and face. As he became cleaner, Hui Yao also recognized who it was. When she led people to surround Su Dali before, she seemed to have seen this person in the woods, but she had never dealt with him. Instead, Leander shouted directly, "I've seen him." "Where?" Hui Yao asked. "Last time, when we went to attack Qinyu's camp with the instructor, we drank together at night." Leander looked solemn, and after thinking for a long time, he said, "Those people seem to call him Lao Cheng." At this moment, the doctor took a pair of scissors and cut open the clothes of the man on the folding bed, and several festering wounds came into view. Then he found an empty bottle of antibiotics and other types of medicines in his pocket. The doctor was stunned and said, "This guy, he is not dead yet." Just like that, half an hour passed before everyone cleaned up the old city and treated the wound again. Almost 10 liters of water were consumed. But after all, he was from Qinyu's side, so Hui Yao didn't say anything more. At most, he could drink less next time, and there must be water on other people's side. The doctor wiped the sweat from his forehead, stood up and said, "This person's legs have begun to rot, causing many insects to eat his rotten flesh. The best result at present is amputation." After saying this, Hui Yao pondered for a few seconds, then looked at Leander and asked, "What do you think about this?" Hearing this, Leander said, "He is Qinyu's friend, which means he is our friend." Hearing this, Hui Yao also understood. She looked at the doctor and said, "Do your best to save his legs. You can get any medical supplies you need from the car." The doctor looked bitter and said, "This is also difficult." Before he finished speaking, Hui Yao shook his head and said, "I am not discussing this with you." Then, she took out the gun from her waist, loaded it quickly, and pointed it directly at the doctor's temple, saying coldly, "From now on, if he lives, you can live." The doctor took a few deep breaths and gritted his teeth and said, "If you want to save your legs, your walking posture may be problematic, and you may need crutches for the rest of your life." Hui Yao nodded and said, "That's fine." After that, she put away the gun. The others present were not surprised at all, because Hui Yao was never a good person. The doctor called a few people to carry the unconscious Lao Cheng into the car, ready to try again. Similar to Qinyu, Hui Yao also had a van with the seats removed, which was usually used as an ambulance. Seeing that they had been delayed for a long time, everyone got back into the car and set off again. Leander looked at the rearview mirror with mixed feelings. Because Lao Cheng now looked almost unrecognizable, and his weight was estimated to have lost dozens of pounds. About 15 hours later, the train was getting closer and closer to the destination, but it was still a long way from the headquarters of the Salvation sect. The information Chinyu had at the moment did not provide the detailed address of the Salvation sect, and they still needed to capture the survivors and interrogate them. It was already night, and the surroundings were pitch black, with only the moon still hanging high in the night sky. Chinyu came to the front of the train and found John Liping, who was resting, and said, "Today, you have worked hard, and a little food is a thank you for your efforts." As he said that, he handed over a package in his hand. John Liping turned on the flashlight, rubbed her eyes, and said, "You want to kill the donkey after it has done its job?" Hearing this, Chinyu smiled slightly, stretched out his hand to tear off a piece of roasted rabbit meat, and ate it in front of the four of them. "Haha, just kidding." John Liping tore the meat, and gave some to the others one by one. "How did you catch this wild rabbit? We tried so hard but couldn't." Chinyu heard the hidden meaning. He stood at the train driving platform and whispered, "After this is over, I will give you a nest of little rabbits. It's a deal." John Liping was very happy, and her tiredness was swept away. More than 3 hours passed. It was late at night. The train stopped at an abandoned station, and everyone did not get off the train, but planned to rest in the car for a night. Chinyu finally put his mind at ease at this moment, which was also calculated in advance, and he tried to arrive at night. After all, driving such a steam train in broad daylight, if it was discovered, it would be over. Although Chinyu felt that the Savior sect might arrange someone to follow them, it was still far away, and this should not happen. As their car entered the station, a large number of zombies also surrounded them, surrounding the train. There were also many zombies on the track along the way, and most of them were smashed into meat paste. Chapter 10:14. In the second half of the night, the people in each carriage basically did not sleep well. Everyone was watching the windows on both sides vigilantly, fearing that the zombies would crack them. At about 6 o'clock in the morning, after a little light, the survivors took out longer weapons, and two people stood in front of the window at the same time, following the instructions, open the window to reveal a gap. The zombie put its head in, and was pierced the next second. In this way, it took almost half an hour to kill these dozens of zombies. The reason why the speed was much slower was mainly because the light here was not very good, and it was easy to be attacked if you got off the train rashly. So later on, basically everyone knocked on the window while looking around, and only got off the train after confirming that there were no other zombies. No other trains were seen stopping in the abandoned station track, but many suitcases were left on the platform. Chinyu stood outside, looked around, then turned around and reached out to the back to pick up Lin Yi. There was no iron plate at the exit, and the light was not good, so you had to be careful when getting off the train to prevent falling into the gap between the train and the platform. Most of the suitcases on the ground have been opened. It seems that someone used to come here often. Xiao Jiu used his foot to push the pink box closest to him, and said casually, "Where are we going next?" Feng Yi had been sleeping during the day, so she was very energetic even if she didn't rest much at night. She walked towards Chinyu and asked. Hearing this, Chinyu looked at his watch and said softly, "It's about half an hour before dawn. You stay here first. I take a few people to check if there are any zombies in the waiting room." After he finished speaking, he looked at Xiao Jiu, who was standing beside him. Xiao Jiu naturally understood what Chinyu meant and nodded slightly. At the same time, Zhang Yin and Alei pretended to walk a few steps in other directions without leaving any trace. Almost in an instant, they surrounded Lei Jida and others. As long as these people had any ill-intentioned actions, they would be shot into sieves by pistols within 3 seconds. The next second, before Chinyu could speak, Yang Yi raised his hand and said, "I'm so idle that I'm going moldy. Take me with you." Seeing this, Chinyu nodded, called 2 more people at random, and walked towards the exit according to the route. Because it was not an important matter, there was no need to bring anyone powerful. The reason why he went to check the waiting room was mainly because there were many people on Chinyu's side. Counting Shang Wanjing and Shen Meng, the number of people was more than 200. So many people walking in the abandoned city was undoubtedly a waste of life. If there were more than a dozen corpse dogs, it would cause panic among the crowd. After all, not everyone could calmly deal with all crises. So in order to avoid any accidents, Chinyu planned to place these people in one area first, and then select 50 people with higher alertness to go into the city to find survivors and get more information. Currently, Chinyu knew very little about Pawnee Bay, so he did not plan to contact them. Of course, the most important thing was that he could not find the location. About 10 minutes later, Chinyu and his companions returned to the platform. He clapped his hands and said, "Everyone, bring your supplies, weapons and ammunition, and go to the waiting room first." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Jida and a few of his men walked towards the wooden boxes. Just as he was about to lift them, His right hand was suddenly held by someone. In an instant, he felt as if his hand was fixed and could not move at all. Xiaojiao said calmly, "We can lift these ammunitions, so you don't have to worry about it." Hearing this, Lei Jita laughed and said, "More people can save some energy. Why be so polite?" After speaking, his left hand continued to reach the edge of the wooden box. Since Lei Jita had never met Xiaojiao, he naturally didn't know who he had offended. The next second, Xiaojiao raised his eyebrows and was ready to throw this guy out. Just then, Qinyu came over and said, "It just so happens that I still have a few boxes that I can't move. Sorry to bother you." Hearing this, Lei Jita looked at his wrist that was pinched red and stepped back half a step. At that moment just now, he almost felt that his wrist was about to be crushed by someone. Soon, Lei Jita and his group carried a few square wooden boxes and left, and their pace was even faster. "What's in there?" Xiaojiao and Qinyu lifted the wooden box containing bullets and walked outside. Batteries and the like. "Huh? Why bring this?" Xiaojiao didn't think of what these things were for at first. He thought they were grease balls. Qinyu explained, "This is what Shang Wenjing brought. I don't know what he did with it." Long Dai was walking in front with a box of shells. When she heard the conversation between the two of them, she turned around and said, "It's used as ammunition for the catapult. When the batteries are shot through by arrows, they will ignite by themselves, and there is no way to put out the fire. You can only wait for them to burn out by themselves. The instructor calls this thing a battery fireball, which is much more powerful than that grease ball." Then Qinyu remembered something and asked curiously, "Where is the catapult? Why didn't I see you bring it with you? Did you forget it?" "It has been disassembled into parts, and is at Hui Yao's place. They brought it here." "Okay." Qinyu nodded and continued on his way with the box. Then Long Dai seemed to guess what Qinyu was thinking and continued to explain, "Although there are only about 3,000 bullets and some shells here, the majority are at Hui Yao's place, so there is no need to worry. It's okay, just make your arrangements." Qinyu didn't say much. After all, Shang Wenjing and his group were good at fighting. Professional things should be left to professionals. Qinyu would not be naive enough to think that he could match them. After being trained for so long, Qinyu was already very satisfied that he could catch up with Zhang Yin and Yang Yu. And if he really went to the battlefield, Qinyu's chance of survival might not be as high as theirs. Just because of this, he almost lost half his life. As for Shang Wenjing's words that he might be able to catch up with a Lei, Qinyu just took it as a comfort to himself. There weren't many zombies outside the train station here. Most of them were wandering around the nearby roads. As for the waiting room, it was completely empty, except for the luggage and packages left everywhere. It seems that when the zombies appeared, these people reacted quickly and ran away. Qinyu put down the wooden box and looked at the blood on the pillars and said, a long time had passed, and the blood had already changed color. The waiting room was very empty, with about a dozen areas. Qinyu and his teammates picked some cleaner ones and let them rest here. Then he began to select people. Chapter 10:15. Of course, without any surprise, the 50 people just happened to include Lei Jita and his lackeys. Just as Qinyu finished speaking, he saw a group of campers coming over aggressively. The next second, a wine bottle hit Lei Jita's head. This directly ignited the atmosphere. Others drew their knives and were about to fight back. Qinyu took a gun and fired a shot at the top of his head, saying in a deep voice, "Are you fucking itchy?" The gunshots made the others quiet down instantly, but they still looked at the other group with anger. Lei Jita, on the other hand, seemed extremely calm. He reached out and touched the broken glass on his head, and there was still some blood flowing down his hair. Qinyu frowned slightly. He couldn't understand why the fight suddenly broke out. Maybe the plan would be affected. Although he didn't like Lei Jita and his group, he had to put the overall situation first at this moment. Qinyu held a gun and looked at the other group of people and said coldly, "Reason?" Hearing this, a middle-aged man shouted angrily, "Xiao Huan is dead." As soon as the voice fell, the other two dragged a corpse forward. At the same time, Xiao Jiao came forward with a flashlight, opened the collar of the corpse, looked at it, and said, "The trachea and artery were cut. It seems that he died a few minutes ago." Then he looked at the temple of the head, where a screwdriver was inserted. Because the head was damaged, it did not become a zombie. Seeing this, Qinyu asked, "Who did it?" The middle-aged man pointed at Lei Jita and shouted, "It was his man, a man with long hair and tattoos on his hands." "Hey, don't spit blood at me. We don't have any brothers with tattoos on their hands?" Then Lei Jita also sat on the chair and sneered, "You bastard, you are here to accuse people just because you lost a few cigarettes, right? Yu stretched out his hand to stop the middle-aged man who wanted to rush forward, and said to Lei Jita, "Let your people line up and stretch out their hands." After the voice fell, Lei Jita waved his right hand, as if he had been prepared in advance. A few minutes later, Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin shook their heads and said, "There are people with tattoos, but they don't have tattoos on their hands." The middle-aged man didn't believe it, so he went to check it out, but he didn't see that face again. He yelled a few words in a rage, and then led people to walk out of the station, trying to find the murderer. After they left, Xiao Jiao stood beside Yu and said in a low voice, "The hands of the body have traces of being tied." "Yeah." Yu nodded slightly, looking at Lei Jita and his group without saying anything. The next second, he walked towards the team of the middle-aged man, who was smashing things to vent his anger. This guy was not furious because someone died, but because the young man named Xiao Huan had his throat cut right under his nose, causing him to lose his dignity. He was fine when he got off the bus, but he died after walking through that passage. Then Yu said something to him, and the middle-aged man snorted coldly and stopped making trouble. Yu asked the accompanying doctor to bandage Lei Jita to prevent this guy from finding an excuse to stay later. Just as everyone was eating their food, Lei said softly, "I know who did it." "Oh!" Yu turned his head to look at him. Lei took a bite of the biscuit and swallowed it, saying, "That guy should have learned martial arts for a few years and received training. He has the shadow of a killer, and is not very weak. Who will win if you meet him?" Yu thought about it and said, 10-0. Lei wrapped the remaining biscuits and put them in his pocket, saying expressionlessly, "In 10 seconds, I can kill him." Hearing this, Yu nodded and said, "In this case, you and Sheng Wanjing stay in the waiting room, and Brother Xiao and I will take people to find out the news." "Yes." Finally, after a simple arrangement, Yu changed his plan temporarily to solve the problem and planned to select another 50 people, led by Dazhuang and Yang Yu. In this way, there were only about 100 people left in the waiting room, mostly women, the elderly, and children, and the strength was greatly reduced. Lei Jita hid the murderer, and he must be planning something else. Yu would not leave such a person behind him. After about 5 minutes, the two teams carried their weapons and gradually left the waiting room. Of course, the weapons and ammunition were not touched. Yu, accompanied by Zhang Yin and Xiao Jiao, a total of 53 people, ran towards the south of the city. They walked through the abandoned shops and streets, but did not find any survivors. There were also few zombies, and the roads were not very crowded. The deeper into the city, the more Yu frowned, because it looked too tidy here. It looked like someone was specifically maintaining the streets. The city here is very large, even though it is now abandoned, but Yu and dozens of people walked for half a day and only checked less than 1/10 of the area. 12 o'clock noon. A group of people sat on the roadside to rest. Everyone was exhausted, except Yu and the other 3. Lei Jita only brought about 30 people this time. According to this guy, some died on the road, so there were only so many people. Yu was naturally too lazy to expose him on this point. The remaining 20 were selected from Shenming and the camp in the villa area, just to let this guy relax his vigilance. Speaking of which, where did all the zombies in this city die? Why can't you see a few on a street? On the contrary, there are more zombies at the train station. Someone started to shout. Hearing this, Yu glanced at the abandoned building in front and said, "Who has the map we just found?" "Here." Shenming's subordinate raised his hand, then took it out of his pocket and handed it over. Yu spread it on the ground, first found the location of the train station, and then followed the route in his mind to locate their current area step by step. After reading the map, Yu whispered, "If we take the train station as the starting point, it is about 40 kilometers away, which is Pawnee Bay." "How do you know?" Zhang Yin asked curiously. "Because it's written on the map." Yu answered. Xiao Jiao squatted down and said to himself, "Pawnee Bay. Those people who were released last time were from Pawnee Bay, right? Well, according to the time, they have returned here a long time ago, but no survivors were found in the city, so they either returned to the base camp or went to find the Salvation Gate," Yu said after a moment of consideration. After he finished speaking, the others looked at him as if they didn't understand. Seeing this, Yu stood on the road and said in a deep voice, "If I'm not mistaken, it should be like this." Civil strife broke out in Pawnee Bay, causing a group of people to leave, but not all of them left. The area here is not far from the city. Although there is only one road on the map and the rest is sea, it is not difficult for zombies to get through. Chapter 10:16. Just then, there was a sudden explosion in front. Xiao Jiao's hearing was not bad. He and Zhang Yin looked at each other, and they stood up at the same time and blurted out, "There are shells." Chen Yu had never been a soldier, so he didn't know much about these sounds. To him, it sounded like explosives, but Xiao Jiao and Zhang Ying could hear the difference. Then everyone stood up quickly and rushed forward. A few minutes later, an abandoned overpass. Chen Yu and his men hid on the bridge, using the opaque part of the fence to cover their figures, and then looked at the street in front. It seemed like two groups were fighting, but Chen Yu felt as if the people inside were being beaten unilaterally. A dozen people outside were guarding the corner, shooting blindly from time to time with guns, looking at Chen Yu with a pity for the bullets. "Can you hit anyone like this?" Chen Yu muttered. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao whispered, "On the battlefield, except for snipers who can kill one by one, most of the time, they rely on fire suppression to advance, and there is no chance for you to aim at the enemy and shoot." Then Zhang Ying added, "Think about it, by the time you finally aim at someone, the enemy's stray bullets may have already flown over, so basically they just fire a few shots and then retreat." The clothes those people in front of them were not anything special, they were not armor or other clothes with obvious features, so Chen Yu and the others could not recognize which faction they were. But this group of people seemed to have plenty of ammunition, as if they were not worried about wasting bullets at all. At this moment, Chen Yu thought of something and turned his head and said, "Lei Jita, don't you want bullets? There are plenty of them down there. As long as you can eat them, I leave them all to you." Hearing this, Lei Jita pretended to be dumb and said, "What are you talking about, buddy? When did I want bullets? Then why did you bring a hammer when you were going to lift the box? Isn't it to pry open the gap?" As soon as this was said, Lei Jita pretended not to hear it. Then Chen Yu urged again, "There are only a dozen people. They are shooting now, and can't pay attention to their backs at all. You can take your men to sneak over and take care of them in a few shots." Lei Jita was very hesitant. He took the binoculars handed over by his men, and carefully looked at the environment behind those people. He did not see anyone else. The battle was going on over there, and they were still changing magazines. Lei Jita glanced up, and found that dark clouds had appeared. It was estimated that it would rain next. He gritted his teeth, and led his men down. Chen Yu nodded slightly to the other 20 people, and the others also nodded in understanding. With just such a small number of people, it should not be possible to kill Lei Jita and his men. Xiao Jiao said earnestly. "I know." "Then why are you doing this? Aren't you afraid that Lei Jita will shoot at us after he runs out of bullets?" "You know in a moment." Chen Yu kept it a secret, and didn't say it clearly. About 3 minutes later, Lei Jita and his group had quietly moved to a position about 20 meters behind those people. He raised his right hand, waited for the right moment, and gave an order. "Go!" As soon as he finished speaking, 50 people started shooting in an orderly manner from all corners. Some of the people in the front used pistols, and the other 20 used hunting rifles and bows and arrows. Of course, these people all followed Chen Yu's instructions. At this distance, it was difficult to kill people with a hunting rifle, and even the bow and arrow were deliberately shot off center. As expected, there were still 5 or 6 left after a round of shooting. The group turned around in shock, and one of them instantly saw the leader Lei Jita, and threw 2 smoke bombs. After all, they were ordinary people in the Doomsday, and had never really fought in a war. In Xiao Jiao's opinion, they were full of loopholes. Lei Jita and the others just pulled the trigger with their guns, without considering the flaws of their bodies. Smoke rose. Because Chen Yu and the other 2 were on the bridge and far away, they could barely see the movements of those people. One of them picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted something loudly, and then he and his teammates quickly got into the sewer next to them. At the same time, a propeller suddenly rose from a farther distance. An armed helicopter quickly flew over here. Seeing this, Chen Yu also picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Everyone, retreat, retreat quickly." As soon as the voice fell, the 3 of them ran quickly towards the exit of the bridge, fearing that they would run too slowly. Xiao Jiao looked back again, and said in a deep voice, "They even have a helicopter. These people are too powerful." Lei Jita saw that there were only a few people left. He wanted to silence them, but he heard the call on the intercom again. He did not believe it at the first time, but suspected that Chen Yu deliberately tricked him to leave. As for the other 20 people, they ran away directly. At this moment, the people on the ground also saw the helicopter hovering 2 kilometers away. The next second, an air-to-ground missile flew out and accurately hit the area where Lei Jita and others were. The powerful explosion instantly tore several people into pieces. Lei Jita reacted quickly, his body suddenly burst out with strength, and quickly hid in the shop next to him. The electric poles on the street collapsed, ruthlessly crushing 3 people to death again. At the same time, in an abandoned house, a survivor looked outside with a dusty face, rolled his eyes, stood up and ran to the back. Qin Yu and the other two looked at the lethality caused by the missile, looked at each other, and understood each other's thoughts. Xiao Jiao said in a deep voice, "No ordinary camp can get such a thing as an armed helicopter, and it is equipped with a pilot." After he finished speaking, Zhang Yin checked his pistol and said seriously, "Just think of these guys as the savior sect." At this moment, Qin Yu did not respond, and picked up the telescope again to look at the street. More than 200 meters away, the visibility was very low due to smoke and dust. After a few seconds, he said, "Don't make enemies with other forces before the last step, even if this helicopter is really from the savior sect." Qin Yu understood that Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin wanted to rob the helicopter, and at the very least they planned to shoot it down. If they went back to the train station to get the equipment, it would not be impossible to do so. This was not because the two of them had changed, but mainly because there were at most two forces in this city. The armed helicopters that could appear here were either from Pawnee Bay or from the savior sect, but these two were likely to be in the same group. So Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin had other ideas. But Qin Yu was very clear about one thing at the moment, that is, they did not know how strong the enemy was. There was indeed hatred between the two sides at present, but if the interests were sufficient, there was still a chance to sit down and talk. The three of them hid behind the abandoned car, and were about to get up when the second shell followed. This time, the helicopter pilot accidentally aimed at Qin Yu and the others. Chapter 10:17. As soon as the missile left the bottom of the helicopter, Xiao Jiao's eyelids jumped, and he subconsciously pushed his hands towards Qin Yu and Zhang Yin. Xiao Jiao still remembered the previous explosion. Although the power was not the top air-to-ground missile, once it hit, there would be no survivors within a radius of more than 10 meters. That is to say, even though Lei Jita hid in the shop next door, he was probably dead at this moment. At this moment, a lot of information flashed through Xiao Jiao's mind. At this moment, his mind was calculating rapidly, like a humanoid computer. At human speed, it was impossible to dodge the missile with legs, but the other party was launching it from a 2-kilometer area, which undoubtedly added a glimmer of hope. And there was another very important detail. Xiao Jiao roughly knew the speed of such missiles, which was about 1.3 Mach. Converted to a simpler way, it was about 500 meters per second. A distance of 2 kilometers, at most 4 seconds, but if they wanted to be safe, the three of them needed to leave the explosion area and run more than 10 meters away. Otherwise, the gravel would penetrate their bodies. For the three people at this time, running 30 meters in 4 seconds is basically not a difficult task. But the problem is that they are now in the city, with various obstacles blocking the route. All this happened in a flash, and Xiao Jiao only took about half a second to think of a countermeasure almost subconsciously. He planned to do his best to push Qin Yu and Zhang Yin out, and use his own life in exchange for the chance for the two of them to survive. If it were someone else present, this time, Xiao Jiao would definitely die. Fortunately, Qin Yu had already undergone a transformation, and Zhang Yin was not an ordinary survivor. Almost the moment his shoulder was touched, Qin Yu reached out and grabbed Xiao Jiao's collar, and at the same time, he kicked the abandoned car on the side of the road with his right foot. With such a strong force, the abandoned car was moved a little outside. With this force, Qin Yu opened a door for himself and Xiao Jiao. At the critical moment of life and death, Xiao Jiao certainly would not sit and wait for death. He also kicked the trash can on the side of the road with his left foot, and the two ran forward quickly. At the same time, Zhang Yin rolled to the right side of the road, and the Desert Eagle instantly appeared in his hand. He knelt on one knee, and held a gun with both hands. His eyes did not fluctuate at all. He predicted the trajectory of the missile, and quickly pulled the trigger 3 times in succession. 3 bullets flew over almost one after another, and one of them just hit the missile fuse. With the influence of external objects, the missile exploded in the sky above the 3 people, instantly collapsing the window glass and facilities on both sides. When Zhang Yin pulled the trigger, Qin Yu had already reached out, his muscles tensed, he gritted his teeth and used all his strength, and actually pulled Zhang Yin up with one hand. The three of them were much ahead of the other survivors in terms of reaction ability and physical speed. Before the bullets hit them, they had already turned their backs and rushed forward again. When the explosion sounded behind them, the three of them hid behind 2 abandoned cars in almost the same action, and protected their vital parts with both hands. After a few seconds, dust flew up, Xiao Jiao shook his head, and cleaned up the broken glass in his hair. "How are you? Are you injured?" Qin Yu didn't bother to check, but asked quickly. Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin shook their heads and glanced at the departing helicopter, their eyes full of hatred. The next second, before they could say anything, Chinyu said in a deep voice. Next, do as you say. Although Lei Jita and his men launched the sneak attack first, Chinyu and his men were just spectators, and were far away. The first missile had killed most of the survivors. If they didn't use a telescope, the helicopter crew couldn't see Chinyu and his men clearly. Without confirming whether the other three were accomplices, he directly identified the others as a group and then killed them. This behavior is undoubtedly equivalent to declaring war, and Chinyu has never been the kind of person who retreats again and again. If it were in the wild, Chinyu might think that the other party's counterattack was not wrong, because the survivors who could appear together were mostly from the same camp. But it was different in the city. It was very likely that other survivors would come in to search for supplies at any time. Of course, Chinyu also realized one thing, that is, the reason why this group of people launched missiles without any scruples was perhaps because they knew very well that there were no other survivors in this city. This information is enough to prove that this helicopter belongs to the Savior sect. Only these people would not take other people's lives seriously. Only the Savior sect would not choose to clean up Chinyu and his men even though they had armed helicopters. When you are confident enough in your own strength, you will not take ants seriously. The three of them got up from behind the abandoned car and did not go back to the train station to get their equipment. Instead, they quickly ran towards the first explosion site to rescue the wounded. As soon as they approached, the ground was filled with a large number of human tissue fragments, and even many fallen electric wires were hung with long strips of flesh and blood. With Chenyu's current vision, he could naturally recognize what those things were. They quickly moved the wounded outside, and at the same time, other survivors who were lucky enough to escape also rushed up to help. Chinyu walked into the shop whose wall was blown down. Lei Jita was kneeling in the middle of the room, with a few little finger-thick iron wires piercing his body. He had turned into a zombie. Chinyu took a deep breath, reached out to take out the knife from his waist, and stabbed the corpse again. Originally, he planned to let those people remember Lei Jita's face, and when the two sides fought later, Lei Jita would definitely be liquidated. But Chinyu had no idea that the other side had an armed helicopter. He had been in the Doomsday for nearly 2 years, and this was the first time he saw this thing. After a long time, they even forgot that they could still operate this thing. About 10 minutes later, all the wounded were rescued. 30 of Lei Jita's men were wiped out. 8 of the other 20 were cut by sharp objects produced by various explosions, resulting in serious injuries and death. Even so, among the remaining 12, 2 had their legs broken by the explosion, and the others were only slightly injured. Chinyu and Xiao Jiao went to the abandoned house next door to find 2 bed boards, and then asked 10 people to divide into 2 groups and carry the wounded to the train station. Zhang Yin walked behind to prevent someone from following secretly. Because of the 2 explosions, the zombies that were originally scattered in the city were attracted here, and Chinyu and Xiao Jiao ran to the front to deal with them. But after walking a few dozen meters, the 2 wounded on the bed board fainted due to excessive blood loss. Chapter 10:18. Seeing this, Chinyu stopped the others, took a look at the injured part, and quickly said, "We must stop the bleeding immediately." After that, he rushed into a restaurant, found 2 porcelain chopsticks, and then returned to the roadside to give them to each person, adding, "Put this under the hemostatic rope, rotate clockwise, and tighten it a little." It would take too long to return to the train station at this moment, at least 2 hours. Xiao Jiao also knew the emergency hemostatic method on the battlefield, and the first aid kit he brought was not damaged, so the most important thing at this time was to find a safe or temporary shelter. A group of people ran quickly on the street, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right. Although they were getting farther and farther away from the conflict point, they did not find any area. At this moment, a figure suddenly ran out of an abandoned house in front. It seemed that she ran out by smashing the glass door with a fire extinguisher. Others immediately looked at her nervously, and even Chinyu took out his gun. The girl who appeared in front of everyone was about 18 years old, very dirty, holding a box in her hand. Because her skirt was caught by the door handle, she fell to the ground. 5 or 6 zombies came out of the window behind her and staggered towards her. The girl reacted quickly, cut off her skirt with a knife, and then ran quickly to other streets. Chinyu and others wanted to go straight, but the girl rushed out of the abandoned house on the right in front, and then ran straight to the left. All this happened in just a few seconds. Chinyu originally thought that this person would shout loudly, but he didn't even look at them, as if he was afraid of being caught up. Seeing this scene, Chinyu frowned, thinking of the shooting of the group of people on the street before. He glanced at Xiao Jiao, who was also thinking about something at this time. Then Chinyu quickly said, "Everyone, hide in the house next door first." After the voice fell, everyone acted in an orderly manner according to the order. Yu hid behind an abandoned car on the right, picked up a piece of rearview mirror fragment from the ground, rubbed some sweat on his fingers, then wiped the mirror, and then put it at the rear of the car. About half a minute later, a group of people appeared again at the place where the girl ran out before. The moment they saw them, Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin took out their guns. Because these people were wearing similar clothes to those on the street before, and their pants were almost all camouflage. But the strange thing was that these people were not running, but walking, and they looked like they were not in a hurry. After they disappeared at the intersection ahead, Xiao Jiao walked to Yu and whispered, "It seems that this group of people are chasing the girl, but the speed is too slow." Hearing this, Yu thought for a few seconds, but couldn't figure out the reason, then turned around and said, "No matter what, let's go to the bell tower in front. There shouldn't be many zombies in it, and we can check the surrounding environment." After that, everyone set off again. But after running for 2 minutes, they met the girl again. This time, the girl had blood on her shoulder, but she still didn't beg Yu and others to save her. At that moment just now, Yu couldn't help but think that they had a grudge against that team, if they hadn't been busy treating the wounded at this moment. With Yu's personality, he would probably take Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin with him to deal with the 6 people. This girl is different from the others. Zhang Yin looked at her limping back and said, "Yes, she was dying, but she was still holding the box," Xiao Jiao said on the side. Yu didn't say anything, but just waved his hand and asked people to continue hiding. He didn't know the girl and had never seen her before. Although she was very beautiful, it was not enough for Yu to lend a hand. When they arrived at the bell tower, they were killing several zombies nearby and were about to break the lock to enter when the girl appeared again. This time, the girl was obviously more seriously injured, and an arrow was stuck in her right shoulder. Because she ran with her head down, the girl did not see Yu and others. She lay directly on the ground and hid herself under a scrap car. The girl only needed to turn her head to see the group of people behind her. Yu asked others to take the wounded into the bell tower first, and then he, Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin hid outside. This time, the group of people appeared faster, only about 10 seconds apart. The leader was a muscular man, with a face full of flesh, holding a bow in his hand. It seemed that the injury on the girl's shoulder was caused by him. "Little girl, tell me, you clearly know how important you are. You can live a good life by following Brother Chen, so why do you go to great lengths to escape?" The muscular man touched his big bald head and grinned. There was no response after he finished speaking. Although the girl began to tremble under the car, she did not make a sound. The next second, the muscular man put away his smile and said in a deep voice, "Fong Xian, I give you one last chance. Come back with me immediately." Although Brother Chen asked me to take you back, he didn't say whether you were half dead. He just ordered me not to touch you, but my brothers may not. When saying this, the muscular man was obviously trying to scare the little girl. After all, even if he had 10 more courage, he would not dare to take advantage of Brother Chen's words. More than 10 meters away, Yu frowned. Zhang Yin glanced at him and whispered, "What are you thinking about, Xiaoyu?" "Think about it, what kind of people are important to the camp nowadays?" Hearing this, the two thought for a moment, and Xiao Jiao said softly, "Either a doctor or a bullet maker. Of course, it is also possible that some boss's woman escaped." Although that's what they said, the 3 of them knew very well that the girl's thin arms and tender flesh were most likely not the second type. As for the third type, according to what the bald man said, it can also be ruled out. In this way, the result is obvious. At this time, Yu and others were in need of doctors, but they were all hesitating whether to save people. After all, the previous incident of being hit in the face by a missile had not been resolved, and now there was another incident. If the other party sent out a helicopter again, the situation would be serious. Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin were silent. They naturally realized this. At least with the first aid kit, it would not be difficult for the 2 people in the bell tower to stop the bleeding. At the same time, those people were getting closer and closer to the abandoned car, and even in order to scare the little girl, 3 of the men began to untie their belts. Seeing this, Yu said in a deep voice, "Saving her will not change the end of this world, but her world may be changed because of it." After that, the 3 of them took out their pistols and loaded them, and began to slowly approach from the back. At this time, Yu, who was sweating profusely, did not realize what Fong Xian's appearance would bring to himself and others. Chapter 1019. There are 8 people in the team that appeared here at this moment. Xiao Jiao squatted in the corner, looked at Yu and Zhang Yin, pointed his right palm diagonally in front of him twice, then pointed his thumb towards himself and extended 2 fingers again. Because Yu is not a soldier, He is probably not familiar with the tactical movements in those troops, so Xiao Jiao optimized it so that he can see it more clearly. The previous instruction meant that 3 people shot from 3 directions at the same time, and each person had 2 targets. If they don't fight, it's fine. But if they do fight, they must end the fight as quickly as possible. Secondly, their equipment has been greatly improved. They have the weapons in the arsenal, and the 3 of them are carrying silencers. Of course, the others don't know about this. Then Qin Yu nodded to Zhang Yin, and he moved to the right. Zhang Yin stayed in the middle, and Xiao Jiao went to the left. Because they had a high degree of tacit understanding, it only took about 10 seconds to complete this series of preparations. The muscular man and others almost surrounded the abandoned car. When he bent down and lay on the ground, making faces at the girl inside, Qin Yu and the other 2 also took action. In an instant, the 3 of them held the gun in almost the same action, holding the gun handle with their left hands, aiming at the 2 closest people with their right hands, and quickly pulling the trigger. With the silencer, the gunshot became lower, but not completely inaudible. Before those people died, they seemed to have only heard a gunshot, and then they felt their heads hit hard by a heavy truck, and they staggered on the spot. With almost no reaction, they lost consciousness. Since Qin Yu and his team fired at almost the same time, the 3 consecutive gunshots were mistaken by the remaining 2 as one shot. Moreover, they were very familiar with this kind of gunshot. When they heard it, they almost instantly recognized that a silencer was installed. Before the muscular man could react, he and another teammate were the only ones around. He exerted his leg muscles and ran wildly into the alley. He was not a fool. When he suddenly heard the gunshots, he subconsciously thought that Fang Xian had led them into a trap. But Brother Qin gave another order to capture them alive. The muscular man did not dare to hold Fang Xian hostage to save his life, so he almost prepared to run on the spot. At the same time, Zhang Yin fired his 3rd bullet, hitting the last man's heart. The man had just raised his gun in his right hand and had no time to fight back, but he was shot first and fell to the ground with an expression of unwillingness to die. Seeing that the bald man ran away, Qin Yu cursed secretly, put his pistol in his pocket, and prepared to chase him. But the next second, Zhang Yin whistled, shook his head slightly, and then pointed at Xiao Jiao. Seeing this, Qin Yu stood up and looked across. The muscular man just ran into the alley, and the smile on his face only appeared for a second, and a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the left. He reacted quickly, smashing the bow with his left hand, and then pulled out the gun from his waist with his right hand. Being able to lead the team to carry out the mission, the muscular man's close combat ability is completely incomparable to those small fry just now. He quickly retreated to the back, pulling away from Xiao Jiao, and raised his right hand to prepare to shoot. Nowadays, the survivors basically load their pistols directly in the wild, which greatly saves time. Seeing this scene, Qin Yu couldn't help but be moved, because this is exactly what Xiao Jiao had said in the basement, that is, within 7 steps, the gun is accurate and fast. The enemy will not stand stupidly, and wait for others to close the distance. As long as they retreat while pulling out their guns, they will win anyway. As expected, the muscular man looked ahead and said with a grim face, "Go to hell." But before he finished speaking, Xiao Jiao kicked the can on the ground, predicting the shooting angle of the muscular man, and they can hit his gun muzzle. After all, if he wanted to shoot, he would definitely need to aim the gun roughly, because there might only be one chance to shoot. At this moment, Qin Yu had countless opportunities to shoot and attack, but Zhang Yin did not make any move. Seeing this, Qin Yu had to suppress his impulse and watch quietly. When they can hit the man, Xiao Jiao had already rushed to him like a hungry wolf. The muscular man's eyelids twitched wildly, and he raised his right hand again, but someone grabbed his wrist and moved it up a little. At the same time, the bullet flew out of the muzzle. Xiao Jiao seemed to know that he would fire this shot, and his head moved a little to the right in advance. The next second, Xiao Jiao held a dagger in his right hand, and quickly swept across the throat of the man in front of him with lightning speed. Plop! The pistol fell to the ground, and the muscular man covered his neck with both hands, with a terrified expression on his face, stepping back step by step. Because Xiao Jiao was very strong, the tip of the dagger was completely inserted into him, for almost 4 centimeters. Then Qin Yu and the other man walked towards him. Zhang Yin glanced at the man with a violent chest rise and fall on the ground and said, "Are you ready to test your close-range ability?" Hearing this, Xiao Jiao, who had just killed a person, seemed to be fine, and said softly, "The last time I fought with Ghost, he seemed to have let me off a bit, so today I want to try to reactivate my body functions to see if there is any regression." Then he turned his head and looked up, muttering, "I heard that man is as good as Ghost. I want to see where the gap between me and them is. When saying this, Xiao Jiao had no expression, his face remained calm. The reason he was eliminated in this election was mainly because he was too tall. With a height of 1.9 meters, it is difficult to enter the special forces under normal circumstances, unless some aspects can make up for the shortcomings. And Xiao Jiao happened to be such a person. But unfortunately, Fang selects people from the special forces, and the assessment requirements are even more difficult. Even if he stands out with excellent results, his height still leads to elimination. After all, he can't become shorter, but those who are second only to Xiao Jiao can gradually catch up through training. This matter has always been a regret in Xiao Jiao's heart. As a soldier, he has been working hard since he knew the existence of that place. Zhang Yin seemed to see what Xiao Jiao was saying. He didn't say anything, but walked over and patted Xiao Jiao on the shoulder, then took out a knife and stabbed it into the head of the corpse on the ground. At this time, Qinyu still didn't see the girl crawling out, and then he lay on the ground and found that she had fainted. Seeing this, he went in and dragged the person out, while Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin stayed to clean up the battlefield. Of course, they wanted to pretend that this place was attacked by zombies to prevent anyone from finding something wrong. For Xiao Jiao, doing this kind of thing is simply handy. There were a total of 4 pistols, all of which were looted by the 2 of them. Then, they waited for a while, until the zombies came over smelling the blood, and then they entered the bell tower. Chapter 1020. The bell tower here should have existed for many years. The space is not very large, but there are stairs to go up. The others huddled in the first floor area, which was a bit crowded because there were too many people. Seeing this, Qinyu called out 4 people who were not seriously injured and asked them to go to the roof to watch the surroundings to prevent the enemy from coming. At this moment, the 2 wounded lying on the bed were still unconscious, and one of them even had his calf bones exposed. But fortunately, the legs were not completely blown off, otherwise they would not have survived even these 10 minutes. Qinyu held the girl and put her on the stairs. Because there was an arrow on his shoulder, he could only lean sideways. At the same time, Xiao Jiao took the first aid kit and began to treat the 2 people urgently. At this moment, Qinyu looked at them with great concern, because these were all his own people, and no matter who died or was injured, it was something that everyone did not want to see. Seeing this, Zhang Yin pushed open the windows, making the light inside the bell tower a little better. He whispered, "Don't worry, Brother Xiao Jiao has also learned first aid, but they have learned how to save their lives in an emergency. Well, it's good that they survived. There will be a camp to support them in the future." After these words came out, the remaining 6 people were even a little moved. They squatted aside and helped Xiao Jiao seriously. No one backed down because of the terrible wounds. Then Qinyu looked at the girl lying on the stairs and said, "It's difficult for ordinary people to deal with penetrating wounds. I go find an abandoned car to see if I can take E over and take care of these 2 wounded people." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and a weak voice sounded in the bell tower. No need. The girl had already woken up, but she had been pretending to sleep. Unexpectedly, the man actually carried her in. Thinking of this, the girl actually had some rough ideas. The other party chose to save people, and did not take advantage of her unconsciousness, which barely showed some of his character. Seeing the 2 men looking at her, the girl actually did something that stunned them. She sat up, raised her right arm, and then took the arrow off. Then, without waiting for the other party to speak, the girl explained herself, "The blood on the arrowhead is from my body, but it didn't penetrate. I picked up the meat from the place where you exploded before. Aren't you afraid?" Qinyu frowned and looked at her. This person is really young. At Lin Yi's age, to have such medical attainments, he is already a genius among geniuses. He doesn't think that the girl in front of him is also a genius. The next second, the girl turned her head to look because the wound on her left shoulder was still bleeding, and then her face showed some pain. But she soon calmed down for a few seconds and said, "What's so scary about corpses? Some living people are much scarier than them." "Your name is Fang Xian?" Zhang Yin also asked from the side. After the voice fell, the girl did not answer, but sat there with her head down. She bit the clothes on her shoulders with her teeth and was about to tear them, but suddenly thought of something and stopped. Seeing this, Qinyu thought about it, took off his t-shirt and threw it to her, saying, "The zombies outside are eating those corpses. There is no way to find other clothes. For the next half an hour, we can only stay in this building." Fang Xian raised her head, her hair and face were covered with dust, but her eyes looked bright. She endured the pain and put the gray t-shirt over her clothes, then said, "How do you know what I'm going to do?" Hearing this, Qinyu said, "I've learned a little about how to deal with wounds. Your clothes and wounds are stuck together, so they must be cleaned up. Oh! She took the small box off her neck, then left only a little gap, and reached in with her right hand to explore. Seeing this, Chinyu was too lazy to look at it, and continued to go to the location of the two injured people with Zhang Yin. In the following time, they did not have any communication with Fang Xian. After all, Chinyu and others are now in a difficult situation, and it is uncertain whether they can survive. Bringing back a survivor is completely meaningless. There are quite a few doctors in the team. Even if this girl is also very powerful, Chinyu still trusts Lin Yi more. At least, Yi has a talented girl Ling by her side. With the two of them, it is enough. Fang Xian didn't seem to want to follow them, so after treating the wounded on her shoulder, she sat in the corner with her box, holding her legs with both hands, without saying a word. Time passed by, and the zombies outside had almost eaten everything, and the corpses were basically eaten to pieces. Their clothes and pants had long been cut by Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin with knives. As long as the corpses were damaged, ordinary people would not be able to recognize who they were. The two wounded had also been treated. Their legs were definitely gone, but it was not difficult for them to survive. The next step was to take them back to the train station and continue to clean their wounds to prevent infection. Fang Xian originally thought that she and these people would be separated from each other forever, but a man's voice made her look up in surprise. Xiu, take these guns with you. Zhang Yin handed the looted pistols to Chinyu, who took them and thought about it, intending to give these guns to others first. At this time, the girl who was originally sitting in the corner hesitated and said, "What's your name?" After saying this, Chinyu turned his head to look at her, and found that the man was also staring at him with an expectant expression on his face. Seeing this, Chinyu did not answer, because in another minute, they would be separated from this girl, so there was no need to know her. When he distributed the guns to the four people, the girl stood up with her hands on the wall, and shouted again, "Is your last name Chen?" Hearing this, if Chinyu had not been sure that she was an orphan without any relatives, he would have suspected that he had heard it wrong. Then Chinyu turned around and looked at her, and whispered, "So what, we can't know each other." The next second, Fang Xian was so excited that she almost cried. She subconsciously limped forward and stuttered, I know her." Chinyu ignored her, and turned to open the door of the bell tower. Suddenly, Fang Xian grabbed his clothes, suppressed her excitement, and said excitedly, "I know Xiao Yao, her name is Li Yao. You are familiar with each other, right?" After the voice fell, everyone stopped where they were. Chinyu's hand stopped in midair. He quickly turned his head to look at the girl behind him, and hurriedly asked, "Where is the person?" At this moment, Chinyu did not doubt whether what the girl said was true or false, because she guessed his last name, which could only mean one result, that is, this girl named Fang Xian had heard it before. Under the doomsday, the number of human beings has decreased sharply. Generally speaking, it is difficult to meet survivors with the same name. Chapter 1021. But the amount of information was too much. Chinyu couldn't confirm where she heard it from, but if Li Yao was included, then it would be easy to understand. After such a long time, hearing this name again, whether it was Chinyu, Xiao Jiao, or Zhang Yin, they all surrounded her instantly. Fang Xian patted her chest and choked with sobs. You finally came." At the end, she even started crying. Seeing this scene, Chinyu waved his hand, signaling others to go upstairs to be on guard, and at the same time left the vicinity of the door, and continued to return to the inner area. The three of them stood under the window, while Fang Xian went back and sat on the stairs, lowering her head and saying, "Sister Xiaoyao has always wanted to go back to find you." Hearing this, everyone was silent. A few seconds later, Chinyu said with a guilty tone, "We don't know who took Li Yao away, nor do we know where she is. The camp has just been attacked, and it is at a critical moment. We can't go around the world to find her." Before she finished speaking, Fang Xian raised her head and said seriously, "Sister Xiaoyao often told me that she believed you didn't give up on her. The reason she didn't come was that she must not know where she was, and she never blamed you." Xiao Jiao hesitated and asked, "How is she doing now?" Fang Xian pondered for a while. "I don't know how to answer." She touched the exquisite bracelet on her right wrist and whispered, "It was fine before, but then it got messy." Just then, Chinyu took out a flashlight and shone it over, and then he completely believed what Fang Xian said. Because she was wearing the bracelet that Xiaoyin had given to Li Yao. Perhaps because it was very expensive, the bracelet did not change much and did not fade. Fang Xian was about to tell them in detail what had happened during this period, but was interrupted by Chinyu. "Wait a minute." After he finished speaking, Chinyu called the remaining people, handed them 4 pistols, and said in a deep voice, "You should be able to remember the way back, right?" The 6 people nodded to show that they knew. Seeing this, Chinyu took a dagger and gently knocked on the railing beside the stairs. Someone immediately stuck his head out, and then Chinyu said, "Come down." After a few seconds, he said seriously, "The 10 of you will escort these 2 companions back first, and let Dr. Lin rebandage the wounds. These guns are for you to defend yourself." Okay. No one else had any objection, lifted the bed, and left the bell tower. Since he had already known Li Yao's whereabouts, Chinyu naturally had to go find her. Before he didn't know her exact whereabouts, Chinyu could only comfort himself. At that time, he thought that Li Yao was not in the camp, and was not hurt when she was taken away. It seemed that those people were not bad, and Chinyu didn't need to make a choice. At that time, he was very worried that he would hurt Li Yao. His childhood experience made Chinyu not very good at dealing with these things. But later when he returned to the camp, Chinyu was actually insomniac for many nights. He felt that he was very sorry for Li Yao because she never asked for anything and even took the initiative to distance herself from him in the community. But the more sensible Li Yao is, the less Chinyu knows what to do. If she can push a little further, Chinyu will not have so many concerns. So when he heard Lei say that he had trained Li Yao privately in the cave, he was actually relieved. If you say what is the most important thing at this moment in this coastal city, then 2 of them are tied for first. Finding Li Yao and finding Lin Yi's eldest brother are not in order. When the others left, Chinyu closed the door again and looked at Fong Xian again. The dirty girl with a determined look in her eyes had already sorted out her thoughts and began to speak slowly. About 10 minutes later, in the bell tower, the 3 people had solemn expressions on their faces. Originally, they thought they would meet Li Yao soon, but unexpectedly, Fong Xian said that she had been separated from her for several days. Chinyu analyzed what he heard and asked, "You mean, before the 3 of you were trapped in Pawnee Bay, a man used some methods to create a riot, and at the same time, a large number of zombies were lured outside?" "Yes, that's right." Fong Xian nodded and added, "At that time, there was a sister, her name is Hiji, who told us after waking up that she found several packages wrapped in oilcloth at the pipeline location on the beach, a bit like a submersible, and no one knew who hid them there, even oxygen tanks." "What's the man's name?" Chinyu nodded slightly, thinking of something, and asked subconsciously, "Lin Hao." After this was said, the 3 looked at each other, without much ripples in their hearts, because there were not many living people at the moment, and in a certain area, it was not very surprising to hear this name. The next second, Chinyu took a few deep breaths, trying to calm his tone, and said, "Is this person good or bad?" Unexpectedly, Fong Xian asked back, "What is the difference between good and bad people now?" Everyone stands on their own standpoint. In order to survive, they will do something that goes against their ideals. Isn't it normal? Chinyu thought about it, changed his tone and said, "Have you heard of the Savior sect?" Hearing this, Fong Xian was even more helpless. She sat on the stairs and spread her hands, saying, "What do you think? The guys who chased me just now belong to the door you mentioned." At this moment, Chinyu frowned slightly, looked at Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin, and then turned and walked to the door. Seeing this, the 2 of them understood and followed. "Do you think this is a bit too coincidental?" Xiao Jiao glanced behind him inconspicuously. The girl named Fong Xian looked at them anxiously with a puzzled expression. Then he whispered, "It's really a coincidence. Just when we were about to go to bed, someone came to deliver pillows." However, Zhang Yin disagreed at this time. "I think this is not a coincidence. It is very likely that there has been chaos here a few months ago. Tell me what you think." Chinyu nodded slightly, and looked at Zhang Yin and spoke. After hearing this, Zhang Yin pondered for a moment and said, "The girl mentioned earlier that the camp they were in had been in turmoil for a long time. According to this time estimate, it was almost the days when the Savior Gate team appeared." Chinyu thought about it quickly, and then said, "Maybe I am just worrying too much. After all, we came here without being exposed. In the current environment, unless the Savior Gate restarts the satellite, they will not be able to find us coming. In this case, there is no possibility that they will arrange such a person to appear." Chapter 1022. Then Chinyu smiled and said, "Speaking of which, it's time for us to get lucky." After that, the 3 continued to walk towards the stairs. Fong Xian blinked and said, "Let me guess, do you think I deliberately deceived you?" "Sorry, your appearance is indeed more coincidental than we thought. We came here to find Li Yao, and—" "With whom?" Fong Xian had been wandering alone in the city for several days, so she spoke a little hurriedly and interrupted Chinyu directly. Chinyu paused for a moment and said, "With a man named Lin Hao." Hearing this, Fong Xian was a little dumbfounded. She touched her forehead with the back of her hand and muttered, "Strange, I don't have a fever. Why do I have hallucinations? Seeing this, Xiaojiu said, Li Yao and the others, how long have they been separated from you? When it comes to business, Fang Xian said like a deflated ball, alas, it's been several days. I don't know where they are now, because there are many people on duty in Pawnee Bay, so in order to let them evacuate smoothly, let me put on a diving suit first, and then sneak out quietly. Then, there are many other people in this city. If I run around everywhere, I will be discovered, and then someone will come after me. Hearing this, Jin Yu looked her up and down and said softly, You are very important to that Pan Yuan. Fang Xian supported her chin with her hand and blinked. It depends on the specific situation. For example? Zhang Yin was curious. Because she already knew the identities of these people at this moment, and Fang Xian trusted Li Yao very much. Fang Xian subconsciously believed in this man she often mentioned, that is, Qin Yu. Then she paused and said, For example, if someone gets a serious illness, then I'm very important. After she finished speaking, Fang Xian tilted her head and looked at the three people in front of her, and said proudly, In today's medical environment, I may be more useful, so those people don't dare to kill me. After these words came out, whether it was Qin Yu, Xiaojiu, or Zhang Yin, they all took a half step forward excitedly. Seeing this, Fang Xian covered her chest nervously, and said timidly, Why do you have such expressions? Qin Yu patted their shoulders and said quickly, Are you a Chinese medicine doctor? Fang Xian hesitated for a few seconds and nodded. Then Qin Yu said to himself, Why are you so young? Aren't Chinese medicine doctors very old, and have white beards? Are you talking about my grandfather? Because he had seen too many dead people in the doomsday, Fang Xian didn't feel too sad when talking about his relatives. After all, Fang Xian had already accepted the fact when the car fell off the cliff. Are you from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners? Qin Yu and the other two's eyes lit up. The next second, Fang Xian nodded again and said, If it is true according to what is said outside, it is indeed so. Great. Qin Yu rarely waved his right hand, his face filled with excitement from the bottom of his heart. But he was not so happy that he forgot about the main business. At this moment, he had found the traditional Chinese medicine he had been thinking about day and night. Next, he just had to protect her from danger. Qin Yu relaxed his mood and asked, Tell us again about the location of Li Yao and Lin Hao. Hearing this, Fang Xian sighed and said, What we know now is that the three of them probably escaped from Pawnee Bay, but we don't know where they went. You know how big this coastal city is. It's almost impossible to find a few people. Didn't you agree on a meeting place? Qin Yu asked. No. Fang Xian shook her head. I just imagined that if I was caught, I might be taken back to the Savior Gate. If they survive and don't meet me within a week, they will try to go near the Savior Gate, but it's not certain. Xiaojiu frowned and said, With their power, they should not be able to save you, right? Not saving you. Fang Xian waved her hand. Now you know how difficult it is to meet a Chinese medicine doctor in the apocalypse. After all, people like us can go to the mountains to collect herbs to treat diseases, which greatly reduces our dependence on the environment. Once you are discovered by any camp, the worst-case scenario is that your personal freedom will be restricted, and then you will be like a machine every day, waking up to treat people. Qin Yu followed up and said, So they are not worried that you will be in danger. On the contrary, if you are caught, it is equivalent to being safe. Yes. Fang Xian looked at her long skirt covered with mud and said, If it weren't for Sister Xiaoyao, Brother Lin, and Sister Ji, they all did me a favor, otherwise why would I make myself so miserable? After the voice fell, Qin Yu looked at the time on his watch and said again, I didn't expect that at such a young age, you could use yourself as bait and walk alone in the doomsday in exchange for the chance for the three of them to escape. Hearing this, Fang Xian actually curled her lips and said, Humph, that person thought that I would not think about Sister Xiaoyao and the others because I had a good life with clothes and food, so he only sent a large number of guards to watch the only entrance and exit, thinking that this way he could keep an eye on me. It was a complete mistake. I am Miss Fang, the descendant of a traditional Chinese medicine family. How could I be greedy for these material things? Money is just a number to our family. Before, those wealthy and powerful people wanted to see a doctor, but they had to see my grandfather's mood. Those people had calculated everything, but they actually ignored the diving suits hidden in the seabed. When she finished speaking, she found that the three people in front of her didn't seem to understand, so she waved her hand and said, Forget it, it's useless to tell you this. Let's find a way to find Sister Xiaoyao and the others. Take us back to where you landed first, and see if there are any places nearby that are easy to hide people. Qin Yu said. Okay. Fong Xian nodded and prepared to follow. She didn't dare to go back there alone, but now it was different with Qin Yu and the other two. Apart from anything else, the 1.9-meter tall guy, with muscles all over his body and arms thicker than her thighs, Fong Xian was naturally not afraid of those zombies and enemies, and she agreed directly. Although she would not be in too much danger if she went back, she would be caught if she did so. Fong Xian didn't like being restricted in her freedom, and she would rather stay with Li Yao. But the next second, Qin Yu pointed at her feet and said, "Do you want me to find you something to use as a crutch?" Hearing this, Fong Xian shook her head, squatted on the ground, took off her left shoe, and then poured out the stones inside, smiling and said, "Oh, I was just pretending, otherwise how could those people let their guard down and be surrounded by you?" Chapter 1023. After saying this, Zhang Yin looked at her with a high gaze and said, "Could it be that you have already planned the follow-up since you saw us?" Fong Xian stood up and whispered, "If I am not smarter, how can I survive? After all, although I am very capable, my fighting power is not good enough. Well, in the words of Sister Xiaoyao, unless I can get close to others and gain their trust, my fighting power is basically zero." "Then is the injury on your shoulder also fake?" Qin Yu picked up a dagger on the ground and handed it to her for self-defense, saying, "No, no, no." Fong Xian used the ointment she prepared herself, and was not worried about the injury at the moment. She said casually, "Half true and half false can confuse others." After listening, Qin Yu also nodded. After all, this girl is so young and can treat people, so she must have started learning at a very young age. And she was able to plan everything in advance and successfully solve those people with their hands, which can prove that she is a smart person. In this way, many things would not be so troublesome. With Qin Yu, Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin following, Fong Xian still led the way very cautiously, but she was not so scared. Whether it was the zombies that appeared from the blind spot or the enemies patrolling in the city, they were easily solved. About half an hour later, Qin Yu killed one person, looked at his magazine and said, "I only have 3 bullets left." "I still have 2. Xiao Jiao answered. As for Zhang Yin, he shook his head directly, indicating that he had run out of bullets. Seeing this, Qin Yu looked at the girl squatting in front of him and asked, "How far is it from the area where you landed?" "About 3 kilometers. Hearing this, Qin Yu took out the map from his pocket and said, "Point out the location." Fong Xian nodded, lifted the bangs on her forehead, and looked at the paper in front of her seriously. Although she also had a ponytail at this moment, it was covered with a lot of dust and garbage. Seeing this, Qin Yu reached out to clean the garbage on her hair. The next second, Fong Xian tensed up, but soon relaxed. Fong Xian believed in Li Yao's character. When they parted, Li Yao repeatedly emphasized that if she really met the man named Chen Yu, she could just follow him. This was mainly because before Fong Xian left Pani Bay, many people mixed in with the zombies suddenly appeared at the entrance and attacked the guards. Fong Xian didn't know those people, but Lin Hao recognized them. Most of them were former residents of Pani Bay. Although they didn't know what was going on with these people, it was undoubtedly equivalent to helping them, which was just right to attract attention. In this way, by using the fire to bake the cement on the ground to cause an explosion, Fong Xian was sent out. The reason why Li Yao was not allowed to follow was that Lin Hao knew that Jiang Chen had too many subordinates. If there were still his people in the city, Li Yao would not only fail to protect Fong Xian, but there might be accidents. After all, with Fong Xian's help, Jiang Chen's illness began to get better day by day. He might care about Fong Xian's safety, but others might not. Li Yao is beautiful, and with Fong Xian's power, she can only let her live. So if Li Yao is captured alive, she will probably be targeted by other men. Considering this, Fong Xian said that she can do it alone. From the moment Fong Xian chose to step forward to save Lin Hao and Li Yao really regarded her as her sister. About half a minute later, Fong Xian had determined the approximate location where she had landed before. Then Qin Yu looked at it for a few times, turned his head and said, "Brother Xiao, Zhang Yin, please go over and check it out first. I will take her back to the train station first. It's getting dark." "Okay." Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin nodded. Just as they were about to leave, Xiao Jiao suddenly remembered something and walked back to squat, followed by Zhang Yin. "What's wrong?" Fong Xian blinked. If a person's arm is injured, and it has healed but not completely, and is stimulated by external factors, it will cause tremors from time to time. "Can you cure it?" Xiao Jiao looked at the girl in front of him sincerely and asked. Hearing this, Qin Yu also looked over seriously. Hearing this, Fong Xian touched his chin with his hand, thought for a moment and said, "It needs to be combined with Chinese medicine and acupuncture, but my small medicine box fell into the group of corpses. I don't know if it was trampled." After she finished speaking, she nodded and said, "If we can find the box, I'm 50% sure we can give it a try. I have to wait until I check it myself to know the details." Then Zhang Yin asked nervously, "What if the child has a head injury that causes him to be unconscious?" "What kind of injury?" Fong Xian turned her head to look to the left. "He hit the ground, probably at the back of his head." Qin Yu turned around and gestured. Seeing this, Fong Xian shook her head and said, "This part of the brain is too important. If the nerves are damaged, it is difficult to repair them. Whether it is traditional Chinese medicine or modern medicine, it is difficult to treat." Before she finished speaking, Fong Xian saw Qin Yu slightly shaking his head, signaling her with his eyes not to continue. Fong Xian then realized that the man named Zhang Yin suddenly looked ashen. When they were on the road earlier, the other two had already introduced themselves. Fong Xian, who had been very smart since childhood, realized the approximate identity of the child almost instantly, and then said seriously, "Don't worry, Brother Zhang, it's difficult to treat, but it's not completely incurable. You have to wait for me to see it to know." Zhang Yin smiled calmly, and didn't say much. After such a long time, he has actually figured out a lot. Then Xiao Jiao took Zhang Yin away, and the two went to the location Fong Xian mentioned before. After they left, Fong Xian turned around and asked, "Qin Yu, do you have a lot of wounded people?" "Well, our journey was not very peaceful, otherwise, we should have come to find Li Yao and Yi's eldest brother a long time ago." "Who is Yi?" Fong Xian followed behind Qin Yu and asked curiously. "I introduce you to her later." Qin Yu took the pistol and led her back. Fong Xian said "Oh," and looked back as she walked. Although the medicine box fell before, Fong Xian later found another one to store the occasional supplies. She used the medicinal materials that Jiang Chen's men had looted in the city, and those found in the mountains to make an ointment that could be applied to the wound, and carried it with her. Because the journey back was long, Fong Xian was a little tired when she walked to the back. Her physical strength was really not as good as Qin Yu's, not to mention that the food had been eaten yesterday. After walking for another 10 minutes, Fong Xian licked her dry lips, sat on the steps by the roadside, waved her hands and said, "No, if I go on, I will really have hypoglycemia and fall to the ground." Chapter 1024. Hearing this, Qin Yu turned around and looked at her. After a few seconds of silence, he said, "I don't have any food. I gave all the food to those people before." Hearing this, Fong Xian thought for a moment and sat there without saying anything. At this moment, Qin Yu was shirtless, with a body of tendons and bronze skin. Under the reflection of the setting sun, Fong Xian even blushed. She lowered her head and muttered something, then stood up with the help of the wall. The next second, Qin Yu walked into the abandoned shop on the right, picked up a broom from the corner, removed the wooden handle, and then handed it to Fong Xian, saying, "Hold on for a while." Fong Xian took it, tilted her head, and looked at the young man who was much taller than her, and asked curiously, "If I want you to carry me, will you agree?" Qin Yu shook his head slightly, and continued to lead the way. Fong Xian curled her lips, and quickly followed. Not long after walking, Qin Yu stopped. Fong Xian lowered her head, and didn't notice it for a moment, and directly bumped into Qin Yu's back. It's just a pity that Qin Yu was like a copper wall, and didn't shake at all, but Fong Xian bumped her head herself. She touched her forehead depressedly, and was about to say something, but she found that Qin Yu walked into an abandoned room on the right again. Fong Xian turned her head and looked. The words on the sign in front of the door were no longer clear, and the inside looked quite messy. At this time, Qin Yu was rummaging through the pile of debris on the ground. After more than 10 seconds, he turned around and walked out. When leaving the door, Qin Yu took the t-shirt hanging on the shelf. "This is for you." Fong Xian was stunned. In front of her was a very dirty umbrella. At this moment, Fong Xian actually felt a little sour in the tip of her nose. She held the broom handle in her right hand, took the umbrella with both hands, and murmured, "It has been a long time since the zombies appeared. No one has been so kind to me. Sister Xiaoyao is one of them." Then Fong Xian raised her head, looked at the man in front of her who had put on his clothes again, and asked, "If I were not a Chinese medicine practitioner, would you still take care of me like this?" Hearing this, Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "I just think your skin is quite white. It's a pity to get tan like this." At this point, he paused for a moment and added, "Secondly, your appearance can help us avoid many detours, and at the same time help me solve a problem that I can't let go of. Revenge for revenge, repay for kindness." To me, your identity is not important. What's important is that you are not standing on the opposite side of us. In this case, of course, I will try my best to win you over. Fong Xian stood quietly in front of him, not speaking for a long time. She actually wanted to say that where Li Yao was, she would be there, but after hesitating for a while, she didn't say it out loud. Just then, a zombie crawled out of a pile of ruins on the right and staggered towards the two of them. Seeing this, Qin Yu drew out his knife, walked over steadily and killed him. Then, when he turned around, Fong Xian said seriously, "Let's go back quickly, I'm still waiting to treat your people. It has been almost 2 years since I stayed in the apocalypse." At this moment, it was the first time that Fong Xian took the initiative to ask for help. Before Li Yao was beaten, Fong Xian only showed goodwill in order to seek her protection, and at that time she still concealed something, and did not tell the other party in detail what her identity was. Qin Yu was slightly startled, then looked at the girl in a long skirt a few meters away, and chuckled. "Okay." In the waiting room of the train station, Dodge Wang and others almost rushed back, but did not find any survivors. Of course, this is actually normal, because the direction they went was exactly the opposite of Qin Yu's team. At this time, Lei sat on the ground, leaning against the pillar, quietly wiping the blood on the dagger. Just a few minutes ago, the man in the dark couldn't wait and wanted to attack the doctors and nurses in their team. This time, Lin Yi did not wear a white coat like those doctors, but just dressed normally. She wore a light blue dress, still tied her hair into a ponytail, and wore a baseball cap, with her hair on her temples against her cheeks. Both her temperament and appearance were still so fresh and refined. Other women were more or less affected by the doomsday environment, but Lin Yi was like nothing had happened, and there was not much change. Feng Yi often pinched her waist and face, asking if she had secretly taken some immortality medicine. At this moment, the two were sitting in a chair next to Lei and whispering. At this moment, a group of people came to the entrance of the waiting room. One of them, who was running in front, fell down because he was too anxious. But he didn't stop at all, and immediately got up from the ground, and shouted anxiously, "Doctor! Doctor, come quickly! There are 2 people seriously injured here." As soon as the voice fell, almost everyone stood up quickly. At the same time, Lin Yi quickly replied, "Carry the injured to the service desk." After that, she went to the box to look for first aid tools. Even if there are more doctors in the camp now, if we talk about the level of ability to deal with external injuries, these people present are not as good as Lin Yi alone. When the 2 wounded appeared in front of him, Lin Yi just glanced at them roughly, and then shouted seriously, "Give me the scalpel." Xiao Ning beside her quickly handed it to her. Lin Yi took it, cut the tourniquet, and threw it away, pressed the thigh of the wounded with her fingers, and said with a gloomy face, "The wound has been simply hemostatic. Why do you still need to tie it with a thin rope? And tie it so tightly?" Hearing this, a man in his 30s, who looked honest, said with tears and snot, "The journey is too long, I am worried that he will bleed again due to the bumps. So I thought of this method temporarily. I saw that Qin Yu did this before." "How long did it take for the second time?" "More than an hour." Hearing this, Lin Yi, who was treating the wound again, looked even worse, but he didn't say those words. After all, it was difficult to save the legs of these 2 people. If they hadn't been treated urgently, they would have lost their lives. And because of this additional follow-up step, the amputation side of one of them might have risen from the middle of the calf to the knee. Just at a glance, Lin Yi could see that the tourniquet had been tied for at least an hour. And they didn't use the kind of retractable belt, but a thin rope. Being tied up with this thing for more than an hour, Lin Yi didn't dare to think about what would happen next. "Is the wire saw disinfected?" Lin Yi asked someone to hold down the wounded, and turned his head and shouted, "It's done!" The nurse on the side had been waiting for a long time. Seeing this, Lin Yi looked solemn, took a deep breath, and began to amputate the wounded. Chapter 1025. Although local anesthesia had been performed, Lin Yi was worried that the injured person would suddenly wake up and move around subconsciously after seeing this scene. After all, everyone has different tolerance levels for pain, so she must not be careless at all. Others looked at her nervously, and even dared not breathe too loudly, for fear of affecting the progress of the operation. At the same time, the battery she carried had been connected to the light bulb, wrapped around a clothesline, and held high above the service desk. Time passed by minute, and the light blue dress Lin Yi was wearing was stained with blood. When she finished with the first wounded, the doctors had already simply dealt with the second one, and were waiting for Lin Yi to come over. They could also try to amputate the wounded, but in terms of professionalism, it was still a bit unprofessional. Secondly, the scene was too bloody and ordinary people could not bear it at all. After all, Many people only started to develop from a certain department to an all-round doctor after the outbreak of the doomsday. While Lin Yi was applying anesthesia to the wounded, she turned to Feng Yi, who was holding a light bulb, and said, "I'm sorry, Sister Feng, the new clothes you gave me are dirty again." Hearing this, Feng Yi shook her head and said, "It's okay, there are plenty of clothes, you can find them everywhere." The treatment process was quickly over, and someone also gave blood transfusions to the two wounded. Fortunately, they all knew someone who knew what blood type they were. Seeing this scene, Ding Qi originally wanted to donate blood herself, but was stopped by her sister. After all, with her body, she couldn't support the blood transfusion for two injured people. But fortunately, there were many people in the waiting room, and many of them knew what blood type she had. In this way, there were no accidents. After finishing the work, Lin Yi's tense nerves finally relaxed a little. Every time at this time, she was worried that she couldn't handle it well. But after all, she was a genius doctor, and Ling was always standing by and watching, so fortunately it was completed smoothly. Shang Wanjing stood in a farther area, watching the figures of those people cleaning, and whispered, "That girl is still very calm at this time, which is rare." Hearing this, Han Liyuan took his hand, and said gently, "You have seen Dr. Xiaolin before, why don't you call her name? I haven't seen her treat the wounded on the spot." After the voice fell, Han Liyuan turned her head to the right, and said slowly, "Brother Jing, I seem to see you rarely smile on this road, why?" Hearing this, Shang Wanjing was silent for a few seconds and said, "It's not the time yet." Han Liyuan felt mixed emotions, but didn't say much. Everyone in the waiting room was looking at the entrance and exit nervously at this moment, because many people had not returned. The 10 people sat on the ground, and they didn't say a word when everyone asked them questions. Lin Yi took out a set of clean clothes from the box and was about to go to the bathroom to change, but Alei stood up and said, "Wait a moment." After that, Alei walked over there first. Seeing this, Feng Yi stood beside Lin Yi and explained, Alei was worried that there was danger in the bathroom, so he went in to check it out in advance. Hearing this, Lin Yi nodded as if he understood, and said, "Alei is really nice." About a minute later, Alei came out of the women's restroom, looked at the two of them, nodded slightly, and then sat back on the chair. Seeing this, Feng Yi took Lin Yi's arm and said, "Let's go, I go with you, so that you won't get into danger, otherwise Qin Yu will probably never have anything to do with us again." Lin Yi was dragged forward by her, and said helplessly, "It's not as serious as you say." Originally, everyone in the waiting room was chatting, but since the wounded appeared, everyone stopped talking and sat quietly in their respective seats. Just like that, I don't know how much time has passed, and footsteps were heard outside again. Dazhuang opened his eyes instantly, stood up, and walked towards the door. When he saw Qin Yu appeared in front of him intact, Dazhuang was relieved, but soon he frowned and asked, "Where are brothers Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin?" "In the back, come back later." Qin Yu pushed the door open and walked in. Dazhuang nodded slightly, and did not ask where Lei Jita and his group had gone. Because Fang Xian hid behind Qin Yu, others did not notice her figure. It was not until she came closer that everyone saw that there was a young girl, who was also very beautiful. Seeing this, some people looked at Qin Yu in surprise, and then set their eyes on Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi was only a little absent-minded for a moment, but did not think too much. She trusted Qin Yu unconditionally. Lin Yi stood up and walked towards Qin Yu, saying softly, "Next time you go out, bring more people with you. After all, this is not our place." Qin Yu put his arm around Lin Yi's shoulders, smiled at her, and said, "Okay, I listen to you." After saying this, Qin Yu turned around and said softly, "Let me introduce you again. This is my lover, Lin Yi." Fang Xian was very tired after walking so far, but she was still like a curious baby, looking at the figure in front of her, and subconsciously said, "Hello. My name is Fang Xian." Because of Qin Yu's words, Lin Yi's face was slightly flushed. Her eyes curved slightly, and a dimple appeared at the corner of her mouth. She said, "Hello, little sister. As for my husband, you should have known him, right?" "Yeah." Fang Xian nodded quickly, then she whispered, "It's really beautiful. No wonder Sister Xiaoyao can't compare." "What?" Lin Yi didn't hear clearly, and was a little confused. "Nothing." Fang Xian shook her head. Because there are so many deaths now, although everyone will still feel sad, it won't last too long. After all, if they spend all their time remembering the dead, they will probably find it difficult to live peacefully. At this moment, Fang Xian's stomach gurgled again. She was almost starving on the way. Seeing this, Qin Yu turned his head and said, "Yi, take her to eat something first. I have something to discuss with Shang Wanjing." Then, He lowered his head and leaned close to Lin Yi's ear, adding some more information. Fong Xian, who was standing next to the two of them, felt warm in her heart, and her good impression of Chun Yu increased a little. She originally thought that after Chun Yu took her back, he would openly announce her identity. In that case, Fong Xian might feel a little irritated again. Fortunately, Chun Yu did not do so. Sure enough, when Lin Yi finished listening, she looked at Fong Xian with a hint of surprise, as if she was lamenting that at her age, she would actually have such an identity. "Little sister, come with me." Lin Yi stretched out a hand. Fong Xian subconsciously took it, then looked up at Chun Yu and asked, "Don't you want to go see the patient first?" Chapter 1026. Hearing this, Chun Yu said, "You are already here, you can't run away, don't rush now." Although he said so, Chun Yu actually wanted her to rest well, and wait until her energy and physical strength are restored before going to check them. After saying this, Fong Xian was a little nervous, and the strength of her hands was a little greater. Seeing this, Lin Yi pretended to be angry and said, "Oh, don't scare the little girl." Then she let go of her hand, hugged Fong Xian's left shoulder and smiled. "Chun Yu is teasing you. He means that he wants you to take a simple rest first, and change clothes by the way, after all, you have walked such a long way." After that, Lin Yi took her away. Chun Yu stopped where he was, touched his nose, and then walked toward Shangwan Jing. "How is it?" Long Jia looked at him approaching, yawned and asked. "Good news or bad news? Which one do you want to hear first?" Chun Yu sat on the chair, sorted out his thoughts, and spoke. Long Dai rolled her eyes, a little speechless. In the current situation, what good news is there for us? Is Jiang Chen suffering from a terminal illness? Unexpectedly, Chun Yu nodded after he finished speaking. Seeing this, Shangwan Jing stepped forward and frowned at him. According to the little girl just now, Jiang Chen does exist, and his previous name was indeed Nyukin. Speaking of this, Chun Yu looked at Shangwan Jing and felt a little confused, because they both used aliases. However, there was a difference. Jiang Chen used his real name again, and Shangwan Jing chose a new identity. Although Chun Yu was curious about this, he also knew that it was someone else's secret, so he naturally didn't ask too much. "What disease did he have?" Shangwan Jing asked. Hearing this, Chun Yu replied, "I'm not sure. Fong Xian told me at the time that it was a very rare and difficult disease. She just happened to have seen it in the old family prescription." As soon as this was said, Long Dai instantly captured the key information. She turned her head and looked at the 11 o'clock direction, wondering, could she be? Everyone present was smart, so some things naturally didn't need to be said completely. Chun Yu pondered for a few seconds, then nodded gently. People like Shangwan Jing are naturally trustworthy. What's the bad news? Long Jia was a little curious, and was about to put his left leg on the chair next to him. But when he saw his sister's eyes, he smiled awkwardly and put it down again. He didn't know why. Since he met with the survivors from other camps, his sister Long Dai has been controlling him from time to time, and even began to restrain his behavior. Bad news, Fong Xian had to treat Jiang Chen in order to save people and survive. Now he is getting better day by day, and we don't know where the Salvation Gate is at present. Hearing this, Shangwan Jing and others fell silent again. Because it involved a conversation, Han Liyuan was very tactful and walked away a little, teasing to buy. So we have to kill Jiang Chen in one fell swoop before he completely recovers. When saying this, even Shangwan Jing didn't have much confidence. Before the zombies appeared and the doomsday broke out, Shangwan Jing had already made a mortal enemy with Jiang Chen. The two sides fought for many years, but neither could do anything to the other. Moreover, based on Shangwan Jing's understanding of Jiang Chen, this old fox may have more cards. For example, his illness might be deliberately shown to be very serious, so that people would think he was terminally ill. Or, Jiang Chen knew the characteristics of the disease in advance, and then acted it out for everyone to see. In any case, Shangwan Jing would not easily believe every word of Jiang Chen. Chun Yu briefly told the information he knew, and the few people discussed it again. At the same time, an area about 30 kilometers away from Pawnee Bay, the outer area of an abandoned skyscraper. The three survivors were being chased by the enemy, and were hiding everywhere. One of the men was running, while pulling the bolt of the grenade in his hand, and throwing it behind him with all his strength. Li Yao entered the skyscraper. Lin Hao threw away the empty pistol, looked back, and then said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Li Yao, with blood all over his head, frowned and said, "Have you thought it through? If we enter this building, we will definitely die." Hearing this, Lin Hao threw the last grenade he brought out and gritted his teeth and said, "This city is full of the old beast's people. We have been surrounded for 3 days. Don't you realize that they have never caught up with us? After saying this, Li Yao glanced at the very weak Yi and said irritably, "These guys, do they want to capture us alive?" At this moment, Lin Hao's scalp tingled, and his running figure subconsciously stopped, and at the same time, he threw himself to the right with all his strength. In an instant, an arrow flew past his previous position. Lin Hao turned his head and spit on the ground, looking at the two people on the left and said, "To be precise, they want to capture you two alive. Who made you so beautiful? It is completely rare in the doomsday." Yi's lips were almost bloodless now, and she couldn't even open her eyelids, but she was still in the mood to joke. "I can't help it. My appearance is a gift from my parents. I can't just say no to it." The reason why she was still in the mood to joke was mainly because of the experiences of the past few days, which made Yi and Lin Hao closer and closer. Of course, this might be inseparable from the diving equipment she found hidden in the sea. With these things, they had the opportunity to successfully escape from Pawnee Bay. Originally, Yi would not be injured so badly, but when they landed, they happened to meet a group of people patrolling the coastline. The other party opened fire without thinking, and Yi rushed forward and pushed Lin Hao away, blocking the bullet for him. The shot grazed Yi's shoulder, but if she hadn't interfered, the bullet would have hit Lin Hao's heart. Because it was a sniper rifle, the bullet passed directly. Even if Lin Hao's heart was made of stone, he was gradually warmed by Yi again and again at this moment. Moreover, Yi stood on Lin Hao's side from beginning to end. Although she was a little open-minded and dressed very openly, she was very self-disciplined and had never had contact with any man in the apocalypse. However, He Qian's death made it difficult for Lin Hao to accept Yi's feelings in a short time. At least before killing Jiang Chen, the beast, Lin Hao thought he couldn't do it. Getting up from the ground again, Lin Hao took out a lighter to light the garbage backpack on the ground and threw it under the chassis of the abandoned car. Li Yao looked back at him. While helping Yi to hurry up, he said, "Did you guess it a long time ago that it would not be so easy to leave? Don't talk for now, come in quickly. You two really don't know what will happen if you are caught alive?" Lin Hao stepped forward quickly, picked up Princess Yi directly, and once again exerted force with his legs, rushing towards the skyscraper. Chapter 1027. At this moment, Lin Hao had thrown away the eye mask he had worn for a long time, and stared at the glass door several dozen meters ahead, as if he had not felt tired at all in the past few days. Yi hugged Lin Hao's neck with both hands. Although she was very weak at the moment, she still stared at the face in front of her, and even stared at it in a daze. The next second, the two of them staggered. Lin Hao did not see the ground clearly and accidentally stepped on the plastic bag in the mud, which directly led to his fall. Lin Hao knelt on one knee, stretched his right hand forward a little quickly, then clenched his fist to support the steps, and climbed up again. "Or, put me down, and leave me a dagger to commit suicide." Before he finished speaking, Lin Hao lowered his head and glared at her, shouting, "You didn't fall on your head just now. What nonsense are you talking about?" Then Lin Hao held her with both hands and shook her, while standing at the door, and turned his head and shouted, "Come in quickly, don't set the fire." Because they set fire to the waste on the roadside while running, and then threw it under the chassis of the car on the roadside, the fire gradually appeared. In this situation, no one dared to bet that there would be an explosion when they ran to the car. This way, they could just slow down their pace. The arrow shot by the man earlier was because he couldn't catch up, so he used the bow and arrow in a rage. Because they were patrolling in the city, their team of 10 people only had 2 rifles, each with 20 bullets. As for the sniper rifle, it only had 1 bullet, and its main function was to use it as a telescope. Originally, they thought they could kill Lin Hao, so they could also go to Brother Chen to claim the reward, but the person who shot was not a professional sniper, and completely ignored the wind direction and the impact of the bullet falling. If the distance was not far, Yi would not have needed to push Lin Hao away, and the bullet would have been difficult to hit. In the abandoned city, those people did not dare to use up all their bullets. If they encountered a group of zombies next, it would be difficult to kill them with daggers. In addition, Lin Hao and Li Yao were very smart. They specifically threw the burning garbage under the abandoned trams. Once the fire got bigger and bigger, it would only burn those cars into empty shells, otherwise it would not stop. Relying on these external factors, Lin Hao hugged Yi and took Li Yao to successfully rush into the abandoned skyscraper. The first floor was very empty, and there were basically no zombies to be seen, mainly because most of the zombies were led to the stadium. At this time, most of the zombies gathered at the only entrance to Pawnee Bay, blocking it. After entering the skyscraper, Lin Hao put Yi on a table, then squatted in front of her, patted his shoulder, and motioned for her to come up. Seeing this, Yi hesitated and did not move, but said, "Brother Hao, why don't you take a break? There is fire outside, they can't come so quickly." Hearing this, Lin Hao stood up straight, walked to another place in the hall, and said, "I go and see if there is anything to drink." At this moment, Li Yao also pushed the vending machine at the door to block the gap. The huge movement instantly stirred up a lot of dust. Li Yao covered her mouth and nose with her hands, and moved 2 steps to the side. She looked at the vending machine, which was empty. There was basically no goods. At this moment, Li Yao had an idea and squatted down to grope back and forth at the delivery port, and then a smile appeared on her face. She touched some plastic packaging. As she took out her hand, 2 lollipops appeared in her hand. Back to where Yi was sitting, Lin Hao also came over with an empty water cup, but he looked tired. "No water?" Li Yao looked at him and asked. Hearing this, Lin Hao shook his head, looked at the cup in his hand, and said, "There is a bucket on the water dispenser, but it is dirtier than the sewer." "Then what are you doing with the cup?" Li Yao was slightly startled. Seeing this, Lin Hao raised his hand and said, "You can drink urine later." After saying this, the 2 girls bit their lips, their faces full of pain and helplessness. What they didn't expect was that it didn't seem to take much effort to escape, but it was difficult to survive. Li Yao glanced at Yi and Lin Hao, who was sitting on the ground, and said, "This building is very high, there may be bottled water on other floors, I will go find it." She didn't want to sit and wait for death, because she hadn't seen the person she wanted to see yet. Li Yao, who had worked so hard for so long, would never be willing to die like this. Li Yao didn't mind Lin Hao's suggestion to drink urine to save life. After all, urine is clean and does not contain bacteria to a certain extent. But how long can the 3 of them live in that case? It's nothing more than a dying struggle. Just as Li Yao turned around, Lin Hao wiped the sweat off his face with a t-shirt and said, "With your current physical strength, it's difficult to climb to the 3rd floor." Hearing this, Li Yao stopped where she was, but soon, she walked towards the stairs firmly. The thin and emaciated back just moved away step by step. When Li Yao was about to step onto the stairs, a figure beside her climbed up faster than her, and at the same time, a sentence rang in her ears. "You go and watch Yi, lest she commit suicide directly to avoid dragging us down." At this moment, a memory appeared in Li Yao's mind. It was a long time ago, when she followed Chen Yu and Xiaoyin and sneaked into an abandoned hotel. At that time, in the basement, a girl ended her life because she was discouraged. Thinking of this, Li Yao turned around, walked towards Yi, and finally sat next to her. Time passed by, explosions were heard from time to time outside, and zombies began to knock on the door. But despite this, Li Yao knew very well that these zombies were not enough to stop those people. At this moment, she didn't know what to do. At the same time, in the abandoned city, the figures of 2 men shuttled quickly, not affected by the occasional zombies. Xiao Jiao was a special forces soldier, and Zhang Yin was also a scout. It is no exaggeration to say that the 2 of them went out to perform tasks at the same time, and it was not just 1 + 1 = 2. Following the map, Xiao Jiao led the way in front, and Zhang Yin followed him closely. When they were getting closer to the destination, Xiao Jiao quickly squatted down, then raised his left hand, and pointed to the left front. Seeing this, Zhang Yin patted his shoulder, bent down and touched over there. The 2 of them were currently at an overpass. There seemed to be a lot of smoke rising in the area a few hundred meters below. Arriving at the edge, Zhang Yin took out a telescope from his trouser pocket and looked forward. About 10 seconds later, he bent down again and returned to Xiao Jiao's position. "How is it? Were those fires set by humans?" Xiao Jiao asked. Chapter 1028. Hearing this, Zhang Yin whispered, "It looks like it, because the smoke is gray-black, and most of them are abandoned cars with green license plates. Did you see anyone else?" "No, the fire attracted a lot of zombies." After listening, Xiao Jiao took out the map and scanned it again, saying, "Go a little further, that's where the little girl came ashore." According to her, the medicine box may have fallen in the area below. As he said this, he pointed to the 2 people's feet. Then, they walked forward a little bit again, and squatted next to the broken part of the overpass. The overpass here was not complete. There was a gap of several meters where the 2 were now. It looked like it was broken by a crashed helicopter, because there was a corroded propeller hanging on it. Xiao Jiao guessed that Fang Xian might have walked on the railing next to her in order to come here, but accidentally stepped on the air and almost fell down. There were also pieces of clothes hanging on the iron wires, which looked a bit like those on the cuffs of Fang Xian's skirt. Then, Zhang Yin looked down with a telescope and said, there are a lot of weeds below, and I can't see where the box fell. Hearing this, Xiao Jiao turned around and looked behind him, saying, let's go find the box first, then quickly search nearby, and try to get back to the train station before 10 o'clock in the evening. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Yin and asked, how is it? Can you still hold on? I'm fine. Zhang Yin nodded slightly, indicating that he was fine. The next second, Xiao Jiao took out two rectangular objects from his pocket, which were tightly wrapped in some tin foil. This is chocolate made by our camp. Xiao Yu gave us 2 pieces when we parted ways. After saying this, Zhang Yin took it and tore it open. Looking at the hard block in front of him with a strange color, he asked in confusion, why haven't I heard anyone in the camp talk about it? Xiao Jiao sat on the hood of the abandoned car and started to nibble. He whispered. Feng Yi and the others melted the chocolate that was about to expire, added some other ingredients, and made it again. Although the taste is not as good, it can quickly replenish physical strength in the wild. Because it's not a lot, Feng Yi deliberately concealed it. She only told Xiao Yu and me. Don't be upset. Zhang Yin waved his hand and said, I'm not that kind of person. After that, Zhang Yin also took a bite of this special chocolate. Since leaving the train station in the morning, he has basically only drunk a few sips of water. If it weren't for his strong physical fitness, he would have collapsed long ago. The two of them quickly finished eating, took out the last half bottle of water, and shared some with each other, and then ran under the overpass. About 10 minutes later, Zhang Yin dug out a small box wrapped tightly with tape from under a pile of weeds. It was even wrapped with plastic wrap. It was obvious that this was something Feng Xian accidentally dropped. Because it was protected in this way, it only meant that the things inside were very important. Zhang Yin hung the medicine box on his body again, then looked at Xiao Jiao and nodded slightly. The two of them quickly ran towards the fire. Just after they ran a few hundred meters, an explosion suddenly sounded in front of them. Xiao Jiao turned his head to look at Zhang Yin, who was squatting behind the flower bed on the right, with a solemn look in his eyes. At that moment, Xiao Jiao could tell that it was the explosion of a grenade, which was different from the explosives made later. The camp in the villa area often uses black powder to make bombs, and Xiao Jiao's ears are almost calloused. In addition, he had been a soldier before, and had been on the battlefield many times, so he could easily hear it. At this moment, Xiao Jiao took a look at his magazine, and there were only 2 bullets left. As for Zhang Yin, he only had a Desert Eagle without bullets. Since this gun was given to him by Qingyu, Zhang Yin never threw it away, and kept it carefully. But fortunately, they were both good at fighting behind enemy lines, especially getting close without making any noise. Taking advantage of the abandoned cars on the road, they moved forward cautiously. After walking for a distance, Xiao Jiao raised his right hand to signal to stop, turned around and took the telescope from Zhang Yin. Then he bit it with his teeth, held the tree on the roadside with both hands, and slowly climbed up. After reaching the high point, Xiao Jiao successfully saw the figures of several survivors with the help of the telescope. One of them was lying on the top of an abandoned bus, staring at the front with a sniper rifle. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao climbed down from the tree with the telescope, bent over and slowly approached Zhang Yin. The two squatted behind a boxy SUV and discussed in a low voice. I only saw 10 people, 1 on the roof, 4 at 10 o'clock, and 5 at 2 o'clock. Do they have equipment? Zhang Yin asked. 2 of them were holding rifles, and I didn't see a pistol. Almost everyone had a bow and arrow. Xiao Jiao whispered, there is also a sniper rifle on the bus. If I can get the gun, I can call out the names of the remaining people one by one. Since these people were wearing the same camouflage pants, Xiao Jiao almost saw them directly. At this time, Jiang Chen didn't know that in order to make it easier to manage his subordinates, he first made them wear semi-uniform clothes. The first purpose was to better manage them, and the second was to let the forces within 100 miles remember them clearly, so as not to run and die without knowing their own strength. But this made it easier for Qingyu to distinguish them. Just as Xiao Jiao finished speaking, there seemed to be a sudden movement in the front, and another explosion sounded. At the same time, the two looked up and found a large cloud of smoke in front of them, which looked like it was caused by a car explosion. Then Xiao Jiao continued, these people seem to have surrounded a building over there. I saw someone threw some alarm clocks at the door. Is this to collect zombies? Zhang Yin frowned slightly. Not really, but it seems that they are planning to use zombies to block the door. After this, Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin looked at each other, and both sides captured important information. 2 seconds later, Xiao Jiao said in a deep voice, there may be someone in that building. Zhang Yin looked at his watch and said, it will be dark soon. How about we wait until dark to act? No problem. After the two men finished their discussion, they leaned against the back of the abandoned car and closed their eyes to rest, trying to replenish their energy. Although they didn't know who was in the building, it didn't matter. Anyway, they saw the people from the Savior sect outside, and they must avenge the two missiles before. Even if it wasn't the same team that attacked them, there was nothing to say. Chinyu came here thinking of negotiating first, but the people from the Savior sect saw the survivors, and started fighting without any nonsense. Chapter 1029. Both Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin had a very bad impression of this force that treated human life as worthless, because no one could accurately predict what would happen in the future. If these people grew stronger and stronger, would these knives one day be placed on the necks of the people around them? What's more, the current strength of the Salvation sect was indeed beyond their expectations. If there were other equipment, an armed helicopter would not be able to do anything to Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin. But the problem is, they just lack countermeasures at the moment. Xiao Jiao can even destroy tanks, but not helicopters. Although the anti-material sniper rifle can do it, the bullets have been used up in the last attack. Although Uncle Wa carried another gun this time, he still brought the TAC-50. Maybe he can find the right ammunition, and Xiao Jiao knew very well that in modern warfare, the role that a powerful sniper can play is absolutely terrifying. Fortunately, there are 3 snipers in their team, and they are all professionals. Yang Yu is not very strong in other aspects, but as long as he gets a sniper rifle, the dominance he shows is no worse than Uncle Wa and Long Dai. This is why Long Dai said that to Chinyu before. On the battlefield, the enemy rarely uses sniper rifles or telescopes to search back and forth. If the firepower is sufficient, they will choose to use thermal imaging devices to search, and then carry out large-scale bombing of the suspicious area. In this way, there will be a great chance to kill the enemy sniper. At this moment, Xiao Jiao saw the man lying on the roof of the bus, and he undoubtedly began to take it seriously. Although he couldn't see the model of the gun from a distance, he could roughly tell that it was a sniper rifle. It was just a small team, and they were equipped with this kind of weapon. If there were more people, wouldn't they be easily defeated? So no matter what, Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin couldn't let this group of people go today. At least they had to interrogate them for some useful information. Time passed by minute, and at the moment of darkness, the two of them began to act. Because they did not know the level of the sniper, they had to capture him first. Although there was a silencer, there were only 2 bullets, and Xiao Jiao thought about it, and still did not use the gun. After all, there was no way to get rid of everyone at once. If the opponent counterattacked and made a big noise, no one could guarantee that reinforcements would arrive soon. At this moment, Zhang Yin, as a former scout, once again demonstrated his terrifying military qualities. After a few jumps, Zhang Yin slowly moved towards the 10 o'clock direction. Not to mention that the enemy wanted to find him. Even the zombies standing by the road railings did not make any movement. Of course, this was mainly because there were many zombie bodies on this road, which just happened to cover up some of the smell of living people. As Zhang Yin approached a wall, he waved in the direction he came from. Xiao Jiao saw this scene with a telescope, then put it away, crouched and moved towards the abandoned bus. He stepped on the tires quietly, grabbed the window with his arms and climbed up, then grabbed the edge of the roof, and climbed up with his muscles tensed. In the night, Xiao Jiao stood on the roof of the car without making any sound. The man a few meters away even stretched out his hand to scratch his buttocks, not realizing that there was a living person standing behind him. At the same time, Zhang Yin looked at his watch and counted the time carefully. Before starting the action, he and Xiao Jiao compared their watches, and the two of them determined the time to take action. Because they were all very professional soldiers, they did not need to communicate too much, and their tacit understanding had reached an amazing level. 3, 2, 1. When the time came to the agreed moment, Zhang Yin bit the back of the dagger with his teeth, then spread his hands and feet in a big letter shape, and slowly moved to the upper platform by stepping on the wall. In less than 10 seconds, he had reached the vicinity of the 4 people, only a few meters away. But because of the bushes and the dark, no one noticed. Of course, the sniper on the roof was an exception. But if he was not equipped with night vision goggles, he would only regard the living person as a zombie in his sight. Soon, Zhang Yin held a dagger in his hand, and walked behind one person without making any footsteps. The man on the roof of the car soon noticed the movement, so he picked up the intercom and said, "Binzi, there is a zombie coming behind you." After the voice fell, the others stood up with bows and arrows to guard the surroundings. The group of people at 2 o'clock also began to check whether there were any zombies nearby. The young man named Binzi was chatting with his companions about women's things. When he heard the voice on the intercom, he raised his hand and waved in a certain direction, then took out a dagger and approached the zombies, while making a very obscene laugh behind him. Now that he has been in the apocalypse for a long time, Zhang knows very well what humans will do when they encounter zombies. If they can solve it with a bow and arrow, they will definitely not use a gun. On the other hand, if there is only one zombie, most people will use a dagger to kill it. Zhang stood in the shadow, with a pile of garbage in front of him. At the same time, he also let out a low roar that was very close to the zombie. When the man approached and was about to kill the zombie in front of him from the jaw, he suddenly found that his right hand was held by the zombie. The familiar touch and temperature on the wrist made Binzi stunned. This was totally not what a zombie should have. The next second, Binzi's eyelids twitched wildly. Just as he was about to turn his head and yell, a hand covered his mouth and nose again. Then, the sharp dagger quickly slashed across his throat, and like a deflated ball, his strength quickly drained away. The sniper in the distance saw this scene, and was about to pick up the walkie-talkie, but there was nothing in his hand. He turned his head to the left, and saw a muscular man, who appeared at some point, smiling at him. Before he could even shout, Xiao Jiu's knife chopped the side of his neck, and he fainted instantly. Then Xiao Jiu took out the rope he had prepared in advance, which was taken from the shoes of the corpses. He quickly tied the man's hands and feet behind his back and lifted him up, then picked up the sniper rifle and took off the magazine. When he saw that it was empty, Xiao Jiu kicked the man immediately. "Why are you pretending to be a sniper with an empty gun?" The kick was so strong that the man was awakened directly, but his mouth was stuffed with his own smelly socks, and a very disgusting smell rushed straight to the top of his head. The man wanted to cry, but had no tears. In front of him at 10 o'clock, the remaining 3 people were also quickly dealt with by Zhang Yin. Chapter 1030. He held up the body with a piece of wood to prevent it from falling. Others soon found something wrong, so someone went over to check. At this time, Zhang Yin had already touched the remaining 2 people and killed them cleanly. When the last person found the problem, a hand appeared behind her again and covered her mouth and nose. At this moment, Zhang Yin recognized that this was a woman. However, Zhang Yin did not hesitate at all, and still killed her with a knife. When looking at the other person's fallen body, Zhang Yin said calmly, "In the end of the world, whatever choice you make, you will have to bear the consequences." After saying that, Zhang Yin turned and left without even looking at the dying survivor on the ground. At the same time, she was holding a hairpin in her hand, which she had taken from her waist. If Zhang Yin had been a second slower, this sharp weapon would have quickly pierced Zhang Yin's femoral artery. At this moment, the woman's eyes were full of resentment and indomitable spirit, but she had no regrets. She had not even thought about the fact that if she had not joined the Salvation sect, she would not have died. Unfortunately, she met an existence that was even more powerful than those survivors in the past. The remaining few people, with Xiao Jiu's help from the side, were all dealt with in less than 10 seconds. Xiao Jiu frowned and put the dagger back into his waist, wondering, are these guys really from the Savior sect? Aren't they too weak? Hearing this, Zhang Yin picked up the captured man and threw him on an open space. At this time, the location here happened to be on the left side of the skyscraper. In the hall, Li Yao took a bottle of water that Lin Hao had finally found, and carefully poured a bottle cap to moisten Yi's lips. Although it is expired, in Lin Hao's words, it is the bottle that is expired, not the water. Li Yao did not say much about this. At least if there is a bottle of expired water and urine in front of her, she will definitely choose the former without hesitation. After feeding Yi 3 bottle caps, Li Yao suddenly raised her head and looked towards the left wall in confusion. "What's wrong?" Yi found something wrong and asked immediately. Hearing this, Li Yao turned her head to the right and whispered, "Lin Hao, why do I hear movement over there?" Lin Hao was so tired at the moment that he was lying on the ground covered with newspapers and said lazily, "It's just zombies wandering around. What can they do?" Then he yawned and said with his eyes closed, "Now those people outside want to trap us alive for a few days, and come in when they are exhausted. I advise you two to rest early, maybe they will change their minds and launch an attack tomorrow morning." At this moment, the 3 of them did not realize what was discovered outside. Li Yao drank some water, suddenly stood up resolutely, and said, "My heart has been pounding non-stop, forget it. Let's go and take a look." As soon as she finished speaking, she held a dagger in her right hand and slowly approached the wall. Li Yao was thinner now, and her clothes were always dirty, but she was getting stronger and stronger. And her hair was tied into a ponytail to avoid being caught by things when running for her life. Li Yao approached carefully, and in the hall with only dim light, she almost perfectly avoided every object on the ground. She put her ear to the wall, but she couldn't hear any movement. But what Li Yao didn't know was that the scene changed, and it was just outside the building. A man had his eyes wide open, staring at the moon. The socks in his mouth were almost bitten to pieces, but there was still no sound. There was no way. Xiao Jio's interrogation ability was not a joke. He asked a few simple questions, and the answers he got were not important information, so he sent the man on his way. Zhang Yin stabbed the corpse again, squatted on the ground and said, "These people should be active in the periphery on weekdays, and they don't have access to any important information." As soon as these words came out, the girl inside the hall wall immediately covered her mouth in excitement. She didn't know how long she had been thinking about this familiar voice. The next second, she quickly knelt on the ground, looking for any hard objects that could be used. Soon a stainless steel water cup appeared in her hand. Li Yao held it and ran to the French window, smashing it with all her strength. Now because she was too excited, Li Yao even forgot that she could actually shout loudly. It's just that her cautious experience all the time made her want to save some energy. Bang! The water cup did not break the window, but attracted the attention of Lin Hao and Ichi, and of course, the zombies outside. "What are you doing?" Lin Hao quickly stood up and walked over, holding one of her arms. But the next second, Li Yao was already looking at him with tears in her eyes, and said emotionally, quickly break the window." Seeing this, Lin Hao did not think much, turned around and ran back to bring a high stool. The reason why he believed her unconditionally was that Lin Hao and Li Yao had known each other for so long, and he had never seen her emotions fluctuate like this. So no matter what she wants to do, Lin Hao will choose to believe it at this time. A few seconds later, Lin Hao took a few meters back and ran up, holding the stool with Li Yao. The two of them used up their last bit of strength and smashed the glass next to the door. At the same time, Zhang Yin, who was about to turn around and leave, stopped and frowned and said, "The glass over there seems to be broken." Hearing this, Xiao Jio turned around and looked at him, saying, "Maybe it was squeezed by zombies?" Hearing this, a familiar face flashed in Zhang Yin's mind, and he gritted his teeth and said, "What if the person in that building is exactly what we are looking for?" Xiao Jio said helplessly, "I interrogated that man before. I asked him if the people in the building were Li Yao and the one called Lin Hao." He shook his head desperately. After saying this, Xiao Jio's expression slowly became solemn. He looked at Zhang Yin. The two looked at each other and said at the same time, "What if that man doesn't know them?" Thinking of this, the two of them picked up the dozens of arrows and bows and quickly ran towards the entrance of the skyscraper. 10 seconds later, when Zhang Yin and Xiao Jio jumped over the bushes, they also looked to the right. In the building, a man and a woman were holding knives and desperately killing the zombies that walked in. At this moment, although the girl was exhausted, she still glanced outside casually, and then the knife in her hand fell to the ground. The next second, in the open space outside the house, Zhang Yin shouted with red eyes, "Li Yao!" Xiao Jio was originally preparing to draw a bow to kill the zombies from behind. Hearing this name, he did not hesitate at all, quickly threw away the bow, and then took out a pistol from his waist. At the same time, he took the gun and started shooting. Because the silencer had been removed in advance, at this moment, the two gunshots almost instantly attracted the attention of a large number of zombies, and they began to slowly walk towards the back. Chapter 1031. There was no other way to use guns directly. There were about 50 zombies, and they were already crowded in the gap. If more than 30 zombies entered the building, Li Yao and the man next to him would be dead with the weapons they were holding. About 5 minutes later, Xiao Jio and Zhang Yin shouted and retreated, and at the same time shot with bows and arrows, and finally killed the zombies. Fortunately, they were in an open space, and there were not many abandoned cars here. Otherwise, with so many zombies, even if Xiao Jio and Zhang Yin went together, it would be difficult to kill them all. When everything returned to silence, the three people in the hall also stepped on the corpses on the ground and slowly walked out. The next second, Xiao Jio and Zhang Yin ran forward and stood in front of the girl, who had changed a lot now. They wanted to say something, but they didn't know how to start. At this time, Li Yao had already hugged Zhang Yin and cried. A few seconds later, Xiao Jio patted Li Yao on the back and said softly, "Sorry, we are late." Hearing this, Li Yao raised her head and took 2 steps back, looking at each of them. Although her eyes were red and swollen, she still said firmly, "As long as you come, it doesn't matter if you come a little late." Zhang Yin looked at Li Yao and whispered, "A lot of things have happened to us during this period. Xiao Yu is under a lot of pressure and can't leave." Before he finished speaking, Li Yao shook her head desperately and choked up, "I don't blame you. After all, No one expected that I would be taken away thousands of miles away. After this, Lin Hao supported Yi with an embarrassed face. After all, if he had stayed a little longer and waited for Li Yao's teammates to come back, the course of events might have been rewritten. Even Lin Hao later regretted his action of taking the horse. If he hadn't done that, he wouldn't have to rush back. At this moment, Xiao Jiao looked at the man in front of him, who was about the same height as him, and asked, "Are you Dr. Xiao Lin's elder brother? How is she?" Lin Hao didn't bother to say hello and immediately asked nervously. Xiao Jiao smiled and said, "She is fine. Let's go back first and talk about it when we get home." After that, Xiao Jiao glanced at him and Li Yao and found that they looked quite tired. In this situation, they even brought a wounded person. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao said, "How about I help you carry her?" "It's okay, find a stick. I should be able to walk," Yi said weakly. Zhang Yin shook his head, supported Li Yao, who was a little bit unable to stand straight, and said, "We have to go back quickly, lest those people come to support us." Hearing this, Lin Hao immediately said, "We have to leave quickly. Those bastards have armed helicopters, and it will be over if they come. I guess we will die with one shell." Zhang Yin turned his head to look at the girl next to him, who was more than 10 years younger than him, and whispered like a brother, "Li Yao, can you still walk?" Li Yao shook her head. "I don't know why, I'm so tired now." As soon as she finished speaking, she lost consciousness. This time, Li Yao was not mentally stimulated, but because she had persisted for too long. If it were an ordinary person, it would have been difficult to even stand. Seeing this, Lin Hao explained, "She hasn't slept well for 3 days, only 5 or 6 hours in total. It's a miracle that she can hold on until now. Seeing you now, she is probably like a window with a leak." "Then let's go!" Xiao Jiao squatted on the ground and patted his shoulder, motioning the woman next to Lin Hao to lie on top. Because they were outside, there was no way to find a stretcher, so they couldn't care so much at the moment. As for Zhang Yin, he was already running towards the train station with Li Yao in his arms. Not long after running out, Xiao Jiao turned his head and said to the person next to him, "Please take those rifles and sniper rifles, and by the way, the box on the ground." Hearing this, Lin Hao nodded, indicating that he would take care of it. Although Lin Hao's legs were shaking from exhaustion, he knew that he had finally managed to hold on until now, and would soon see his sister, so he could not fall down no matter what. Even if he was going to die, he would take one last look at his sister before dying. Along the way, Lin Hao held the gun in his left hand, bit the strap of the medicine box with his teeth, and occasionally pulled the car door on the roadside with his right hand. About half an hour later, several people stopped and prepared to take a simple rest for a few minutes. Seeing this, Zhang Yin said, "Don't waste your energy. Most of the cars here are broken." Hearing this, Lin Hao leaned against the car with a tired face and cursed, "That old beast, I think he has moved almost all the resources that can be moved in this city." Xiao Jiao also leaned on the hood with someone on his back and smiled. "Stop cursing, we still have to run for a long time." "How far is it?" "There is still an hour and a half left." "Oh, I'm running." Lin Hao almost fell to the ground. Then they continued to run for half an hour. This time, even Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin couldn't keep up with the physical strength. One of them was carrying someone on his back, and the other was holding someone in his arms. If they hadn't had physical fitness far superior to that of ordinary people, they would have almost collapsed half an hour ago. At this moment, Lin Hao had reached the limit of his body, and was running with his last breath. Just when everyone had no more physical strength, several bright lights suddenly appeared on the road. Seeing this, Lin Hao and Ji became nervous. But Xiao Jiao patted the arm around his neck, and signaled to get off first. Soon the light was getting closer and closer. It was a few bicycles, and the 4 people were each holding one, all with a back seat. The person riding the bike was none other than Xiao Kong. He let out a long sigh and said, "Brother Chen was worried that you were too tired after running, so he asked us to pick you up after dark. Fortunately, you still took this road." Seeing this, the few people said no more and quickly took the bike. Using a rope, Zhang Yin tied Li Yao to his back, then rode the bike to the train station. Xiao Jiao looked at the departing figure, his eyes full of worry. This time, Li Yao fainted, which was much more serious than the last time he saw. That time, Li Yao fainted for a while, because he couldn't stand the death of his roommate in front of him. This situation is normal for many people. But at this moment, Li Yao's mouth and nose were bleeding. With Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin's physical condition, it is difficult to sleep only 6 hours for 3 consecutive days, and they are chased by the enemy all the time. The most important thing is that if you don't eat well, sleep well, or drink well, Even an Iron Man will collapse. When Xiao Jiao turned around, Lin Hao next to him also fell to the ground. Seeing this, Ji hurriedly limped over. Xiao Jiao shook his head and motioned her to sit in the back seat of Xiao Kong and leave here first. Chapter 1032. Then with the help of others, Lin Hao was lifted onto the back seat of the bicycle again, and then he and Xiao Jiao were tied together, and everyone rode the bicycles and started to return. Along the way, Xiao Jiao couldn't help but sigh that Qin Yu was indeed careful most of the time. If he hadn't asked someone to bring the bicycle, Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin would have been exhausted after running back for 2 hours even if they didn't find Li Yao and the others. A long time ago, Qin Yu was quite weak at that time. It is no exaggeration to say that most of the survivors were stronger than him. But Xiao Jiao did not look down on him in any way, and even always treated him as one of his own. Whether it was De Zhuang, the national archery champion, or Qin Yu, who had just escaped death, Xiao Jiao treated them equally. Later in the storage room, Qin Yu risked his life to save Xiao Yin, which made Xiao Jiao completely accept this young man. In his opinion, he would not always be so powerful, not to mention that Xiao Jiao always believed that there are always people who are better than you. Even though he was a Special Forces soldier, Xiao Jiao knew very well that he was not born a Special Forces soldier. Qin Yu was an orphan since childhood and survived in the city with all his strength. It is no exaggeration to say that Qin Yu had already started to exercise more than 10 years ago. The wild dogs on the roadside, the homeless people fighting for food, and the traffickers who wanted to sell him were no less threatening than the zombies in the Doomsday. That's why Xiao Jiao said at that time that Qin Yu actually had great potential. Because when he was very weak, he dared to rush up alone to deal with the corpse rats that were more than 10 times larger. As Xiao Jiao later said to Uncle Hua, whether you can win or not is one thing, and whether you dare to fight or not is another. It is also based on this point that Uncle Hua also taught Qin Yu a lot of useful things. And now, they have begun to enjoy all the resources that Qin Yu can provide. In the square outside the train station, Qin Yu stood on the steps, looking at the dozen zombies outside the fence, and fell into deep thought. He held a walkie-talkie in his hand, and the frequency was already adjusted. Every few minutes, Qin Yu would press the call button. But there was no response, not even the slightest movement. Behind him, Long Jia leaned against the wall with his arms folded, and said lazily, "Who are you calling?" Hearing this, Qin Yu was silent for a few seconds, and said softly, "Hui Yao." Hearing this, Long Jia estimated and said, based on the distance and speed, they should have entered the range of the intercom half an hour ago. As soon as he finished speaking, someone walked out from the entrance, holding a square box in his hand. "See you try this." Uncle Hua was holding a repeater, while Chi Hao behind him was carrying a battery. Qin Yu turned around and frowned. What is this? Because he had rarely used walkie-talkies before, let alone other things, Qin Yu basically didn't know what it was. Seeing this, Long Jia just glanced at it roughly, then accurately said the name and even the method of use. There was no way, this guy was in the organization, and was forced to learn all kinds of things by Long Dai and the instructor all day long. Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he walked over quickly. After waiting for a while, the relay station was powered on, and Qin Yu connected the walkie-talkie to it. At the same time, he took a deep breath, squatted on the ground and pressed the call button again. Hui Yao, can you hear me? A few seconds later, a noisy sound rang out. Huh? How did you call me from such a distance? I saw on the map that I was still 30 kilometers away. A familiar voice appeared. Hearing this, Qin Yu did not explain the reason, but asked, I want to ask you something. After waiting for a while, a response sounded. Go ahead. Have you seen a man who is nearly 1.8 meters tall, has a good figure, and has a scar on his right index finger? He is probably in his early 30s. Qin Yu held the walkie-talkie and said slowly, he may have a head injury, and there should also be an injury on the left side of his chest. After saying this, Hui Yao waited for about half a minute before answering, well, where are you now? Train station. Then call the doctors to get ready. Prepare for what? Say people. The man you are talking about is in my convoy. More than 10 hours ago, Leander and I just met him. He was only half alive. Hearing this, Qin Yu couldn't help but stand up and asked, are you sure? Oh, or should that four-eyed man tell you? Hui Yao curled her lips, holding the steering wheel with one hand and talking on the intercom. But she also heard that Qin Yu's tone was very anxious, and stepped on the accelerator with her right foot again. After that, Qin Yu and Hui Yao said a few words, and then he went back to the train station to pick up the long gun and started killing the zombies outside. But when he came back, Uncle Hua, Chi Hao and Long Jia, The three of them had already started to deal with those zombies. There were about a dozen people standing in the square at this moment. Lin Yi held the medicine box in her hand, and Ling stood on her left, still holding a little gray rabbit in her arms. As for Fang Xian, this guy refused to sleep no matter what, and insisted on following and watching, so Yu asked her to stand on Lin Yi's right. I don't know if it was because Hui Yao drove violently. Anyway, she appeared faster than Yu imagined. The car drove directly to the square. Hui Yao stopped quickly, and then opened the back door. A man was lying on the seat. Everyone surrounded the car. Hui Yao turned his head and looked at Yu and said, "Time is urgent. This guy's life is about to be lost, so I came here first." Hui Yao had been driving for more than 10 hours, and his face was exhausted. Because they came with different tools, Hui Yao and Yu and others did not set out at the same time. Yu sincerely said a few words of thanks, and then asked everyone to carry the people out of the car. When the hair was exposed, looking at the familiar face that was vicissitudes and much thinner, Yu turned around and hugged Hui Yao, murmuring, "Thank you, Sister Yao. It's considered to repay your kindness for the grenade?" When saying this, Hui Yao also smiled from the bottom of his heart. The lights in the waiting room were bright at this moment. Because of the serious infection, there were even many bacteria on the scalp, so Lin Yi asked the nurses to shave all of Lao Cheng's hair. As for the leg, the blood had already dyed the bandage red. Ling was also helping to treat the wound on the chest, and even Fang Xian stood aside and began to feel Lao Cheng's pulse. But as time went on, Fang Xian's brows furrowed more and more. Judging from her experience, this guy should have been unable to hold on for a long time. At this moment, a call resounded next to the service desk. "Aching. I don't know when Shi has appeared here, and now she is bending over and holding Lao Cheng's bruised left hand." The next second, the man who had been sleeping for a long time actually slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 1033. Lao Cheng could hardly say a word now. Even a few words were difficult. He was extremely weak, so he could only turn his head and look at Shi who was crying. This scene made the others quiet down, and Lin Yi and Ling stopped their actions. A few seconds later, Lao Cheng looked down at Shi's pregnant belly and said slowly, "I am not afraid of death. But the child cannot be without a father." After saying that, Lao Cheng couldn't help but stick his head out of the service desk, and then spit out a large amount of blood. Seeing this, Lin Yi's face changed, and he quickly said, "Go boil some water." As soon as he finished speaking, Hongwu stood up first, but before he took a step, he lowered his head and sat back. Yu put his hand on his shoulder and said, "Leave it to us." Then Yu called a few people to collect the wooden seats, split them into pieces with axes, put them on the ground with iron buckets, and started a fire outside the waiting room. At this moment, about 30 people were busy. Most of them were from the camp in the villa area. After working for almost an hour, Lin Yi finally sat down on the chair with sweat all over his head. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the left. Lin Yi turned his head and said softly, "Don't worry, thanks to those antibiotics and medicines, he still has a chance to survive." Hearing this, Yu nodded, turned around and waved in a certain direction. A few seconds later, the Dingyu sisters came over. Yu said, "You are not lying. Lao Cheng does have medicine in his pocket. Tell me, what reward do you want?" After saying this, Dingyu supported her sister and whispered, "Can you give us a place to stay in the future?" Hearing this, Yu agreed without any hesitation, yes. The two girls smiled and bowed to Yu, "Thank you." After the voice fell, the two of them left. At this time, Lin Yi, who was a little tired, leaned on Yu's shoulder and whispered, "Can't they live in the camp?" Yu hugged Lin Yi's shoulders, turned his head, and gently kissed her forehead, explaining, "They want to follow us from now on, not just to have a house to live in." "Is that so?" Lin Yi suddenly realized what was going on. Lao Cheng was now receiving an 4 drip and resting on the service counter. The next second, Lin Yi sat up straight, turned her head and looked at Yu, saying, "There are already 3 injured people lying at the 3 service counters. If more people are injured, there will be no place." At this point, she paused for a moment and added, "Yu, quickly have someone push out the cabinets in the canteen to prevent more injured people from appearing later." After staying with Yu for a long time, Lin Yi was gradually influenced. Although she had treated 3 people in a row and was exhausted, she still did not relax her vigilance. "Thank you, Yi." Yu held her hands and said sincerely. Lin Yi smiled gently and urged him to get ready quickly. She wanted to rest on the chair for a while. Yu stood up and led everyone to get busy again. Just after they set up the cabinets, a bicycle rode in at the entrance of the waiting room. Zhang Yin was soaked with sweat. Although he got back in less than an hour, he was exhausted. The sound of knocking on the door startled everyone, and they all stood up and looked over there. Because the light in the waiting room was not very good, and there was a flashlight tied to the front of the bicycle, everyone did not see who it was. Zhang Yin stepped on the ground with his left foot, took out a knife with his right hand to cut the rope on his body, turned around and hugged Li Yao directly. When the bicycle fell down, everyone saw clearly that there were two people. At this moment, Qin Yu's heart sank, and he quickly ran towards Zhang Yin. He glanced at Zhang Yin, nodded solemnly, and reached out to take Li Yao, whose face was already covered in blood. At the same time, the exhausted Lin Yi also ran over with someone, and was shocked when he saw who it was. Then, without a second of hesitation, Lin Yi asked Qin Yu to carry the person to the cabinet over there. At this moment, this side had already been wiped clean with a towel, and he just had to put the person on it. Now seeing Li Yao again, Lin Yi's eyes were instantly red. She herself has not changed much, and she rarely goes out to sunbathe or do hard labor, but Li Yao has changed a lot. Before, Li Yao had skin as white as jade, a beautiful face, and blood vessels in her hands. But now, Li Yao's skin has been tanned, and there are several tiny wounds on her arms. Even a lot of hair has fallen out. The next second, Lin Yi's eyes moved down along her body, and saw the blood on her ankles, and then quickly said, "Shoes, take off her shoes first." At this moment, a beautiful figure stumbled over, and because of the slippery road, she almost hit her forehead against the corner of the cabinet. Fortunately, Qin Yu was quick-witted and reached out to block it in time, so Xiaoyin was not disfigured. Then she quickly stood up and lay directly on Li Yao, calling her name over and over again. Qin Yu pulled her away and said in a deep voice, "It looks like she is seriously injured. Go call Fang Xian over." "Okay, okay." Xiaoyin wiped her face randomly and ran back quickly. At the same time, Lin Yi had someone take off Li Yao's shoes. As expected, her soles were covered in blood, which had already stained her socks. Seeing this scene, even the knowledgeable Lin Yi couldn't bear to watch it. Then she didn't waste time, and asked someone to take a hot towel to wet the socks, and then used tweezers to pick out the residue. Lin Yi turned her head to the right and said, "Qin Yu, go get some sheets, and call a few girls over, and let them hold hands to cover it. Next, I have to take off Li Yao's clothes. It seems that her stomach is also bleeding." Qin Yu nodded quickly, and ran towards the area where supplies were stored. Others stood in the distance, and many of them didn't know what to do. Tonight, they had already seen the fourth wounded person. Although he met Li Yao again, Qin Yu didn't expect that she was injured so badly that the blood on her head had dried up and completely stuck to her hair. Qin Yu didn't know what she had experienced, but at this moment, Qin Yu's aura had quietly changed. Next, he would definitely try his best to madly retaliate against the people of the Salvation Sect. When Lin Yi was trying hard to treat Li Yao's wound again, more people returned to the waiting room. Lin Hao's physical fitness was indeed much better than Li Yao's. He woke up when he was about to reach the train station. Of course, this might also be because Xiao Jiu rode too fast, causing the road to be too bumpy. Lin Hao had just untied the rope when a determined young man ran towards them quickly. Chapter 1034. At this moment, Lin Hao was unaware of many things, and of course, it was impossible for him to know Qin Yu. However, the moment Qin Yu ran closer and stopped, he felt that the man in front of him was a bit like Lin Yi. He usually wouldn't be nervous when fighting with a large number of enemies, but at this moment, he didn't know what to do. Xiao Jiu seemed to have seen this scene, turned his head to the side, and found that Lin Hao had woken up at some point, and then asked in surprise, "Hey, you woke up?" Lin Hao's legs were almost powerless, and he said helplessly, "If you ride harder, I can wake up faster." Qin Yu was very sensitive, and immediately noticed that he was still sitting on the bicycle chair. He then turned around, and called the remaining doctors to check Lin Hao. At this time, while Lin Hao was bandaging the wound on his arm, he smiled and asked, "Hey, do you know my sister?" After saying this, Xiao Jiu laughed and said, "He knows more than just your sister." What the hell? Lin Hao didn't quite understand. Because he was completely safe now, he felt much better. At least there was a smile on his face. Of course, the most important thing was that he would be able to see his sister soon. Qin Yu pretended not to hear and said subconsciously, There were too many wounded people at the same time, and she was treating their wounds. After that, Qin Yu pointed to an area several dozen meters away, which was surrounded by bed sheets and could not be seen from the outside. "Is it Li Yao?" Lin Hao asked. "Yes." Hearing this, Lin Hao's heart was relieved. He said to the doctor beside him, "I'm fine." I'm just tired and hungry for too long. Please see the one behind me first. Hearing this, the doctor subconsciously turned his head and looked at Chinyu. This scene appeared in Lin Hao's eyes, and he instantly guessed that this man should be in charge. Chinyu nodded, and the doctor took the medicine box and walked towards Yichi, who was sitting on the ground. A few seconds later, Xiaojiu nudged Chinyu with his shoulder and whispered, "Why don't you introduce yourself quickly? Aren't you afraid that they won't agree to your request later?" Chinyu hesitated, then walked forward slowly, stretched out his right hand, and said, "Hello, my name is Chinyu." Lin Hao turned his head, glanced at him, then shook his hand, and said with a smile, "So you are Chinyu? Do you know me?" Lin Hao shook his head slightly, and said, "Li Yao often mentioned you." At this moment, Lin Hao sniffed his nose and asked, "Is there anything to eat? I get it for you." After that, Chinyu turned around and ran back. That night, everyone in the waiting room stayed up all night. It was around 5 o'clock the next morning when everyone started to lie down on the floor to sleep. Although Lin Yi was also very tired, she lay on her side on the folding bed, holding the arm of a man sitting on the floor with both hands, and fell into a deep sleep. As for Lin Hao, he lay down on the chair to rest. Even though his current posture made it difficult for him to rest well, Lin Hao did not refuse his sister to hug him. Last night, after Lin Yi finished her work, she saw her brother, but he had changed so much and was so far away that she didn't dare to recognize him. It wasn't until Lin Hao scratched his head and said that sentence that Lin Yi threw herself into his arms with red eyes. "What? You don't even recognize your elder brother?" Later, Chinyu left there very tactfully, and even the others came back, leaving room for the two siblings to talk. Now Li Yao's condition has stabilized. Lin Yi asked someone to wipe her body clean and then apply medicine. Fong Xian checked for a while, then took the medicine box handed by Xiao Kong and opened it, and found a few medicinal herbs in it. She originally planned to boil the medicine directly, but she thought about it and stopped because she didn't have a clay pot at the moment. Because these herbs are very important and can replenish qi and blood, it would be a pity if the medicinal properties were wasted. So she told Chinyu what she was missing, and the latter left the train station with a flashlight. A few minutes later, Chinyu came back alone with a basket of clay pots. The reason why it was so fast was mainly because there were many shops in the square outside the train station. Although it had been abandoned for a long time, there were still a lot of materials left inside. One of the shops sold rice noodles, and what a coincidence, the main selling point of this shop was casserole rice noodles. Finally, Fong Xian asked others to help watch the fire, and she took a small medicine box and slowly walked towards a man wearing sunglasses. In the second half of the night, Fong Xian carefully checked several wounded people and went to bed at dawn. But if you observe carefully, you will find that Fong Xian's eyebrows seem to be less wrinkled. Chinyu only slept for about 2 hours before calling Hu Yao, Shang Wenjing, and others to discuss when to attack. Because of Lin Hao's appearance, they now knew where the headquarters of the Savior sect was, which was actually on a mountain. At this moment, Lin Hao was sitting on a chair, telling them all the information about the Savior sect. To be precise, it is in an area 100 kilometers away from the city. The mountain there has been developed into a high-end residential area, with a total of 6 buildings, each of which is 20 floors or more. Although there are only 2 households on each floor, the area is large and there are too many people who can live there. At this point, Lin Hao paused, looked up and looked around at everyone, and said, "There is also a super large artificial lake with a lot of fish in it. They also have a water purification facility. The hydropower station more than 10 kilometers away from here has also been restarted, and the electricity is only connected to them. At the same time, there is only one road to the mountain, and there are all kinds of mines and explosives buried everywhere on the mountain." "What kind of hydropower station?" Chinyu asked. "It's the kind used in this city before," Lin Hao said. "They blew up the other redundant equipment, leaving only a part, which is just enough to support the operation of their camp, and even the elevator can be used." Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and felt surprised. "Is it possible to fight all the way up from the bottom of the mountain?" Shang Wenjing suddenly asked. After saying this, Lin Hao waved his hand and said, "The way up the mountain is very long. There is a checkpoint every 50 meters, and the weapons and equipment are gradually increasing." He looked around and said, "The first one is guarded by 30 people. They are holding bows and spears with zombie viruses. If you want to get in, you need to say slogans on the pager at the bottom of the mountain." Zhang Liping said, "This is easy. Let's catch some people and pretend to be them, and we should be able to get in." "It's not that easy. The slogans are changed every day, and they can use laptops. Although there is no internet, they can record and analyze the fluctuations of the sound. Chapter 1035. How to analyze? Hui Yao frowned and asked. Hearing this, Qin Yu turned his head to look at Lin Hao, but found that he looked at Sheng Wenjing from time to time, as if he wanted to say something but stopped. Then Qin Yu thought for a moment and said softly, "Let me introduce you, this is..." Before he finished speaking, Lin Hao waved his hand, staring at Sheng Wenjing with a pair of eyes, and asked, "Brother, can you take off your hat and let me see it?" Because the matter this time was a bit serious, and Sheng Wenjing didn't want to dye his hair again, he had to wear a black woolen hat. This was specially found by Han Liyuan. When he got off the train, Sheng Wenjing put it on. Although he didn't like wearing a hat, he had no choice. If Jiang Chen noticed it in advance, it would inevitably cause unnecessary trouble. After all, his short white hair was very conspicuous in the doomsday. When he saw Lin Hao last night, Sheng Wenjing didn't feel familiar with him, but Lin Hao took a shower at night and changed his clothes the next day. Hearing his question at this moment, Sheng Wenjing took off the hat on his head with a calm face. The next second, Lin Hao stood up excitedly, walked quickly to him and hugged him. "Damn, we meet again." When this was said, everyone present was confused. Seeing this, Sheng Wenjing patted Lin Hao on the shoulder, forced a smile, and said, "Long time no see, I didn't expect you to survive." Hearing this, Lin Hao clenched his right fist and gently hit Sheng Wenjing on the shoulder, and said happily, "If brother Shengwen hadn't taught me for a while, otherwise, I would have been eaten by zombies and only bones would be left." Qin Yu was very surprised and asked, "Did you two know each other before?" Sheng Wenjing looked at him and replied, "When the zombies appeared, I was preparing to return with my men and happened to meet Lin Hao. He provided help, and I trained him for a few days." Lin Hao laughed and said, "It was more than a few days. Later, I relied on these methods to survive until now. By the way, where are the others? Why didn't I see them?" Lin Hao asked subconsciously. Hearing this, Sheng Wenjing whispered, "One died on the way, and the rest are in the waiting room outside, probably in the corner." Because they were discussing something, everyone came to the lounge in the train station. A large round table was placed inside, and everyone sat on one side. However, the leaders of the other camps were basically silent, and even a little nervous. There was no way, since they heard that these people had tanks and a large number of rocket launchers last night, they had been stunned. Although they didn't see it with their own eyes, no one would doubt the authenticity of the situation at hand. Lin Hao talked to Sheng Wenjing for a few more words, and agreed to talk slowly later, and then the meeting continued. "By the way, where was I just talking about?" Lin Hao was about to continue, but suddenly lost his memory and looked directly at Qin Yu, the brother-in-law he just met last night. At the beginning, Lin Hao did not have any opinion on Qin Yu. After listening to his sister talk to him for more than an hour, Lin Hao completely accepted Qin Yu. He is not a snobbish person. On the contrary, the reason why Lin Hao had so much wealth in the past was basically because he started from scratch and walked step by step to where he is now. Unfortunately, zombies appeared in just a few years, and families were destroyed almost everywhere in the world. When Lin Hao was hiding from zombies abroad and encountered heavy rain, he held his breath and cursed the sky for a long time, and finally had to accept the reality. As a result, Sheng Wenjing and his group appeared the next day. Because it is not easy to live to this day, Lin Hao also looked at Qin Yu with a new eye after hearing about his experience. What happened later also made Lin Yi feel relieved. At least the bloody things in the TV series would not happen to her. Hearing his brother-in-law's question, Qin Yu directly reminded how to analyze the sound. "Oh, right." Lin Hao snapped his fingers and said, "The people of the Savior Gate accidentally got a USB flash drive with some editing software. If you import audio, it will show a wave state. When the personnel leave the checkpoint, they specially ask people to select 3 or 4 words, and then read them out with a recorder." Hui Yao was puzzled and asked, "But how can the frequency of the same paragraph be completely consistent?" Lin Hao said, "So they only chose words as the necessary conditions for identification. Even slight fluctuations are normal, and only one person knows what kind of words they are. If you cannot accurately say the slogan and match the audio when entering the level, you will be shot on the spot. Can you interrogate it?" Qin Yu asked. "No." Lin Hao shook his head. "A long time ago, when I still had power in my hands, I had someone arrested outside. It happened to be someone who knew the words. As a result, he was exhausted and committed suicide in the end." "How do you know he is?" Shen Ming was a little curious. After all, there is no writing on his face, right? Lin Hao sighed and said, "Do you know why I call Jiang Chen an old beast now? Everyone shook their heads. Seeing this, he continued, alas, this bastard has trained a group of death warriors. There are traces of iron branding on their wrists. Although there is nothing wrong with them from the outside, there is poison stuck in their teeth. As long as you use the tip of your tongue to push, the poison will be pierced by the newly sharpened teeth, and they will die within 10 seconds. After saying this, Chen Yu suddenly remembered something and looked at Shang Wanjing. Shang Wanjing also frowned slightly, then stood up, walked to the door, and nodded slightly in a certain direction. A few seconds later, Slav came over, and the two exchanged a few words, and Shang Wanjing returned to the lounge. After sitting down, he said, before, in Xiaolei, that is, the outskirts of Chen Yu's camp, Slav and Leander met this type of person. At this point, Shang Wanjing looked at Chen Yu. You should also have an impression. I only remember that one of them did commit suicide by taking poison, but I didn't notice anything wrong with his arm. Chen Yu said softly. Well, so since then, this guy seems to have reached out his hand. At that time, they kidnapped a Ling. Her? Chen Yu was a little confused and said, although doctors are very important nowadays, it shouldn't be a difficult task for the Salvation Gate that can even restart the elevator, right? Hearing this, Shang Wanjing remained silent. He was a little hesitant about whether to say these things. Seeing this, Chen Yu said, if it's inconvenient, don't say it. Chapter 1036. After saying this, Shang Wanjing shook his head and said, now we are all in the same boat, there is nothing to say. Aling's parents were researchers in a biotechnology company, you should know this too. Chen Yu nodded. But there is one more thing, that is, Aling's parents heard about a plan called screening human genes many years ago. Then Shang Wanjing paused for a moment and added, to put it simply, the appearance of zombies later was partly due to this. Some people took advantage of the mentality of the rich, who were reluctant to die before they had spent all their money, and announced that they could develop an immortality potion and recruit investors worldwide. They extracted serum from a creature with an extremely long lifespan, developed a potion, and conducted experiments in front of dozens of billionaires. The potion was injected into an older mouse, and then after waiting for about 3 minutes, a magical scene appeared. The mouse was connected to various precision instruments. Through the large screen, it can be clearly and directly seen that the mouse's functions have regressed, that is, it has become more energetic than before. A middle-aged man in his 40s named Wei Jiancheng said in astonishment, is there really an immortality drug in this world? Shang Wanjing glanced at him and said calmly, what are you thinking? If there really is such a thing, the world would have been in chaos long ago. Those people are just taking advantage of the greed of the rich. Chen Yu also said easily at this time, yes, if a person drives a motorcycle, he will envy the car for shelter, but if he buys a car, he will envy the villa. In the end, when you have power, you want money, and when you have money, you want to live longer than others. Chen Yu is right, people always only see what they don't have, and thus ignore what they have. Shang Wanjing pondered for a few seconds and said, so what's the matter with the mouse? Chen Yu asked. Hearing this, Shang Wanjing turned his head and looked towards the door. Aling's parents are very smart. They realized many years ago that it was impossible to develop such a drug, and they guessed what these people would do next, even many steps. Aling's parents recorded the things they guessed through video, stored them in a chip that is about the size of a quarter of a dime, and then used a special capsule to store it in Aling's arm. The reason why the rats changed is that the rich people had been hypnotized since they arrived on the island, and even the oxygen they breathed was drugged. In order to implement the plan smoothly, the dozen or so staff members who led the way had the same experience as them. In the live broadcast room, when the music sounded, everyone fell asleep, and at this time the picture had been changed, and another identical rat appeared in front of everyone. After hearing this, Hu Yao sighed, they went to great lengths to cheat people out of money? Shang Wanjing shook his head and said, they really intend to cleanse the human race, and even reduce the Earth's population by half. But in the end, things took a turn for the better. The antidote they prepared in advance could not eliminate the side effects of the drug, that is, the zombie virus. And the most frightening thing is that the virus is airborne. After saying this, Lin Hao slapped the table with his right hand and said, damn it, during the days when zombies appeared, typhoons happened to hit many parts of the world. Shang Wanjing nodded, it was because of this, with the help of the tornado, that the virus infected all humans in the world almost overnight. At this time, the first to be affected were the corpses that had just rotted. After all, living people will become zombies after death. Secondly, many people think that zombies are toys in front of the army, but they ignore the fact that soldiers are also human beings. As long as they are human, they will be infected. When a body appears on the street, people will only think that it is a movie or makeup, and their vigilance will be greatly reduced. At this moment, the door of the lounge was suddenly knocked. Seeing this, Chinyu stood up and walked over to open the door, and found that it was Xiaojio. He whispered, "Xiaoyu, Fengyi asked me to participate in the meeting as well. After all, we are all going to take action next. If you pass on the message later, it may delay the time." Chinyu nodded, pulled open the door sideways and said, "Welcome, I originally intended to have you come too. I will give you more information about what I said before." "Okay." When Xiaojio sat down, Chinyu said, "Brother Shangwan, just continue as you said just now. If there were only zombies, even if the army was also infected with the virus, it would basically be powerless in the face of powerful thermal weapons. But the difficulty lies in that other people took advantage of this time to start a riot, and there were also animal zombies attacking from the side." Speaking of this, Shangwan Jing also sighed rarely and said, "If it weren't for the fact that so many people were infected in an instant, in fact, with the armed forces of various countries, at least many cities could be saved." "But some people don't want them to do this?" Chinyu thought of something. "Yes, some people have lost their families, owe gambling debts, and even have terminal illnesses. At this time, zombies appear and the doomsday breaks out. Those beautiful women, who used to only be seen on mobile phones and TVs, are now fleeing in panic on the streets. What do you think those people will do?" Chinyu was silent, and the others also knew what the result would be. Shinming whispered, "So the people in front are dealing with the zombies, and the people behind are taking the opportunity to cause trouble. Well, when zombies first appeared, many people did not turn bad. They still had good intentions, but there would always be one or two bad apples among the survivors." Shangwan Jing couldn't help but feel depressed when he said this. Because of the powerful intelligence network of the killer organization, Shangwan Jing knew a lot of things in the first half-month after the zombies appeared. It can be said that he has seen all kinds of human evil. Yes, if I saw that there were zombies everywhere outside, and then opened the door to save the survivors, and they attack my wife and daughter, then I might also go astray." Wei Jiansheng smiled bitterly. "So it only takes a week for many people to pick up the knife beside them." After that, Shangwan Jing glanced at Chinyu and said, "If other survivors can choose to hide at home for more than a month like you, then the army can gradually deal with those zombies. But unfortunately, not everyone is afraid of the end of the world. Some people are looking forward to the end of the world. After all, they don't want to live anymore." Chapter 1037. So why did those people kidnap a Ling? Chinyu couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that a Ling has antibodies in his body that can be used to develop an antidote? Hearing this, Shangwan Jing shook his head and said, "You underestimate human nature. The moment a Ling's parents participated in the plan, their lives had already begun to count down. The research center adopts a fully closed management system, and not even a mosquito can fly in. It's not easy for them to guess what those people might do next. How can human beings accurately predict the composition of the drug?" "Then what?" Xiaojio asked at this time. Although he didn't hear much before, he could roughly understand it. When he was abroad before, when natural disasters occurred in some places, the troops had to carry guns to rescue, otherwise there would definitely be trouble. Xiaojio had seen with his own eyes that some disaster-stricken residents dragged the female volunteers, who came to help directly into the house. But at that time, Xiaojio had a mission to do, and this was not from his own country, so Xiaojio gritted his teeth and could only choose to ignore it. After all, if he rescued people, he would be easily discovered by soldiers from other countries. Xiaojio went abroad alone to perform a confidential mission, and the country would not publicly recognize his identity. It would be difficult to explain to the higher-ups if they rashly entered another country to fight without saying hello, so whether it was Xiaojio or Shangwan Jing, once they stepped out of the border, the only thing they could protect themselves with was the gun in their hands. Although Xiaojio had never seen people from the disaster area making trouble in China before, when a global disaster occurred and it became more and more chaotic day by day, order disappeared, and everyone could not protect themselves, then it was hard to say. Human nature is like glass. When life-threatening things appear before our eyes, when these things begin to test us, sooner or later, it will break. Shangwan Jing looked at Xiaojio and replied, "As I said before, a Ling's parents are very smart. They couldn't guess the ingredients of the potion, but based on the existing results, they used the formula to calculate for a day and a night, and finally determine the worst result, which is the zombie virus. But time is urgent, they don't have time to analyze how to deal with those toxicities, so they can only do the opposite and make the virus reject certain potions. But they only recorded the steps in the chip, and were taken to the basement. Since then, they have never come out. At that time, Ling was just a baby. Others did not suspect anything and raised her day by day until I met her and brought her back to the organization. Qin Yu frowned and said, "It seems like many years have passed." Shang Wanjing nodded and said, "Although the zombie virus has only appeared for nearly 2 years, they have already started researching it more than 10 years ago. So, as long as the chip is made, the zombies can be driven away. It's difficult, but if it succeeds, and humans take it, the zombies will no longer attack the living, and they will die in all kinds of natural disasters in just 30 years. Shang Wanjing said more words in the lounge at this time than he did in the past 2 years. Is there no hope at all? Qin Yu was a little unwilling to give up. Although he had never heard of any antidote, if this drug could be developed, it would be no less effective than the antidote. We lack researchers, materials, and even space. Shang Wanjing shook his head slowly. At this moment, Lin Hao raised his right hand, then touched the tip of his nose with his left hand and said, "Have you forgotten this about the Savior sect?" As soon as these words came out, Qin Yu's eyes lit up, and he stood up and said, "Yes. I heard before that the Savior sect was researching some antidote, and they must have a lot of researchers there." But Shang Wanjing rubbed his temples and said, "You think too simply, I know this too." He looked around at everyone, but he had to tell the truth. Jiang Qin, who was able to create 3 of the top 10 killer organizations by himself, is not that easy to deal with. Shang Wanjing then sighed and said, "Although I don't want to encourage others, Jiang Qin's IQ is indeed genius. If we have any chance of defeating him, these researchers will die in a second." After the voice fell, Shang Wanjing turned his head slightly to look at the man sitting opposite him, and said, "It's really not easy for you to follow Jiang Qin for so long and still be alive." Lin Hao said thoughtfully, "But I think Jiang Qin, the old beast, doesn't seem to be a threat. He just kicked you several meters away in front of me some time ago. According to you, he had this kind of strength even when he was sick. If he was 10 years younger, he could kick that woman to death with one kick." Speaking of this, Shang Wanjing said softly, "Jiang Qin is best at pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger. You think he is a yellow bird, but in fact he will pretend that there is a snake or even an eagle behind him. When you think you are the winner, Jiang Qin will jump out and become the hunter. I haven't beaten him for so many years otherwise. Where do you think my white hair came from?" At this moment, Qin Yu has been in a state of contemplation and has not spoken for a long time. The lounge fell into silence, and everyone turned their heads to look at him. Seeing this, Xiao Jiu tapped the table lightly and asked, "Xiao Yu, what are you thinking about?" Hearing this, Qin Yu came back to his senses and tapped the table with his right hand, saying, "Jiang Qin wants to win, so why don't we let him win?" Everyone was stunned when this was said. Shang Wanjing couldn't help it and said, "Do you know what Jiang Qin looks like when he kills people? It's like the god of death has come. This guy may show sadness, but he will never stop. Once we lose this time, everyone, including your beloved woman, will be unable to live or die." Qin Yu said slowly, "There is no construction without destruction. Jiang Qin has finally established the current situation. Even if he has calculated everything, he definitely won't take this step." "What?" Everyone looked puzzled. Seeing this, Qin Yu stood up, supported his hands on the edge of the table, grinned, and said, "I'm going to blow up that hydroelectric power station." Hearing this, Lin Hao was stunned and said, "Do you know what such a large hydroelectric power station means to a force in the doomsday?" "I know." Qin Yu's face was calm, and he spoke word by word. "The electricity that can be used by 6 buildings with 1 or 2,000 people, if it is redistributed and the elevators are stopped, I'm afraid it can be used by 5,000 people." Chapter 1038. At least, we don't have to worry about electricity in the next 5 years. In my opinion, according to your description, this Jiang Qin must also know this, so they must think that we are preparing to take over the magpie's nest. Shang Wanjing shook his head and said, "There must be heavy guards over there." Hearing this, Qin Yu looked at Feng Yi and smiled. No matter how many people there are, as long as they don't have an air defense system, they will be like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Unexpectedly, Shang Wanjing stood up and said gloomily when he heard this, "You want to use that thing?" Without waiting for Qin Yu to speak, Shang Wanjing rejected it again. "This is our biggest trump card to eliminate Jiang Qin, and it is also a means to deal with his armed helicopter. We can't afford to lose it." Hearing this, Lin Hao asked Xiao Jiu next to him, "What are they talking about?" "It seems to be a transport vehicle equipped with a rocket launcher with 12 shells." After this, Hui Yao was stunned. "I didn't see it. Where is it?" At this time, Shang Wanjing looked at her and said, "It's a serious matter, so I knocked out your people, quietly drove the car out, and had someone drive behind." After the words fell, Hui Yao's face suddenly looked a little bad. Seeing this, Qin Yu explained, "It's not that I don't believe you, but you also know how obvious this thing is when it is on the road." "Okay, I can understand." Hu Yao nodded. "She is not an ordinary woman, so she will not be upset because of these things. Moreover, many things in the arsenal have been moved away. If it weren't for the road being blocked, there would probably be nothing left. Secondly, Hu Yao didn't recognize many of the weapons in it at all. Even if they were all there, she didn't know how to use them." Then Qin Yu looked at Shang Wenjing and said calmly, "Have you ever thought about what to do if these 12 shells still failed to kill Jiang Chen? As long as we can determine his position, not to mention 12 shots, even one shot would be enough." Shang Wenjing shook his head. "What if Jiang Chen secretly trained a substitute? For example, find someone with a similar height and weight, and imitate his daily living habits day after day, and we can't confirm it face to face. At this time, what should we do?" Qin Yu raised this question at this moment, because he had seen someone wearing a mask to disguise his age before. Sure enough, after saying this, Shang Wenjing sat back in his chair and remained silent. "Even if you blow up the hydroelectric power station, it won't be that easy." He frowned and said, "Snap." Qin Yu snapped his fingers and said, "When it comes to fighting, Brother Xiao and people like you are better at it, but if it's just to force the enemy to lose their composure, I should have a certain say now." At this point, he smiled. "For so long, big and small things have gradually allowed me to summarize an experience." "What is it?" Xiao Jiao looked at the young man whose momentum had changed a little, and couldn't help but feel curious. Almost 22 months had passed, and Xiao Jiao couldn't help but sigh that people really change. At least, whether it was Xiao Jiao, Shang Wenjing, or the leaders of other camps, none of them had thought of blowing up the hydropower station. After all, this thing is completely different from those miniature ones at home. Qin Yu paused and said, "Hit the snake at its weakest point. The only advantage we have over Jiang Chen is that we can fight with all our strength. If we win, we can get better resources and a survival camp. If we lose, we can be brothers on the road to the underworld together." After saying this, Shang Wenjing looked up at Qin Yu, and was even a little surprised. He had overlooked this point. The next second, Shang Wenjing also nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, we seem to have forgotten one very important thing before, that is, as long as we win, we will get a lot of resources, but if Jiang Chen, the old fox, wins, he can only get more people." "That's right." Qin Yu smiled and said, "According to Brother Yi, Jiang Chen has now integrated the Savior Gate and Pan Yi Bay, and the number of people he controls has even exceeded the 1,000 mark. At this time, what he needs is not people, but talents. But if I were him, I would never keep people from the hostile forces around me. Many people understand the principle of raising a tiger to cause trouble." Hearing this, Xiao Jiao nodded solemnly and said, "You mean, Jiang Chen actually doesn't want to fight at all, because there is nothing good in winning, but he can't afford to lose." Qin Yu waved his hand. He and Brother Shangwan have been enemies for a long time. He didn't know that they had returned before, so the two sides were at peace. But I guess, as long as there is a chance, Jiang Chen will definitely destroy Brother Shangwan. Qin Yu is right. Shang Wenjing didn't mind what Qin Yu said, and he thought so too. After he finished speaking, Shen Ming, who rarely spoke, joined in. "That is to say, those people will definitely think that we will definitely not attack those infrastructures. After all, if we win, they can be useful." Yes, this is something Jiang Chen didn't expect. He was able to lead people to restart such a large hydropower station in the Doomsday, which must have cost a lot of effort. He must think that no one would be willing to destroy it. Halfway through his words, Qin Yu paused for a few seconds and whispered, "If the hydropower station was attacked at this time, Jiang Chen would definitely take people to check, but it is not certain." At this time, Shang Wenjing said lightly, "If I also appear nearby, then Jiang Chen will definitely come out. With the blood feud you have had for more than 10 years, I am afraid it will really be a fight to the death." Qin Yu looked at the opposite side, and said after hesitating for a moment. Hearing this, except for Qin Yu, everyone else in the lounge looked at each other, wondering what kind of hatred they had that could not be resolved in the Doomsday. Shang Wenjing was silent for about half a minute, then he turned his head slightly, and looked towards the door. Outside the door, sat the people closest to him. Then he stood up, said a few words and left the lounge. "If I join the game, I might really be able to beat Jiang Chen by half a step. Just do as you say." Hearing this, Qin Yu's expression was not very relaxed, but rather a bit heavy. As the door closed again, the others did not get up and leave, but instead looked at Qin Yu sitting on the chair. After about 10 seconds, Qin Yu rubbed his brows in annoyance and said softly, "Brother Shangwan and Jiang Chen knew each other a long time ago. I can't tell you the details privately. But you can know that if Shangwan Jing really appears in an injured state, Jiang Chen will definitely take the bait. This should also be a thorn in his heart. Chapter 1039. What should we do specifically? Xiao Jiu asked. Hearing this, Chen Yu stood up and replied, Brother Shangwan will finalize the plan. After all, we are dealing with an old acquaintance, so we will definitely let him make his own battle plan. Then everyone can just cooperate as much as possible. Let's adjourn the meeting. Rest here for a day today, and leave at night. He paused and added, Go from the platform. As Chen Yu left the lounge, the others also slowly stood up, but only 2 people did not move. Soon there were only 2 people left in the lounge. Hu Yao turned his head and looked at Shen Ming, who was sitting far away, and whispered, Let's put the previous things behind us, okay? As soon as these words came out, Shen Ming let out a long sigh and nodded her head like a chicken pecking at rice. Shen Ming did not go to the train station square to pick up people last night, and she didn't know who was coming. The light in the waiting room was not good. Shen Ming just helped to light the fire for a while, and then slept in the corner at 12 o'clock in the evening. As a result, when she was having breakfast the next day, she saw an acquaintance walking beside Chen Yu with a smile on his face, and she was stunned at that moment. Chen Yu naturally noticed that something was wrong with Shen Ming, and then thought about it, and whispered something to Hu Yao. It was because of those words that Hu Yao was sitting in the lounge at this moment. Seeing Shen Ming was a little uneasy, Hu Yao looked at her and said calmly, It was indeed my fault before, but it was also the order from the Salvation sect that asked me to find a way to capture the survivors. After the people in your camp were taken away, they let me go. I don't know if those people have gone back, but no matter what, it's my fault. If you think it's not okay, I will give you an explanation after this matter is resolved. Hearing this, Shen Ming shook her head, grasped the edge of her clothes with both hands, and whispered, I have also thought about it. After all, not all camps will kindly accept neighbors to settle down next to them. What's more, we also want to use you to attract the attention of zombies and others, so as to develop better. Hu Yao couldn't help but raise his eyebrows and asked, Then why did you move later? And even set fire to those houses? Because zombies are not the biggest threat now, people are. Shen Ming was silent for a few seconds and answered. Hu Yao nodded slightly, stood up and left the lounge. Shen Ming looked at her back, feeling mixed emotions. Both were women and both were the leaders of the survivors' camp, but Shen Ming and Hu Yao were not on the same level. Fortunately, now that Chen Yu was helping her, she could be on an equal footing with Hu Yao. In the waiting room, there was a rest area against a pillar. This was where Shangwan Jing and others rested. Usually, few people came here. After all, they basically did not interact with the outside world. Because it was daytime, there were only a few people sitting on the ground, talking quietly to each other. Long Dai was wiping the sniper rifle, sitting alone in the corner. Just then, a middle-aged man with a dark face stood up and walked towards her. Long Dai lowered her head, but she saw a pair of shoes out of the corner of her eye and recognized who it was. So she put down the wet cloth in her hand and whispered, What's the matter? Hearing this, Uncle Wa stood 2 meters away from her, took out a sniper rifle on his shoulder, and said, In my current state, I can't play much power with it, so it's better to give it to someone who needs it. Long Dai now doesn't show her love for the gun like before. She lowered her head, looked at the floor at her feet and said, There is also a sniper in your camp. Why don't you give it to him? Uncle Wa doesn't like to tell lies because of his personality, but said truthfully, The gun is out of bullets. Hearing this, Long Dai smiled instead of getting angry, raised her head and looked at him and asked, So you think I can find bullets? That's not what I mean. Uncle Wa said calmly, Yang Yu is a soldier serving in the domestic army. He rarely comes into contact with foreign firearms. Although I have been fighting outside for many years, I don't know much about sniper rifles. For us, we only know which caliber bullets this gun can use, but we don't know whether other guns use this kind of bullets. This reason is not very convincing. Long Dai stood up and patted the dust off her, but, of course, Long Dai knew very well that she did know this because she specialized in various sniper rifles. After saying this, Uncle Wa looked at her in silence, with no emotion on his face. A few seconds later, Long Dai reluctantly reached out and took the anti-material sniper rifle, which still looked like a brand new one. Then Long Dai said, As long as I can find those types of guns next, I promise to make it fully exert its power. Yes. Uncle Wa nodded, turned around and left without saying another word. Last night, a little girl kept checking his arm for a long time, and finally left with the medicine box without saying a word. When he walked back to his previous seat, he found that there were 2 more people there. One was Chen Yu, and the other was still the little girl from last night. Seeing Uncle Wa coming back, Chinyu did not ask him what he was doing, but directly said, "Her name is Fong Xian, let's go to the lounge to talk." Soon the three of them walked to the lounge, and after entering, Fong Xian opened the curtains to make the light better, and then turned back and said, "Let him lie on the table first." After the voice fell, Uncle Wa did it. At this moment, he seemed to guess what was going on, and couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Sure enough, the girl named Fong Xian opened the box, and took out a set of tied tools from it. As they were spread out on the table, the silver needles appeared in front of them. T-shirt off. A few seconds later, Fong Xian took a deep breath, with a serious expression, and began to apply acupuncture to a certain acupuncture point on Uncle Wa's shoulder. Chinyu just stood aside, watching Fong Xian work calmly. Outside the lounge, Long Dai had just put her gun away when she saw the instructor walking back with a group of people. Seeing this, she also knew that there must be something to say. 10 seconds later, Shang Wenjing stood in front of them, and said, "Xiao Jia, ask Chinyu and the others to borrow a map later, and find a square in an area 50 kilometers away from Jiang Chen's base camp." "What kind?" Long Jia nodded and asked. "A good view, open space, and most importantly, not too many zombies." "Okay." Shang Wenjing then added, "You also need to find a bucket of white paint, draw a circle on the ground, and draw a capital H inside it." After saying this, Long Dai frowned and said, "Are you going to draw a helicopter pad?" "Not only that, I'm also going to blow up Jiang Chen's armed helicopter." Chapter 1040. But how could Jiang Chen park the helicopter exactly there? Long Jia couldn't help but ask. Hearing this, Shang Wenjing said, "He can't, but the pilot may not. Last night, I asked Chinyu, and the guy named Xiao Jiao, and even Lin Hao. There are many open areas in this city that have artificially drawn helipads. Plus, this group of people are used to being rude on weekdays, and they don't realize that there are other people in the city who dare to attack them. Yesterday, Chinyu and his men attacked 3 times, and now they can't make phone calls, so it will take some time for the news to be transmitted back. During this process, let's set up the trap first." After listening, Long Jia suddenly realized and said, "Okay, then I get some dust. The weather is hot now, and the paint dries quickly. Then we can deal with it later, and it will look a little dirtier. Well, I'm relieved to leave this matter to you. In the next period of time, we have to move our position first. Starting tomorrow, we will fight a guerrilla war with Jiang Chen's people." As soon as he finished speaking, Shang Wenjing took a walkie-talkie from someone else and handed it to Long Jia. "Now that we have a relay station, we can communicate over long distances, which makes things much easier." Shang Wenjing also discussed the plan with Chinyu and the others. The reason why they chose the train station and took the opportunity to launch the attack was mainly to let Jiang Chen's people find them first. At the same time, on a mountain 100 kilometers away, a large number of fully armed men, holding rifles and wearing armor, patrolled the road over and over again. There was even a mounted off-road vehicle with a large machine gun tied to it. Although it was just dawn, they were still patrolling the surroundings at a high level, not missing any movement. Every 3 minutes, another group of people would walk down from the mountain. It was indeed as Lin Hao said, it was impossible to kill them by force. At the top of the mountain, by the swimming pool, a man was lying on a beach chair, his legs spread out on the legs of 2 young women with first-class looks and figures, enjoying the massage service. Then, on his left, another young man lowered his head, bent his body slightly, and slowly said something. Compared with before, Jiang Chen has recovered a lot in both mental and physical condition. Although he can no longer be compared with his previous peak state due to his age, he is still much better than ordinary people now. About 3 minutes later, the subordinate finished speaking, but did not dare to stand up straight. Jiang Chen wore sunglasses and turned his head slightly to the right. Seeing this, a beautiful woman holding grapes reached out and picked one, pinched it, and fed it to Jiang Chen. These girls, even if there is only one of them in the doomsday, can cause many forces to fight for it. After all, they are first-rate in both figure and appearance, no worse than the models before the doomsday. But now in this camp, they can only be reduced to servants and maids. But even so, they took the initiative to beg for a long time to get this status. Not even one of them was coerced by Jiang Chen. Even at this point, every night, these girls would occasionally fight over who would serve Jiang Chen, and sometimes even fight. Jiang Chen chewed the grapes in his mouth calmly, and after a few seconds, he said lightly, "It's a bit sour." As soon as these words came out, the girl holding the plate next to him suddenly turned pale, and said in a trembling voice, Sorry, Brother Chen, I will go pick it again. After the voice fell, the girl hurriedly walked to the back, not daring to stay here at all. She finally breathed a sigh of relief until she left completely. 2 months ago, there was also an equally beautiful girl serving him. Although it was not the same fruit, it was not fully ripe. It was just a little sour, and Jiang Chen just frowned slightly, and the girl was dragged away. No matter how miserable she cried, Brother Chen had no mercy at that time. In the doomsday, it is actually very difficult for women like them, who have sweet looks and beautiful bodies, but do not have any survival skills to survive. Although Jiang Chen does not allow women to be robbed by force, they are human beings, and human beings need to eat. If they are driven out, they need to do the same things as men to survive. But most women cannot do physical work as well as men, not to mention that they have to train, and even patrol under the scorching sun every day. So if you want to survive, you can only go to those special places. In the apocalypse, serving one man or serving dozens or hundreds of men, the girls know who to choose. Because of these reasons, every woman who follows Jiang Chen stays there from the bottom of her heart, and many even lose weight to keep their figure. Jiang Chen sent the remaining 2 away, then sat up, looked at the clean and clear swimming pool in front of him, and said lightly, "So, the girl has escaped for 7 days, and you are telling me now, right?" As soon as these words came out, the subordinate knelt on the ground without saying a word, because he knew that no matter what he said at this moment, it would not change Brother Chen's mind. Jiang Chen's injuries were now mostly healed, and he no longer took people's lives like before. But it was precisely because of this that he looked at the girl named Fang Xian very much. "Are you mute?" Jiang Chen turned his head to look behind him on the left, and his tone was slightly heavier. Seeing this, the subordinate hurriedly said, "Master Han has taken people to chase." "Who was on duty on the day of the escape?" "It's Master Ji's man." The subordinate didn't dare to hide it, and told the truth. Hearing this name, Jiang Chen frowned slightly, took off his sunglasses, and said, "Ji Lin has been with me for a long time, and he even made such a mistake?" Reporting to Brother Chen, "I don't know why, many people who used to be in Pawnee Bay returned to the entrance and insisted on rushing in to see you, but at that time, Brother Chen was recovering from his injuries, and everyone didn't dare to disturb you, and they kept saying that you were going to turn your back on me." When saying this, the subordinate slightly raised his head and glanced at Jiang Chen's expression, fearing that if he made a move, his head would be moved. The next second, Jiang Chen said coldly, "When did I turn hostile? Where are the people?" "They are on their way back." 70 of them were emotionally agitated and were captured by the law enforcement team. "How many people are there in total?" "Except those who were bitten to death by zombies and those who had to fight back, there are still 197 left." Hearing this, Jiang Chen wanted to order them to be thrown into the sea to feed the fish, but after thinking about it, he changed his words and said, "Bring the manager to me and send the rest to the training base." After these words came out, his subordinates were stunned. He bravely asked again, "Brother Chen, why are you still training these people after they have caused trouble?" Chapter 1041. Jiang Chen turned his head and looked at him with a fake smile, saying, "You are talking so much nonsense. How about I give you my seat?" As soon as he said this, his subordinate lowered his head. "Okay, stop standing in front of me. Get out of the way." The subordinate wiped the sweat from his forehead. Although it was morning and the temperature was relatively cool, he was really nervous. When he heard this, he immediately stood up and left. A few seconds later, Jiang Chen put his sunglasses on the table beside him, walked to the edge of the swimming pool, and looked down at the city below. Although it doesn't look as prosperous as before the doomsday, Jiang Chen still likes to watch the sunrise every morning when he returns to the camp on the mountain. Just as Jiang Chen was watching the slowly rising sun, there was a sudden movement and noise behind him. "I have something to do. I have something to see Brother Chen." The person who spoke was a man in his 30s, but at this time, his hands were covered in blood and he was holding a watch. Seeing this, Jiang Chen turned around and looked at him, frowning, and said, "Let him in." Hearing this, the 2 young men on duty in black suits nodded and stood to the sides. When the man came closer, Jiang Chen said expressionlessly, "If what you say next doesn't change my mind, then just roll down this mountain." Hearing this, the man, whose face was red and breathing rapidly due to running for hundreds of meters continuously, forced himself to calm down, and then said in a deep voice, "Brother Chen, several of our people died recently, and the perpetrators were extremely cruel." "When did it happen?" Jiang Chen didn't take it to heart. After all, death is very common nowadays. "It was just these 2 days. But since most of the bodies were gnawed beyond recognition by zombies, it is difficult for us to tell where the fatal wounds were. Jiang Chen took the watch from his hand, carefully observed the bloodstains, and roughly deduced the time of death. Then Jiang Chen walked back to the beach chair and sat down, threw the watch directly on the table, and said, "Bring the map over." After hearing this, the subordinate standing by the swimming pool turned around and walked to the house next to it, and returned with the map a dozen seconds later. As the paper was spread out, Jiang Chen said calmly, "In which area did he die?" The man at the side walked forward, carefully checked the places marked on the map, and then pointed to 3 areas. "At the beginning, after the little girl escaped, I said people to chase her according to your instructions, Brother Chen." When saying this, the man also looked at Jiang Chen cautiously. Hearing this, Jiang Chen did not have any waves. When Fong Xian left Pawnee Bay before, he had already received the news, but only sent a few people to catch her alive. Because in Jiang Chen's view, the outside world is not like Pawnee Bay. If Fong Xian can see the cruelty of the doomsday, she may be more willing to stay with him. When the subordinate told him about this, Jiang Chen deliberately pretended to be unaware, in order to make others think that he didn't care much about this girl. Otherwise, some guys who have nothing to do after eating might run to be bodyguards for Fong Xian. Of course, if there were more people like this around him, Jiang Chen would be happy. After all, he couldn't guarantee that he would not get sick again in the future. Even though he has built a complete medical system now, many drugs cannot be produced again. "Go on," Jiang Chen said calmly. It stands to reason that the little girl had been hiding for a few days, and was about to be unable to run, but for some reason, a group of survivors suddenly appeared and attacked our people. Because the enemy's firepower was too fierce, our people requested helicopter support. "How many shells were used?" Jiang Chen glanced at him sideways. "2. The man replied in a low voice. "Are those people dead?" Of course, there were mincemeat everywhere, and you know the power of this air-to-ground missile, Brother Chen, humans basically can't avoid it. After hearing this, Jiang Chen was silent for a few seconds, then took the intercom on the table, pressed it and said, "Ask the 3 hall masters except Ji Lin to come over." Since the 2 forces were merged together, Jiang Chen disbanded many of the previous branches. For example, the doctor, or the butcher. In his opinion, they were just a bunch of people who dared to kill ordinary people. If they really met some powerful ones, they would die on the spot. In order to prevent the plan from being exposed, and to clear out the traitors in the 2 camps at the same time, Jiang Chen basically did not care about the Salvation sect. Only when it comes to matters that affect life and death, will the confidant go to Pawnee Bay to tell him. For example, Ding Han led 2 teams out to capture a Ling alive, but accidentally met Sheng Wanjing and others. Others thought that they were just tracking down the 2 people who escaped from the Savior Gate. Unfortunately, the plan could not keep up with the changes, and Ding Han was almost left there. Even though the mission was not completed and more than 10 people were lost, Jiang Chen did not blame anyone, but just asked them to recover well. But from that time on, Jiang Chen began to plot against Sheng Wanjing. He knew very well that the guy was most likely Sheng Wanjing, but at this moment Jiang Chen's hidden illness relapsed, making it difficult for him to exert his full strength. It happened that at this time, he was sick again, and could not be cured. After carefully analyzing all the current events, Jiang Chen decided to keep his troops in place. He knew that Sheng Wanjing would definitely guess why he did not go. Of course, the primary reason was that the journey was too long, and it was too difficult to send a large number of people over. But if all the resources of the camp are used, it is not impossible to do it. But this is not what Jiang Chen wants to do most. Even if he takes people with him, he doesn't know who wants to deal with him. So Jiang Chen started to play dead, and even after finishing all the things, he still didn't care about Sheng Wanjing. He was very sure that his development speed must be faster than that white-haired man. No matter from any aspect, Jiang Chen can wait. So he interspersed a large number of spies in the city, only focusing on the port or the railway station. After all, if Sheng Wanjing really brought people here, he would definitely bring a large number of people. When there are too many people, even Jiang Chen can't drive them all here, because at most the truck can carry people. But what about the weapons and ammunition? It's impossible to go there empty-handed, right? He even didn't let anyone intervene. That is, if Sheng Wanjing brought people to raid, he would just have a taste of sweetness. When Jiang Chen heard the report from his subordinates at this moment, he could actually guess who was coming. Soon 3 men with fierce faces came to the vicinity of the swimming pool. The 3 of them are in charge of the current Law Enforcement Hall, Discipline Hall, and Training Base respectively. Chapter 1042. Now the total number of people in the Salvation sect is about 1,500. Excluding the old, weak, sick, disabled, and women, there are still more than 900 people left. It is precisely because of the huge difference in numbers that Jiang Chen never worries about Sheng Guanjing and his men. After all, many modern weapons are currently unavailable and cannot be used again, so the difference in numbers is too large, and even if a fight breaks out, there is basically no suspense. Jiang Chen briefly talked to the 3 hall masters, then asked 2 of them to leave first, and then talked to the person in charge of the training base. Old Ma, a group of people will be sent to you later. Just let them learn how to shoot and throw explosives. Won't you teach them other things? The middle-aged man named Lao Ma asked curiously. No, just make them look stiff and distant. I want to see how cruel Sheng Guanjingxin is. Jiang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, exuding a chill. When the last person left, Jiang Chen was about to go into the house to eat something, but he saw someone running over quickly. The moment he saw this person, Jiang Chen roughly guessed what was going on. When he ran closer, Jiang Chen asked, "Are they really here?" "Yes." The subordinate held his knees with both hands, bent over and gasped, then raised his head and said, "Brother Chen, you asked us to keep an eye on the white-haired man before, but we didn't find him. Until recently, someone occasionally stood in the square near the train station. This morning, the brothers observed that there was indeed a white-haired man standing at the door, so I rode a motorcycle and rushed over." "How many people are there?" Jiang Chen asked. "I don't know the exact number. We are too far away and dare not approach to check." Hearing this, Jiang Chen pondered for a while and said, "Tell the location to the action team and ask them to take a look by helicopter. If they see anyone evacuating, send them on their way." "Understood." The subordinate nodded and turned to run outside. Then Jiang Chen looked up and said something to himself before walking into the house. Inside the train station, except for Long Jie and his group, the others remained in the waiting room. Of course, Long Jie was quite alert, and he left from the train platform with his people. After walking for a while, he led 5 people over the wall and headed towards the destination. Since Shen Meng also sacrificed several people, plus those before, Chen Yu also took out some pistols for them to use for self-defense. At present, there is enough ammunition. Conservatively estimated, there should be 5,000 to 6,000 rounds, whether it is rifles, pistols, or even submachine guns, but the only thing missing is those used by sniper rifles. Hui Yao's convoy is too conspicuous, and it is inevitable that it will be targeted when it drives over, so Chen Yu asked her to temporarily hide the things in the underground parking lot and drive out after leaving at night. In the waiting room, except for the leaders such as Chen Yu and Hui Yao, everyone else stood in an open area, holding machetes or daggers, and began to practice slashing movements. Now everyone's dagger-holding movements also adopted a reverse grip. Chen Yu stood in an abandoned store, watching those people training with a calm face. Behind him, Xiao Ning was washing Li Yao's hair. Lin Yi was checking the injuries of other wounded people to prevent them from getting worse. When Xiao Ning left with the turbid water, the person lying on the cabinet moved his fingers quietly. Xiao Yin was sitting nearby. She caught this detail instantly, and quickly patted the cabinet. Hearing the noise, Chen Yu turned to look at her, and Xiao Yin pointed at Li Yao who was lying there. A few seconds later, the girl who had been sleeping all night opened her eyes blankly. However, Li Yao was still a little dazed as she looked at the ceiling above her head. There was a gap in her memory, and she didn't remember where she was at the first time. Until she turned her head to the right, her eyes narrowed slightly, and then hesitated and said, "Chen Yu?" Hearing this, although Chen Yu felt a little heavy, he still smiled and said, "It's me, long time no see, Li Yao. And me, Sister Xiao Yao, I miss you so much." At the same time, a choked voice came from the left. Li Yao looked at her, and was stunned. Xiao Yin. At first, Li Yao didn't think this was a real thing, because in her memory, Xiao Yin's figure still stayed after Xiao Jiao and then parted. At this moment, Li Yao didn't know why Xiao Yin was standing with Chen Yu, and subconsciously thought she was dreaming. She sat up with her hands on the cabinet, but the pain from the right side of her abdomen made her gasp, and her face turned pale. Seeing this, Xiao Yin quickly helped her lie down again, and said distressfully, "You have a small cut on your stomach. Why don't you tell Dr. Xiaolin's brother? If we don't have enough doctors and tools here, it will be a big deal in a few hours." At this moment, hearing these words, Li Yao once again showed a blank look. The next second, Chen Yu came closer, stood very close to her right, and whispered, "Li Yao, this is not a dream." After saying this, Li Yao looked at him, then bit her lip, tears streaming down her eyes. She murmured with red eyes, "It's great to be together again." Originally, Li Yao wanted to ask Chen Yu a lot of questions, but when the words came to her lips, she didn't ask them. Chen Yu took out a piece of paper from the side, and handed it to Xiaoyan, who wiped Li Yao's tears for her. Then he whispered, "I'm sorry, I really don't know where you are. At that time, even if I came here, I would still be dead." Qinyu said these words not to excuse himself. Anyone who has survived the apocalypse knows very well how difficult it is to find a living person without communication tools, and the other person's exact location. Because it is very likely that you are looking here and moving there, and most of the time will be wasted on the road. And if Qinyu walked away at that time, it would be unfair to everyone. Li Yao shook her head slightly. She lay on the cabinet with a smile from the heart on her face, but she said it while crying, "Of course, I understand you. I support all your decisions unconditionally. As I said a long time ago, no matter what you say or what choice you make, I am willing." After saying that, Li Yao grabbed Xiaoyan's arm, endured the pain and sat up again, then looked at Qinyu's face, which was darker but still angular and handsome, and said seriously, "But I can't marry you. I have decided that I will never fall in love with anyone again in this life." Hearing this, Qinyu was silent for a few seconds and said, "Sorry." Although Li Yao had a smile on her lips, she shook her head with tears and said, "You don't owe me anything." Chapter 1043. If it weren't for you, I would have died in school with Brother Feng. When saying this, Li Yao's face was calm, as if she was telling a very ordinary thing. Having seen too many separations and deaths, Li Yao has become much more numb. Qinyu looked at her current state and whispered, "Have a good rest." Li Yao glanced at the people in the distance and said with a wry smile, "There are so many people following you now." Hearing this, Qinyu shook his head, "These are several forces. I will explain the details to you slowly later." "Yeah." Li Yao reached out his left hand and gently touched the back of Xiaoyan's head, then looked at Qinyu again and said, "By the way, where is Wu Rui? Is she still alive? Did you meet her later?" Hearing this, Qinyu nodded and said, "It was thanks to her that we knew you were taken away, and later we tried to find you." Then, Qinyu roughly described his experience during that period. After a few minutes, Li Yao finished listening and said, "It turned out that he had robbed those horses. Yes, later we thought that the people in the manor camp had kidnapped you. So we went over there, and later met another person who told us that the camp would not accept any survivors, let alone take back the wounded outside." At this moment, Qinyu couldn't help but think of Fu Qian. Although the child he adopted was still alive, Zhang Yin was the main person raising him before, but with Zhang Rui's accident, the child is now being taken care of by someone else, including Song Cheng's child, as well as the babies born by Chen Shi and Jiang Yuchen before, plus several others who can't walk. They are currently being taken care of by the women in the camp in turn. No one was dissatisfied. In everyone's view, children represent hope in the doomsday. However, as they experienced more and more dangers, the children were now doing exercises in addition to learning to read and various daily necessities. Of course, the content must have been re-optimized. After all, children and adults have different physiques. Li Yao is currently very curious about the camp, but she also knows that she can't be impatient now. Just as she was about to lie down again, Li Yao said again, "I want to see Wu Rui and thank her for not giving up on me despite her hard work." She didn't dare to come over, because Wu Rui felt that she was too cowardly at the time. If she hadn't hidden, but rushed out, she might have been able to stop the group of people, and even accompany you to such a far place. Qinyu said, "I don't blame Wu Rui." Li Yao shook her head seriously and said, "It's meaningless to say it after the fact. Lin Hao and his group did look difficult to deal with. Even if I switched places with her, I would hesitate whether to rush out. After all, if one person can survive, maybe she will meet you and have a chance to save people. Otherwise, it would be difficult for two girls to escape." After listening to this, Qinyu turned his head and looked at the left door, saying, "Then wait for Wu Rui to come back. I will ask her to come and see you." Wu Rui went out with Long Jia and others to perform a mission early this morning. Speaking of this, Qinyu paused and added, "Long Jia is Lei's junior brother and also one of us." "Is that so?" Li Yao seemed to understand and nodded. At this moment, Qinyu suddenly remembered something and said, "Don't go to sleep yet, there is someone you must want to see." After that, Qinyu walked to a corner of the waiting room. Because they carried a large amount of weapons and ammunition this time, they needed to be guarded around the clock. Ningli followed Qinyu and the others out, and she basically didn't talk. She stayed by the wooden boxes every day and read quietly. But they were all medical and weapon related. The former was lent to her by Lin Yi, and the latter was collected by Long Dai. But at this moment, Ningli looked at a loss, and couldn't read a word at all. From time to time, she raised her head and looked in the direction of the waiting room. She was currently in a passageway leading to the platform. When Ningli was changing shifts with others last night, she had gone to see the wounded twice, but they were not the faces she thought. And the wounds were too severe, Ningli couldn't stand the sight, so she went back to the passageway again. Although there was some movement inside later, Ningli still didn't choose to go over to check. She was afraid that her hopes would be dashed again, and she was also worried about seeing Yao Yao's body. And Ningli knew very well that if Li Yao really came back, Qin Yu would definitely come to call her. So now, although she was sitting on the ground holding a book, she was listening carefully to the door behind her. After waiting for an unknown period of time, a door was pushed open. Ningli quickly put down the book, stood up and looked over there, with an expression of wanting to say something but not being able to. Seeing this, Qin Yu smiled and said, "Take a break." Hearing this, Ningli looked at him hesitantly and asked, "Yao Yao, did you find her?" Qin Yu smiled and nodded again. Seeing this, Ningli hurriedly ran towards the waiting room. 10 seconds later, she stood a few meters away from the canteen, covering her mouth and crying. Li Yao, on the other hand, also widened her eyes. Finally, she stretched out her right hand and murmured, "Ning! Li?" The next second, Ningli rushed over, hugged Li Yao tightly, and cried on her shoulder. Seeing this scene, Xiaoyin wanted to remind her to be gentle and not touch Li Yao's wound, but after thinking about it, she left. Although Xiaoyin also had a lot of questions to ask Li Yao, she was very sensible and knew that Ningli was Li Yao's classmate, and the two must have a lot to say. Ningli hugged Li Yao and cried for several minutes, then said with a sad face, "Cici died some time ago." Li Yao felt a pain in her heart and wanted to say something, but she didn't know how to start. A few seconds later, Ningli sobbed and asked, "Yao Yao, where is Yuan Yuan? Is she still alive?" As soon as these words came out, Li Yao's mind instantly remembered the girl in the light yellow dress, and even her death, as if it was still vivid now. Li Yao held Ningli's hand and whispered, "Yuan Yuan didn't leave that city alive." Hearing this, Ningli cried even louder. Others also noticed the movement and stopped training. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao said, "Take a break first, and practice again in half an hour." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone dispersed and returned to their respective rest areas. Qin Yu checked the wooden boxes, and even looked at a box of bullets for a long time. After waiting for almost half an hour, Ningli came back. Although her eyes were red and swollen at the moment, there was still a smile on her lips. Ningli saw that Qin Yu had not left yet, so she trotted over, her mouth full of various words of gratitude, and she almost knelt down to him. Chapter 1044. Ningli has been struggling in the apocalypse for so long now, so she naturally understands how difficult it is for two people to meet again. Some people may end up with one person and one zombie when they meet again after they separate. So Ningli is very grateful to Qin Yu. At least he really did it. For this, Qin Yu also smiled and said that it was Xiao Jiao and Zhang Yin who found Li Yao, not him. But Ningli didn't think so. Later, the two talked for a while, and Qin Yu left here. Although there was no other arrangement today, he still had other things to do. Around 8 o'clock in the morning, Chen Yu, Shang Wanjing, Xiao Jiao, Alei and Zhang Yin began to prepare a battle plan. Originally, Qin Yu did not intend to participate, but Xiao Jiao said that no one is born knowing how to fight, not to mention that Qin Yu had many experiences of escaping death and could provide some suggestions. Among these 5 people, except Qin Yu and Zhang Yin, 3 of them have participated in various wars of varying sizes. In the lounge, before the battle was about to begin, Qin Yu interrupted everyone, went outside again, and called 2 more people. Uncle Hua and Yang Yu. Qin Yu also told everyone a good news. That is, Fong Xian has clearly guaranteed that Uncle Hua's injury can be cured with an 80% chance, but the disadvantage is that it will take at least half a year. After all, it is a hidden disease and a recurrence of an old injury. It takes a certain amount of time to completely cure it. Everyone was happy about this. Although it was difficult for Uncle Hua to serve as a sniper again this time, he could lead people to set up various traps and mines. In this way, after almost 4 hours in the lounge, several people finally determined the attack method. First, Shang Wanjing acted as bait, driving a car with people to make a lot of noise in the city to attract some people's attention. At the same time, Qin Yu proposed to select 3 more people, take the hair from the zombies, paint it with white paint, and then work with Shang Wanjing to make trouble in 4 directions of the city to cover up the truth. With his suggestion, everyone voted unanimously in favor of it. After all, according to Qin Yu's brother-in-law, the number of Jiang Chen's men was simply exaggerated and amazing. Moreover, Lin Hao repeatedly stressed that the weapons and equipment of the Savior sect were not inferior to theirs, and they definitely had more than one tank, so they must not start fighting without understanding the situation. The scale of the war under the apocalypse is much smaller than before the apocalypse, mainly because it is difficult to get support from the rear. So Shang Wanjing and Xiao Jiu both said that they should either not fight or fight quickly and do their best. They and Jiang Chen could not afford a protracted war, as they were several times inferior in numbers. Of course, this required a rough understanding of how many cards Jiang Chen had. And now most weapons and equipment can no longer be used, but Jiang Chen has drones for reconnaissance. Regarding this, Xiao Jiu said that they could choose to launch an attack on a rainy day. It is impossible that the guy's drone is a professional waterproof model. Now it is not like before that you can place an order to buy. What resources are available depends entirely on what you can find. It's just that there is no weather forecast, so it's hard to judge when it will rain. Yang Yu looked at the big guys in the room except Chen Yu, and he was really nervous. What he didn't expect was that Chen Yu actually knew so many powerful people. Hearing this, Chen Yu frowned slightly, but soon relaxed and said, "One of the survivors who followed this time has rheumatism. His legs will hurt the day before the rain. This should be a rough judgment." With this problem solved, everyone discussed the next steps again. With Shang Wanjing acting as bait, Jiang Chen may not show up first, so at this time, he needs to be made to fully feel the seriousness of the matter. If it was before the end of the world, Jiang Chen would definitely think of the importance of the hydropower station. Xiao Jiu also expressed his opinion on this. When launching a war, it is also a major tactic to cut off the enemy's energy facilities first, and destroy them as much as possible. Shang Wanjing nodded and said, "Well, Jiang Chen must think that the hydropower station is too important, and we must not be willing to blow it up." Chen Yu looked up and said, "Brother Shangwan, you need to lure out the helicopter and take it around the city. How confident are you?" Hearing this, Shang Wanjing thought for a moment and replied, "If the city is really as you said, the roads have been cleared by humans, and there will be no traffic jams. I can at least hold them back for 10 minutes. Shang Wanjing was not blindly confident about this, mainly because there were still zombies in the city. The huge noise would make it easy for them to form a group of zombies. After the group of zombies, if a zombie tide appeared, most forces would not be able to deal with it easily. After all, in the wild or other suburban areas, you can try to lead zombies away from all directions, but once they form in the city, it is basically a dead cycle. That's why Jiang Chen asked people to push the abandoned cars on the road to the sides, leaving an area in the middle. For a period of time, the number of zombies in the city decreased significantly. Although Jiang Chen didn't know the specific reason, he could guess that someone was secretly playing tricks, but he didn't expect that someone actually led the zombies into the stadium. Jiang Chen did ask his men to keep a close eye on those places where people were easy to hide, but after issuing the order, it went wrong from one level to another. This is the disadvantage of having too many people. Jiang Chen knew that he couldn't control everyone, otherwise he wouldn't have gone to great lengths to develop two camps, and finally merge them together. Although Jiang Chen cleared out all those who tried to rebel by this means, the consequence was that many people didn't know that he was the real controller. Unlike the people in charge of other camps, Jiang Chen rarely showed up in front of all the survivors, let alone gathered everyone together. As Shang Wanjing finished speaking, Chen Yu continued, "With Brother Shangwan's help, the helicopter will definitely go back to ask Jiang Chen for instructions if it fails to complete the mission. At this time, Brother Xiao, you drive the tank to lure out the zombies at the entrance of Pawnee Bay." At this point, Chen Yu sneered. There are about 20,000 zombies left, all crowded on that road, and there are dozens of weapons and equipment at the entrance. When this was said, everyone's eyes lit up, and Xiao Jiu quickly said, "Yes, you said that I should drive slowly to lead the zombies. I would definitely worry about problems, but with a tank, even if I am surrounded by zombies, I can be safe. Well, when the time comes, bring at least a week's worth of living supplies, and be prepared to stay in there for a while." Chen Yu nodded. Chapter 1045. What should I do when I go to the toilet? Xiao Jiu was puzzled. Hearing this, Zhang Yin patted his shoulder and smiled. "It's okay, I prepare a bucket for you." Now with Fong Xian's help, Zhang Yin also felt a glimmer of hope again. That is, Rui Rui actually didn't have any big problems, but because the attack was too dangerous, her brain had self-protection, which can be roughly understood as a standby state. Fong Xian would give her an acupuncture every 3 days, and at the same time let people who had a good relationship with her before talk to her more often, so that she could wake up faster. At this moment, I don't know if Chen Yu and his people are just too lucky. Fong Xian's past since childhood is indeed a little different. She has shown a great interest in acupuncture since she was a child. After studying every day, her greatest pleasure is to study the acupuncture points of the human body. This has led to Fong Xian having seen some of the wounded on Qin Yu's side. After all, many diseases have existed before the emergence of modern civilization. The experience passed down for hundreds or thousands of years has completely overturned the cognition of many people. Xiao Jiao was just joking. Of course he knew how to go to the toilet in a tank. Shang Wanjing then continued. The tank led the zombies away, and Jiang Qin would definitely realize that something was wrong, so he would definitely blow up the tank as much as possible. After all, if more than 20,000 zombies appeared near his camp, it would be completely hopeless. Qin Yu nodded slightly and said, if it were me, I would definitely lead the team myself to avoid any accidents during the mission. Well, Jiang Qin will definitely get on that helicopter, but without anti-aircraft missiles, it is difficult to hit a moving target, so they need to stay accurately at the reserved helipad, Shang Wanjing said. After he finished speaking, Uncle Wa glanced at him and said, but how can you ensure that he will get off the plane instead of shooting at you from the sky? Shang Wanjing smiled as he said this. He raised his thumb and tapped his chest. If Jiang Qin and I were to face each other, he would definitely try his best to have a close combat with me. Why? Zhang Yin was curious. What if something unexpected happened? Because I once killed his woman with 3 punches in front of him. When he said this, Shang Wanjing looked calm, as if he had no psychological burden. Everyone was silent after hearing this. But the next second, Shang Wanjing explained in a rare way. Before this, Jiang Qin's woman brutally killed one of my students, including the entire family and servants, a total of 19 people. And their bodies were exposed to the sun for 7 days. Women are the most vicious, and I'm not kidding. At this moment, Shang Wanjing could even remember the tragic appearance of the corpses at that time. Even though it happened more than 10 years ago, he still felt that he was not satisfied with his anger. Because that woman was completely brainwashed by Jiang Qin. The culprit was Jiang Qin, but it was too difficult to catch him. In the end, Jiang Qin escaped to the cruise ship, and Shang Wanjing was held tightly by his woman's legs, and even handcuffed, so that he could not chase him anymore. At that time, Shang Wanjing had established a killer organization, and let those who did not complete the assessment to solve it themselves. But in fact, he did not kill everyone, but injected a special potion into the brain, causing those children to have amnesia. Those who failed the assessment would be secretly sent to various parts of the world after their memories were cleared. They were isolated from the world, and it was difficult for them to return to modern civilization again, but their lives were saved. The first condition for Shang Wanjing to select those children was that they were orphans without parents and any relatives. Many places abroad are full of drugs. Even if Shang Wanjing does not intervene, those street kids can easily go on the path of murder, arson, robbery and drug abuse. But no one knows this, not even Long Dai and others. It is precisely because of this that Lei always hates his instructor, but he can't hate him. Listening to Shang Wanjing's words at this moment, Yang Yu waved his hand and said, revenge when there is revenge, repay kindness when there is kindness, there are only enemies, no other identities. Then Zhang Yin slowly said, in this case, is there a chance to use a shell to blow up the armed helicopter directly? No. Qin Yu shook his head and said, the rocket launcher transport vehicle needs to have the ability to attack the hydropower station and the helicopter at the same time. After blowing up the helicopter, it must immediately launch towards the hydropower station to make Jiang Qin lose his composure. Because it is close to 100 kilometers away, it takes about 2 minutes for the rocket launcher to hit the target. During this process, Brother Shangwan can only hold him back. There are too many of them. We can't kill them all, so we have to beat them until they can't breathe. Xiao Jiao was silent for a few seconds and asked, what if they have more than one armed helicopter? Then we can only pray that there will be thunderstorms on rainy days. In this way, the group discussed in the lounge for a whole morning before finalizing the battle plan. First, Jiang Qin must be lured out, and secondly, according to Qin Yu's suggestion, the hydropower station should be blown up, and this strategy is adopted to force Jiang Qin to go back for support. At the same time, the second tank was sent out to continue to guide the zombies. So the first tank could not carry any weapons and ammunition, it was just a bait, and Xiao Jiao had to take advantage of Shang Wanjing's appearance to quickly escape from the tank without being discovered. They roughly estimated that Jiang Qin could not have more than 1,000 people to participate in the battle. After all, it was not easy to get food and water. And according to the information provided by Lin Hao, there were about 800 or 900 people, many of whom could not leave. But if they go out to fight, there are at least 700 people. On the other hand, Qin Yu's side, excluding the elderly, the sick and the disabled, is almost just over 100. 100 people against more than 700 people, the outcome is obvious. Qin Yu and others have no way to fight head-on. If they fight directly, the chance of winning is not even 10%. Even within half a day, they will be defeated. So hard fighting is definitely not possible. But fortunately, Qin Yu has a lot of explosives, thanks to the continuous production of black gunpowder. In this case, we can lead those who come out to the streets of the city, blow up those houses, and trap some people. Both Shang Wenjing and Xiao Jiao know very well that war depends on who panics first. After all, this is not a professional battlefield. Most of them are ordinary people before the end of the world. Even if Jiang Chen has trained in advance, he has no practical experience. What's more, zombies are not vegetarians. Qin Yu wants to blow up the hydropower station and deliberately reveal his whereabouts, so that Jiang Chen's people will chase them in a rage. Then use the zombie tide to surround Jiang Chen and his group alive, cutting off his contact with his men. Chapter 1046. When leaving the lounge, Qin Yu happened to see Fong Xian standing next to Hong Wu, and seemed to be saying something. Seeing this, he thought for a moment, and then walked over. As soon as he approached, Fong Xian heard footsteps coming from the right rear, and then turned his head to look at him, smiling. "You are here, just in time. I have something to tell you." "What's wrong?" Qin Yu asked. Fong Xian took Qin Yu's arm, and walked a distance to other areas. Then she patted her chest and said proudly, "Fortunately, you didn't stand by and watch him die, and there will be a lot of good news to tell you next." After saying this, the clever Qin Yu first glanced at Fong Xian in front of him, and then looked at Hong Wu, who was wearing sunglasses again in the distance. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and whispered, "Can you even cure Hong Wu's injury?" Fong Xian was startled when she heard this. Who is Hong Wu? After hearing this, Qin Yu realized that she didn't seem to know all the people, and then quickly explained and told her the names of the injured. After the voice fell, Fong Xian said seriously, "Of course, I can't cure a completely blind person, but the one named Hong Wu actually only injured one eye. 3 years ago, my grandfather treated a similar patient. At that time, the man had an incident with firecrackers, and his companions wanted to scare him, so they deliberately threw firecrackers behind him. As a result, the man lit it and hurriedly ran back, stepped on empty air, and fell to the ground, and the firecrackers happened to fall next to him at this time. As luck would have it, there was a glass bottle on the ground, and the broken glass directly cut the man's eyes. At the same time, his head hit the ground heavily, and a lot of blood flowed out. Speaking of this, Fong Xian glanced behind him and continued in a low voice. This man named Hong Wu, according to my observation, should be completely blind in his left eye, but some particles flew into his right eye, causing pain, and blood entered his eyes, so he subconsciously didn't dare to open his eyes. After a while, I thought I had lost my sight in both eyes." Fong Xian then sighed and said, "What a pity. If a detailed and professional examination could be carried out before the end of the world, you might have discovered this earlier. If I hadn't seen a case a few years ago, I would have been wrong." Qin Yu was a little confused and asked, "But I saw him take off his sunglasses before, and both eyes were dull. If one of them was fine, how could this happen? Those tiny particles may have compressed the nerves. Eyes are very fragile, and damage will affect vision. You have to ask a professional doctor about this." Fong Xian didn't react for a moment, and said this subconsciously. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it a little. She clapped her hands and said, "Oh, I forgot where to find a doctor now." "Can it be cured?" Qin Yu asked. Fong Xian said, "The cycle is about 3 months. Even if it is cured, the vision will not be restored to the same as before, but for him now, this should be good news, right? Then I leave it to you." Qin Yu nodded and said, "If you need any help, just tell me. If I'm not here, go find the short-haired sister, her name is Feng Yi, or you can find the 1.9-meter tall man, named Xiao Jiao." Hearing this, Fong Xian stood about half a meter away from Qin Yu, slightly raised her head and looked at him, curiously. "Can I go find the doctor's sister?" "Yes." Qin Yu said seriously, "Going to her is equivalent to going to me." "Okay, I can't help much if you fight here. I'm not very good at dealing with external injuries, so I won't go." "Well, I have someone protect you." Fong Xian chuckled and turned around to leave. At this moment, she remembered something and turned her head and said, "By the way, be careful with your arrow poison tree. There is no antidote for it. The reason why it can be used for hunting is that this type of toxin will not be absorbed by the digestive system after being cooked at high temperature. It is infected through nerves and blood. Once it contacts the wound, it will die within a few minutes." After giving a special reminder, Fong Xian left. She currently does not have the ability to treat Hong Wu, and many herbs have to be found again. In the following time, Qin Yu and the others ate something and began to prepare for the decisive battle. Lin Yi carefully checked the condition of her brother Lin Hao to make sure that nothing serious happened, and then she let him follow Qin Yu to help. Originally, Lin Yi did not agree, and Chen Yu also wanted him to rest like Li Yao. But Lin Hao said that he must kill Jiang Chen with his own hands, and at the very least, he must watch him die with his own eyes. How could he hide in the back and sleep at this time? After Lin Yi asked the reason, he went to discuss with Qin Yu and finally agreed. She also knew that this was a critical moment. Whether it was her elder brother Lin Hao or Qin Yu, the person closest to her now, Lin Yi did not want to see anyone get hurt. And Lin Yi knew very well how powerful Sheng Wenjing was, and Lin Hao had actually trained with him for a period of time. Although the time was not long, it was not comparable to that of ordinary survivors. It is always better to have more powerful people in a team. This afternoon, Qin Yu and his men captured a zombie, whose height and body shape were somewhat similar to Sheng Wenjing. So, everyone started to perform surgery on the zombie. Two of them wrapped their hands with iron sheets and pressed the zombie's arms on the platform. Another person held its neck and forehead tightly to prevent it from struggling too hard. At the same time, the third person knelt directly at the zombie's feet and continued to press its legs. When everything was ready, Qin Yu took a deep breath, stood on the railway track, put on gloves, and started to trim the zombie's hair with scissors. The zombie's brain was not obviously damaged, and even its skull was intact. Although some areas of its scalp began to fester, it was considered to have a relatively good appearance compared to other zombies. Others were on guard around, and everyone was terrified when they saw Qin Yu shaving the zombie's hair. Only Qin Yu was probably so brave that he could face the zombie face to face, right? But if they were asked to go up, they would only dare to help hold it down. Because of the living people, the zombies struggled hard, and even seemed to be unable to be suppressed. Seeing this, Lin Hao, De Zhuang, and Xiao Jiao stepped forward, and the three of them also wrapped their arms with iron sheets and replaced the three sweaty young men. Qin Yu nodded slightly, threw away the hair, and got busy again. Chapter 1047. After more than 10 minutes, Qin Yu finally shaved the zombie's hair short. Then he used scissors to cut off the zombie's clothes and pants, trying not to cut the skin. Although this zombie was not seriously rotten, it was really smelly. If Qin Yu hadn't been used to this, he would have vomited it all out. The four people worked together to change the zombie's clothes, a long-sleeved shirt on the upper body, and a pair of cut-up casual pants on the lower body. The clothes can be put on, but the pants are difficult, so they have to be sewn together again. When everything is done, Qin Yu began to take the white paint and carefully paint the zombie's hair. The reason why he took so much effort to do these things is that he needs to let this zombie blend in with the zombies. Because there is a worst-case scenario, that is, Qin Yu and others are now exposed. He will not underestimate the enemy, and he will not think that the Salvation sect is stupid. Because of this, Qin Yu chose to put the temporary camp at the train station, with the purpose of having more than one way to leave here. If Jiang Chen had already discovered Sheng Wenjing's arrival, then Qin Yu would just take the opportunity to jump in. The zombies' clothes were too tattered. If only their hair was white, the enemy would easily be able to spot them. But what if they changed into old clothes and smeared zombie flesh on the zombies? Qin Yu was sure that this would definitely scare Jiang Chen's men. It would be enough for them to think that Qin Yu and the others were using disguised zombies to get close. As long as those people took the time to interrogate the zombies, or even shoot arrows at them to check, they could delay for more time. In this way, the disadvantages caused by the difference in numbers can be shortened as much as possible. Qin Yu still understood the principle of once bitten by a snake, you will be afraid of the rope for 10 years. He took advantage of the fear of those people. After all, the survivors now basically know how to dress up as zombies to go to those dangerous places. This is why, in this operation, Qin Yu did not let anyone pretend to be a zombie, and even didn't bother to bring the skin. As the zombies were dressed up, Qin Yu asked everyone to return to the waiting room, then he looked at the three people on the platform, nodded, and stepped back a few steps. Seeing this, the three of them looked at each other. Lin Hao and De Zhuang quickly loosened their hands and feet. At the same time, Xiao Jiao grabbed the zombie's neck and head, lifted it up, and pushed it under the track. With a snap, the zombie fell flat on its face, but it didn't feel any pain and soon got up from the ground. Qin Yu held two stainless steel basins in his hands, knocking them hard while slowly backing away. In this way, the zombie was successfully let out and mixed into this abandoned city. Then the others began to pack their luggage and waited quietly for the night to fall. When it got dark, everyone began to evacuate from the railway station to other directions. At this moment, In an abandoned building a few hundred meters away from the railway station, someone was staring at the square with a telescope. Little did they know that the people inside had already moved their positions. The few people hanging around at the door made them mistakenly believe that the rest of the people were still inside. Chinyu looked at his watch, confirmed that the time was almost up, and then nodded behind him. Seeing this, Zhang Yin took out the special smoke bomb they made again, lit it, and threw it in the open space in front. At this moment, the two people who were watching from a distance suddenly jumped their eyelids and said in a deep voice, "Oh no, we are exposed." The next second, smoke floated in the square, and Dazhuang held a dagger in his hand and knocked on the fences around him. At the same time, a group of people staggered out of the train station. Most of them were carrying various luggage, and some were even holding some in their hands. But if you look closer, you will see that the luggage is completely hung on the shoulders. It was dark at this moment, and the light was not very good. Coupled with the smoke in the square, the two men staring from a distance directly mistook the group of zombies for people. They mistakenly thought they were leaving the train station. So from this moment on, some people began to stare at the route that Chinyu and others left, holding a pen and carefully writing it down on paper. On the street a few hundred meters away, Chinyu asked Zhuang to leave secretly, and then he and Zhang Yin walked slowly at the front of the team. It seems that the two walked at a moderate speed, but if you observe carefully, you will find that whenever the person at the front of the team gets closer, Chinyu and Zhang Yin will speed up a little. Anyway, the people behind them can never catch up with them. Relying on this method, Chinyu successfully led the others to circle around the city. He didn't know if he was being targeted, but Chinyu knew very well that doing so would at least give others a chance to leave. And what if there really was someone? After all, Lin Hao repeatedly stressed that there are spies everywhere in this city. So it is always better to be more careful. It was about 8 o'clock in the evening. Chinyu saw that he had almost walked away. Then, he patted Zhang Yin on the shoulder. The two walked forward a few meters again, then saw the opportunity, rushed into the alley on the left, and quickly closed the door. Using the intercom, Chinyu contacted Xiao Jiao and others who were evacuating, and then rushed over to meet up. Nothing happened along the way, but Chinyu and Zhang Yin took a circle outside to make sure that no one was following them, and then entered the abandoned hotel. There weren't many zombies inside, and they had been cleared out by Xiao Jiao and his men in advance. But there were many zombies on the upper floors, but there was no need to go up, just block the stairs. At this moment, Chinyu also felt that it was a bit troublesome to bring these old people and children out, but he couldn't leave them there. After all, if those who stayed behind really had some bad intentions, they might not survive for more than 3 days. The next day, Chinyu and his men found a relatively hidden place, and let those who were inconvenient to follow hide in it. As for the girls, they just need to stay with me. However, just at noon, the city was bombed. On the rooftop of a residential building, Shang Guanjing looked over there with a telescope, and then whispered, "Sure enough, the train station was bombed directly. It seems that you left with more than 30 zombies last night, making those people think that part of them had evacuated." Chinyu stood aside and whispered, "To be honest, it would be better if there were more high-tech weapons, so that I can also satisfy my war addiction." Hearing this, Shang Guanjing handed him the telescope and shook his head, saying, "War is cruel. If it is before the end of the world, there will be bombings by various drones and fighter planes. It won't take long for the whole city to experience a large-scale power outage." Speaking of this, Shang Guanjing smiled bitterly and said, "It seems that we have become accustomed to the days without electricity." Chapter 1048. "Yeah, if we really want to destroy that hydroelectric power station, I can't bear it." Chinyu looked at the smoke in the distance with his naked eyes, and said calmly, "But I have asked Song Chung before coming here. As long as there are enough people, and we can find replacements for those equipment later, it is not impossible to restart the operation. If it doesn't work in half a year, then it will take a year." Although Chinyu has not seen any chance of winning yet, he knows very well how difficult it is to build these infrastructures. What's more, Jiang Chen's group should be restarting, not building anything new, so the difficulty is not too difficult. But if it blows up, it will take at least a year or so to use it again. For other camps, it would be great to have a few solar panels. If they don't think about robbing other survivors, and just rely on searching for supplies, they will be like Chinyu and his friends, who only have stable electricity after more than a year of doomsday. Shang Guanjing now knows who the man he is talking about is, and can't help but ask curiously, "Chinyu, you are ready to blow up the hydropower station on the train? It's not just this one." Chinyu smiled and said, "If it's other facilities, they can be blown up as well. The purpose is to make them feel that we are serious this time." At this point, Chinyu looked at the scattered zombies on the street below and whispered, It would be great if the Savior Gate didn't exist. Hearing this, Shang Wanjing looked at the abandoned hotel behind and said, to protect the people you want to protect, you have to take up weapons to protect yourself. Even if there is no Savior Gate, as the end of the world progresses, there may be other various gates. Human nature can never stand the test. After having the trump card to survive, when seeing those poor survivors outside, they will inevitably have other thoughts in their hearts, either thinking of taking them for themselves, or using them like animals. So this is one of the reasons why your camp does not contact any survivors? Qin Yu turned his head to the left and asked. At this moment, the man in a white gown and a hat nodded slightly. Of course, there are more reasons. Accepting them in will not improve the strength of our camp too much. After all, it doesn't make much sense to bet on whether they will not draw their swords against each other for a little gratitude from others. Hearing this, Qin Yu became thoughtful. After a few seconds, he pretended to joke and said, could it be that you already knew that a lei was in our camp, and you also predicted that we would grow stronger and stronger, and you just happened to be neighbors, and you could barely live in peace? After saying this, Shang Wanjing looked at him with a smile and said, do you think that my camp can't beat you? Qin Yu laughed at this. How could that be? After all, we lost last time. Qin Yu did not reveal the information that explosives were buried in the villa area. A long time ago, they had prepared for the worst, which was to perish together with the enemy. It was because of these explosives that the camp survived the siege by hundreds of people. Qin Yu put the telescope in his pocket and whispered, next, we will start multi-line operations, right? Yes. Speaking of business, Shang Wanjing also became serious. We are seriously short of manpower. Not everyone can deal with multiple enemies on their own, not to mention that the weapons and equipment of the Savior sect are not worse than ours. Only by spreading the war to multiple areas, letting Jiang Chen's men run back and forth, reducing their physical strength as much as possible, and making good use of the zombies, can we have a chance to win? Qin Yu was silent for a few seconds and asked, if we win, how many people will die? I don't know, Shang Wanjing said calmly, but I will most likely die with Jiang Chen. After saying this, a lei was slightly absent-minded next to the door behind the two of them. The next second, Shang Wanjing pretended to be relaxed and said, if I don't come back alive, you have to take good care of Xiao Yuan and a Ling for me. At this point, he paused for a moment and continued, as for the others, they can take care of themselves. You won't die. Qin Yu rejected this proposal and said, if you die, I will drive a Ling out. Anyway, she is such a beautiful girl, and she will be bitten to death by zombies in less than half a day. Shang Wanjing felt heavy in his heart, but he didn't know what to say. Of course he knew that Qin Yu would never do this, and the reason he said this was to let him not die calmly. Then, Qin Yu took out a small glass bottle from his pocket, which contained a transparent white liquid, which was the juice of the arrow poison tree. Qin Yu turned and looked at Shang Wanjing. He looked at the man who was slightly shorter than him and said word by word, Leander introduced this thing to me before, but you don't have it there. There is only one tree like this near our camp. As for the Savior Gate, I don't think there is this thing here. If you use it well, maybe it can be your life-saving method. Hearing this, Shang Wanjing took the small glass bottle, looked at it, and then said softly, thank you. We only have a few bottles, and we can only give one bottle to each person who is acting separately. We have to use it sparingly. Then the two talked again for a while, and Shang Wanjing turned and walked towards the door. After walking in, Shang Wanjing stopped, looked at the young man standing in the shadow, and said, you don't have to follow me. I'm just old, not dead. Others need you more than me. A lei shook his head slightly and said, no need to say more. Qin Yu also came over, let a lei follow you. There are not many people around you. With a lei, the overall situation can be more stable. Besides, you also said at the beginning that if a lei and his fellow apprentices gather together, the strength they can exert will be even more terrifying. Hearing this, Shang Wanjing opened his mouth, left a word and went downstairs. Whatever you want. Qin Yu stood by the door, clenched his right fist, and gently punched a lei's strong chest muscles, saying, don't worry, Feng Yi will be fine. When they went downstairs, the others had already divided into teams. There were about 7 teams, with different numbers of people. Qin Yu glanced at everyone, took a step forward, and stretched out his right fist in parallel. At the same time, Shang Wanjing followed closely. The next one was Xiao Jiu. The next one, Hui Yao also stood up. In this way, Shen Ming, Wei Jiancheng and Zhang Liping were added. There were 7 people in total, and their right hands were stacked together. As for the others, they mixed into these teams. Although many of them could stand on their own, there were not enough weapons and ammunition to divide, and 7 teams were just right. Chapter 1049. Qin Yu looked at everyone firmly, and said in a deep voice, "The most serious time is now. I hope we can all go all out, and celebrate the new year together happily." Nowadays, basically many people don't remember how many days have passed, but fortunately, Feng Yi has been doing this. After the voice fell, the 7 people clenched their fists at the same time and collided with each other. A few minutes later, Xiaoyan hugged Xiaojio with red eyes and pouted, "You must be careful." Xiaojio smiled and touched Xiaoyan's head, saying lovingly, "You are so old, but you still like to cry." Then Xiaojio said a few words to the people next to him, turned around, picked up a bag, took some people with him, and left with Hu Yao. Because the 3 tanks were too dazzling, they stopped in a certain area and did not enter the city in a swagger. Now Xiaojio had to check them first. With his experience in the special forces, driving a tank was also a piece of cake. Soon, the 7 teams left one after another, leaving only about 30 people in the abandoned hotel, namely Qin Yu and Shang Wenjing. At this moment, Lin Yi supported Li Yao and stood aside, and after a few seconds of hesitation, he said, "The other teams are each equipped with a doctor or nurse. Are you too sure you don't need one?" Hearing this, Qin Yu walked towards her, then stood in front of Lin Yi, stretched out his hand to help her tidy up the dirt on her hair by her ears, and whispered, "Lao Cheng and Li Yao are still injured now, and they can't keep running around, so someone must take care of them. This battle is inevitable. Unless our numbers can surpass those of the Savior sect, adding more people won't make much sense." After saying this, although Li Yao's face was not very good, she also looked up at Qin Yu and said, "Give me a gun so that I can help protect others." Hearing this, Qin Yu pondered for a while, then turned to the box beside him, took out a rifle from it, and then took out 2 magazines from the bag. "Use it sparingly. This time it won't end as quickly as before." Jiang Qin is far from being comparable to Long Shan. Because Li Yao did not participate in the fight with Su Dali later, Qin Yu did not mention him, but mentioned something that happened a long time ago. Li Yao held the gun, turned her head to look at the beautiful figure next to her, and asked, "Sister Xiaolin, how long will it take for me to recover completely?" 7 days at the fastest. Lin Yi thought about it carefully and said truthfully, "Fortunately, with Xiaoxin's ointment, your foot injury has been further relieved, otherwise it would be difficult to even stand on the ground." Fang Xian stood aside and whispered, "Sister, you can call me Xinxin just like Sister Xiaoyao." Lin Yi turned his head to the left and smiled, "Okay." When he heard this, Li Yao looked at Qin Yu again and said seriously, "In fact, I have grown a lot. If the battle is not over within 7 days, I also hope to participate." At this moment, Qin Yu turned around and looked at the door. He put his hands in his pockets, his eyes were indifferent, and his face was calm. He said, "If it can be over in 7 days, it would be great." After hearing this, everyone in the hall fell silent. "Okay, don't say these discouraging words." Qin Yu chuckled, looked at Shang Wenjing and said, "Brother Shangwan, let's communicate through the intercom from now on." "Yes." Shang Wenjing nodded, bent down, and picked up the 2 bags of items on the ground. As the items were picked up, there was a sound of metal parts colliding inside. The next second, he nodded slightly to the person next to him and said, "Let's go." After the voice fell, Alay held a large machine gun that he had collected in the cave a long time ago, and followed the instructor steadily. It's not that he didn't think about leaving this gun to Qin Yu. After all, the lethality is not comparable to that of ordinary guns. But Qin Yu said that he was not a professional soldier. It was not easy for him to be proficient in using pistols, rifles, and rocket launchers. Guns like this that he had never seen before the apocalypse, and he had never shot them in the apocalypse, so even if he held them in his hands, the lethality would be greatly reduced. But Alay was different. In his previous organization, he was familiar with almost all kinds of guns in the world, and he could even drive many cars. Therefore, this machine gun can only exert its maximum power in R's hands. As the senior brother left, Long Jia carried a shotgun on his left shoulder, walked to Qin Yu, and touched his right fist, and then the 2 of them touched their right shoulders again. Long Jia took a half step back, revealing an expression more solemn than ever before. "You have seen Jiang Qin's appearance from the portrait. If you meet him, don't think about playing urban warfare with him. He is good at leg skills, but he is not good at speed. You should take him around the streets as much as possible, use zombies, and wait for our support." "I understand." Qin Yu also nodded seriously. After saying that, Long Jia pointed his index finger at Qin Yu, then tapped his chest with his thumb, and stepped back while laughing. "I will definitely get you drunk at the dinner table during the Spring Festival this year." After saying that, Long Jia turned around, raised his right hand, and waved with his back to the crowd, then strode out with a gun in his left hand. Slav, Alice and others were already in the car, which was vacated by the Huiyao team after unloading the supplies. They had also collected some gasoline in the underground parking lot before. Long Dai was holding the sniper rifle that Qin Yu had given her before. She was wearing a camouflage t-shirt and pants, and a sun protection sleeve on her arm. Even her face was painted with mixed paint to form a slash shape. She was standing there at this moment, and her temperament was very different from before. At this moment, everyone felt the oppression of Long Dai as a female sniper. Even Yang Yu put away his smile and looked at her solemnly. She was wearing a baseball cap, standing in front of Qin Yu, and said in a deep voice, "Take care. Take care." Qin Yu nodded. Then Long Dai walked up to the pickup truck, patted the car body with her right hand, and the car started slowly. At the gate, a Ling watched them leave, feeling reluctant. This time was too dangerous. Maybe it was a real war. No matter how much Shang Wanjing loved a Ling, he would not bring her with him. When the convoy disappeared on the abandoned street outside, Qin Yu turned around, looked at the remaining 20 or so people in the house, and said, "You should be safe here temporarily. I will take people outside to set up booby traps and traps. After we leave, hide in the basement. What if someone is injured and the doctors and nurses who follow can't cure it?" Feng Yi suddenly asked at this time. Hearing this, Qin Yu was silent. Seeing this, the others were stunned and had roughly guessed the answer. Chapter 1050. At this time, if the wounded are brought back, it will inevitably expose the people hiding in the abandoned hotel. At that time, it will definitely be another hell on earth. Feng Yi was stunned and said, "So you and Shang Wanjing don't bring a doctor, right?" She didn't choose to say the last words. "We can handle minor injuries ourselves, and there is no need to come back for major injuries." Qin Yu nodded slightly. Although he said so, Qin Yu actually had other ideas. That is, he didn't want Lao Cheng and Li Yao to be hurt again. Now Hong Wu finally has a chance to heal one of his eyes. Qin Yu knows very well how important this is for a man who is blind in both eyes in the doomsday. Especially since Hong Wu heard that Lao Cheng was still alive, he became even more silent. Many times, he sat alone in a chair, wearing sunglasses, and would not move his seat or talk to anyone throughout the day. For this reason, Qin Yu specially asked the girls to keep an eye on him to prevent Hong Wu from showing suicidal tendencies. Although Qin Yu repeatedly emphasized that the wounded were not dragging down the team, and asked them not to think too much. Previously, the elderly and children were all hidden in a secret area, and a lot of food was left. As for water, we can only wait for rainy days to collect it. With the doomsday appearing for nearly 2 years, the rainwater has become much cleaner, and it can be used for emergency after simple filtration. Now in this abandoned hotel, there are only a few babies who can't walk yet, and they all need someone to hold them. At this time, whether it is Lin Yi Fong Xian or a Ling, they all seem more important. This abandoned city is huge. No matter how well connected Jiang Chen is, unless he can mobilize surveillance, it will take at least 10 days or half a month to find Lin Yi and her group. Qin Yu looked at Lin Yi's expression of wanting to say something but not saying anything, shook his head slightly, and signaled her not to say anything more. Seeing this, Lin Yi pursed her lips, lowered her head and said nothing more. Then Qin Yu looked aside and said, "Song Cheng, Lu Lin, Xiao Kong, and several other brothers, the safety of the area near the hotel is left to you." Hearing this, Song Cheng, whose skin color had turned much darker, held a bow and arrow in one hand and whispered, "As long as I am still alive, the enemy will not be able to enter the 100-meter range of this hotel." Since his wife died, Song Cheng began to build those micro-hydropower stations with all his strength. Song Cheng blamed himself for not saving Xiao Qin, and he didn't even know the cause of her death. But Song Cheng didn't want this to happen again. Qin Yu told him some precautions, and then took Zhang Yin and Uncle Hua out to set up booby traps. This time, there were enough grenades, almost hundreds of them. If it weren't for these things, Qin Yu wouldn't even know how to win against the Savior sect. It was noon now, the sun was very strong, and it was a bit hot, but the zombies were still wandering outside. Qin Yu and the other two moved quickly, and the ground was covered with all kinds of broken glass, and they threw dirty clothes on it to cover it. Then Zhang Yin pushed his left hand on the chin of a zombie, blocking it from biting, and then Uncle Hua used the fishing line he found in the fishing tackle store, and tied one end to the zombie's finger. As for the other end, it was hung on the grenade pull ring. After finishing, Zhang Yin grabbed the zombie with both hands, and pushed it into the abandoned shop next to him. At the moment the door closed, Uncle Hua squatted on the ground, and placed the grenade in the corner next to it. In this way, the zombie was trapped inside, and because the door handle was stuck with a wooden stick, it could not get out at all. Zombies have no intelligence. They will not walk back and forth in the house. Once they lose their target, the zombies will stand in place, swaying slightly. The zombies would not come back to their senses until there was a sound or a living person appeared. Since Song Chung learned archery from De Zhuang, his archery skills have been further improved. Now in the camp, his archery accuracy is second only to De Zhuang. So even if he is dozens of meters away, Song Chung can use a bow and arrow to knock down the wood outside the door. When there is no obstacle, the zombies will walk out of the door, and then drag the grenade on the ground until the grenade is caught by the obstacle. About one every 2 minutes, Zhang Yin and Uncle Wa quickly arrange no less than 20 grenade zombies in the nearby abandoned houses. At this time, Qin Yu threw some cans, plastic bottles, and the like on various places on the street. They were covered with opaque plastic bags, so that as long as someone entered, there would be a high probability of making noise. With this method, Song Chung and his friends did not have to watch the area below all day long when they were scattered on the rooftop or top floor. In order to prevent zombies from wandering in, Qin Yu attracted a few more, and then pierced their bodies with sharp wooden sticks, and stuck the other end in the gaps of the wall or the roadside. The top of the stick is stuck with something, and the zombies will be fixed. Since Qin Yu had seen similar methods in other places in the city before, he wanted to imitate it. Because Lin Hao said that after patrolling, the people in the city will definitely find a place to rest when they are tired. At this time, they will only trap some zombies outside to prevent other zombies from approaching. After all, if you are tired, you can just rest in place. Most people can't go back to the camp to sleep. If he was not worried that the second attack would expose his current whereabouts, Qin Yu would definitely burn those resting spots. Going to the train station before was an open plot. It depends on whether Jiang Chen will accept it. If they are attacked, it means that they are being targeted when they enter the city. But if nothing happens, it means that there must be a lot of zombies nearby. Because when there are zombies everywhere, Jiang Chen will not worry about them getting close. Almost an hour later, many grenades have been buried near the hotel. Then Qin Yu nodded to the figure on the rooftop, then took out the walkie-talkie and said, "You can leave the hotel." After the words fell, Da Zhuang nodded to the others, and everyone carried their weapons, ammunition and daily necessities, and walked quickly outside. In the hall, girls like Lin Yi and Fang Xian had already entered other rooms and locked the doors, and basically would not come out again. In the abandoned city, Qin Yu and the other two were lightly equipped, riding bicycles with only a long box, and shuttled through the streets. The distant places were handed over to the other 6 teams. Qin Yu was going to check if the helicopter was still there, as he said last time. If it was, it might be possible to blow it up with a rocket launcher, and then Shang Wenjing would be much easier. The remaining dozen people followed behind with their equipment on foot, led by Uncle Wa. Although Qin Yu didn't want Uncle Wa to participate, he couldn't even persuade Xiao Jiao, so Chen Yu naturally had no other way.